With everyone bustling about their duties, life in the domain carried on with its usual rhythm, just as it always did. Richard Florentia was taking his son on a tour to survey the land when he suddenly spoke. "Tell me, son," he began, his tone serious and thoughtful. "What do you believe is the most important virtue a lord must possess?" The unexpected question left Simon Fentia momentarily flustered, but he still managed a reasonable reply. So suddenly, I suppose nobility is most important. Not a bad answer, Richard Florentia commended. His father's praise, however, suggested he had a different answer in mind. Simon asked with doubt in his voice. Then, what is the correct answer? Under the warm sunlight, his father seemed to radiate a brilliant aura. "It is a warm heart," he declared, and the one person fit to pose such a question and deliver a perfect answer was none other than Richard Florentia, the Lord of Les Hill. As Simon was still young and carefree, he was utterly bewildered by the response. A warm heart, a concept as vast and abstract as a warm heart, seemed far beyond the grasp of a young boy who had yet to manage matters of state. His father then continued his explanation. This time, his father's answer skillfully incorporated Simon's own idea of virtue. "The virtue a lord requires," he said, "changes depending on the circumstances." He then began to list a series of examples: a friend, a family member, and at times even a villain. "You will have to embody all of these roles, and regardless of the situation you find yourself in, you must always give it your all." Lost in his own words, he went on, "You will forge a connection with anyone you stand beside." "Oh." Simon listened, deep in thought. Suddenly, an urgent voice called out, "My lord." They both turned in surprise, as Saklai came rushing over, completely out of breath, but not forgetting his etiquette. "My deepest apologies for the interruption, my lord, but may I ask you about that matter?" "Of course," Saklai, his father, instantly agreed. "Simon's son, take a few steps back. You as well, Saklai." Simon then helped the exhausted man retreat, clearing a wide space for his father. Then his father began chanting a series of strange arcane incantations. It was like a practical lesson from the most elite magic academy. Everything around Simon swirled into the air, with leaves rustling in a chaotic dance. Finally, his father came to a stop. "It is here." As he spoke the final words, a glowing magic circle materialized, hovering in midair. The atmosphere grew somber, charged with an eerie mystical energy. From the soft earth below, countless skeletal hands erupted as the remains of the dead clawed their way to the surface, rising crookedly from the ground. The ghastly figures of the undead became clear in the light of the magic circle, and the air filled with the grotesque clicking and cracking of bone. The initial spectacle was quite horrifying, but once the skeletons fully awakened and turned to face Saklai, their terrifying aura completely vanished, revealing skulls that were surprisingly almost adorable. Saklai chuckled and pointed to a pile of lumber nearby. The skeletons' eye sockets blazed with light, and they instantly understood, beginning their task of hauling the wood. From behind, Saklai clapped in praise, not forgetting to add, "Thank you, my lord." Simon could only stare, completely dumbfounded. His father, however, was clearly accustomed to utilizing the labor of the undead, and simply gave a casual wave, telling Saklai to carry on the good work. Simon's admiration for his father grew. The man could literally supplement his workforce with the dead. What a magnificent necromancer. Now, for those of you following this manhwa recap, the term necromancer refers to special mages who wield the darkest forms of magic. Long ago, in an effort to break free from the necromancer's influence, the Emperor of the Tannin Empire dispatched an army, 500,000 strong. In response, the Kizan headquarters sent a mere 10 necromancers to face this mighty force. Just 10 necromancers, but that army of 500,000 soldiers was swiftly turned into an army of the dead that proceeded to destroy the Tannin Empire. The aftermath of this conflict came to be known as the Rose Brigade, and even the Emperor of the Tannin Empire was forced to surrender. The former emperor's rotting corpse met a tragic end, propped up on the very throne of his own empire. And that was how the necromancers seized power in the new era, bringing half the continent to its knees. However, another power emerged to threaten the necromancers' absolute dominance, one that ruled the other half of the continent, the priests. They were the sole antagonists, in the eyes of the necromancers, wielding divine power in service of the goddess Dep. Because of this, the continent maintained a fragile peace, teetering between these two opposing forces. But none of these global conflicts concerned our small fiefdom. In other words, this was a secluded land isolated from the world, caught in that great power struggle. Seeing the living and the undead working together in harmony, completing everyday tasks with perfect coordination, Simon couldn't help but think, they really do work well together. And this is Les Hill, a place where skeletons can be found happily dancing and playing. They worked in perfect harmony with the locals, much like the Necromancer and his skeletons were currently doing. It was a tiny town so small, it was barely a speck on the map, a truly obscure location. Even with the map right in his hands, he found it nearly impossible to pinpoint the exact spot. Consequently, not even the neighboring villages were aware of its existence. And I am Simon Florentia, the heir to this fiefdom. He flashed a brilliant sunny smile that seemed to merge perfectly with the scenery and the people. This was the basic rundown of him and his homeland. But now that the day's work was done, he headed back to his charming little house. "Welcome home, Simon. I'm back." That gentle woman was none other than Anna Forenti, Simon's mother. "Yes, I was just out helping with the excavation," he replied, trotting behind her into the kitchen. She said softly, "Then you must be starving." "Just a moment." Simon stared completely bewildered at his mother's pot of dreamy purple soup. "What is this?" he asked. She explained it was a broth steeped with poisonous liac mushrooms. His mind screamed, "What the hell?" Her explanation only made him more flustered. "But Mom, aren't those poisonous?" The more he stared at the soup, which seemed to emit an unspeakable dark aura, the more relaxed his mother appeared. "Yes, but don't you worry, I'll make it edible." A brilliant halo of light then emanated from her, and as if by some miracle, the deadly concoction transformed into a genuinely appetizing meal. He was completely captivated, mesmerized by the magical process. This was divine power, the strength of a former priestess. Every time he witnessed his mother's power, he couldn't help but wonder how two such polar opposites ever met. He gave an awkward chuckle as his imagination ran wild. Just as he was lost in a daydream, his mother finished setting the table and called out to him, "That's enough staring, aren't you going to eat?" "Oh yes." He quickly strode to the dining table, now laden with a warm, home-cooked meal. During the meal, his father bravely taste-tested the peculiar soup, gulping it down, only to bring his entire dinner back up. At the end of the meal, his mother asked with concern, "You didn't eat very much today. Are you feeling unwell?" Later that evening, after he had bathed and cleaned up, he found his mother affectionately applying skincare to her husband's face. He was all too used to this sight and found it rather amusing. He thought to himself, "It's like they're still on their honeymoon." As the moon climbed high into the sky, he walked over to the window to close it and head to bed. His mother's voice called out, "Sleep well, Simon." "Good night," he replied politely. Suddenly, a crumpled letter flew in and slapped him right across his handsome face, stunning him for a moment. As he pulled the letter off, his nose was bright red. Still completely baffled by what had just happened, he stammered, "What is this?" Coincidentally, that's when he noticed a beautiful girl sitting casually on his windowsill. She flashed a dazzling smile. "Hello." Simon stared awkwardly at the strange creature, then decided to play dumb, turning around to climb into bed. She protested loudly, "Hey, don't you dare pretend like you can't see me." Seeing him continue to ignore her, she threw a fit. "Hey, I know you can see me. Come on, get up now." Feeling cornered, he reluctantly gave in to reality. "Oh, for goodness sake, fine. Who are you? How did you get here? Are you lost?" She let out an exasperated sigh. "I'm not lost, you fool." She then pointed at him with total confidence, stating her purpose clearly. "I came here to see you, Simon Florentia." This left him completely bewildered. "How do you know my name?" he asked hesitantly. Completely unfazed, she simply gestured to the letter that had just hit him in the face. That letter. Just then his parents' intimate time was interrupted as they rushed into the room. "Simon, what's wrong? Is there a burglar?" Seeing them, the girl became even more excited. "Richard and Neptis," they both asked in disbelief. And so while Simon stood there looking completely lost, a brief but emotional reunion unfolded. His father was so overjoyed that he lifted the girl into a big hug. "Oh my, you haven't changed a bit. We've missed you too." "So much. We've missed you too," his mother added warmly. Once the greeting subsided, she stood properly as his parents made the formal introduction. "Simon, say hello politely. This is the legendary Neptis." "Nep. 'Tis," he stammered, repeating the name. At first his brain didn't process it, and he remained calm, but it only took a moment before his eyes widened with mortal terror. "No way. You mean Neptis Arbold, the one who turned Emperor Tannen's corpse into a marionette, the infamous Archlich, who has lived for over 300 years. Of course he didn't need to voice these thoughts. She nonchalantly confirmed it. "Yes, I am. Neptis of Kizan." Utterly stunned, he shakily opened the letter. If she was from Kizan, did that mean this letter was from the famous Magic Academy? At that moment, she made a formal announcement. "Allow me to present an official letter. Simon Florentia." He hesitantly took the letter, and there it was in black and white, an acceptance letter from Kizan. A moment later, she beamed at him. "So let's get you to Kizan." This entire Manhwa recap might make it seem drawn out, but in reality, the whole encounter took less than a minute. Well, then I'll see you at Kizan. And just like that, she vanished as quickly as she had arrived, gone with the wind. She had arrived like the wind, and now departed just as quickly, leaving Simon still reeling from the shock. His father, Richard Florentia, gestured towards the letter asking to see it. Ah yes, here it is. Simon immediately handed it over. His father read the contents aloud for the entire family to hear. Special admission for Simon Florentia. Even after hearing it, Simon felt as if he were dreaming and asked dazedly, Father, when it says Ken, does that mean? Before he could finish, his father understood and confirmed, yes, that's the heart of the Dark Alliance and the main headquarters for necromancers. It's also the premier magic academy that trains them. The headmaster of Ken is none other than Neptis, the woman you just met. The headmaster Simon was stunned, recalling her playful wave and cheerful farewell. Bye-bye, see you again. Who would have ever guessed that someone like her was actually hundreds of years old, and the notoriously famous headmaster from all the rumors? Even his father, a long-time acquaintance, had to admit, she doesn't look the part, does she? Simon pressed on with his questions. So where is Ken? Is it far from here? His father explained. Very far. It's located on an island called RCK. You'll have to board a ship in Lengerstein, the capital of the Dressen Kingdom, and travel quite a distance to reach it. He then placed a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder. But don't you worry, Simon. Lengerstein is full of exciting things, and the island itself is beautiful. Plus, Ken is famous for its incredibly stylish uniforms. Uniforms. The thought made Simon's mind race, and a blush crept onto his face. Just then, his mother spoke up with a worried tone. Tisk, this is going to keep you busy until the entrance ceremony. It will. Why? Simon asked, turning awkwardly to his father. Well, there's quite a lot to prepare before becoming a necromancer. You should learn the basic skills before you even get to school, starting with opening your core. Shouldn't you? For some reason, his mother then turned to his father and suggested, Honey, why don't we teach him a little dark magic, leaving Simon feeling caught in the middle. What his father agreed readily. Of course, I'll teach him that as well. Oh, and you'll also need to learn the breathing method, so don't even think about sleeping starting tomorrow. And so as this manhwa recap continues, after that fateful meeting with Neptis, I began the busiest week of my entire life, all in preparation for Ken. My parents spoke of how exciting school life would be, and how much fun I would have. Yet my sudden admission seemed to worry them deeply, so much so that they no longer had the energy to deal with the requests and disputes from the people of our territory. Countless petitions from our citizens were left unanswered, piling up. As promised, my father began the process of preparing me, ensuring I had all the necessary tools for school. This is probably going to hurt, he warned, but you have to endure it. Yes, sir. And then I braced myself, as I was hit with wave after wave of agonizing magic. In other words, for 3 days that week, I didn't sleep a wink, while I forged my core, with the help of my father's magic. Now breathe very slowly, he continued to instruct. For the remaining days, I focused on mastering the breathing method, and learning dark magic from him. 1 week later, I, a boy who had spent his entire life in Les Hill, boarded the first carriage to ever leave my hometown. My parents escorted me all the way to the border of our territory. We're setting off now. My mother, her eyes red from crying, watched me go. Be careful, Simon. The villagers, including Sally, were also there to see me off. Travel safely, young master. And with that, I was on my way to Ken. Along the journey, my father made use of the time to continue my training. Gather the ambient magic floating in the air around you, draw it into your body and slowly generate mana. Then channel it into your core. Just like that. Can you feel the mana solidifying inside you? Now guide that mana circuit through your arm. That's it. Then disperse it through your fingers. He poured all his concentration into this final practice, following his father's instructions to the letter, and successfully channeled the mana to his fingertips, a moment of pure elation for him. Well done, Simon, his father praised generously. That is the source of a necromancer's power. Darkness. Simon looked with reverence at the drop of mana he had created. For the final lesson, his father was especially passionate. He channeled mana in the exact same way, but it was easy to see that his flow was far more abundant and pure than the droplet Simon had produced. He explained, the biggest difference between a regular mage and a necromancer is dark energy. Mana has a gaseous property. It will eventually liquefy, and then dissipate into the air. Darkness, on the other hand, can be both a solid and a liquid. This makes it incredibly easy to condense and transform into different shapes for simulation. The pure stream of mana in his father's hand gradually thickened, solidifying into a unique, crystalline form, something that existed between two states as it snaked along his arm. Effortlessly compressing the crystal shape, he was like a master illusionist. Therefore, if you can harness this property of darkness, you can. and transform into a shape like this. The transparent mana had now solidified into a statue of the headmaster. Simon stared at it completely captivated. Next, a circle appeared. A magic circle just like the one he saw when his father summoned the undead. Finally, his father explained, those who practice magic based on darkness are known as necromancers. After enthusiastically explaining the core principles, he moved on to the final comprehensive exercise. Since we're running out of time, let's focus on extracting dark energy and infusing it into a basic core. Yes, father. Simon obediently complied, holding out his 10 fingers with scattered bits of mana, and began practicing one by one, moving from a semi-liquid state to a solid, with a specific shape. However, he was still clumsy at this step, and couldn't quite form it. The crystal reverted to its liquid form, and he fumbled to catch it. His father patiently watched him practice, not expecting much, but what happened next was a complete shock. He stared at the child, in utter disbelief. It typically takes a necromancer anywhere from 6 months to 2 years to shape dark energy, but Simon managed to do it in just 3 days. This kind of insane progress is what makes any manhwa recap so exciting. In fact, he was already skillfully creating countless different beautiful forms. And now for his latest creation, he was happily admiring a massive ancient tree formed from mana in his hand. Meanwhile, his father thought with pride, I knew he was talented, but this kind of explosive talent can backfire. I postponed building his core, hoping he wouldn't repeat the mistakes I made in my youth. But now it's time to let his talent shine. He looked fondly at the child, who was still enjoying his newfound hobby. Simon proudly showed off his latest creation, exclaiming, Father, look at this. His father played along. Ah, a night blue color. I see it, your dark energy has a beautiful blue tint. It was rare for his father to praise him, especially during this rush training. Simon's eyes lit up as he chattered excitedly. Is having a night blue color good? Am I a rare case? Does that mean I'm incredibly talented? His father chuckled, extinguishing the fiery hope in his son's eyes. It's just a color. Simon's shoulders slumped in disappointment as he retracted his spiritual power. We've arrived. After many days on the road, the carriage finally rolled to a stop. Simon asked, confused, Huh, are we at Kizan already, only to hear his father's cold reply. No, this is just the border of the Dressen Kingdom. I'm leaving you here. Simon asked in a panic. What? What do you mean? His father stepped out of the carriage and slowly said, I'm sorry, but I couldn't tell you beforehand. I can't enter Dressen territory myself. It's a long story. Oh. Simon was still completely bewildered. His father elaborated. From this point on, you'll have to decide everything for yourself before you act. Father Simon called out, his voice filled with uncertainty. Looking at his son, his father could only offer reassurance. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll do better than anyone else at that magic academy. He added, I'm truly proud of you. And with that, the carriage began to move again, sending Simon off on his amazing journey. His father stood, watching from a distance, murmuring until the carriage was out of sight. Take care. 1 week later, Simon finally arrived in the Dressen Kingdom. Gazing at the magnificent scene before him, a city where humans and demons coexisted, he asked in a daze, Is this the capital of the Dressen Kingdom? The people didn't stop their work just because a stranger appeared. The city's bustling life continued as usual, a melting pot where races mixed freely, a world that necromancers dreamed of. This was Lengerstein, Simon marveled. What a huge city. I need to be careful. He then pulled out the notice to check it. Number 239 Camo Street. A guide is waiting there. Where is that? He wondered to himself. He quickly stopped a nearby passerby. Excuse me, could I ask you a question? A graceful lady turned around. How can I help you, young man? Her gesture would have been quite elegant, if not for the bloodshot eyeball that promptly fell out of its socket. Simon started trembling, and tried to calm himself down before asking, I was hoping you could give me directions to this address. He had to keep repeating a mantra in his head. Showing fear isn't polite. I see, she chuckled softly, as she placed the misbehaving eyeball back into its socket, then leaned in to read the address. Camo Street, she said, making Simon freeze in terror. After getting a clear look at the address, she pointed the way. Do you see that square over there? Just go past it, and turn right, and you'll find a street paved with gold-plated bricks. That's Camo Street, one of Lengerstein's famous landmarks. Only then did Simon feel like he could breathe again. Oh, thank you so much, he said, bowing politely. The lady covered her face and said with satisfaction, Haha, what a polite young boy. She then wished him well. Be careful now. Good luck here in Lengerstein. Thank you, you too, Simon waved as he said goodbye to the strange lady. Immediately after, an unfamiliar man approached her. Excuse me. Yes, she replied softly. As Simon cheerfully walked away, a new conversation began. As our story begins, the young man's guide is growing impatient, thinking to herself, "What's taking him so long?" She wonders aloud, "Did he get lost on the way?" Meanwhile, Simon offers a silent apology to his father. The reason for this sudden remorse: he's being mugged, a sharp blade held menacingly against him. "Now, drop everything you have on the ground," the thug growls, "your clothes, your bag, everything." At the same time, his accomplices surround Simon, methodically cutting off every possible escape route he might have considered. This is the reason for his earlier apology. It seems he'll be arriving at Ken much later than anticipated. Let's rewind to 1 hour before, when he was just trying to find his way. He was clutching a letter, scanning the area for his meeting point. 239, 239, he muttered, searching left and right when a voice called out, "Hey there, young man. Are you looking for 239 Cam Street? Or more specifically, SL 1E 6A? A strange man asked as he approached. It's a classic setup you'd find in any good Manhwa recap ***. Hearing the man state his exact destination so confidently, and being new to the city, Simon Florentia let his guard down and engaged with the stranger, assuming he was the guide sent to meet him. "Yes, that's right, you must be the guide sent from How," he said, relieved. Seizing the opportunity, the man quickly began to spin his web of lies. "That's right, I'm the guide from How," he said smoothly. "You were running late, so I figured you must have gotten lost and came out to find you." They shook hands warmly as Simon gave a brief introduction. "I'm so glad we ran into each other. My name is Simon Florentia." The man offered a polite greeting in return. "A pleasure. I'm July, a guide here in Langerstein. Please, follow me. I'll take you to your lodgings first," he offered, playing the part of a professional guide. Along the way, however, the man's rambling and nonsensical stories started to make Simon suspicious. "I'm just glad I found you before you ran into any trouble," July said with false concern. "This place is crawling with scammers, trying to trick unsuspecting travelers. You know, pickpockets, dishonest merchants, that sort of thing." As he spoke, they turned into a deserted alley, which, according to the man, was a shortcut to the inn. Simon smirked, half joking, half serious. "Are you planning on scamming me too?" The direct question made the man flinch, leaving him speechless for a few seconds. But as a seasoned professional, he quickly composed himself. He spun around, forcing a smile. "Ha, I have no idea what you're talking about." At that moment, Simon knew his suspicions were dead on. Simon Florentia didn't mind taking a moment to analyze the man's tells. "You have a habit of looking at the ground, and you keep touching your vest pocket. You're just checking to make sure your little item is still there, aren't you? Judging by the width of the pocket and the wrinkles on the fabric, I'd say you're carrying a knife in there." And just like that, Simon's sharp analysis left the man completely rattled. Even so, the man tried to feign innocence, pleading, "Don't misunderstand. It's just for self-defense." But Simon's final witty observation wiped the fake smile right off his face. "And lastly, that name of yours." Jai, Simon chuckled. "Isn't that the name of a species of goat from Les Hill?" The man was horrified by the meticulous breakdown even more, so that he'd been exposed simply by choosing the name of some random animal. "You knew, and you still followed me," he stammered, his voice trembling. "Who in the hell are you?" And with that he pulled out his knife. In that same instant, the sound of dozens of footsteps echoed around Simon as the man's accomplices finally emerged from the shadows. This brings us back to the opening scene, where the lead thug threatened him. "Damn it, I don't give a damn who you are. You're going to be begging us for mercy soon enough. Now, drop everything you own on the ground. Clothes, bag, all of it." Surrounded by thugs who lived by preying on others, Simon remained unyielding. He stared down the aggressive robbers and refused bluntly, "I will not." One of the men lost his patience and growled, "Hey, country boy. I don't think you grasp the situation. Do we look like we're messing around with you?" he sneered, before lunging forward with his blade. Simon moved with incredible agility. He effortlessly dodged the surprise attack, and in one fluid motion seized the attacker's arm while the man was still gaping from his missed strike. Before the stunned eyes of the entire gang, and to the sound of the thug's agonizing scream, Simon snapped the man's arm without a moment's hesitation. He spoke with the cold authority of a demon sent to punish the wicked. "I see people like you from time to time in my own domain. You're the dregs of society, who blend into crowds and extort people with so-called protection fees. As the heir to my lordship, it is my duty to cleanse the world of filth like you." He then casually dropped the man's shattered arm. The injured thug was out of the fight, but the others only grew more enraged at this speech from a supposedly soft-handed noble. Their fury quickly overwhelmed any fear they had of this strange opponent. It's a rough welcome for anyone trying to enroll in a *** magic academy ***. July pointed his knife at Simon and retorted, "Ha, a noble, that just gives us all the more reason not to let you go." He then gave the order, "All of you get him." The sound of countless footsteps suddenly echoed, revealing this wasn't just a small band of thugs but a massive organized gang. Consequently, after assessing the new situation, Simon offered the heartfelt apology we mentioned earlier. "Sorry, father, it looks like I'll be arriving in Ken later than I thought." At that very moment, just as he was about to handle them all at once, a voice declared, "Found you leaving." The entire gang stunned. A young woman strolled forward, chatting casually as if she were in an empty park. "I've been waiting for you for a very long time, and since you wouldn't show up, I had to come find you myself." Seeing how the odds had shifted, the leader nervously asked his men, "Now what?" The girl stood gracefully at a perfect distance, close enough to save the day yet far enough to let Simon display his own talents. "It seems you're tied up with some trivial matters, aren't you?" she asked. Seeing only a single girl, and with his gang's overwhelming numbers, the leader decided, "Don't worry, we have the upper hand. Let's just finish them both off and get out of here." Although his accomplices were still a bit wary, they nodded in agreement. "Is that so?" she replied. Then, amidst the rustling of debris in the wind, she said, "I suggest you recount. Surely you gentlemen have noticed the building over there is a Scoton shop, right? Consider this a friendly reminder." Their eyes darted over, and they watched in horror as bones began to rapidly assemble themselves from a nearby boneyard, forming a formidable army of skeletons, impressive in both number and quality. Too late, they realized she was a necromancer, a classic powerhouse. In any Manhwa recap, she immediately gave her command, "Seize them." The skeletons surged forward, attacking the bandits who were now scattering in every direction. Desperate screams of, "Let go," filled the air, but the skeletons weren't human. They paid no mind, single-mindedly focused on restraining the bandits with any means necessary, until they could only submit. Facing the terrifying skulls, the men trembled in absolute terror. The leader, finally understanding his predicament, pleaded, "We didn't know you were a great necromancer. Please, we beg you to spare us." But they were all captured. She began her interrogation. "Speak. Which guild do you belong to?" He answered honestly, "Claven. We are members of the Claven Guild." This left her speechless. "You're from a major guild like that, and yet you resort to robbing poor travelers. Go explain that to Claven yourselves." Deciding not to interfere in their internal affairs, she laid out their punishment, ordering him to put his hands behind his back and crawl with his face, scraping the ground all the way to the security headquarters, to turn himself in. The leader was aghast, begging, "Please spare us." But his pathetic, whiny demeanor officially awakened the demon within her. "What's this? Are you giving me an order if you send a substitute, or if your face isn't thoroughly scraped? I guarantee that in the name of Ken, I will erase your guild from this planet." The leader had no choice but to accept his punishment. "I'm sorry, ma'am, I will remember your words." She let out a bored curse under her breath, as Simon watched stunned at how she resolved the entire situation in an instant. Once it was over, she turned back to him with a bright smile. "You must be Simon Florentia, right?" he answered hesitantly. Yes, that's me. Thank you for your help." "But who are you?" She introduced herself with a hint of bashfulness. "What do you think? I'm your actual guide." Then, she boldly took his hand and started pulling him along. "Come on, my mother is waiting." This only deepened Simon's confusion. "Your mother." When they arrived, she looked around. "Where did she go?" "I told her to wait right here." Her search ended when she spotted a small girl happily enjoying ice cream. "Mom," she yelled a single word that made Neptys freeze as if struck by lightning. The guide's anger flared. "I told you to stay put right there." Neptys tried to defend herself, but I was waiting. Her daughter scolded her. "You always get lost. Please stop wandering off by yourself." The roles of mother and daughter seemed completely reversed. Neptys pouted and pointed to the ice cream stall. "But that stand over there was holding a free tasting event," her daughter reasoned. "And what if we had missed Simon because of that? If I had lost both you and Simon, what would I have done?" The difficult question brought Neptys to the verge of tears. As the dialogue came to a close, "Have you learned your lesson?" "What lesson?" Neptys asked, still trying to feign ignorance. Meanwhile, Simon was bursting with questions, but politeness forced him to remain silent. What in the world is going on here? Neptys is her mother, not her younger sister. In the end, Neptys used Simon as an excuse to dodge the family issue. "Anyway, Simon, you must be exhausted after such a long journey, right? I hope you learned a thing or two from Richard." Simon replied hesitantly. "Oh yes." He then immediately decided to demonstrate. "I learned this." As he did, Neptys looked on impressed. "It's been a long time since I've seen that blue darkness." Lauren B., however, contemplated it more critically. "But this still has the properties of mana, and it's still swirling like fire, which means it's still in a gaseous state." Heeding her daughter's words, Neptys observed more closely, before quickly dismissing the issue. "Oh, that's something he can learn how to use his core more efficiently to fix." Besides, he'll learn all about that at the Magic Academy, won't he? So, it's fine, it's all okay. In response, Lauren could only stare blankly at her mother. Out of nowhere, her mother called her name. Yes, Neptys has arranged it. I'm letting you guide the new student. I have faith in my daughter. Lauren sighed wearily. You always leave the hard jobs for me. And just like that, it was settled. Neptys scampered off gleefully, calling out for someone named Kem. Watching her sweet-faced mother make a swift escape, Lauren had no choice but to helplessly accept the assignment that had fallen from the sky. All right, then let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lauren Bold, and I'm a student at Kizen just like you. After her introduction, she grabbed his hand and said, Shall we get going now? He asked curiously. Go where? To shop for the new semester, of course, she replied enthusiastically. In the middle of the city, their conversation echoed. Simon, do you know what the most exciting moment of the entire school year is? When is that? It's probably the buzz of conversation you hear in the shops when you're buying your uniforms, textbooks, and other supplies before school starts. Lauren pointed with a playful wink. Right now is the most exciting time, so make sure you enjoy it. She led the way, calling back to him. Let's grab the textbooks first, shall we? There's a lot we need to buy for our new life at the Magic Academy. Follow me? Simon trailed behind her, replying, okay. She pulled a thick book from a shelf. First, hold this. He quickly reached out to take it. All right. Without a second thought, she casually tossed the book at him, catching him by surprise. Looking at the cover, he was taken aback. An Introduction to Summoning by Eric Morchan. From a distance, she picked out another book and perfectly aimed it right into his chest, shouting, Simon, hold this one too, causing him to freeze in shock. After that, dozens of books came flying towards him, and he struggled to catch them all as they went everywhere. Lauren kept picking, this one and this one too. He hastily pleaded with her, wait a minute. But she paid him no mind, continuing to select books. This one and that one, over there. He tried to get her attention. Lauren, looking at the mountain of books in his arms, he scratched his head nervously and asked, I don't have to study this entire pile in my first year, do I? She continued pulling books from the shelves and gave him a wink. Of course not. This is Kizen. You have to master all of them in the first semester of your first year. Showing no mercy, she tossed a blue book right at his face and ordered, Now stop whining and take this potions textbook. Her face was beaming as she waved at him. The last one is Dark Arts. I'll go get it, you wait here. Simon clutched his nose, holding the potions book and obediently replying, all right. He looked around the bookstore, watching everyone happily bustling about. His eyes followed them before glancing down at the stack of books piled up to his waist. After a moment of thought, a bright, happy expression spread across his face as he looked ahead. To think I've never been around so many people my own age before. I'm so excited to experience school life. And you're all here with me for this Manhwa recap. Suddenly, Cindy Vivace came running from behind. She was happily looking around as she dashed right past him. I'm coming, she called out. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. He quickly sidestepped, but Cindy's momentum carried her straight into a bookshelf. The impact caused her to recoil in pain, rubbing her nose and crying, ouch, my nose. Just then, the bookshelf began to shake violently, and books started teetering on the edge. Before she could even react, from above, a cascade of heavy books came tumbling down. Simon instantly leaped over to shield her, shouting, watch out. After a moment of terror, Cindy cautiously peeked her eyes open. Simon gently asked from above, hey, are you all right? It was only then that she realized she was safely tucked under him, shielded by his body. She hastily replied, yes, I'm fine, I'm sorry. Hearing her trembling apology, he replied, it's okay. I was the one who got distracted and stood in your way. I should be the one apologizing. He then gently suggested, could you help me put these books back? Otherwise, we're definitely going to get an earful. Hearing this, she blushed and quickly agreed. Oh, okay. A moment later, she asked curiously, are you also a new student at Kizen? He immediately answered, that's right. Her face lit up as she introduced herself. I'm a new student too. My name is Cindy Vivace. And you are? He turned to her, offering a small smile as he said his name, Simon Florentia. Cindy beamed. I see. It's very nice to meet you, Simon. She clutched a book to her chest, shyly, and explained, actually, I'm from the far north, so I don't have any friends here yet. He seemed a little surprised by her confession. He then replied with a sense of camaraderie. Well, it looks like we're in the same boat. I don't have any friends yet either. This made her light up, her eyes sparkling as she asked, really? Then growing shy again, she timidly held out a book to him and said, if it's okay, Simon. Hiding the lower half of her face with the book, she timidly asked, would it be all right if I said hello to you when we see each other at school? He turned to her with a gentle expression. Of course. I was just about to ask you the same thing. She blushed. Thank you. Then, looking excited, she pointed toward the entrance and said, we've put all the books back, so I should get going. My father is waiting. He just nodded and said, all right, I'll see you at school. But as she turned to leave, he suddenly called out, wait a second. He then coolly held out his hand. Can I have my wallet back? He asked flatly. The girl's cute expression instantly froze, her face darkening. I really thought I wouldn't get caught since I used my spiritual power, she muttered. How did you even know? Recalling the bizarre event, he answered, well, I just saw my wallet floating through the air a moment ago, that's all. Utterly astonished, the girl pointed a finger at him. You actually saw that, she exclaimed. You've got to be kidding me. Are you also planning to major in spiritual power? Faced with her barrage of questions, he answered honestly, I haven't decided on my major yet. Her tone immediately soured as she said, I knew it. But just as quickly, her eyes lit up with a fiery excitement, her mood doing a complete 180 as she became visibly thrilled. She shouted, Kizin really is on a whole different level. I can't believe it. The school must be filled with people just like you, right? I can't wait to start classes at this magic academy. Simon just watched this spectacle in astonishment, thinking to himself, what a brazen pickpocket. The girl bounced on her heels with glee, exclaiming, if we end up in the same spiritual power major, we'll get to see each other for the next 3 years. Let's have a friendly competition then. Her over-the-top excitement left Simon feeling a mix of concern and disbelief. She then casually tossed his wallet back to him. Here, take it back, she said before using her spiritual power to vanish in an instant. Waving a final goodbye, her voice echoed. I'm really looking forward to it. Don't you dare pretend you don't know me at school, Simon. Just then, Lauren walked over and said, they're out of the introductory guide to dark magic. They said they'll deliver a copy to your dorm as soon as it's back in stock. Simon simply replied, okay. She playfully nudged his shoulder and asked curiously, by the way, who was that girl just now? Have you already made a new friend? He hesitantly admitted. I guess you could say that. Lauren then leaned in and whispered cheerfully, you don't have to be so shy. You can be honest with me, you know. You're acting like you have a crush on her or something. Simon looked at her completely exasperated. He could only sigh internally. She almost stole my wallet. Unaware, Lauren was already focused on their next shopping task. Anyway, we've got all the books we need. Let's go find you a proper bag. Simon glanced down at his current satchel. A bag. Lauren waved her hand dismissively. Oh, not a bag like that. I'm talking about the kind that all necromancers use. It's called a magic storage. Or to put it more simply, she explained, we just call it a subspace. At that, Simon's eyes practically lit up with excitement. This part of the Manhwa recap is getting interesting. Just then, a purple-haired lady greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome, Miss Lauren. Her gaze shrewdly shifted to Simon as she added, I heard you purchased a new storage for yourself not long ago. So I assume you're shopping for this young gentleman today. Without missing a beat, Lauren laid out her request. That's right. He's a new student, so I'm looking for something with minimal restrictions. She thought for a moment before adding, please don't show us any subspaces that require a wall or a floor to manifest. We often find ourselves battling on open plains. An excellent point. You're always so thorough, Miss Lauren, the saleswoman said with a practiced smile. She then placed a small ring into Simon's hand, saying conspiratorially, in that case, let me show you. A new item that hasn't even hit the market yet. This is an exclusive look just for you. She then instructed him, go on, put on the ring, and channel your dark mana into it. Simon did as he was told, replying, okay. The woman continued her sales pitch. You should then feel something like a handle materializing in your grasp. That's it, she guided him. Now, pull on it. Treat it just like a doorknob. Simon obediently followed her instructions, and as he did, the space in front of them began to shimmer and warp. The woman proudly announced, this subspace is the latest creation from Gen Eclipse, the young master artisan of the new generation. It can hold up to 4,000 units. Furthermore, this subspace can be deployed on the ground across any terrain, regardless of whether it's sloped or uneven. As she spoke, a vast dark space began to open up at his feet. Her voice continued to echo. And the interior is protected by a total of 7 different enchantments, including a first-class preservation spell and various temperature control charms. Looking down, they saw a massive chasm had formed. The woman went on. Additionally, while wearing the ring, a stealth enchantment activates to conceal your presence from enemies. Lauren cut in to ask, and what about its deployment features? The saleswoman answered with a confident smirk. Naturally, it comes equipped with those as well. Simon stared at the marvel, before him absolutely delighted. Lauren leaned in close and whispered, so Simon, do you like it? He answered honestly, though a hint of worry crept into his voice. Yes, I love it. But a subspace like this has to be incredibly expensive, right? Lauren casually turned to the saleswoman. I suppose so. What's the price on this one? Stephanie. Stephanie remained perfectly calm as she held up 5 fingers. And with a beaming smile, she announced, 5,000 gold coins. The moment Simon heard the price, his jaw dropped and his world shattered. That single item cost the same as the entire annual budget of his hometown, Les Hill. Lauren, however, didn't even flinch. Final price. Is that so? Then we'll just take this one, that should be enough. Hearing this, he was completely taken aback, thinking, are you buying that for me? She cheerfully recalled what her mother had said. Don't worry, this is my mother's money, not mine. He asked in surprise. From Neptus, she stepped closer to him and said in a soft voice, yeah, I don't know all the details, but my mother owes your parents a great deal. This is just her way of repaying the debt, so please don't refuse. Breaking into a sweat, he asked, even so, this gift is far too generous. How could I ever repay Neptus for this? She waved it off, reminding him, don't even think about it. If you want to repay my mother, just make sure you do well at Kizan. Upon hearing that, he nodded in agreement. All right, I promise. I'll give it my absolute best. The shop door swung open, and a cheerful Stepani saw them off. Thank you. You two take care now. Under the twilight sky, the two walked along the street, engaged in a lively conversation. Now that we have all the essentials, let's go have some fun. Huh? Are we allowed to do that? Of course, it's all part of today's schedule. They continued their stroll, stopping by a shooting gallery. You should try to shoot that teddy bear. With that rifle, let me give it a try. Later, while standing on a bridge, she pointed off into the distance. That's the highest point in the entire city. Her hands then gently lit a small flame inside a paper lantern. It turned out they were releasing sky lanterns, and she continued to explain things to him. This is a tourist attraction you can't miss. It's called the 10,000 Lights. So, what do you think, Simon? Staring at the lantern, he deadpanned. I was just wondering if there are really thousands of fools in this world willing to spend 200 silver coins on a piece of flammable paper. They watched the beautiful sky filled with thousands of floating lights as they continued their talk. You're going to do great at Kizan. Heh. Ah, really, thank you. That wasn't a compliment. Oh, right. The scene in our Manhwa recap then shifts to a seaside restaurant where she was astonished. He displayed perfect table manners, making her exclaim, you really are from a noble family. He gave a wry smile and explained, my father was extremely strict about etiquette. While eating, she continued her informal orientation. So, you received a proper education. Just so you know, 30% of the students at Kizan are commoners. She concluded with a firm warning. So don't even think about using your status to push other people around. She went on, wagging her finger slightly. Kizan is a complete meritocracy. He listened and replied, I'll keep that in mind. Finally, she asked, tomorrow is your first day. Do you have any questions? He didn't hesitate to bring one up. Ah, that girl I met at the bookstore. Recalling his conversation with Cindy, he asked, she said something about the majors you were looking at. She was like, are you kidding me? You're also aiming for the spiritualism major? What exactly is a major? Hearing his question, she beamed with delight. That's an excellent question, she exclaimed. Holding up her fingers, she explained. You'll take 9 courses during your first semester of freshman year, 7 core subjects and 2 electives. From the second semester onward, you can register for any electives you want. She continued, making it easy to understand. And when you become a sophomore, you have to declare your major. He asked with curiosity, like that girl from before. She nodded in response. Yup. Looking back at the list, necromancy, dark arts, summoning, spiritualism, and so on, he asked. So that means I have to figure out what I'm good at quickly, she replied, cheerfully. Exactly. I'd advise you to decide on your core subjects first and focus on studying those. In Simon's imagination, a crowd of students swarmed him holding out papers. Excuse me, please join my group. His guide continued her lesson. Whenever there are group assignments, students with well-defined strengths tend to be more popular. He nodded in understanding. I'll be sure to remember that. She then asked, have you thought about which major you might want to pursue? Holding his glass, he answered, I think I'm somewhat interested in spiritualism. What you showed me this morning was pretty impressive. She reached her hand out in front of him and said enthusiastically, spiritualism is fantastic. It really gives you that classic orthodox mage feeling. She waved her hand for emphasis, and one of the instructors at our magic academy is none other than the great Professor Hong Peng. Simon was visibly shocked. For real, she replied earnestly. It's true. Honestly, sometimes I still get starstruck by him and the other professors. Simon was fired up. I can't wait to meet them. Awesome. Their conversation flowed on. When did you get here? Oh, and by the way, As they arrived at the dormitory, she clasped her hands and advised, "Make sure you get some rest. If my mother finds out you were late for class tomorrow because you were exhausted from our trip today, she would kill me." He thanked her politely. "Okay, thank you for everything today. I had a wonderful time." She flashed a brilliant smile. "Oh, it was my pleasure." His expression softened as he replied, "I think this is a day I'll never forget for the rest of my life." She looked surprised. "Is that so? Hearing you say that makes me happy too." "Well, I'll be going then." As the streetlight flickered softly, she turned to leave. As he stood before the brave dormitory, she approached him. "Actually, Simon, there's something I need to tell you." He looked at her quizzically. "What is it?" She shyly toyed with a lock of her hair and said, "You know I didn't mean to trick you or anything, but I just didn't tell you at the right time." She then said with a playful smirk, "I'm a new student too." She continued, mimicking her own words from earlier that afternoon. "Let's be friends at school, okay?" Which left him completely stunned. By the time she turned to leave with a cheerful, "I'm really going now, bye-bye," he still hadn't snapped out of his daze. Standing at the harbor, he gazed in awe at the crowd, where each person had their own unique style and flair, making him feel like the most ordinary person there. From across the way, someone shouted an announcement. "All aboard, everyone, we are preparing to depart for Keene." As he fumbled through his bag, he recalled Lauren saying she would take a different route. He figured the next time they'd meet would be at school. Someone approached to check his documents, and as he looked at the ship's bow pointed towards the dock, he thought in amazement, what a peculiar way to moor a ship. Don't they usually face the bow towards the sea, over on the other side? An official announced, "You're cleared to board, Simon Florentia." Hearing this, he replied politely, "Thank you." Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from the other side, signaling that something was definitely wrong and drawing everyone's curiosity. A red-haired boy grabbed a crewman by the collar and yelled, "I'm first on the waiting list. Are you telling me not a single person gave up their admission? Is this how Kien operates?" His hands trembled in disbelief as he demanded, "Contact KUVD. Right now, there must have been a mistake." A sigh was heard nearby. This same scene played out every single year. He glanced around listening to the gossip that there were always kids like this who couldn't accept the results, but the fact that this one was first on the wait list must have been a huge disappointment. The purple-haired boy pounded his chest in disbelief, bellowing, "I am Lucius Karen, heir to the earldom of the Dresden Kingdom. Contact Kajini headquarters immediately." "That is an order," the crewman replied with unyielding patience. "Please return, sir. Your name is not on the admissions list." Lucius bit his lip so hard it bled, gritting his teeth in fury. He grabbed the crewman's hair, yanking his head down as he raised a fist and snarled, "How dare you, you lowly servant." Suddenly, an arm shot out, stopping his fist in its tracks. Simon smiled gently, advising, "Stop this." But the enraged boy, his face as red as a beet, screamed, "Who the hell are you? Let go." Simon's eyes sharpened instantly, and he applied a bit more pressure with his hand, making the boy cry out in agony. Lucius collapsed to the ground, his hand still trapped in Simon's grip, and threatened with a wavering voice, "You damn brat, are you looking for an early grave?" Just then, an inquisitive voice cut through the tension. "What seems to be the problem?" A gentleman leaning on a cane walked toward them. He stared straight ahead, as the surrounding crowd began to cheer. "It's Professor Sill." Upon hearing this, Simon immediately released the purple-haired boy, his curiosity piqued. "A professor." The professor's face was stern, and his voice dripped with menace as he asked, "Do you have any last words?" The purple-haired boy, still surprisingly persistent, clutched his arm and stood up to plead. "Please, this isn't some cheap Manhwa recap call Neptus right now. First on the waiting list, you say, there must be an error in these admission results." But the professor was indifferent, simply raising his hand and snapping his fingers. The purple-haired boy asked defiantly, "Do you really think you can get away with treating me like this?" In the next instant, a splash of crimson erupted, shocking Simon. Staring at the messy pulp on the ground, the professor ordered, "I don't have time for this. All students on the ship now." He then turned to Simon, "You too." Simon immediately straightened up and replied, "Yes, sir." As the professor walked away, the crowd behind him erupted in whispers. That was the infamous blood-black magic. Weren't the first-year students supposed to have a class with him? Simon broke into a cold sweat, recalling the horrific sight. The professor, in a twisted act of mercy, turned back to say, "Don't worry, he's still breathing." Suddenly, another voice spoke up. "Ah, I understand now." As they stepped onto the ship, the crewman's voice continued its steady chant, "All students, please board the vessel." The crewman then announced, "Everyone please find a seat and settle in." The professor remained unhurried, calmly manipulating his magic. A current of his power washed over every single person, including Simon, leaving everyone in a state of unending amazement. The crewman's voice came again. "There will be some turbulence during our journey, so please remain seated until the next announcement." Simon looked up at the bow, wondering how in the world this ship was supposed to sail to Kien. The entire vessel was enveloped in a shroud of red magical energy. He was lost in thought. It would have to turn around completely to even sail on the sea. Nearby, someone spoke up. "Professor, are we almost there?" The man replied coldly. "Just make sure the ship stays on course." All of a sudden, the sound of crashing waves thundered through the air, stunning everyone. What was that noise? Was that the sound of waves? Immediately after, the ship found itself facing a colossal wall of water. The people on the boat were also bewildered, but how could mere waves create such a deafening roar? A massive whale suddenly soared over the ship, leaving every student on board utterly astonished. A wah whale. All at once, the students, including our hero, leaped to their feet in alarm. What is that? The whale's massive jaws opened wide as it descended upon their vessel. In a single gulp, it swallowed the ship whole and plunged back into the depths. For those following this manhwa recap, that colossal creature is actually an undead beast that obeys Ken's commands. It is known as the underworld whale, a terrifying sea monster capable of devouring anything, which also serves as the fastest mode of transportation in the entire ocean. It carried the vessel within its belly, tasked with safely escorting it to Kien. This bizarre method of travel left the new students completely disoriented and confused. Year after year, this giant whale navigated the vast ocean, protecting each new batch of students for the Kien Magic Academy at a frighteningly high speed. After getting over the initial shock, the students grew accustomed to this strange environment. The atmosphere inside was surprisingly pleasant, and they began to venture out of the ship's cabin. They started to look around and chat with one another about the wild experience. A few even noticed that it seemed like people were actually living inside the whale's stomach. One of the boys approached Simon to strike up a conversation, praising him for his courageous actions back at the port. "You were really incredible back there. But in case you don't remember," the other boy added, using hand gestures to illustrate the scene. "It was a tense situation, but you still dared to speak up. And then bam, bam." Faced with such enthusiastic praise, Simon could only manage a sheepish smile and a few polite words. It really wasn't a big deal. This response only earned him more points for being modest in the eyes of his new classmate. After a few friendly exchanges, the two shook hands and introduced themselves. Just like that, Simon had made a new friend named Rowan. "It's great to meet you. I'm Simon Florentia." Rowan was curious about how Simon had been admitted. "Oh, by the way, which entrance exam did you pass?" The question suddenly threw him for a loop. This was the first time he had ever heard of one. "Huh, an entrance exam?" Simon asked again, just to be certain. "Did I hear you correctly?" As Rowan described his admission process, "Yeah, the entrance exam. I had to perform shadow distortion." Simon became even more confused and bewildered. An exam? No one had ever mentioned an exam to him. All he knew was that Neptus had appeared and handed him an admission letter, plain and simple. When Rowan asked Simon about his own entrance test again, "So what was your test like?" Simon decided to lie, claiming he took a similar one to Rowan's. Well, the one that involved darkness." It seemed like the best way to avoid any arguments about fairness regarding his admission. He didn't want any trouble right after starting at the academy. Fortunately, Rowan cheerfully accepted his explanation. "Oh, what a coincidence." A loud announcement suddenly blared, interrupting their conversation. The announcement declared, "Attention, all students. Please return to the ship and take your seats. We will be arriving shortly." Both Simon and Rowan were shocked by how quickly they were arriving at such a high speed. "We're almost there already." Yeah, that was really fast. After all, it felt like they had only just left the port a short while ago. Then another sound caught Simon's attention. The current outside was churning more and more violently. The swirling water was enough to make anyone feel anxious. Professor Silic was already standing on the ship's deck, taking control of the situation. He effortlessly commanded both the raging currents and the ship's direction. The vessel began to shake violently as it neared its destination, and a new announcement came on, requesting all freshmen to please be advised. The ship may become a bit chaotic upon arrival. Therefore, please remain in your seats and do not stand up. For your safety, please hold on to the handle in front of your seat and prepare for any potential impact. Rowan's face filled with panic as the ship began to buck wildly. The vessel then collided directly, with massive boulders shaking so powerfully that any student who hadn't heeded the warning to grab the handles was sent flying into the air. The scene below deck descended into absolute chaos. Simon gritted his teeth and held on for dear life, struggling to keep from being thrown across the cabin. A brilliant, blinding light suddenly appeared, so dazzling that Simon couldn't help but cry out in amazement. Rowan, you have to see this." But Rowan was already down for the count, completely seasick. They had just burst out of the whale's belly. soaring into the open sky with the vast and beautiful land of Cayenne spread out right below them. In stark contrast to Simon's radiant excitement, Rowan looked completely drained of energy from the turbulent ride. He was in no condition to admire the spectacular view like Simon was. Meanwhile, Professor Silic lightly pinched the tip of his finger, too. Blood gushed forth as he seemingly performed some kind of magic. A surge of red power was unleashed, shooting straight into the sky. That stream of energy was so intense that a whirlwind erupted around him. The released power beam quickly enveloped the massive ship, blanketing it entirely in a brilliant crimson glow. The light momentarily blinded everyone on board. Shielded by that red aura, the vessel descended rapidly toward the water, completely unaffected by any impact of gravity. With a resounding boom, the ship executed a perfect landing from the sky. The bay doors opened. They had successfully arrived at the Magic Academy. The new students appeared minuscule before the Academy's grand gates as they took the very first steps of their careers as necromancers. Looking at these youths, who were brimming with life, the guards couldn't help but offer welcoming smiles. The new students were then instructed to form lines to receive their uniforms. All freshmen, please line up in rows of 4. Once everyone is in position, we will begin distributing the uniforms. Each student excitedly clutched their newly received outfit. They then moved out quickly to get changed. The men's changing room is on the right, and the women's is on the left. Simon himself couldn't contain his excitement. Everything felt so new to him. He hurried to change to make the 5-minute time limit before reassembling outside. He began to put on the uniform, looking at his reflection in the mirror, and Simon smiled while adjusting his tie. Just as his father had told him, this school's uniform was unbelievably stylish. He could probably even wear it to a banquet. Meanwhile, a few other students were discussing their new uniforms, surprised to discover they were magically enchanted. Look at this. The shirt is imbued with magic. This uniform is truly incredible. It's also designed to function as combat gear. With this many enchantments, it's even sturdier than regular armor, making it perfectly suited for battle. Suddenly, all the boys, including Simon, froze in their tracks as an announcement echoed. Everyone, please assemble outside. We will begin moving to the dining hall. The male students were left speechless by the sight before them. The girls' uniforms were even more beautiful. The female students seemed to practically glow in their uniforms. They looked absolutely stunning. Even Simon was left gaping at the spectacle. He could only manage a sheepish laugh at the charged atmosphere. Haha, if everyone is present, we will now proceed to the auditorium. He followed the crowd moving toward the hall and happened to run into Rowan again. The moment they met, his friend showered Simon with praise. You look fantastic in that uniform. This friend Rowan seemed to be a very excitable person. He threw his arms out with a huge laugh as he spoke to Simon. Simon, even now, I still can't believe I'm actually at Kizan. Is this really happening? This isn't a dream, is it? The innocent boy shouted, completely oblivious to the awkward stares he was getting from everyone around them. Simon had to helplessly confirm it for him. Don't worry, this isn't a dream. It's the real deal. Groups of students stood around chatting amongst themselves. I can't believe a crowd this huge is made up of only new students. Are all of these people really freshmen? There are so many. I wonder just how big Kizan is. Hearing Rowan confirm it, he replied, of course. There are 1,000 students in the first-year class alone. Simon's jaw dropped in utter disbelief at that number. What? A whole 1,000? Simon had thought. There was only one class of 1,000 students, and that was that. But then, Rowan explained that the second year is culled down to 300 students, and the third year has fewer than 150. The more Rowan analyzed it, Simon became even more stunned. What? You mean you don't just enroll in one class and you're done? It turns out of the 1,000 students present, only 30 will be able to advance to the second year. A brutal selection process like this is a classic setup in any great manhwa recap, making the competition here absolutely fierce. Simon couldn't help but be amazed. Wow. Rowan then warned Simon to watch out for a few specific people who would likely be their most formidable rivals. Simon's face went pale as he processed this overwhelming information. The first figure they had to be mindful of was Sun End. She is the legitimate successor of the Ivory Tower, a beautiful girl with long platinum blonde hair. Next, Rowan listed a series of other well-known and dangerous rising stars who were also present, such as Jawin, Caradon, and Jay Sanders, along with countless other names. Simon's attention was then drawn to a tall, burly student in the upper rows. Oh my gosh, who is that guy? With a physique like that, he really stands out. There he is, over there. It seemed most of the crowd had also noticed him and were whispering amongst themselves. He's huge. I feel sorry for the people sitting in front of him. Hey, can you even see the stage? According to Rowan's introduction, that guy is a half-giant, specializing in star magic combat. No one could possibly defeat a physique like that. Speaking of who might be the top student this year, Rowan excitedly pointed out a girl in the corner to Simon. Over there, he whispered. She's going to be the top student in the first-year class. This naturally piqued Simon's curiosity. He followed Rowan's gaze and saw it was none other than Lorenbold, the only daughter of the great Neptus. Disregarding the widespread rumors that she gained admission through special connections and that her entrance exam wasn't the best, Rowan held an unshakable belief that Loren would be number one this year. Rowan insisted that it wasn't just his opinion. Almost everyone believed in Loren's talent. He was absolutely sure she would be the most outstanding student in their class. An announcement, signaling the start of the welcome ceremony, cut through Rowan's one-sided chatter. Your attention, please. We will now begin the welcome ceremony for new students of our esteemed Magic Academy. Standing on the stage, the Master of Ceremonies offered his congratulations to all the students who had successfully enrolled in the coveted Cayenne School. Congratulations on passing the entrance examination to become a proud member of Cayenne. You all deserve to be proud of this accomplishment. The host continued his brief speech, expressing high hopes for this new generation of students. We expect the very best from all of you, he concluded before sharing a few important notices with a special emphasis on one rule. Remember, he warned, you are forbidden from entering the forest. Next was the introduction of the first-year teaching faculty, all of whom were prominent top-tier necromancers currently on duty. All the students erupted into a thunderous welcome for the professors. Rowan's reaction, however, was even more extreme than everyone else's as he let out a massive roar of excitement. I've only ever seen them in magazines, before he yelled. Simon flinched at his friend's over-the-top reaction. Each professor had a distinct demeanor, some enthusiastically engaged with the students, while another looked completely drained and socially anxious. Professor Bahin, please look over here, a student shouted. Simon simply joined the crowd in applauding the arrival of the distinguished professors. He quickly noticed that Neptus wasn't among them. Rowan explained. A brilliant headmaster like her would never show up to a welcome ceremony for insignificant freshmen like us. It would be an honor just to see her, even as a third year, Rowan added. As this Manhwa recap continues, Simon recalled Neptus's childish and mischievous personality, finding this reverent image of her hard to believe. Oh, is that right? So she's really that great, Simon mused. As they stood up to listen to the student representative's oath, Simon turned to Rowan with a question. This must be the final part of the ceremony, right? Rowan replied. That's right. The two top-ranking students, one male and one female, will give their speeches now. Simon wondered to himself, I wonder who they are. An announcement then echoed through the hall. Will the following students please come to the stage? Specially selected student number 2, Sun Inda. The first person to walk onto the stage was Sun Inda, the same girl Rowan had just been pointing out. As the number 2 specially selected student, she received a warm and enthusiastic round of applause. And next, the announcer continued, specially selected student number 1, Simon Florentia. Hearing the name of the top-ranked student, Simon froze completely. Did he hear that correctly, Simon? That was his name. When did he become the top student? The entire auditorium fell into a dead silence. Seeing no one move, the host called his name again. Excuse me, is Simon Florentia present? She asked. It took a few seconds for Simon to fully process that he was the one everyone was waiting for. He jolted in his seat, unable to believe his ears. Beside him, Rowan's jaw was on the floor, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at his friend. What, me? Simon thought. It's really me, he thought, again cautiously making his way toward the stage under the curious stares of everyone present. A wave of whispers spread through the crowd with people asking, who is that? Someone else replied, I have no idea, I've never seen him before. Another student muttered, he's ranked first. Hearing their comments, Simon grew flustered, feeling even more out of place, standing next to Sun Inda. As Simon Florentia and Sun Inda walked to the front together, he was sweating bullets from pure nervousness. Sun Inda leaned over and calmly told him, hey, don't worry, just read what's written here. Simon let out a shaky breath and nodded, okay. He and Sun Inda both raised a hand and began in unison, we solemnly swear we. The scene then fades to after the opening ceremony. A classroom sign bearing a strange logo hung beside the door. Simon thought to himself, the rumors were true. Cayenne is an incredibly intense environment. I can't believe they would make us attend classes on the very first day. With 14 classes and over 1,000 first-year students, every single classroom in the academy was packed to the brim. The students sitting behind Simon were whispering curiously about him. One asked, is he really the guy who ranked first in the special admissions? Another replied, I've never even heard the name. I've never heard that name. What family is that, I wonder? Someone asked Florentia. Right? Hearing this, Simon froze, thinking to himself, are they all talking about me? This part of the Manhwa recap really sets the stage for his social standing. He nervously flipped through his textbook, his mind racing with the anxieties of his first day at the Magic Academy. I wonder how many classes we have today, he thought. Suddenly, Simon's eyes landed on the text in his book. Wait, is this summoning class? Simon read intently, a wave of excitement washing over him as he realized, this is the same magic my father used. He vividly recalled the image of his father casting a spell, creating a circle emblazoned with a sigil. A radiant smile spread across his face. This means if I master this subject, I can become as cool as my dad. That thought alone was enough to fill Simon with immense enthusiasm. Just then, a blonde-haired man strode into the classroom, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Some people often associate necromancers with the dark and gloomy imagery of their grim work with corpses in the dead of night. But that's all in the past. Most modern necromancers are incredibly intelligent, pragmatic, stylish, and fashionable. This is the new generation of necromancers. The man before them was the first-year curses professor Bahinamaga. He offered a slight smile, one hand still in his pocket, the other resting on a book. As the narrator explains, he is a rising young necromancer who became a member of the Crows, a key combat division of Kizan. In his late 20s, a wildly popular idol in the eyes of the Kizan students, Professor Bahinamaga smiled as he shrugged off his jacket and announced, "Welcome everyone. This year, I'll be in charge of first-year curses. My name is Bahinamaga." The students, including Simon, erupted in applause, with some even jumping to their feet and cheering excitedly. Professor Bahinamaga draped his jacket over his desk and said, "Now, let's take attendance. I imagine this is the first time you've all met. How about when I call your name? You stand up and introduce yourselves." He then called out the first name, Jane Victoria. A girl in the front row heard her name and immediately shot to her feet, raising her hand and declaring loudly, "Present. It's such an honor." Professor Jane gushed. "I really want to follow in your footsteps and major in curses." Bahin quickly raised a hand to cut her off. "Hold on. You're introducing yourself to your classmates, not to me. Why don't you try that again?" Jane Victoria, flustered, averted her gaze and placed a hand on her chest, saying, "Ah, yes, I'm Jane Victoria." When it was Simon's turn to introduce himself, he stood and said, "I'm Simon Florentia from Les Hill." A few nearby students shot him glances, and the murmurs started up again. "That's the guy who ranked first in the special admissions." "Special admissions, really?" Next, Hector stood up and said, "My name is Hector Mo." Professor Bahinamaga rolled up his sleeves with a smile and commented, "You're all a good-looking bunch, aren't you? All right, let's begin the lesson." He turned to the board, the chalk clacking as he wrote. "I'll start with a fundamental question," he announced. "Why do we?" He spun back around, dragging the chalk down with a sharp snap that broke off a piece, then continued. "Why do we need to learn curses?" Professor Bahin then asked, "Does anyone know the definition of a curse, Jane?" Victoria, hearing this, immediately raised her hand and stood up. "I do," she exclaimed. Jane Victoria present. "A curse is a form of dark magic that can sustain our own power while simultaneously weakening an opponent." Professor Bahin praised her excellent Jane. He then gestured to the other students, saying, "But for some of you who may not be able to visualize it, simply saying, 'weaken the opponent,' might not be enough." Professor Bahin turned back to the board and wrote, "So, let me give you an example. Imagine two knights of equal skill level. They begin a duel, fighting with all their might. They wear each other down, waiting for the other to make a mistake. They've already exchanged about 20 blows, but neither opponent has yielded." The students pictured the scene as their professor described it, two knights locked in combat. He continued, "At that moment, one of the knights lets out a roar, staring down the other with a murderous glare. His opponent immediately flinches, his face pales, and in the end, with the sword that had sliced across his opponent's shoulder. The man was bleeding, his movements becoming shaky." Professor Bahin scribbled furiously on the board, explaining, "The knight begins to seize the opportunity to claim victory. He presses his opponent, attacking his legs to hinder his movement, throwing sand in his eyes, and even striking his helmet with his scabbard to disorient him. The fight becomes a desperate struggle, and finally, the knight delivers the finishing blow, severing his opponent's head from his body." Professor Bahin stopped writing, and a diagram appeared on the board. He turned back with a bright smile and asked the students, "Do you see, even in the most primitive and brutal armed conflict, a collective O?" went through the room, looks of admiration spreading across the students' faces. The professor concluded, "Is just a series of actions designed to weaken the opponent and achieve victory, step by step. It's all about winning. Professor Bahin continued. Now I will demonstrate how modern necromancers engage in combat. He then sketched a simple stick figure on the board. He explained, the way a contemporary necromancer takes this person down is by flicking his hand, and with a swift motion, he used the chalk to draw an arrow pointing at the figure, declaring, in a single move, and they win the fight. The entire class gasped in awe. Professor Bahin elaborated, cursing is the simplest and most subtle branch of the dark arts. What sets it apart is its incredibly fast activation. Moreover, it requires only a minuscule amount of force to effectively make your opponent tremble. Professor Bahin then descended from the platform and approached one of the students, offering him a gentle smile. The student, caught off guard by the attention, froze in confusion, unsure of what was happening. In an instant, the professor raised his hand before the boy's face, conjuring a circular, crimson magic matrix filled with strange, intricate patterns. The student's eyes widened in sheer shock. A dark, shadowy energy immediately enveloped the student's head, causing him to slump forward onto his desk, his face a mask of pure terror. Professor Bahin then casually reached into the student's backpack. He pulled out a knife. Bahin Agama held the blade aloft, a mysterious smile on his face as he said, "This is the way." He pointed the tip towards the student, stating, "A necromancer fights in the modern era." The students erupted with excitement, cheering. "The professor is so cool. Theology is the absolute best." Professor Bahin then turned his head, and with a snap of his fingers, the dark magic shrouding the student instantly dissipated. "I don't know what majors you will ultimately decide on," he said, "but I'd wager over 80% of you will choose to continue with my course in the second semester." He explained that theology offers perfect compatibility with all other subjects of study. Simon's face lit up with a brilliant grin. "I encourage you," he continued, "to cultivate your own unique abilities while still cursing opponents at every given opportunity." The students' faces all lit up with excitement during this part of the Manhwa recap. Professor Bahin pressed the chalk against the blackboard's frame for emphasis, stating that this was the most efficient path to achieving victory. He then continued writing on the board. "Personally, I believe that theology is the very core of a modern necromancer's power. The reason behind this is..." Professor Bahin's gaze swept across the students below before he slammed the chalk against the board, creating a loud, sharp crack. Bahin Agama, with one hand casually in his pocket and the other holding the chalk, turned to his students and said, "It is because theology is the optimal method for you to combat your primary adversaries." Professor Bahin Agama continued, "I ask you, when necromancers have curses and priests have blessings, the difference lies in one strengthening a target while the other weakens it. Now, can anyone explain to me why a curse is superior to a blessing?" Victoria Yan's hand shot up instantly. "Victoria Yan will answer, sir," she stated confidently. "Curses are faster to cast than prayers, so a curse can stack debilitating effects more quickly on the target." The professor listened with a thoughtful expression before replying, "An interesting theory, but incorrect." Hearing that, Victoria froze, her hand still raised in the air. The professor explained, "If we are talking solely about casting speed, scholars agree that a curse targeting an opponent with a layer of resistance is actually slower than a ray of blessing from a priest." Professor Bahin then scanned the room again. "Does anyone else have a different answer?" Another hand rose, belonging to a student with blonde hair. He stood and said, "Hector Mo, sir. It's because it's nearly impossible for someone who has been weakened to recover from that state through training alone." This time the professor seemed pleased. "And your name is?" he asked. The student replied, "Hector Mo." Professor Bahin nodded. "I will remember that." Hearing the praise, Hector let out a proud sigh of relief, much to the admiration of the other students. "Hector is correct," Professor Bahin explained. "It is because the effects of a curse cannot be negated by mere training." This Magic Academy lesson was intense. We all train ourselves under what we consider normal conditions. Our skills are entirely dependent on how well we can perform when things are ideal, and when all environmental factors are well within our control. However, human beings are far more fragile creatures than you think. They can crumble under the slightest change. Professor Bahin then offered a specific example to illustrate his explanation. In other words, you don't need to sever the entire arm of an archer who is aiming at you to win the fight. You could simply obstruct his vision with conjunctivitis, make him vomit, or disrupt his ability to perceive distance, or even just distract his attention with another object. With these methods, you can easily evade the arrow aimed at you. A necromancer has countless ways to disrupt an enemy's condition. As he spoke, Professor Bahin turned back to the board. Just think about it. When you're tired or have a stomachache, how many of you can truly fight at your best? Against curses, right? You can only run away. The professor's comment sent a wave of laughter through the classroom. Then Professor Bahin stressed, so remember that you must find ways to weaken your opponent, rather than thinking about how to strengthen yourselves. Wooden trays bearing the Academy's emblem were then distributed. Professor Bahin announced, now we will learn how to cast a curse ourselves. Simon's face darkened as he saw the items on the tray. He thought nervously, good grief, we're learning dark magic on the very first day. Professor Bahin spoke up. It's a bit shameful for a student to require an adjustment device. But since this is our first class, it can't be helped. Professor Bahin's words struck Simon like a physical blow. The teacher continued. It can be used to solve the problem, but you shouldn't depend on that device too much, so be careful. On the verge of tears, Simon whispered, yes, sir. Professor Bahin then declared, all right, let's begin. We'll practice the exhaustion spell, a curse that induces fatigue. He then began instructing the students to grip the handle of the adjustment device and channel their dark energy into the mold. The key to creating a successful magic circle, he explained, depends on how perfectly you can form the ancient runes. To put it simply, ancient runes are the very alphabet of characters that contain magical power. Drawing these runes with dark energy can greatly amplify the magic's effect. From Professor Bahin's hand, an hourglass shape appeared surrounded by countless symbols. Now, if you have completed the magic circle, raise it into the air. Simon concentrated following Professor Bahin's instructions to the letter. His circle managed to float, but it looked incredibly distorted and ugly. Nevertheless, Simon was ecstatic. I did it. At the same time, other students around him also cheered. Wow, I did it. Me too. Simon looked at everyone else's magic circles with utter surprise. So many other students had succeeded. But then suddenly his own circle crashed down. Professor Bahin immediately spoke up. I see that a few of your magic circles have fallen. That happens when you haven't sufficiently refined your dark energy, or when your link to the magic circle weakens. Try again, Simon whispered again. Yes. Professor Bahin walked between the desks, observing and talking as he went. As for those of you who can maintain your magic circle in the air, we will proceed to the main event. In front of you is a potted plant that was provided with the adjustment device. Simon had managed to raise his magic circle again, but he looked at the plant before him with complete uncertainty. Meanwhile, her was diligently following the instructions, aiming a curse at the plant on her desk. The instant the curse hit the plant, its face turned dark and it keeled over dead. The features on the plant looked eerily pale. Professor Bahin then said, if there is a noticeable change to the potted plant, then your magic circle was effective. A student cheered nice, as the plant before him died just as he'd intended. Professor Bahin continued to observe the students around him. I'm beginning to see a difference in your skill levels. If you've succeeded, continue practicing to increase the speed at which you complete the circle. Once you're satisfied with your speed practice, creating the magic circle without using the adjustment device. All the students eagerly began to experiment again. Simon, however, still couldn't keep his magic circle stable. It flopped down onto the adjustment table. He sighed in frustration. What is the problem? Why am I the only one failing? The students around him were casting curses on the plants with incredible ease, making it look as simple as a scene in a Manhwa recap. Still unable to find a solution, Simon wondered, what am I doing wrong? Suddenly, Simon recalled Lauren's words. But it still has mana properties. It's flickering like a flame, which means it's still in a state of evaporation. He also remembered what Nepes had said. He can learn to use his core more effectively. After all, he'll learn that at this magic academy. It will be fine. Simon felt as if he had found the solution, reminding himself. That's right, maybe I just haven't mastered using my mana yet, just as Nepes and Lauren suggested. He then calmed himself down, taking a deep breath. I should start with the basics. He closed his eyes to concentrate, muttering to himself. The professor said the flaw is either insufficient refinement or a weak connection, so instead of feeding mana directly into the core, I'll try to gather as much as I can first and then channel it all into the core at once. A deep blue light began to grow larger as his dark energy became much more stable. Now all he had to do was grip the device, telling himself, let's try again, before the magic circle collapses. The plant in front of him seemed to see Simon's circle rise and shook its head, but Simon didn't see it. He shouted, weaken. The curse slammed into the plant, causing it to darken, then tremble violently, before dying instantly. Seeing this, a huge grin spread across Simon's face. I did it. From a high corner of the room, her looked down at Simon's spot with an unreadable expression. The professor, Bahinagama, clapped his hands, signaling the end of the practice session, and announced, those of you who couldn't cast the magic need to return to your dorms for extra practice. Simon let out a quiet sigh of relief. He was so thankful to have successfully completed it during class. Just when he thought the lesson was over, Simon froze as Professor Bahin declared, "For the remaining time in class, we will continue our lesson by applying the magic we learned today to a real-world scenario." Hearing this, Simon wondered in bewilderment. Apply it how? Did I hear him correctly? After scanning the class roster, Professor Bahinagama's gaze landed on Simon with an amused smile. "Haha. I see we have the first-place student from the special selection in this class. Simon Florentia, would you please step up here?" Even now, Simon still wasn't accustomed to his #1 ranking. The surrounding students immediately started staring, their whispers filled with scrutiny and curiosity. "That's him. Wow, I wonder how good he is. I'm really curious." Simon felt incredibly pressured and flustered. "This is just too much for me," he thought. But Simon still managed a quiet response. "Yes, sir." Professor Bahin quickly began searching for a suitable opponent for him. As he searched, the professor mused aloud. "Who would be a worthy opponent for our outstanding #1 student? Let's see, I recall some of you had incredibly impressive entrance exam scores in this magic academy." Hector was the one chosen to face off against the best. He had striking red eyes and golden blonde hair, making an impression with his incredibly tall and muscular build. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Simon and Hector stood facing each other on the lecture platform. Professor Bahin then swiftly explained the rules to the entire class. The rules are very simple. Both sides will cast the exhaustion curse on their opponent. The only curse you are permitted to use is exhaustion. Complete it, and then cast it on your rival. The first person whose rear or knee touches the ground will be the loser. While Professor Bahin laid out the rules, 2 teaching assistants quickly brought up adjustment devices for Simon and Hector to use. Suddenly, Hector raised his hand and declared, "Professor, I'll complete the spell without needing an adjustment device." His boldness earned him praise from Professor Bahin. "Oh, that's quite an admirable attitude you have there." The professor seemed to genuinely enjoy such confident students. Simon could only stand to the side, completely dumbfounded. He quickly realized that his opponent Hector was far more intelligent than his tough guy appearance suggested. For a student of Ketz to need an adjustment device is quite shameful, he was clearly thinking, which is a classic trope in this kind of manhwa recap. Bahin hadn't expected the young man before him to be paying such close attention to his every word. Not using an adjustment device. That's a wise way to make an impression. Turning to Simon, Professor Bahin was curious about what Simon would choose. "Will you use the adjustment device or not? What about you, Simon?" Simon hesitated for a moment before replying, "I'll use the device, sir." Comparatively, Simon's decision was far less impressive. Professor Bahin's enthusiastic attitude toward the top-ranked student seemed to diminish slightly, but the decision belonged to each individual. The professor simply replied, "All right, that's fine." With the preparations complete, it was time to begin. The professor instructed, "You will both start on my signal. Good luck to you both. Now get ready." The 2 contestants stood in tense silence, awaiting the professor's command. Professor Bahin then shouted, "Begin signaling the start of the match." In that instant, as the professor yelled, "Begin," Simon gripped the adjustment device tightly. He tried to calm himself. "Don't be nervous. Just do it exactly like you did a moment ago. You can do this. You can definitely do this." But just moments later, Simon suddenly felt his body grow incredibly heavy. "It can't be. We've only just started, and Hector has already cast his spell. How was he so fast?" "Well done, Hector," the professor complimented him. "To be that fast without an adjustment device is an excellent start." Hector smiled with satisfaction. Just one hit had already made Simon feel exhausted. Now, in a real practical application, he truly understood the professor's earlier words. But it was all right. He was almost finished too. He just needed to maintain his focus and quickly manifest the magic circle. And then he would complete his own curse. This is bad. Simon's magic circle shattered, its structure completely collapsing. He instantly recognized that even if he cast it now, the curse would be ineffective, so he decided to start the casting process all over again. Simon's face was filled with determination as the fading magic circle fell apart. Casting exhaustion now would yield no result. Without giving Simon a moment to recast his own curse, Hector continued his assault, creating another magic circle. The curse enveloped Simon as his opponent's magic seal materialized once again. Simon had to put a hand on the floor to support himself, his knee now just inches from the ground. All the students watching from below were in a state of utter shock. And with that, another attempt fails. That makes it the 5th time. Hector had already cast his hex 5 times while Simon still hadn't successfully cast a single curse. The onlookers began to grow suspicious. Was Simon truly the #1 student? "I'm not so sure," they whispered. "He can't even manage to cast a simple hex." Hearing the whispers all around, Hector called for Simon to surrender. He looked absolutely pathetic at this point, and while Simon didn't answer, his eyes clearly showed his defiance. Hector pressed on. Do you really want to find out what happens if this continues? With that, he cast the spell once more. Exhaust. The pressure was immense. Simon couldn't help but let out a pained cry. Watching the entire duel unfold, Professor Bahin stood silently on the sidelines. In Professor Bahin's eyes, Hector was a true gem. His talent was undeniable, but more importantly, the boy possessed the mindset of a Kien scholar. Professor Bahin was certain Hector would become a standout student, easily surpassing the third years. Meanwhile, Simon was hit yet again by the exhaust spell, his body racked with pain. He gritted his teeth in agony. Looking at this supposed #1 student, Professor Bahin was at a loss for words. It was painfully obvious that Simon had no prior preparation. He lacked even the most basic knowledge of dark magic, let alone any real-world experience. The more he pondered, the more Professor Bahin wondered why Headmaster Nephis would grant a top position in this magic academy to him. The rules were clear. The top 4 students received an official invitation to join Kien without having to pass the grueling entrance exam. That exam was notoriously difficult, meaning these 4 were meant to be the prodigies of the century. Simon was one of them. He was supposed to be a prodigy too. Furthermore, Simon was the top pick from the special selection handpicked by Headmaster Nephis himself to become a leading figure in his field. And yet Professor Bahin couldn't see any of that potential in Simon. If forced to name one strength, it would have to be his endurance. From the professor's perspective, an ordinary student, Simon's age, would have collapsed after the 4th cast of Exhaust. And yet, somehow, Simon had managed to endure. He had withstood a full 9 casts of Hector's spell, and he was still on his feet. Not only was he standing, but Simon was also stubbornly trying to cast his own curse. This in itself was astonishing. Simon's mental fortitude must be incredibly high, but to a professor of theology like Bahin, that meant little. Endurance and mental power were assets for a combat magic professor, but they had no relevance to his own specialized field of study. As the professor continued to observe, Simon finally managed to manifest a magic circle. Exhaust, Simon roared, pouring every last ounce of his strength into the incantation. Seeing the massive surge of curse energy envelop Hector, Professor Bahin was utterly shocked. He had finally cast a curse. Simon's face lit up with joy. It worked. Immense pressure crushed down on Hector, forcing him to brace himself with one hand. This Manhwa recap is getting good. The tables might be turning. Could the exhaust spell really generate this much force? He'd never felt anything like it during his own practice. Then magic began to gather in Hector's hand as he thought, "You've got to be kidding me. I can't lose to a single curse. I have the advantage. I can end this annoyance right now," Hector bellowed. Exhaust instantly. The regulation device clattered to the floor. Simon collapsed as well, his knees hitting the ground hard. Just like that, the fight was finally over. The crowd erupted in a roar of cheers and applause. Professor Bahin declared the match over. The winner is Hector Mo. Everyone cheered his name and clapped wildly. It was a wave of enthusiastic celebration, yet Hector's own expression was grim. "Both of you fought well. It was a most interesting duel," the professor remarked, before quickly dispelling the curse from Simon's body. "Thank you, sir," Simon managed. With the class concluded, the professor smiled and clapped, dismissing the students. A female student then approached him. Professor, I have a question about today's lesson," she began. But Professor Bahin held up a hand, telling her he didn't have time to answer right then. "One moment," Professor Bahin said. "Feel free to stop by my office after your classes are done. I will certainly provide an answer to any questions you students may have." Hearing this, the girl's face lit up with joy. "Really? Thank you so much, Professor." She thanked him profusely before heading out. After the last of the students had departed, a smug smirk crept across Professor Bahin's face. He had no intention of wasting his precious time on such a frivolous girl. The only thing on Professor Bahin's mind was Simon Florentia. It was unbelievable. The single exhaustion curse Simon cast on Hector was more valuable than 10 of Hector's own combined. The professor couldn't stop tapping his desk, realizing this was the ultimate display of power. He felt an incredible surge of excitement. Just how vast was Simon's potential? The professor was utterly intrigued by this discovery. Meanwhile, Simon was trudging back to his room completely exhausted and carrying a potted plant. He felt drained, and even the plant seemed to be drooping. Little did he know, the theology professor was already targeting him, convinced that a genius of his caliber absolutely had to major in theology. Simon slumped onto his desk, utterly spent, and let out a deep sigh. He rested his head on the table, his arms hanging lifelessly, as he muttered to himself in exhaustion. "Why are these classes so draining?" His classmate Rick placed a glass of water on the table and turned to answer. "Well, of course they are. You were selected as the top special admission student, after all." Hearing this, Simon questioned Rick. So what does that have to do with my classes being so ridiculously difficult? Rick slowly replied, well, a key thing to remember in any magic academy, and especially here at Ken, is that it's not just the students in fierce competition, the professors are too. He explained that professors who don't perform well can get fired mid-term, and their monthly salaries could even change. Rick pictured an enraged Neptus firing the entire faculty, and another professor gloomily saying his pay was cut again. Rick went on to tell Simon that those who produce good results also wield more influence at Ken. Hearing this, Simon asked skeptically, what do you mean? Rick sat down across from him to elaborate. All the professors are desperate to have talented students in their classes. Just imagine the prestige of having the #1 ranked admission student. Simon clutched his head in his hands, completely overwhelmed. He massaged his temples and retorted irritably. So to sum it up for this part of the Manhwa recap, the professors are just calling on me in every single class to test my abilities. Is that it? Rick replied, as Simon sat there with a dark cloud over his head. Exactly. And then there's the girl everyone is calling your rival. After a moment of thought, Simon responded, oh, you mean Melon Volan? Rick confirmed with a nod. That's her. She's at the top of Class A and the entire first-year class, so it makes it pretty easy to gauge just how skilled you are by pitting you against her. Simon replied glumly, but I haven't managed to win against her, even a single time. Simon thought to himself, I only cast that curse on Hector one time. Rick then added with a puzzled look, that's why all the professors are so confused. They thought you were some kind of prodigy, but it turns out you're just a beginner. Simon, starting to relax a bit, replied hesitantly, I get it now. Oh, by the way, thanks for explaining all that to me. But Rick just gave him a surprised look and whispered in confusion, huh, what for? This prompted Simon to ask, who are you anyway? Rick was so taken aback, he shot up from his seat, patting his chest as he said, how could you be so cold? We introduced ourselves in Professor Bayhin's class. I'm Rick, also from Class A. Simon replied sheepishly, oh my bad. There were just so many people to keep track of. Rick continued the conversation. So how does it feel? It seems like you're the talk of the school. Simon answered calmly. They're probably just gossiping about how the so-called special admission student isn't anything special after all. Rick let out a hearty laugh and replied, ha ha ha, don't pay any attention to that talk. Everyone feels that way at first. I don't understand why they have to make such a big deal out of things from the very first day. Rick then observed Simon and remarked, but it's only been half a day, and you already look completely wiped out. Simon gave a faint smile, resting his chin on his hand. That's because I used up all my stamina in Professor Bayhin's class. Rick took a sip of water, glancing at Simon. Ah, you mean the 10 exhaustion curses. That sounds brutal. Hearing this, Simon immediately replied, but it was also pretty interesting. Rick was completely stunned. Huh, are you serious? He asked. Simon clasped his hands together and replied cheerfully that while it was a bit tough, the class was fantastic. In fact, all the classes today were great. Rick was just left speechless, looking both confused and discontent. Seeing his expression, Simon asked, you're a strange one. Why aren't you enjoying it? Rick stood up, scowled, leaned in close to Simon's face, and pointed a finger at him. Listen, Simon, we have a serious problem. Startled by his sudden intensity, Simon quickly asked, huh, what's the problem? Rick covered his mouth and whispered conspiratorially, Hector has already started forming his own faction. Simon repeated with a questioning tone, a faction. Continued whispering to Simon. Yeah, he made a big impression on a lot of kids during Professor Bayhin's class, so it's only natural they'd flock to him. It's no surprise, really. Besides, he's the eldest son of a powerful family, which makes him pretty famous around here. In his mind, Dick pictured Hector being praised by another student. You were incredible back there. Simon, resting his chin on his hand, looked thoughtful and asked, is that so? I'm not really interested. Was stunned, shouting in exasperation. Come on. You have to play the game. Simon broke out in a cold sweat, stammering. Huh. Dick pressed on, telling Simon that politics are incredibly important here at Kizan. Dick explained further. Do you have any idea what'll happen if the entire class falls under Hector's influence? Anyone who gets on his bad side is basically guaranteed to fail at this magic academy. For starters, they'll never find a partner for group assignments. Hearing this, Simon was taken aback, finally grasping the seriousness of the situation. He hesitated before asking Dick, you seem to have a good read on these political situations. Huh. So why did you come to me instead of Hector? Dick scratched his head, answering hesitantly, well, about that. I'm just a commoner from a family of merchants. Simon pressed on. So what I heard, everyone is treated equally at Kizan. Dick sheepishly tapped his finger against his cheek. and replied with a weak smile. That's technically true. As Simon started to speak, Dick cut in bluntly. But there are still noble kids who love to flaunt their family background. You know, at least, that's not me. Then Dick's expression brightened. Really awesome because I have a proposal for you. Puffing up his chest with the air of a leader, he pointed a thumb at himself and declared, "Join my side, Simon." He continued his pitch. Even if you think you're lacking in skill, or that's what everyone says, the fact remains that you're the #1 ranked special admission student. As this Manhwa recap shows, just because those kids from the prep class might do better in class for now, eventually we'll all be on the same level. Neptus must have had a reason for passing you through the special admissions. Dick stood up excitedly, pointing at Simon and proclaiming, "In other words, you're hiding a talent that even you don't know about." Simon just stared at Dick, not blinking, still trying to process everything. He let out a soft breath and gave Dick a small smile. Then standing up, he placed his hands on the table. "I don't understand anything about factions." Dick stuck a hand in his pocket, giving Simon a confused look. Simon then extended his own hand toward Dick and said cheerfully, "But how about being friends?" Dick was caught completely off guard, his mind reeling friends internally. He was screaming, shaking in disbelief, telling himself, hearing that word at Kizen sounds so weird, so incredibly cheesy. Dick nervously ran a hand through his hair, mulling it over, before finally deciding to take Simon's hand. He said decisively, "Having a friend isn't so bad, I guess." A brilliant smile spread across Simon's face as he firmly shook Dick's hand, saying enthusiastically, "Right, let's be friends." Dick then pulled a book from his jacket and looked at Simon. "Come on, our next class is about to start." Simon quickly got up from the table and walked over to Dick, agreeing readily. "All right, what class is next?" Dick tried to recall their schedule, murmuring, Let me see, it's summoning." At that, Simon's eyes lit up, gleaming with excitement as he nearly shouted, "Really?" He instantly pictured his father using summoning magic to call forth spirit creatures, thinking to himself, "Now I can do it too." He was so overjoyed that he clenched his fists, celebrating the thought of summoning creatures just like his father. As Simon and Dick entered the lecture hall, they heard whispers circulating about Simon. "Oh, it's the #1 special admission student." A few students in the class sneered, the biggest joke in the history of Kizen. Another boy perched on a desk snickered to Hector. "He's supposed to be better than both Sale and Lauren." "Right," Hector replied coolly. "Nonsense." Then Hector quietly glanced over at Simon with a pensive look. As soon as they found their seats, Dick leaned over to Simon concerned. "Don't pay any attention to them, Simon. They're just a bunch of attention seekers." But contrary to Dick's worry, Simon just told him, "I'm so excited." He was practically buzzing with anticipation, his eyes sparkling brightly, as he said, "I can't wait for summoning class." Hearing this, a drop of sweat rolled down Dick's temple, as he stared at Simon completely dumbfounded. Finding it odd, replied to Simon, "You're a strange kid." Simon shot back, "Am I?" Just then, the sound of determined footsteps echoed as someone entered the classroom. Dick confirmed it with Simon again, saying, "Yeah, you." Simon, still skeptical, questioned Dick once more. "Really? No one's ever said that to me before." All the while a pair of legs continued their slow, deliberate pace into the classroom. Dick stated confidently to Simon, "I think you'll be hearing it a lot from now on." The entire class was buzzing as they watched the person who had just walked in, wondering aloud, could that be the professor? Someone immediately shot that down, saying, "No way, I think he's just lost." Ignoring the students' chatter, Professor Haren casually ran a hand through his messy hair, stuffed his other hand in his pocket, and sauntered up to the lectern. The professor could still hear the students' comments about him looking more like a commoner than a professor, as he leaned his head down, placing both hands on the desk. He then looked up to introduce himself to the class. In front of all the students, he announced, "I am Aaron Daya, your instructor for summoning studies this semester." Professor Aaron continued tapping his fingers rhythmically on the desk as he began his lecture, explaining to the students that the art of summoning is the very root of all necromancy, and in many ways, history itself. While academics may not acknowledge it, it's hard to deny that our origins all trace back to being coffin makers, grave robbers, and frankly deviants. As soon as Aaron finished, Simon was completely baffled, not understanding a single word. He could only mutter, "Huh, what was that?" Dick was right there with him, frozen in a state of utter shock. Aaron turned to write on the board, addressing the class as he pointed to the word. "If you have ears, you've probably heard plenty of stories about summoning studies," he said, "that it's outdated, has no future, is difficult to learn, has many limitations, and so on and so forth." Aaron closed his eyes and continued, "Almost all the preconceived notions you've ever heard are correct." This statement dealt a massive shock to Simon and Dick, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Their jaws dropped as they screamed what? A dark cloud fell over the classroom, as everyone thought. What is this man saying? This doesn't sound like any professor from a typical Magic Academy story. Haren stood perfectly straight at the lectern, calmly speaking with an authoritative tone. I'm sure all the other classes try to appeal to you, telling you how wonderful their major is, and all the reasons why you should study it right. Haren crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and then said, personally, I'm not a fan of that approach. I think it's better to tell you both the advantages and the disadvantages, so you can make a truly informed decision. Haren seemed to relax, almost enjoying himself, as he made a proposition to the class. So then, let's begin with the disadvantages. The students sat in stunned silence thinking, he's starting with the downsides first. Haren crossed his arms, doing a quick mental calculation before giving his answer. It is ridiculously expensive, he told the class. Whatever figure you're estimating in your heads, it's probably several times higher. The cost of materials for summoning studies is more expensive than the total tuition you pay for all of your other subjects combined. Haren vividly recalled the necessary materials, corpse bones, magic boxes, and even coffins. He explained to the class that materials are an absolute necessity in summoning. We can't just go around killing people or animals when we run out of supplies. So nowadays we purchase and use processed skeletons or corpses. And specifically for creating the undead, most of the pre-made products are for one-time use only. The expressions on the students' faces began to shift dramatically. Some broke into a cold sweat, while others looked on in horrified disbelief. Professor Haren continued his lesson undeterred. We often spend far more money on materials than we ever make back from quest rewards. So if you're planning to major in summoning, forget about making money. And as this Manhwa recap shows, the harsh realities were just getting started. Haren moved on. The next point. The second disadvantage is the heavy reliance on your creatures. An image flashed of a summoner triumphantly surrounded by his skeletal minions. Professor Haren continued. If you really think about it, it's quite obvious since summoning is all about fighting through your summoned creatures. The professor then laid out a clear example. He stated that when those creatures are destroyed, a summoner's power plummets by more than 80%. An image appeared of an enemy pointing at a defenseless summoner shouting, "Finish him." With his creatures gone, the summoner is left completely vulnerable. Haren raised his hand lecturing. Specifically, this problem ties directly back to the first disadvantage. For instance, summoners today often use semi-permanent, enhanced undead instead of the disposable kind. Now just imagine what happens when one of those precious upgraded undead gets destroyed. An image materialized of a summoner, clutching a skull, a menacing magical beast looming behind him. Professor Haren added that they would have to endure both a strategic and a financial catastrophe when they lose these creatures. Until they can recover from that loss, all they can really do is watch their teammates come up with the strategies. Professor Haren held up 3 fingers, his gaze as sharp as a knife, and emphasized, and finally disadvantage number 3. This one is the most important. First, the 2 male students sat in somber silence, absorbing Haren's lecture. To be precise, he stated summoning is exceptionally weak in combat against priests. Haren gestured decisively, reaffirming to the entire class that the art of summoning is ill-suited for modern warfare that is phased combat. A vision of darkness eclipsing the moon flashed by depicting summoners embroiled in a multi-factional war. Haren recalled that the time when summoning reached its full potential was during all-out total warfare. In a full-scale conflict, summoners had a virtually limitless supply of materials to raise the undead. The grim imagery of battlefields littered with the fallen stood in stark contrast to a vision of bright flower-filled skies and a handshake, sealing a truce between 2 sides. Professor Haren continued, but after the armistice, modern warfare has shifted to a smaller scale, often consisting of localized conflicts. A memory of Professor Bahin surfaced his words, echoing that in fast-paced blitz warfare, where tracing original spells is impossible, traditional sorcerers are far more prevalent, Professor Haren once again asserted. And it's a fact that summoning is incredibly weak against priests. A visual of undead creatures recoiling from the radiant light of a priest appeared. Professor Haren elaborated. Just imagine a single holy spell obliterating your entire army of the dead. Think of the time and resources required to rebuild it. It's a huge drain, isn't it? There are many other disadvantages, but the final decision rests with you. Suddenly, Jam Victoria raised her hand to ask a question, calling out Professor. Jam introduced herself before stating her point. I'm Jam Victoria, and I'd also like to know about the advantages of summoning. Professor Haren's face became an icy mask, showing clear reluctance to answer. He shot back at Jam, stunning her and the rest of the class. I don't recall giving anyone permission to ask questions. Jam Victoria awkwardly lowered her hand, her eyes wide with surprise as she stammered an apology. I'm sorry. Aaron sighed in frustration, slapping one hand on his desk before speaking. Regarding the advantages, sheer numbers, diverse tactical possibilities, and the support from summoned creatures. Upon hearing this, Simon and Dick were simultaneously irked, thinking, is he really going to just gloss over so many of its strengths? Aaron slid his hands into his pockets, addressing the entire class in a loud, clear voice. Whether you choose to take this course in the second semester is up to you. But remember one thing. Professor Aaron's expression turned dead serious as he delivered a stern warning. Don't even dream of stepping into any field if you lack sufficient courage. Aaron's voice lowered to an intense whisper. Whether you take this class next semester is your choice, but remember this one thing. He glared at them intently. Don't even fantasize about entering a discipline if you don't have the guts for it. Aaron continued. If you're planning to cry, whine, or fall into despair, or consult me about changing your major after 2 years because of financial issues, or whatever. Hearing this, the students couldn't help but flinch. Aaron added, don't even consider pursuing this field with such a feeble attitude. He went on, and if you're thinking of majoring in summoning, simply because there's less competition, a common pitfall at this magic academy. Listening to Aaron's tirade, Anna sighed in exasperation. There he goes again. Finally, Aaron's voice grew stern. He said, I will personally see to your expulsion, period. He then said quietly, now let's begin the lesson. The students replied in unison, yes sir. Aaron then handed each of the students a peculiar box and explained what you are holding is the skeleton of an island rat person. Simon immediately began to examine the object in his box. Aaron continued, its skeletal frame is similar to a human's, but it's cheaper and simpler to work with. Aaron tossed a skull into the air and caught it, saying, most novices in this subject will start with the island rat person. He pointed towards a diagram on the board and continued, and here you see the bone structure and corresponding numbers. Aaron announced in a serious tone, let's begin. Take out skull number 1. As soon as they touched the skeletons, some students let out small gasps. Aaron noted softly, oh, it seems the skulls have been pre-assembled. For you, haven't they? A female student exclaimed. This is a little creepy. The person next to her chuckled, haha, but it's completely clean. While the students were still fumbling with the parts, Aaron spoke up. You will find a section where you can place your hand underneath the skull, and inside is the regulating device for the magic circle. Simon was a bit confused. Underneath the skull, Aaron instructed quietly, place your hand inside and form the magic circle. As everyone followed the professor's instructions, they cried out in surprise. Whoa, it's really in here. The skull itself must act as a regulator. Simon responded with excitement. Yeah, awesome. All right, let me give it a try, she whispered. The moment the magic circle was cast, a series of piercing screams echoed through the room as the skeleton lurched to life, causing complete mayhem in the class. It lunged forward, snapping at hands and hair, leaving the female students absolutely horrified. Aondia rubbed her temples, feigning a headache. Oh dear, I was just about to tell you not to be alarmed when the undead were activated. Aondia teased with a smirk. Perhaps I was a little too late. The annoyed students grumbled in unison. How petty. Meanwhile, the skull continued its rampage, making Dex tremble uncontrollably, but Simon calmly commanded, stay still. To Dex's astonishment, the skull immediately became docile, resting quietly in his friend's hand. Simon, do you deal with these things often? Dex asked. Simon replied softly. I've just encountered them a lot. Just then, Aondia tapped the desk and announced in a stern voice, get used to it. You're necromancers after all. With the magic circle activated, the process of creating the undead is nearly complete. Aondia continued. Of course, it can't move freely yet because it lacks a body. So now you must construct its body. A necromancer must be intimately familiar with the skeletal structure of their summoned creatures. The human body originally has a total of 206 bones, but an island rat man only has 53, making it much simpler. Aondia's first instruction was to find the second cervical vertebra and connect it to the cranium. Hearing this, the students tremblingly picked up the bone fragment. Suddenly, it snapped into place against the skull with a magnetic pull, causing everyone to gasp. Whoa. Aondia explained softly. The skeleton has a natural tendency to return to its original form, so assembly will be quite simple if you follow the correct sequence. Just then, Simon thought to himself, I see. Behind him, Dex's rat man was causing absolute chaos. After a moment, Aondia announced. Next are bones number 3, 4 through 11. Lauren decided to copy her neighbor's work. How did you place bone number 9? The kind girl next to her pointed. If you look at this part. Aondia didn't forget to remind them. Be careful not to confuse the thoracic vertebrae with the lumbar vertebrae. That would be quite painful. The island ratman walks upright, so completing the spine to support the back of the body is of the utmost importance. Jim grinned enthusiastically as he assembled his. Wow, Aondia softly added. If you assemble the bones in the wrong order, the undead won't be able to move smoothly. Aondia continued. And the bones will make a grinding sound, making movement difficult. At a critical moment, the entire skeleton could just fall apart. Seeing Hector finish in the blink of an eye, the other students were amazed. He's truly good at everything, the absolute best. After a moment, Aondia instructed. All right, let's move on to number 16. On the side, Melon had already finished her work some time ago. The cool girl crossed her arms and let out a soft huff. Aondia announced, we're almost done, let's attach the final 53rd bone. If you're stuck, remember to raise your hand. The class immediately devolved into chaos. A classic Magic Academy scene. Everyone started shouting at once. Professor, I can't connect the leg part, another one chimed in. Professor, my skeleton ran away. At the same time, Simon completed his Ratman. This is the first skeleton I've created using dark energy, he thought. Suddenly, a desperate voice called out. Simon, Simon. It was Dex, practically in tears on the side. Simon, look at my skeleton. Why is its leg bone stuck to its arm? Looking at the bizarre sight, a scene straight out of a comedy manhwa recap, Simon couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Oh. Nevertheless, he quickly pinpointed the problem. I think you've mistaken the leg bone for the arm bone, so it thinks its leg is its arm. Dex asked blankly. Oh, is that it? Simon began comparing the two skeletons. Yeah, look here. Number 21 is the leg, not the arm. Dex exclaimed with joy. You're right. Why do they look so similar? A short while later, Aondia quietly said, Time's up. The professor then announced, today's lesson on skeleton assembly is now over. I will have a student come up for a demonstration in the final segment. Aondia called out Simon. Florentia, please come forward. Simon immediately replied, yes ma'am. Dex, at his side, patted his best friend's shoulder reassuringly. Aondia continued, next is Hector Mo. You as well. Hector responded without hesitation. Yes. As the two top students stood facing each other, Aondia softly stated, we have 10 minutes left until the end of class. The professor clarified, you two will assemble your skeletons and use them to retrieve this necklace. Whoever obtains the necklace before time runs out will be the winner. Aondia added in a low voice. You cannot retrieve the necklace yourselves or use dark magic, but anything else is permitted. After explaining the rules, Aondia said, all right, take your positions. Get ready. Seeing Hector's swift and confident posture, Simon felt a flicker of anxiety but managed to maintain a calm expression. He remained still. Both students placed a hand on their pile of bones. Aondia shouted, begin. Simon thought to himself, I can do this. I can win. He vividly recalled the first steps. Place the spine, and at the same time I'll set bones number 2 through 7. But then suddenly a bewildered Simon looked up at the teaching assistant, who was folding up a demonstration model, pointing to the example on the board, before speaking up. Oh, and one more thing I forgot to mention, she said quietly, there will be no cheating in this match. At her words, both Hector and Simon were utterly stunned. Gazing at the bone fragments in the box, Simon thought to himself, it's fine, at least the bones are numbered. I can just assemble them in order, starting from 1. However, the moment he picked up the first piece, Simon realized something was terribly wrong. Wait a minute, the numbers are gone. Aronia then chimed in. Of course they are. The set you just used was merely for a demonstration. She explained that the teaching assistant had painstakingly numbered that set, but commercially available skeletons are never marked. Aronia then glared at them, asking in a low, threatening voice, did I fail to mention that? Aronia stated firmly that any necromancer in this magic academy should be intimately familiar with this process. Despite the sudden difficulty, Hector remained composed and methodically began fitting the pieces together. Watching him, Simon steeled himself. Don't give up. I just finished this. I can definitely remember the order of the main bones. Simon retraced the steps in his mind, beginning with the head and the second cervical vertebra. All the while, Aronia was observing them silently. As she watched Simon piece the skeleton together, she mused, so the specially selected number 1 student has never assembled a skeleton before. On the other hand, there's Hector. He's already recalled the entire order and structure. Aronia analyzed Hector's technique, noting a key trait. He was relying on foundational knowledge rather than rote memorization. The lessons from his preparatory class gave him a solid base, but it was his keen intuition that prevented him from making critical errors. Aronia mused. So the winner is going to be Hector, huh? He certainly has a knack for this. As for the top-ranked kid, seeing Simon's difficulty, she thought, he's on the verge of completely falling apart. Did he really never attend a preparatory class? At that moment, Simon was in a state of confusion. Is this even the right sequence? He wondered, as the classroom fell into a tense silence. Aronia concluded that Hector was likely the only student in this class with any real talent. In a flash, a skeleton was steadily taking form. I'm going to win this, Hector thought with certainty. Noticing his swift progress, the other students began to cheer. Amazing Hector, he's almost finished. Meanwhile, Hector mentally patted his skeletal rat on the shoulder, thinking, when the opportunity arises, I will utterly crush you, ensuring you never get the chance to challenge me again. His gaze shifted to Simon as he vowed, I'm going to make you the laughingstock of this entire class. I will stomp all over that misplaced confidence that comes with your #1 rank. Hector's ambition swelled as he imagined Simon's downfall. At that precise moment, his skeletal rat began to advance, its movements incredibly steady. Then, with a leap, Hector's creation sprang into the air and scrambled onto the desk. The crowd erupted in excited cheers. Hector saw that his creature had a commanding lead, and everyone started shouting, Hector got the collar first. Someone whispered, there are only 5 minutes left. If Hector holds onto that collar, he wins. Meanwhile, Simon fought to steady his trembling hands, telling himself to focus as he watched Hector. I was too overconfident, Simon thought grimly. Hector attended a preparatory course, but I am building this for the very first time. The probability of winning against him is incredibly low. Simon concluded that blindly trying to recall the textbook method was a fool's errand. He needed a different approach, began to see a new path forward. That's it, I just have to trust my instincts. Suddenly, Simon's hands started moving at a much faster pace. I just need to build it my own way, he thought. Witnessing this, the other students began to murmur amongst themselves. What is he doing? He's getting it wrong from the very first piece. A female student wondered aloud. Has he given up? Everyone clicked their tongues in disapproval and began to openly mock him. No talent and no guts. They sneered privately. How did someone like him even get the top spot? On the sidelines, however, Dick couldn't hide his growing concern. At that very moment, Simon was reframing the entire problem. The professor said to use the skeleton to get the collar, he realized. But she never said we had to assemble a perfect time skeleton. He told himself, I'm out of time. Forget the complex anatomical structure. I need to make this as simple and effective as possible. One by one, the bones started clicking into a new configuration. Simon decided to use bone number 20 as a foreleg. He swiftly grabbed another piece, knowing he couldn't discard number 27 as it was a critical component. With his new plan, Simon began to close the gap on Hector, thinking, I'll skip 28, grab 29, and follow up with 31. Watching his intense focus, Aronia grew skeptical of his bizarre method in this Manhwa recap. But then her eyes widened in shock at what she witnessed. Simon's creation had begun to move. Aronia was completely floored. Impossible. How did this kid? And then she recognized it. This is the skeletal structure of a gray rat. The gray rat is the pre-evolutionary form of the island ratman. He used an entirely different assembly method to create that structure. Aronia thought amazed. Of course, it's not a perfect match, but it's still just an undead construct. It doesn't have to be anatomically perfect. It just has to move. How could a student who never even attended a preparatory course figure this out? Looking at the confident expression on Simon's face, Aronia was filled with disbelief. Did he deduce all of this on his own, without any prior knowledge? Just then, Cindy and Dick began cheering wildly. Go, Simon, you can do it. That's right. Aondia still couldn't believe her eyes. Something was bizarre. Down below, the students were buzzing with chatter. One of them cheered, I don't know what that is, but you finished it. Hearing that, Hector silently thought that he was the only one who had crafted a perfect skeleton. But thanks to Simon, everyone realized it in unison. Indeed, the form didn't matter. And even someone as stoic as Melon couldn't conceal the surprise on her face. Hector told himself that he had completed his in such a short amount of time, all without even glancing at the diagram. The students below erupted in awe and began chanting, Simon Simon, Simon. Faced with this turn of events, Hector was completely frozen in place. Hector was supposed to be the center of attention. He ground his teeth in frustration. Why had everyone's envy turned into cheers for someone else? At that very moment, his skeletal rat lunged forward aggressively, directly attacking his opponent's creation. Seeing this, Simon appeared slightly stunned. Noticing that bewildered look, Hector smirked with satisfaction. Simon Florentia, I'm about to win. But then Simon flashed a cryptic smile. He raised his hand to command his skeleton. An instant later, Simon's creation had snatched the objective. With astonishing speed, it had defeated its opponent. Hector's rat turned its eyes glowing with aggression. Finally, the item was in the grasp of Simon's creation. Even though it was just a disjointed piece, it stubbornly held onto the prize. Hector cried out in fury. He yelled, "This is completely unfair. Professor Aaron, this is absurd," Hector screamed. "You said we had to use a skeleton to retrieve the necklace. That's just a single bone, not a whole skeleton." Just then, Simon spoke up. "Just a single bone." Hearing this, Hector flinched. Simon said in a low voice, "I don't think so." The moment he raised his hand, a powerful surge of energy suddenly gathered. The joints of Simon's creation rapidly connected to one another. Witnessing this spectacle, Hector was so stunned his jaw dropped open. What in the world? In the blink of an eye, Simon's skeletal rat had taken its complete form. He then asked, "How about now?" Following his command, the skeleton presented the item to its master. Simon flashed a triumphant smile. "I suppose it's fair now, isn't it?" Seeing this, Hector ground his teeth in pure rage. It was then Aondia spoke up. "That's enough." The professor let out a sigh before making the announcement. Aondia declared loudly, "The winner is Simon Florentia." After learning the result, Simon gently lifted his skeleton, tossing it into the air and shouting with joy. Woohoo! Simon beamed with pride. "I won." Meanwhile, the professors were having a discussion in the headmaster's office. One of them asked, "Professor, it's good to see you. How are the classes at the start of the term?" Bain replied, "I see many exceptional students in this year's class." Another professor nodded in agreement. "Of course, especially with the specially selected students and those who scored high on the entrance exams." A female professor also acknowledged it. "Indeed, Melon Vane is even better than I thought. She managed to concoct a lethal poison on her very first day." Someone else quietly remarked, "It truly shows that blood is thicker than water. All 7 of the children from House Vane are simply outstanding." He then asked softly, "So what about the heir from the ivory tower?" The female professor placed her teacup on the table and spoke up. As for Soren, I now understand why the tower is so immensely proud of him." Another professor added, "And isn't Theo also incredibly impressive? He has completely shattered the old preconceptions about half-giants. You know the prejudice that they aren't skilled in the use of magic. Regarding Theo, I should ask if he's interested in specializing in magic studies." They chuckled amongst themselves. "Haha, are you already picking your favorite students?" One of them didn't forget to add a reminder. "Interacting with students during the protection period is against the rules." Just then, a professor spoke up. "Hey, Professor Bahin, you also taught a class today, didn't you? How was it?" Bahin gave a cryptic smile and asked back, "What do you mean by that?" The professor replied, "You know exactly what I mean. The specially selected student, the number 1 that Lord Neptus personally chose." Bahin said quietly, "He lost to another student in my class. I'm not yet certain if that boy possesses some great talent or not. Not yet anyway." Hearing this, the other professors were slightly skeptical. That's unexpected. But he's still number 1. Is there truly nothing special about him?" Bahin spoke softly. "Well, he has excellent stamina. He withstood 9 exhaustion spells in the first class." A professor looked slightly surprised. 9 times. Stamina is certainly crucial, but that's hardly impressive enough for the number 1 specially selected student. At that moment, Aondia, yawning widely, walked by the group. Bahin called out to her, "Oh right. You also taught Class A today, didn't you?" Aondia poured a cup of tea, turned and replied, "Yes. Why do you ask?" This Manhwa recap is really digging into the competitive nature of this magic academy. The number 1 special selection. Bahin asked quietly, "What do you think of him?" Aronia stated bluntly, "A slow and mediocre kid. He has a certain uniqueness when it comes to crafting some creative, albeit flawed artifacts." Hearing this, Bahin was momentarily taken aback. The other professors began to murmur amongst themselves. "I don't think this year's number 1 student is all that special. There's no way he was personally chosen by Lord Neptus." Bahin forced a smile, but his mind was filled with doubt. Was Aronia just creating a smokescreen about the boy? Bahin set his teacup down, thinking he's known for being a harsh critic, and for him to go to such lengths, it can only mean he's taken a great liking to that number 1 student. Glancing over at Aronia, Bahin realized that calling him a slow, mediocre kid, with a bit of Unique talent for making flawed but creative artifacts was the highest praise Aronia could possibly offer. Bahin began to reconsider. A kid, chosen by Neptus, and noticed by the discerning Aronia. Bahin stroked his chin, thinking to himself that this boy was becoming more and more interesting. Just then, Bahin spoke up. Oh, that's right, Aronia. Bahin asked softly. That declaration you made last year, are you still planning to follow through with it? At this, Aronia looked slightly confused. Last year, Bahin flashed a knowing smile and began to tease. Weren't you the one who said you'd never directly mentor a student? Hearing this, Aronia shot him a withering glare. After a moment of silence, Aronia began. Professor Bahin, I do not. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a cheerful Neptus strode in. She called out, hello everyone. The professors immediately bowed. Greetings, Lord Neptus. The headmaster waved excitedly. Hello, hello. At that moment, Bahin pulled out a kimono stick and smiled. Welcome. Seeing this, Neptus feigned refusal, but still reached for it. Oh my. I've told you not to treat me like a child anymore. Bahin replied smoothly. One of the qualities of a gentleman is to have snacks ready for a lady. Neptus was secretly delighted. You certainly are a smooth talker. Another professor asked quietly. Did you bring a whole refrigerator with you? Bahin simply replied. Of course. At this, Neptus chimed in. Well, I suppose I should accept it since Bahin already offered it to me. A professor quickly offered his seat to the headmaster. Please sit here, Lord Neptus. She replied cheerfully. All right, thank you very much. Neptus plopped down into the comfortable chair and asked, so how are the new students faring on their first day at the Magic Academy? One professor immediately responded, I now understand why. The Ivory Tower was so confident. Theo possesses an incredible talent for magic as well. They eagerly added Melon is also exceptionally brilliant. Neptus nodded approvingly. Good, she said softly. There are many gifted students in this year's first-year class. I hope the student protection period ends soon. While the professors were gathered around, the headmaster Aronia stood silently off to the side. After hearing a brief overview, Neptus said happily, Good, very good. Please report any issues that may arise. In any case, it's the first day, so everyone should head home early and get some rest. The staff replied in unison, Yes, ma'am. Just then, Aronia spoke up. Neptus, I would like to discuss a private matter with you. Upon hearing this, the other professors turned to look, their faces filled with confusion. Neptus responded magnanimously. Of course, let's go. She asked quietly, What is it you wish to discuss? Aronia replied in a low voice. I will tell you when we are alone. Seeing this, Bahin thought to himself that Aronia was always so direct. He smirked, but Lord Neptus won't give you what you want that easily, will she, Aronia? And as this manhwa recap shifts focus, a flustered Dex was speaking elsewhere. What are we going to do? All the 4-person rooms only have one empty spot left. Simon looked disappointed. It seems we got to the dorms too late. The other students walking around are from our class too, Dex said softly. The summoning class ended 3 hours ago, so the others must have already found their rooms, I think. Just then, the dormitory caretaker spoke up. I'm sorry, but there aren't any rooms with 2 empty spots on the 2nd floor either. Simon and Dex replied. It's all right, it's not your fault. Simon pointed to the registry and asked quietly, Are there no rooms left on the 3rd or 4th floor with 2 empty spots either? The caretaker replied, flustered. That's right, the other floors are the same. Simon suggested, Should we go to one of the rooms and ask if anyone is willing to switch places? He added, I just want to check the other floors to be sure. Seeing their determination, the caretaker offered. In that case, I'll come with you. Perhaps I can be of some help. Just then, 3 students could be seen approaching from a distance, carrying heavy luggage and laughing excitedly. The 3 were just messing around when they carelessly bumped into the caretaker. Despite it being their fault, one of them arrogantly yelled, Get out of the way. The startled caretaker let out a small yelp. Oh my. The one with slicked back hair growled in annoyance. Damn it. What the hell was that? I told you to move. The caretaker had no choice but to back down, saying I'm so sorry. But it didn't end there. The 3 of them started to pin the blame on her. A mere staff member like you got in our way. Look, the corner is ruined because of you. What are you going to do about it, huh? The caretaker hastily bowed. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. The slick-haired guy snapped back irritably. Sorry for what? What are you just standing there for? Get this thing moved now. The caretaker quickly replied. All right, I'll do it. Just then, Simon stepped forward, blocking the caretaker and said, Excuse me. Simon then asked in a serious tone. Can't you see that I'm speaking with her? Rick, right behind him, chimed in. Yeah, that's right. We were here first, so don't just cut in like that. Besides, it's obvious. You deliberately ran into her. Seeing this, the slick-haired guy started to lose his temper. What's wrong with you two? You're commoners, aren't you? Who do you think you are? Just as his buddy was about to get physical, the one next to him quickly intervened. Hey, hold on. The one with the side-swept hair exclaimed, it's him. He's the #1 specially selected student, the guy who gave the representative's oath in the auditorium. At that moment, Simon shot them a look that could tear them apart. Recognizing that murderous glare, the three of them immediately scrambled to leave. Just be more careful next time, let's go. Seeing that the situation was resolved, the caretaker said happily, thank you for helping me. Simon replied softly, you don't need to thank me, I only did what was necessary. Rick, in the background, was thoroughly enjoying himself laughing at the cowards. Ha. The caretaker then said, all right, then shall we get going? After checking the roster, the caretaker spoke up. Actually, there's one room with 2 empty spots on the 4th floor. It's room 409. A 4-person room with a beautiful view, and it's close to the main staircase. She seemed visibly flustered. Let's see which students are in that room. The caretaker then gently suggested. Rooms 412 and 413 only have 1 spot each, but they're right next to room 409. Perhaps we should check those out instead. Simon looked confused. What about room 409? Is there some kind of problem with it? The caretaker hesitated before answering. Well, there are students already living in there. Simon stated simply, then we can just ask if we can join them. Hearing this, the caretaker quickly waved her hands, but one of them is, she clarified. His name is Kajin Advan, and he was here last year as well. This only made Simon more confused. Last year. But this is the dormitory for first-year students. The caretaker explained the situation. Kajan failed to advance to the 2nd grade. I heard he has some issues, so he has to start all over again from the beginning. She whispered quietly, I'm just a caretaker in this dorm, so I don't know the full details. But I've heard that many of his previous roommates had to request a room change. They had bruises on their faces, and Kajan was always getting into trouble. That's what I heard. The Ken Academy usually expels problem students. It's quite strange that he's an exception. Simon and Rick asked in bewilderment. Really, Rick quietly asked Simon, should we check out a different room? This whole Magic Academy vibe is getting intense. Simon replied bluntly, no, at the very least, we should go say hello first. Hearing this, Rick couldn't help but be startled. What? Hey, wait a minute. Seeing Simon reach for the doorknob, Rick cried out, are you seriously going in there? The moment they stepped inside, they were hit by a gloomy atmosphere. Rick, terrified, hid behind his best friend. Hey, Simon. Simon walked towards the blanket and spoke, hello, excuse me. Sorry to bother you while you're sleeping. Hearing the voice, the person under the blanket flinched slightly. Simon continued in a soft voice. We'd like to be in this room with you, he asked gently. Would that be all right? Just then, a student with a dark expression turned and glared at them with a murderous look in his eyes. A menacing aura billowed around him. Kajin Advan's eyes suddenly glowed bright red as he stared wide-eyed and said, new students. This must be the kind of drama you find in a manhwa recap. But then suddenly the atmosphere completely changed. The killing intent vanished as if it had never been there. Kajin Advan scratched his head and remarked, oh, I get it. So today's the day they post the application results. Time really flies. He turned back to Simon Florentia and said politely, you don't need to be so formal. I'm a first year too, after all. Hearing this, Simon went along with it, addressing him as, oh, all right then, Mr. Kajin. Kajin Advan scratched his head again, cutting him off. Let's fix that. Just drop the mister. Calling me Kajin is fine. Then, he looked at his 2 new classmates and gave them a warning. I don't know how long you 2 will last in a place like this academy, but remember this well. These 2 things. Upon hearing this, Dick High's trembling fear was instantly replaced by a wave of curiosity. He stood up straight, eager to listen, as Kajin Advan quickly stated his demands. First off, don't stick your nose in my business. Second, don't make a racket before I go to sleep. Once I'm out, you guys can scream, dance, or do whatever you please. Simon Florentia immediately caught on asking, oh, so you're letting us stay after all? Kajin Advan, unconcerned, simply settled back into his bed, pulling the blanket over himself as he spoke. It doesn't really matter, does it? If it weren't, you 2, someone else would have shown up, since this is the only vacant room left. Kajin Advan then pulled the covers over his head to sleep, leaving Simon Florentia and Dick Highwoo at a loss for words. An awkward silence filled the air. The 2 of them stepped out of the room and informed the dormitory attendant, we'll be taking this room. She looked at them with a hint of worry and asked, are you both absolutely sure about that? Simon Florentia responded cheerfully, yes, it'll be fine. I don't get the feeling he's a bad person. Since the students themselves insisted, the dorm attendant had no further objections. As she posted the list of roommates' names beside the door, she advised them, "All right then, but if you run into any problems, don't hesitate to let me know. I'll report the matter to the dorm master immediately so they can handle it." Simon Florentia bowed politely, saying, "Understood, thank you." After that, she bid them farewell. "That's all for now, have a good night." Simon Florentia and Dick Haiwu then opened the door and re-entered the room with Dick holding a thick stack of papers ready to get organized. He glanced nervously at the sleeping figure on the bunk bed and whispered to his friend, "Do you really think he won't wake up for real?" Simon Florentia answered, "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure, but he did say we could do whatever we wanted once he was asleep." Dick Hai furrowed his brow for a moment, then without any warning, he let the stack of books in his hands crash loudly onto the floor. The sudden, deafening sound made even Simon Florentia jump. When he saw that Kajin Advan hadn't stirred at all from the massive noise, Dick Hai remarked in awe, "So I guess he was being completely serious." "Huh," Simon Florentia affirmed to his friend. "I told you I don't think he's a bad guy. As long as we play by his rules, we should be fine." All the while Kajin Advan remained perfectly still on his bed. Setting the matter aside, Dick Haiwu cheerfully proposed to Simon, "Anyway, now that we have a room, let's drop our things and go wash up. I spotted a washroom on the second floor. When we were coming up, let's go check it out." Simon Florentia asked in surprise. "A washroom, you say?" A short while later, Simon Florentia emerged from the facilities, looking completely refreshed, a towel wrapped around his head and twisted into two little buns. The look on Simon's face was one of pure satisfaction. He grinned from ear to ear and exclaimed with delight, "Wow, I could really get used to this." Seeing his friend's radiant smile, Dick Hai replied, "Yeah, that's pretty obvious." He then added with a sigh of exasperation, "Good grief, I've never in my life seen someone so thrilled after washing up. Where did you live before this?" "Up in the mountains or something," Simon cheerfully replied. "Something like that." Dick then recalled the sight of Simon fiddling with the buttons in the washroom and said, "But seriously, could you stop marveling every time you push a button in there? The other students are starting to talk." Simon Florentia looked at him in disbelief and asked, "For real?" Chatting as they walked, the two of them soon arrived back at their room. As Dick Haiwu turned the doorknob, he continued, "Yeah, you were already the center of gossip for acing the entrance exam, and now people are calling you a country bumpkin and a fraud." Simon Florentia let out a dejected groan. He tried to explain, "Well, I just think being here at Kien is so much better." Dick Haiwu found that reason understandable. Fair enough. Everyone wants to get into this magic academy. He casually sat on his bed and continued, "Of course, whether we actually get to stay here depends entirely on our grades. After all," Simon Florentia chimed in, "I heard there are only 300 students left by the second year." Dick Haiwu sighed and made a prediction. "That sounds about right. We can only afford to be this relaxed because we're still in the student protection period. Just you wait. Half the students here will be gone before we know it." Hearing an unfamiliar term, Simon Florentia asked curiously. "The student protection period," Dick Haiwu began to explain in a serious tone. "That's right. It's the time when they can't properly evaluate and assign grades to the students yet. During this time, the professors can't hold private meetings or take any arbitrary actions against them. This is a classic setup for a dramatic manhwa recap, setting the stage for the trials to come, to expel those students." He also mentioned that they were forbidden from harming any other students. If I recall correctly, well, there were a ton of other rules. So many prohibitions that I can't even remember them all. Simon Florentia thought back to his own actions during class, and a slight shiver ran down his spine. Did that mean they were turning a blind eye to everything he'd done today? Dick continued his gloomy explanation. After that period, expelling students became a common occurrence. It was a brutal system. Expulsion for not showing enough talent, for lacking a promising future, for breaking rules, for submitting subpar work. This magic academy had it all, leaving one to only sigh in despair. Wow. But then Dick suddenly perked up again. He raised a single finger to make his point, saying, "However, if you can just hang in there until the end of your first year, you can land a job almost anywhere. Surviving this incredibly intense competition and officially graduating is the real prize." Dick Highmore then gestured towards Simon Florentia and began to paint a picture of a brilliant future. "If you manage that, you'll become a pioneer in an era where every continent is developing." A bewildered Simon could only manage a soft woe. Dick Highmore flopped back onto his bed, still rambling on about the glorious prospects that could unfold. "I think you could become anything you want, except maybe a fake noble. Actually, on second thought, a small nation, might even marry their princess off to you, if you graduate from Kizan. Simon Fentia shot back a question. Do you want to become a noble? Dick Highmore propped himself up, resting his chin on his hand, as he answered. No, even though it would come with certain perks, that's not my ultimate goal. Simon Fentia pressed on. So you just think it's cool then? Dick then formed a circle with his thumb and index finger, holding it up for Simon to see. Simon glanced at the symbol, his expression a mix of 30% disdain and 70% helplessness. A cunning smile spread across Dick's face as he said, "It's all about this." Looking at his friend's greedy expression, Simon Fentia sighed in resignation. "Oh, I see." Dick arrogantly continued, "So from now on, I'm going to be very busy." Simon Fentia, not paying much mind, gave a dismissive wave of his hand and replied, "All right, got it." While Dick was lost in his fantasies of future wealth, a pivotal moment in this manhwa recap unfolded. A box-like object suddenly shot out of a dark portal, startling him. It was apparently summoned by Simon, who remained completely calm about the whole affair. Dick immediately forgot about his bright future and began to panic, repeatedly asking, "Whoa, what is that? What in the world? What did you just do?" Simon Fentia answered calmly, "It's just a subspace." Dick Highmore asked again, "Then what's that thing?" Simon showed him the side of the box, which had a paper label depicting a rat-like skeleton, and explained, "This is a rat skeleton creation kit. I still haven't taken many classes on this, so I brought one to practice with and get more proficient." Dick scrambled closer to Simon Fentia and asked, "We just got out of class, and you already want to study more?" Simon replied, honestly, "Yeah, I just don't want to lose the feeling of everything I just learned." Dick questioned him skeptically, "So are you going to follow the proper procedure this time?" Simon Fentia picked up the rat skeleton's skull, smiled confidently and said, "Nope, my friend. This time I'm just going to follow my instincts and intuition." He then began to work, fitting the various bone joints together. Dick watched, stunned, and unconsciously let out a soft "oh." Upon seeing the completed rat skeleton, Dick Highmore remarked, "All right, that's the same kind you made in class." Simon Fentia nodded, saying, "Yes, but it can be improved. It took me longer, and it still has flaws. One leg is loose too. Even though it's not perfect." Dick still praised him. "But you still managed to build it into a complete skeleton. I don't think I could do that." Suddenly, Simon Fentia reached out to stroke the rat skeleton's head and uttered a puzzling phrase, "I'm sorry." With those words, he forcefully shattered it. The skeleton's bones immediately fell apart into a pile. Dick was horrified by his friend's actions and yelled out in shock, "Hey, what was that? What's wrong? You did such a good job." When his friend didn't answer, confused, Dick Highmore looked at him and called out, "Simon." But Simon Fentia was lost in thought, recalling Professor Aaron Diaz's words from class earlier that day. A skeleton created with summoning magic will often retain some characteristics of its former body. Professor Aaron Diaz held up two interlocked bone fragments and lectured. The official term for this is reconstruction force. The professor's lesson about its other name was still. The words echoed in Simon Florentia's mind, a concept known as gravitational pull. With a soft sigh, Simon closed his eyes and began to concentrate. He started sensing the entire room and the scattered bone fragments around him, murmuring the professor's lecture. A Scoton will typically retain the characteristics of its former body. So, if I can just remember the exact positions. As Simon Florentia spoke, the pieces of bone began to stir, a clear sign that reconstructing its original form wouldn't be all that difficult. The vibrations grew stronger, and even the Scoton's skull began to tremble. Sensing the moment was right, Simon Florentia commanded, "Restore instantly." A brilliant red light flared to life within the Scoton's eye sockets, as if it had been resurrected. Asterisk. Whoosh times. The skull shot past Dick, making him jump with a start and let out a yelp. Ah! The parts of the rat-shaped Scoton flew together, automatically reassembling into its previous form with perfect precision. Dick leaned in closer to get a better look, and then he whistled in admiration. "Whoa, it's still so cool watching it regenerate like that," Simon replied earnestly. "You think so? Thanks." Dick let out a huge yawn as he spoke. "How are you pulling this off when you didn't even prepare?" he asked, then added, "Man, I'm getting sleepy. It's late, so I'm heading to bed." Then Dick turned to his incredibly talented friend. "What about you?" Simon watched the little Scoton approach him and asked, a bit unsure. He gently stroked its skull as it came closer. "I want to run a few more experiments," he said. Dick slowly pushed himself to his feet. "Oh yeah, well, I'm gonna go on ahead." He then suddenly asked Simon Florentia, "What's our first class?" "Tomorrow," Simon replied with a small smile. "Tomorrow? We have dark magic dynamics. As he continued to stroke the rat-like Scoton, the red glow in its eyes suddenly shifted and became a deep blue. Sitting alone in the room with the skeleton, Simon told himself, "All right, this time I'll follow the diagram." After a bit of tinkering, he had a realization. I need to connect it this way to allow the leg joint to rotate. These are the bones of a rat man. If I arrange them in a different configuration, could it move like a normal one? He wondered. Feeling the joint was a bit unstable, Simon mumbled to himself. Probably not. He began to jot down notes about his experiments. Arranging the reverse joints of a rat man in an alternate configuration is ineffective. Of course, the assembly formulas were standards that necromancers had established an eternity ago. This meant that to reach this point, they must have experimented and failed a countless number of times. Just like me right now, Simon thought. With a serious expression, reaching out to take hold of the skeleton, he came to a profound realization: every single exercise had its own purpose and meaning. Only after reassembling it myself, time and time again, do I realize just how brilliant the previous generation of necromancers was. Simon spoke softly to the construct. Here, I tried swapping the positions of your 25th and 31st bones. How does that feel? Simon asked gently. Is it uncomfortable? The skeleton immediately shook, its head back and forth vigorously. I see, Simon said. This combination isn't quite right. I'll put them back where they belong. He mused to himself that, even when a structure seems logical, there's still a more efficient arrangement that allows for better movement. The question is, how can I find it quickly? Eventually, Simon closed his notebook and thought to himself, all right, I need to approach this with more careful and proper research. His mind drifted back to the skeletons his father used to help the people in their fief, and then to the skeletons Lauren used to control the city gangs. Compared to them, what am I lacking? Simon wondered. Just then, the skeleton's eyes began to glow with a strange and powerful light. Simon felt he had hit a wall. It seems my knowledge just isn't enough yet. I can't wait for the next class. The following day, the professor began his lecture with a serious tone. Dark energy serves as the very foundation for any necromancer. The man standing at the podium was none other than Eric Ora, the dark magic dynamics professor for Class A. He continued in a low voice, therefore, I cannot possibly overstate the importance of dark magic dynamics. Eric Ora then posed a fundamental question to the class. So how does dark energy actually create magic? To answer that, we must first understand the flow of dark energy, the ancient runes, and the mechanics of a magic circle. While Simon was listening intently to this fascinating Magic Academy lecture, Dick, sitting right beside him, was already starting to nod off. The origin of ancient runes, the professor explained, can be traced back to the eternal torch of the Black Temple. At first, no one questioned why the torch in the temple never went out. And why was that? Because at the time, people believed that questioning God was an act of blasphemy. But one day, they noticed that the ash falling from the torch looked remarkably like letters. They were astonished to discover that these seemingly ordinary letters were what created the miracle that sustained the torch's light. This is the kind of world building that makes for a great Manhwa recap, the professor stated softly. And that, students, is the story behind the origin of the runic language. Hearing this, Simon's eyes widened in pure amazement. Wow. Meanwhile, Dick, right beside him, had his head slumped on the desk, fast asleep, settled back into his seat by sheer inertia. Eric Ora then resumed his lecture. Wizards and necromancers, upon discovering the ancient Wyram tongue, made countless attempts to create the modern, more comprehensible .yrm language we use today. The professor picked up a piece of chalk, scribbled a few lines on the board, and explained that this was the language after those improvements. And these two magic circles are perfect examples of how the improved worm language is applied. Eric Ora continued, the magic circle you see here cannot be activated. The crucial difference between it and the functional magic circle on the right lies in the very application of the WireMM language within the spell, Eric Ora added. Therefore, with the proper adjustment tools and the knowledge you've acquired, you can wield dark energy with much greater freedom. Finally, the professor set down his chalk. He then stated quietly, that concludes today's lecture. I have an assignment for you, which is due next class. The specific task was as follows. Take the non-activatable magic circle we used as an example in class. I want you to detail how you would correct it, showing all the calculations and formulas you used to make it operational. Before departing, Eric Ora interjected, that's right. And the 3 students I call upon next class will have to present their solutions. After that, the professor quietly said, I'll see you all next time. The moment Eric Ora left, the students began to grumble. Oh man, dark power studies is so difficult. One of them nodded in agreement. You can say that again. Meanwhile, Rick strolled across the campus grounds, letting out a series of yawns. This feels exactly like when my father tried to teach me algebra. I can't believe how much homework this *** Magic Academy *** gives. Why can't I ever remember these formulas? I don't even get why we need to know all these rules, he complained. But Simon thought differently. It wasn't that bad though. He looked up at the sky and said softly, I didn't understand more than half of that lecture, but I like the way he described how each principle works. Rick shot back. Is there anything about Kizan you don't like? He'd noticed Simon acting strangely. You were like this all morning too. You kept rambling about the soap in the bathroom getting busted. Simon abruptly shoved Rick's shoulder, making him yelp in surprise. Hey Rick, then jogged to catch up, calling out. Ow, that hurt Simon, wait for me. Once they reached the training grounds, Rick asked quietly, Hey Simon, what's our next class? Simon replied simply, Combat Magic. Staring at the grassy field before them, Rick was utterly confused. Are we supposed to have class here? Where's the professor? Simon answered softly. I have no idea. Just then, Simon pointed into the distance and shouted, Hey everyone, look over there. Before the students was a peculiar cloud of dust. Noticing the commotion, one student asked blankly, Huh, is something heading this way? The other classmates exclaimed with wide eyes. Whoa, do you guys feel the ground shaking? A massive, bulky shape was charging toward them. As they recognized the strange animal, everyone was taken aback. They gasped. A hippopotamus. It wasn't just one. An entire herd of hippos was stampeding right for them. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the students, herding them into a corner. Everyone trembled and cried out. Why are there hippos here? Whoa, what's going on? Suddenly a booming laugh echoed out. Ha ha, welcome new students. The professor with the bald head was sitting nonchalantly on a hippo's back. Today, Professor Hongpeng will be teaching on the sloped mountain. Now everyone climb onto a hippo's back. Hearing this, the students were completely shocked. Climb on. Those. At that moment, Rick whispered. Actually, this isn't too surprising. The combat magic professor is famous for being an oddball at Kizan. Rumor has it he camps out at different locations all over the sloped mountain. Hearing this, Simon's curiosity was piqued. For real. Just then, an arrogant student spoke up. Hey, you're telling us to climb on that thing, he shouted. You should at least put a rug or something on that monster before we'll even consider sitting on it. The teaching assistant Brad stood up in annoyance and let out a hiss. Good grief. A fantastical aura of energy began to radiate from his feet, and then Brad suddenly shot up into the air, to the absolute astonishment of everyone present. What the? The arrogant student who had just spoken couldn't believe his eyes. Huh, Brad, using his powerful physique, plummeted straight down toward that very student. The boy let out a startled cry. Ah, the student was huge. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Even while being pinned to the ground by Brad, he still had the audacity to scream. How dare a measly little servant like you get in our way? We're Kizan students. You insolent fool. Brad felt utterly disrespected. He growled, his voice low. Servant, his eyes blazed with fury. Why are the new students these days so foolish? Brad then bellowed, making his point crystal clear. You will address me as teaching assistant, not servant. Hearing this, the arrogant student immediately backed down. I'm sorry. Teaching assistant Brad spoke with a smug tone. Anything else? Pinned to the ground, the student quickly replied, Yes, I'm sorry, sir. Witnessing this scene, Simon murmured quietly, They're never going to change, are they? Dick slung an arm over his shoulder and said, Let me tell you something, you're the exception to the rule among those nobles. Just then, teaching assistant Brad spoke up. Tsk, we're falling behind schedule. Everyone mount the hippos. He then quietly added, One hippo can carry up to 3 students. Hearing this, everyone obediently complied. Yes, sir. Dick, however, let out a groan. Man, this hippo is so huge it's even hard to climb. At that moment, teaching assistant Brad announced, Is everyone mounted? Let's get going. However, Simon noticed a pink-haired girl was still struggling. Hey, wait a second. He offered a hand and asked softly, Do you need some help? Seeing this, the female student seemed a little flustered. She then replied, Thank you. Simon quickly pulled the female student onto the hippo's back. Teaching assistant, Brad shouted a reminder. Hold on tight. He then roared, Let's go. The moment he finished speaking, the hippos let out a massive roar. Then they all took off at a terrifying speed, startling all the students. At the same time, the pink-haired girl spoke up. Thank you for helping me. Her hair whipped across Simon's face, causing him to shout in surprise. The sudden lurch and speed terrified the girl, and she started to cry. The scene was now utterly chaotic. Terrified students cried out, Excuse me, I'm about to fall off. How are we supposed to hold on? Teaching assistant Brad paused for a moment. Then he finally said, overcome it with your own willpower. This is also part of your training. Teaching assistant Brad gave a thumbs up and quietly added, if you fall off now, you all will be trampled to death by the hippos. Got it? Hearing that, everyone shrieked in shock. What did you say? Teaching assistant? Brad continued nonchalantly. There are always 1 or 2 accidents every year. At this point, the students' faces had turned pale with terror. What? They began to scream in a panic. I want to get off. I'm sorry. Help me. Brad's voice turned stern. Just hold on. Kian doesn't need students who can't even handle a simple hippo. Meanwhile, Haren called out, come on everyone, 1 bottle each. He handed out a bottle of water to each person. The students replied, thank you. Hey, thanks, Dick High remarked. Having some water to drink will make this less exhausting. Simon Fentia agreed. Yeah. Suddenly Cammy looked up at the sky and gasped. Whoa. A powerful voice boomed from above. Welcome students to my class. All the students on the ground began to murmur excitedly. There's a white bird perched on her shoulder. Hong Pengun Sokum Lad introduced herself to everyone. I am Hong Pengun Sokum Lad. This semester I will be teaching you the art of combat magic. And here's some essential backstory for this manhwa recap. This woman is a living legend who once fought a giant immortal monster that had burned 4 of the Kunda Hydra fiefdoms to the ground. She battled that colossal undying beast for 5 days and 5 nights straight, personally snapping all 100 of its heads to claim a dramatic victory. Sokum Lad, your first-year professor of combat magic. Professor Hong Pengun Sokum Lad then instructed everyone. On your feet, please. The utterly exhausted students complied with her command and formed 4 vertical lines. The students responded, yes ma'am. Melon Volan's group seemed confused. 4. What teaching assistant Brad clarified. You're to form 4 vertical lines. Let's be quick about it. The students replied, yes sir. They whispered among themselves, oh, so that's what she meant. The professor then announced, excellent. We will now depart. Depart. Simon Florentia wondered to himself. Where are we going? The students were completely taken aback by Professor Hong Pengun Sokum Lad's next move, letting out a collective. Huh. She then reminded the students, everyone, a sound mind and a healthy spirit are essential. But the foundation of all combat magic begins with physical fitness. Simon Florentia was astonished, thinking to himself, she's incredible. How can she possibly run like that? Haren commented. We all have 2 arms and 2 legs just like her, but the professor is clearly on a completely different level. As she ran, Hong Pengun Sokum Lad explained, tempering your physical body with dark energy is the very basis of this type of combat magic, and we will also be learning about physical agility. At this magic academy, the lesson was clear. Necromancers who specialize in combat magic are known as combat necromancers. Hong Pengun Sokum Lad explained, if you manage to reach a certain level like them, dark energy will begin to flow from your bodies as smoothly as silk. Like silk, the dark energy will take the form of clothing. It's what we call a dark cloak. She noted that this was a signature skill of battle-hardened necromancers. You see, Hong Pengun Sokum Lad warned the students, the forest is dense here, stay sharp. Dick Haiwu running behind gasped out, that guy is so. I'm so jealous of people who are naturally gifted at this, Simon Florentia thought to himself. Talent, he muttered, watching his classmates effortlessly leap through the trees ahead. He had to admit they made it look like child's play. Lagging behind, he let out a weary groan. Hey Simon, you doing all right back there? Asked Dick Haiwa. Simon managed to reply, yeah, I'm fine. Dick Hai pressed. No way are you really okay, Simon explained. My hometown is full of hills and mountains, and it's been a while since I've had a good run like this. Catching his breath, Dick Hayu said, you're a real beast. I'm so envious. Up ahead, their professor overheard the 2 boys' conversation and smiled to herself. Professor Maud stopped just before a cliff's edge. She turned and announced, all right class, you must now use your dark energy to leap across the valley before us. The students stared in disbelief at the challenge she had just presented. A student nervously asked, you want us to jump? Over this, Professor Maud calmly instructed, you can all do it. It just requires a little trick, similar to when you flare up dark energy in your palms. The only difference, she continued demonstrating, is that we'll be using the soles of our feet. Watch closely now. The students below watched in awe at her demonstration. Whoa. As her feet touched the ground, she said, I'll do it one more time. Professor Mlad leaned back, launched herself, and landed with her feet together, crouching perfectly. Simon Florentia and his friends stared completely baffled. They then heard her say, everyone got a good look. You don't need to fly through the air. Professor Mlad explained. As you jump, release the dark energy from your feet like a rocket taking off. The sensation should feel like you're stepping out from the shadows. Before she even finished speaking, she took a running start and soared to the other side. The students gasped. What was that? With her feet together, Professor Mlad landed without a sound. She called out from the other side, "Come on over." The students began to shout, "Here I come," leaping and screaming as they went. Some of them made the jump, while others were left clinging desperately to the cliff's edge. "Ah," Professor Mlad said. "Good try." She grabbed the student's hand and pulled him up, adding, "If you miss your timing, it can be dangerous like this. Next time, release your power a little earlier," she advised. The terrified student replied, "Yes, ma'am, thank you." Meanwhile, Simon was mumbling to himself, stepping out from the shadows. Stepping out from the shadows. Dick Hay nudged him. "Hey, it looks like you're overthinking it again." Simon replied, Yeah, but this seems really difficult." Dick Hay hastily waved goodbye and charged forward. "The more you think, the harder it gets. I'm going." "Be careful," Simon called out, watching his friend anxiously. Dick Hayu let out a fearful cry. "Who? Ha!" He was then stunned to see Hector fly past him. "Huh." Hector landed gracefully while Dick Hayw tumbled onto the ground with a pained groan. "Ah." Two students standing nearby praised, "That was amazing, Hector." The young man beside them added, "You jumped the highest out of everyone so far." Dick Hayw quickly dusted off his sleeves, looking up at Hector and muttering, "Geez, I'm pretty sure I can't do what he just did." Standing on the other side, Simon heard Hector call out to him, "Simon, were you watching me just now? Even I could do it, so you'll do great." Simon Florentia closed his eyes. He whispered, a leap of faith using dark energy. Taking a running start, he launched himself into the air, and Simon Florentia's feet touched down gently on the other side. Hector watched him land, thoroughly impressed. Dick Hay roared, "That was insane, Simon." He cheered enthusiastically. "Awesome. You just got the highest jump in the class today. This is the kind of epic moment we live for." In a Manhwa recap, Simon, panting, couldn't hold back his joy, and added, I did it." Professor Mlad saw the whole thing, her face a mask of pleasant surprise. "Wow," she praised. "You are truly talented." He and Dick Hayw celebrated their success together. Nearby, a certain student saw this and shot a venomous glare at Simon Florentia. Professor Mlad clapped her hands. "All right, it seems everyone has made it across. We'll just wait a moment for the students who fell into the valley," she continued. "Once they make their way back up, we'll move to the next location." Simon replied cheerfully, "Yes, Professor." Dick Hay then asked Simon, "Oh, by the way, Simon, do you want to take a look at this on our way?" Simon asked, intrigued. "What is it?" His friend pointed to a book in his hands. "It's a list of students we should recruit for our class group. The group projects start next week, so we should prepare. It's a classic Magic Academy challenge, and I've already listed everyone's names, strengths, and personalities." Simon said, "Whoa, that's amazing. How did you find out all this information?" Dick Hay replied with a smirk, "That's a secret." Simon realized that while he had just been trying to keep up with his coursework, Dick had already found the time to observe every other student in their class. He looked at Dick Hayw and thought to himself, "Oh, so that's it. That's why he approached me, isn't it?" After observing Hector, he probably figured he couldn't get close to a guy like that. Simon then mused aloud, "Well, regardless, we need harmony to keep a group together." Simon Florentia turned to his friend and asked, "So what are your thoughts?" Dick Hayw quickly replied, "Most of the students in our class are incredibly skilled. They're all quite brilliant. All of them." But then he glanced at Cammy and added, "That girl, the one who rode the hippo with us. My guess is she'll be expelled the second the student protection period ends." Dick Hayw continued to watch her and explained, "Only 2 students in our entire class fell into the valley, and she was one of them. On top of that, she has a pretty timid personality, so she'll probably become an easy target for bullies." Hearing this, Simon simply replied, "I see." As the two of them were talking, Hong Peng Tun Soku Marla shouted, "All right, students," she announced. "We've walked for exactly 1 minute. Now it's time to start running again." The students groaned in unison. "Yes, Professor," one of them ventured to say. "Professor, I think we really need a break." Simon Ventia commented, "This class is certainly dynamic. It's actually quite fun." Annoyed, Dick Hayu shot back, "You really think this is fun?" Simon was baffled by his friend's reaction. The students suddenly screamed in terror. "Oh no, Professor, the hippos are charging right for us." Seeing how far away she was, they started to panic. "Professor, we need the teaching assistant's help." With dawning horror, they realized, wait a minute, he's not here either. Simon Ventia said gravely, "This isn't good." As he stood firm before the charging herd of hippos, he whispered an incantation emerge. Flipping high into the air, he continued, from the darkness. Meanwhile, Simon Ventia couldn't help but wonder. Dick said nothing dangerous would happen during the student protection period. Could this actually be an accident? As he landed lightly, Simon thought, if I can't stop this stampede, someone is bound to get hurt. He felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he watched the hippos bear down on him. Whoosh. Just then, the short-haired female student cast a spell taming the lead hippo. Her magic formed a protective barrier, shielding everyone from the onslaught, from the rest of the charging beasts. Up above, two young men sat perched on a tree branch, observing the hippos rush past. Cindy Vivace flew nearby and called out to Simon Fentia, "Oh Simon, it's been a while." He completely ignored her greeting. Landing back on the ground, he muttered to himself, "Looks like I'm in no position to worry about anyone else." Dick Hay-W called down, "Hey Simon." From his spot on top of a pillar, he asked, "Are you okay down there?" Simon replied, "Yeah." He lowered his head and thought, "I was worried for nothing. I can't believe it's just like every Magic Academy manhwa recap. I'm up against 1,000 other prodigies." Dick Hay-You asked again, "Are you sure you're all right?" He added, "You must be shaken, but don't worry. Professor Hong Peng has already tamed all of those hippos." A surprised Simon Fentia replied, "Huh, she did," his friend explained. "Yeah, she's a master of combat magic, but she can also utilize the power of her bloodline. When I was up there, I saw that the hippos were only surrounding the kids who fell. They never actually charged at them." Simon Fentia responded, "I see." The teaching assistant Brad then shouted, "All right, let's go. There's no time to rest. Get back on your feet." The exhausted students groaned. "Okay," the assistant continued, "those hippos will be coming back to attack again, so stand up now." A trembling Cammy replied, "Right." Brad then urged, "The professor is already waiting down below, let's move." The scene then cuts to a lush forest, where Hong Peng Tun Soku Marlot was calling out to her students. Simon Fentia was astonished by the sight before him. "Ah, it was Hong Peng Tun Soku Marlot," she announced. "There are no more obstacles, so hurry over here." The students gasped in amazement. "Whoa," she then said, "you all did an excellent job. You can finally take a break now." Hong Peng Tun Soku Marlat then added a reminder. "Oh, but you're only allowed to eat after class has officially ended. However, I assumed you'd all be exhausted, so I contacted Ken ahead of time." One of them asked, confused, "What for, Professor?" She simply pointed ahead and told them, "Take a look over there." The students erupted in cheers. "It's lunch," she asked them. "Are you excited?" They all shouted back, "Yes, you're the best professor ever." Dick Hay-W said to Simon, "Man, no other professor is as cool as she is." He explained that letting students eat during a lesson was unheard of. With the other strict professors here at Kizan, that would never happen. Simon Fentia replied, "By the way, Dick, I think my experience at this Magic Academy has been a little different from the rumors that I heard before I came here." Dick glanced over at Hong Peng Tun Soku Marlat, and Brad then asked, "What kind of rumors?" Simon explained, "I heard that Professor Hong Peng was one of the most typical Kizan professors." Dick Hay-W seemed confused. "Huh?" He then said, "Professor Hong Peng, this nature-loving lady. Where did you even hear that? That's definitely fake news." Simon thought to himself. It came directly from Lauren, the daughter of Neptus. Just then, Hong Peng Tun Soku Marlot told the students to start cleaning up. "We'll be heading out in 10 minutes. Dick Hay watched her and cleared his throat. He then said, "And here I thought we were going to get a decent rest before heading back to the hippos." Simon gazed into the distance, deep in thought. "I have a feeling this is only the beginning." Hong Peng Tun Soku Marlat then asked the students, "Does everyone have their bracelet?" They all replied, "Yes, we do." She then instructed, "Good. Now I want all of you to infuse your dark energy into that bracelet." The students did as Hong Peng Tun Soku Marlat commanded, but then began to groan. "What is this feeling inside of me?" She pointed toward the back and said, "You all know what the weakening curse is, right? Welcome to your next lesson in this ruthless Magic Academy. See that flag?" The two boys were horrified by her words. She continued, "You will have to climb to the top of the hill while the weakening curse drags you down. All right, get ready." Professor Hong Peng added that she would be watching to see who gets left behind. Simon Florentia thought to himself, "Is she serious, Professor? Is this even allowed?" But Professor Hong Peng simply urged them, "Come on now, get into your positions." She called out, "All right, then get set." Her teaching assistant Brad roared, "Begin." A few students immediately fell behind the others, including a boy with blue hair. He struggled with all his might to climb forward. Simon Florentia dug his hands into a rock ahead, trying to use it as leverage. He was already feeling exhausted. He grimaced, thinking, "It's hard enough to lift a single foot, and my head is spinning." He tried to tell himself this had nothing to do with the preparatory class. This was purely a test of willpower and endurance. Simon Florentia thought, "If I fall behind here, I'll never be able to catch up with what's ahead." He was determined to push forward, no matter what happened. He glanced to his left, and seeing a familiar face thought, damn it, it's you again. It was Hector Mo who was thinking I used my unique skill to lessen the curse's effects and get ahead. So how is he keeping up with me without pulling any tricks? Hector seethed internally. Fine. This time, I'll show you what I'm made of. From the top of the hill, Professor Hong Peng cheered. Keep going, you're almost there. This only fueled Hector Mo's determination. Simon felt the same. Both of them shared a single goal. Their shared resolve was, first place must be mine. But just as the tension peaked, a foot landed on the ledge just past both of their hands. Professor Hong Peng announced, the first to arrive is Melon Violin. She congratulated the girl. Congratulations on securing the #1 spot. Melon simply replied, thank you, Professor. Puzzled, Professor Hong Peng asked, you walked up, as if it were a normal stroll. How did you do that? Melon Violin explained. I found a way to resist the weakening curse, ma'am. The professor was inwardly impressed. Professor Hong Peng said, well done, you may rest now. Melon nodded, yes, ma'am. Hector Mo was stunned, realizing he hadn't even known it was possible to break the curse on his own. Professor Hong Peng's assistant reported, Professor, we have an injured student. It looks like a minor scrape on the elbow, I think. She replied, let me see. Professor Hong Peng flew down, shouting encouragement to her students. You're almost there, you can do it. Meanwhile, Hector Mo was panting furious that Melon Violin had surpassed him to claim first place. He muttered, are you kidding me? Simon gave him a confused look as the assistant Brad announced second place, Hector Mo. Simon Florentia was surprised. Whoa, Hector Mo, then shouted, hey Melon Violin. He confronted her angrily. Why would you break the weakening curse during a combat magic class? Did you think I couldn't figure it out so I was left struggling? Melon Violin just shrugged. Whatever. Hector then sneered at her. Then again, what do you know about the real world when you spend all your days locked up in an ivory tower? Like some princess. Melon shot back. Are you trying to start something with me? Hector retorted angrily. I'm not starting anything. I'm just telling the truth. The professors don't give grades during the student protection period, he argued, believing it was more important to show them you were hardworking to gain their favor. But that ridiculous stunt of yours just made you lose credibility with Professor Hong Peng. Realizing what Hector was implying, she scoffed. Ha, you seem pretty worked up. Are you that upset about getting second place? Why are you taking it out on me? Hector snapped. I'm just telling you not to mess up the class for everyone else. He then added irritably. And besides, I have no interest in you whatsoever. The assistant then called out Simon Florentia, you're in third place. Exhausted, Simon managed a weak yay, thank you. He then plopped down under a tree. He breathed a heavy sigh of relief, while the other two stared at him completely baffled. The three of them then watched the rest of the students struggle up the hill, a scene straight out of a brutal Manhwa recap. When another student finally arrived, he collapsed on the ground, groaning, I'm dying, Simon. Simon Florentia replied, you did great, I'm exhausted too. Dick Heiss then piped up, how do you think we're getting back? If I have to climb back on those hippos again, I swear I'll bite my own tongue off. Just then, Professor Hong Peng announced, all right, students gather around. She explained, because you're all tired. I've contacted Kizan again. I've been granted permission to use a temporary magic room for instant teleportation. So please form a line. The students erupted in cheers. Wow, thank you. Professor Hong Peng cleared her throat. Next up, Simon Florentia and Dick Heiss. Yes, ma'am. Simon stepped into the shimmering portal, letting out a surprised gasp. Whoa. He stumbled and fell, crying out, arg. Getting to his feet bruised and sore, he muttered, where am I? I don't think this is Kizan. Simon Florentia cautiously scanned his new surroundings. He even thought it looked more like his home, back in Les Hill. Suddenly, a reassuring voice called out from behind him. Sorry if I scared you. Simon and he turned to find Professor Hong Peng. She gestured for him to sit down, promising to explain how he ended up here. The truth she revealed was that someone had tampered with the teleportation magic circle. She had her teaching assistant check it, and they found it was laced with a formula that specifically reacted to the dark energy of certain individuals. Simon immediately thought, so does that mean one of them is me? The professor confirmed his suspicion. That's right, it's you, Simon. When it was activated, you were supposed to be sent somewhere far from Kizan. Professor Hong Peng then asked, do you have any idea who might have done this? Simon Florentia could only reply, no ma'am. She nodded, saying, I figured as much. Then she explained cheerfully, in any case, part of my responsibility is to protect my students from harm. So, I took the liberty of rerouting you home. Professor Hong Peng added, besides, I also wanted to have a private conversation with you. A surprised, Simon replied. With me, ma'am. She hesitated slightly, admitting, during the student protection period, it's technically against the rules to contact a student privately. But from what I've seen, other professors are already bending those rules. Professor Hongpeng then got straight to the point. Simon Florentia. He answered, yes. She asked him directly, how would you like to major in combat magic? She then added, if you're willing, I would be more than happy to accept you as my protege. Simon finally understood the gravity of the offer. You mean, you'll take me as your personal disciple? She confirmed. Exactly. It means I would become personally responsible for your growth. A professor only takes on a disciple with an absolute sense of purpose and commitment, Professor Hongpeng explained. A disciple's achievements are directly tied to their professor's reputation, and we're only allowed to recruit 3 students each term. Her tone grew serious. I want to offer one of those spots to you, Simon. Seeing his stunned expression, she pressed him. So what do you say? We then see a flashback to Simon, his face streaked with dirt, sitting before the professor, as she extends her hand toward him. Well, Simon Florentia, do you want to become my official disciple? Simon was completely taken aback by the offer. He could hardly believe what he was hearing, stammering out, a simple ma'am. He then timidly lowered his head, a wave of self-doubt and sadness washing over him. I don't understand. In today's class, I didn't really accomplish anything special. He looked down, still feeling shy in front of Professor Hongpeng. I barely managed to keep up with the other students. I even finished behind 2 other people while climbing the hill. The more he spoke, the more dejected he became. His face, a mask of insecurity, after only his 2nd day at the Magic Academy. I don't understand why you'd offer such an important position to me. Shouldn't you be choosing the person who finished in first place? Hearing this, the professor just smiled and explained, Simon, students might obsess over rankings, but we teachers look for raw talent. During the test, I was watching closely when you used your dark energy to jump the valley. It was truly unique. This was your first time trying, that wasn't it? Simon was taken aback. Oh, yes, ma'am. The professor continued enthusiastically. And yet you jumped higher than anyone else in the class. That's not a coincidence, and it's certainly more than just luck. Furthermore, when you were climbing that hill, you relied on nothing but your pure stamina and physical strength. Even though you didn't finish first, your performance was incredible. It was a different kind of strength from the other 2. You may feel like you didn't accomplish anything, but you've already proven more than enough to me. As he processed her words, his expression shifted to one of pure astonishment. Seeing his reaction, the professor chuckled softly. Just kidding. Or do you need me to praise you some more? Simon remained silent, simply clenching his dirty hands into fists. She continued, from what I've observed, you have immense physical strength, mental fortitude, and an outstanding talent for dark energy. If you study combat magic, you will become the best, Simon. In just a few years, you could probably even defeat me. That's the potential I see in you. Her expression suddenly turned serious again. No, I'm certain I can make you stronger than anyone else here. Now, in this pivotal moment of our Manhwa recap, Simon had only listened, not knowing how to respond to such high praise. Finally, he spoke up, calling out to her. Professor. He paused for a moment before continuing. Thank you so much for the offer. Then, to her surprise, Simon bowed deeply in a sincere apology. But I'm afraid I have to refuse. Hearing his rejection, the professor could only ask, may I ask why? It was clear Simon felt guilty for turning her down. He couldn't bring himself to look her in the eye, his gaze darting away. The professor asked, is it because you already have another field of study you wish to pursue? After hearing his answer, Professor Hongpeng paused thoughtfully for a moment, then broke into a relaxed smile and stretched her arms. Fair enough. Thanks for being upfront about it. Saves us both some time. Just when it seemed like she was giving up, she immediately added, but that doesn't mean I'm dropping the matter entirely. A look of pure surprise crossed Simon's face as he stammered, I'm sorry. What Professor Hongpeng's expression, her determination to recruit Simon, was crystal clear. You still have another year before you have to declare your major, correct? So I will simply work harder to change your mind. Completely baffled and surprised, Simon was at a loss for words. You're still going to try and persuade me? The professor simply explained that it was merely her inquisitive nature. Just how far can Simon develop? I want to see the answer for myself. After hearing this, Simon was utterly speechless. Abruptly, Professor Hongpeng waved her hand, conjuring a swirl of blue magic, as she continued with a smile. You don't have to be my disciple, but you can always come to me for assistance anytime you need it. The blue light she summoned was so blinding, Simon couldn't keep his eyes open, but he still managed to reply, Thank you, Professor. By then, a large magic circle had been formed by the professor. She watched him intently and added a reminder, oh, and please keep this a secret. We are, after all, in the student protection period. This teleportation will actually take you back to Kizan this time. Hearing that, a smile as bright as the sun finally broke across Simon's face as he let out a joyful sigh of relief, thanking his lucky stars before stepping forward, ready to depart. from behind the professor, waved warmly. "You can go now. I'll see you in the next class." "Yes, ma'am," Simon replied, approaching the activation circle, and stepped onto it. This must be a teleportation spell. The moment his foot made contact, a brilliant stream of blue light immediately enveloped his entire body. Simon turned his head back, smiling as he said, "See you later, Professor." Professor Hong Peng watched him go with a pleased expression, just as a voice began calling out her name. "Professor." It was the teaching assistant Brass. He peeked his head through the doorway, asking eagerly, "Professor, how did it go?" What was Simon's answer? Hong Peng replied instantly. "He refused," she stated, picking up her thermos. Brass was utterly shocked and bewildered. How could he possibly refuse Professor? Perhaps we should just choose Hector instead. He's more talented in this subject. To be honest, I don't understand why you're so set on Simon. The professor responded with a single definitive statement. That boy is a genius. This left Brass speechless, only managing to stammer. "He is." Professor Hong Peng looked quite delighted, crossing her arms as she mused. "I've seen many prodigies at Kizan, but a genius of his particular kind is a first for me." Just then, Simon reappeared in the middle of the Magic Academy hallway, covered in grime, and clutching a towel. As the scene shifts, an arm reaches out to open a locker. It's Simon, fresh from a shower. Just as he was about to grab his clothes, Dirk happened to walk out of his room. He was drying his hair while asking, "What took you so long to get back?" Simon paused his actions and replied, "There must have been an issue with the teleportation." "Oh really?" Dirk's expression suddenly turned ecstatic. He gushed, "Oh my gosh, you will not believe what just happened to me. It's incredible." Seeing his roommate's excitement, Simon coolly asked, "What is it?" And so Dirk began to recount his tale. "When I stepped into the teleportation circle, it felt like I hit a wall, as if my body was physically blocked by something. When I came to, I was in a place I never would have expected. I'm thinking, where am I? And it turns out I'm in Professor Bayhin's office." Upon hearing this, Simon's surprise was evident. "Professor Bayhin, the theology instructor," Dirk replied with a smug grin, "the one and only." He then continued, "So what happened next?" "He just had me clean his office." Dirk's eyes were practically gleaming. "The upperclassmen at our Magic Academy told me that the professor often recruits students through unusual teleportation events, just like that. Do you think I've been chosen? Could I become his official disciple?" Simon, looking utterly exasperated, just replied, "It's possible." Dirk was only called in once to do some chores, but he was boasting as if he'd been a regular visitor 100 times over. "I can't believe I'm getting in with such a big shot at Kizan. This is amazing." You'd think it was just Dirk and Simon in the room. But as it turns out, other students were present too. Dirk was so thrilled he was practically bouncing off the walls. "Do you even know what being an official disciple means? My academic life is set. It's a path paved with roses. With the professor's influence, I could even sidestep disciplinary actions or expulsion." Simon, feeling intense second-hand embarrassment for his friend, cut in, "Calm down." His expression was dead serious. "How can I possibly calm down?" As he was passionately rambling on, a brawny six-pack student named Hector, who had been listening with growing annoyance, suddenly roared, "That's the most absurd thing I've heard all year. A pathetic commoner like you becoming Professor Bayhin's official disciple. Don't make me laugh." Dirk glared back with pure contempt. He started taunting him right back. "Oh my, the young master seems a little upset. Is it because you're supposed to be number one but the professor noticed me instead? That must sting, huh?" Standing nearby, Simon furrowed his brow thinking, and here we go again. This is straight out of a Manhwa recap. Seeing Dirk's smug face, Hector's own face flushed with fury. "Watch your mouth, you commoner." Calling him a lowly commoner, but Rick wasn't one to be trifled with, and immediately launched into a verbal showdown with Hector. "As a lowly merchant, I know your type all too well. Your disdain is written all over your face. I heard you caused trouble for Melon in the combat magic class. You think you're the only one with problems in this Magic Academy." The more Hector heard, the more his blood boiled. The young master was furious, clenching his fists ready to throw down, but Rick couldn't care less and continued to taunt him relentlessly. "You and I are here on equal footing, so don't act like you have special privileges just because of your family's teachings. Isn't it you, not Melon, who knows nothing about the world?" Having endured enough, he finally exploded in a fit of rage, his eyes wide as he screamed, "You absolute piece of filth. Not one for idle threats." The golden-haired youth instantly unleashed his magic, and a blood-red aura shot forward. The energy suddenly enveloped Rick, who cried out in agony. Seeing this, a concerned Simon, who was standing nearby, asked Rick, "What's wrong?" Immediately after, Rick's feet were lifted off the ground by an unseen force, as Hector spewed a continuous stream of curses. "You low-life scum. How dare you?" With those words, Hector mercilessly slammed Rick to the ground. as a crowd of onlookers eagerly watched the commotion. Just one look at his face told you he was playing the villain role with his blood-red eyes and matching crimson magic as he taunted his opponent. Is that all you can do? Run your mouth? I'm going to end you. It seemed he wasn't bluffing. In this tense moment of our Manhwa recap, Rick looked as if he was being choked, unable to breathe, and in excruciating pain. Simon could do nothing. Helplessly, he called out Rick's name. Just when it seemed Rick's life was about to be snuffed out, he suddenly smirked with contempt. Ah, that defiant expression that seemed to say, I'm not afraid. I dare you. As he spoke, he shakily extended a very friendly middle finger. At this point, the guy with the side-swept hair realized things had gone too far. He quickly tried to stop his friend. Let it go, this is too much. You can't cast spells like this outside of the classroom. But Hector was like a man possessed, showing no restraint. He threw his arms out, sending his two cronies sprawling. Shut your damn mouths. Suddenly, Hector's eyes widened in utter shock at something he saw. It turned out Simon had finally seen and heard enough. He was throwing a powerful, epic-looking punch directly at Hector's insufferable face. Luckily, Hector managed to block it. If he hadn't, he'd be sporting a nasty bruise. The impact was so strong that it sent Simon sliding backward across the floor. Unwilling to lose face, Hector immediately retorted, "Well, now I was wondering when you'd finally step in." As he spoke, his face twisted into a nasty scowl, and he gritted his teeth, clenching both hands into fists ready for a showdown. Rick, standing behind him, painfully clutched his neck and tried to call out to Simon Florentia. Hector, seething with rage, gnashed his teeth as his hand gathered. A mystical black flame issuing a challenge to Simon. This time, let's have a proper duel. Just as he conjured a magic circle, something came flying straight toward him at lightning speed. The object landed at his feet, shattering into pieces with a few red sparks. Everyone present, including Hector, witnessed this scene and stood frozen in horrified silence. A burly figure had just stepped out of the bathroom, warning the two troublemakers, back off. It was none other than Kajan Advan, looking as serious and cool as a dominant CEO with a ripped six-pack. Before I snap both of your necks. Seeing this, Hector, instead of showing any restraint, continued to run his mouth. Kajan Advan, I had no idea you were still at this school. Seeing his liability of a friend acting like he feared no one, the side-swept-haired guy panicked. Hey Hector, that's him, the one who was expelled for assaulting another student. His friend's face was a mix of 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts pure terror. You must have heard that rumor, right? Unsurprisingly, Hector got a little spooked, but tried to play it cool, finally relenting. Whatever, let's go. However, before leaving, he couldn't resist. Acting all high and mighty, one last time. Hector narrowed his eyes and issued a warning. From now on, you two better watch your backs. I won't let this slide again. Kajan just stared intently at Hector, utterly speechless at the kid's staggering audacity. Simon and Rick remained behind him. Simon then spoke up to thank their senior Kajan. Thank you for helping us. It seemed Kajan was just passing by and decided to intervene, not intending to help them specifically. Kajan immediately turned his back and walked away. You two be quiet. The other students in the hall were all intimidated by him. Get lost. I'm sorry. Simon then turned back to Rick, who was still wincing from the earlier assault, and said with a smile, see, he's not such a bad guy after all. Yeah, sure. The scene then shifts to a room where a cheerful sigh of relief can be heard. Yes, it's finally the weekend, Simon. What are your plans for the weekend? In their room, Dex was hugging his massive bag as he listened for the answer. This weekend, I haven't got anything planned, Simon replied, his face a mask of boredom. Dex wouldn't stand for it. Seriously, that's so lame. What you do on the weekend is a pretty big deal, you know. Seeing his reaction, Simon immediately knew Dex had something else in mind. He had his own agenda. Dex looked smug and excited. Of course, to me, the weekend schedule is even more important than any of the classes during the week, he declared. Simon asked disdainfully. And why is that? Not beating around the bush. Dex announced, I'm heading to Rogist. Simon had no idea where that was, and immediately questioned him. Rogist? Is that the town down below? What are you planning to do there? To make money? What else? The moment he heard the word money, Simon's eyes lit up like high beams, a look of pure confusion on his face. Make money. Seeing his clueless expression, Dex broke it down for Simon. You know how Kizan gives students a living stipend, right? Well, the further you get in this magic academy, the less it covers. So, I figured I'd need a scholarship for extra cash. But honestly, I don't think I can pull the grades for that, so I'm planning to use my unique abilities as soon as I can. That's why you should also find a way to earn some money. Once the student protection period is over, the professors won't be handing out class materials for free anymore. After hearing Dex's long-winded explanation, Simon was completely floored, unable to believe his ears. For real, he stammered as Dex continued his spiel. The living stipend Kizan gives us isn't even enough to cover everything, which is why the upperclassmen all have their own side hustles. You're interested in summoning, right? That's going to be even tougher than the other majors. That specialization will drain your wallet dry. He lectured Simon for a moment, while Simon just stared back, only half understanding. Afterwards, Simon's face fell. He looked utterly dejected. I had no idea we had to worry about all that extra stuff. Man, living at Kizan isn't easy. Dex, on the other hand, just laughed cheerfully. Anyway, we've been talking for a while. Dex immediately slung his backpack on and jumped to his feet, but not without trying to pull Simon into his scheme. How about you wait until I get things set up in Rogest? By then at least I can line up a job for you. However, Simon turned him down. No thanks, it's only fair that I earn my own money. Hearing this, Dex could only sigh. He seemed resigned. You're pretty principled when it comes to money, huh? He waved his hand dismissively. Anyway, I won't be back until I've finished my entire schedule tomorrow. See ya. Simon was taken aback. You're leaving now. It's already late. What if the dorm supervisor catches you? Dex replied confidently. It'll be fine. Kizan might be strict, but we have our freedoms, as long as you don't get caught. See you later. Watching him go, Simon thought for a moment. Yeah, all right. He reached into a bag of snacks, mulling things over. When he gets back, I really need to go thank Caden. But Caden isn't here. And Dex just left too. He wondered what to do as he popped a snack into his mouth. So what now? Suddenly, a head appeared outside the window, its eyes locking onto him, making him feel a bit uneasy. Simon jerked his head around in surprise and saw it was Neptis. He stared in shock at her bright smile. Neptis, she chirped. Hello. He scrambled to open the window. How did you get up here? She replied nonchalantly. I was just passing by. He was baffled, shouting, but this is the 4th floor. She nimbly climbed inside, plopped down in a chair, and casually started eating his snacks. This is delicious. Seeing her enjoy them so much, he offered. You can have them all. She was thrilled. Really? Awesome. Let's go. I'm not allowed to eat sweets at home. Suddenly, her expression turned serious. By the way, Simon, this is your first time at a magic academy, isn't it? How do you feel? He answered gently. I'm very happy. He then shared his impressions. The professors are amazing, everyone is so nice, and the subjects are fascinating. I think I fit in at this school better than I thought I would. Honestly, it was a struggle at first, but a friend here at Kizan helped me out a lot. Neptis smiled brightly. She waved her hand dismissively. Oh well, that's good. I was worried you'd be having a hard time coming here without any prior training. He let out an awkward laugh. She added, talking with you here at Kizan like this is great. It reminds me of when Richard was here. Simon was taken aback. My father, she recounted. Yes, your father Richard was also a student at Kizan. He was astounded. What? Neptis sighed wearily. Richard was a real piece of work. You're so reasonable, but he was a total troublemaker. A walking disaster, frankly. But he was also incredibly smart. The more she spoke, the more confused Simon became. Richard was always getting into trouble for teasing the professors. Then he would try to skip class. A few times I had to drag him back myself. Simon ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. That's so hard to believe. The father that I know, she said casually, is completely different, right? Simon immediately asked. So, did my father ever graduate? Neptis replied calmly. No, he dropped out. During his 2nd year, Richard said this school was too small for him, so he left Kizan. There had never been anyone quite like him before. She flopped down on the bed and continued explaining that he was a special case. Back then, I was too young to handle him properly. Then, with a hint of nostalgia, she recalled, that's right, I was young back then too. Immediately after, she sprang up, brimming with energy, and said, anyway, back in the day, Richard truly turned this entire sloping island upside down. If you search carefully, you'll still find traces of your father. He asked skeptically. For real? She stood up to leave, adding, just keep your eyes open. I'm sure your school life will be fascinating. I have to get going now. I've got plans for this evening, he inquired. You have to leave already. Neptis slid open the window. Yep, I'll get chewed out if I'm late. We'll see each other again soon. She gave him a playful wink as she climbed through the window frame. Thanks for the snacks. As she leaped down, she happened to drop a small piece of paper. Bye, he quickly called after her. Neptis, you dropped something. But in a flash, she was already gone. He closed the window and examined the note. It seemed she had intentionally left it for him. Simon was quite surprised. Was this a treasure map? But why was there a skull drawn at the destination? He mumbled. Shouldn't it mark a treasure? Suddenly, her words flashed in his mind. Back in the day, Richard truly turned this entire sloping island upside down. If you search carefully, you'll still find traces of your father. Upon arriving at the location, he was struck with a bit of fear. Simon worried, wondering if he should turn back while he still could. He stared at the piece of paper, puzzled by its crude drawings. Was this really a treasure map? Then why was the final destination marked with a skull? He wondered aloud. It should be a treasure, right? All at once a thought clicked into place. Simon realized what she meant. Richard had practically turned the whole island on its head. If he looked hard enough, he might just find a trace of his father. He immediately grabbed the strap of his bag, telling himself that it would be fine as long as he didn't get caught. At that thought, his eyes lit up like the morning star with excitement, deciding he would go and explore. The very next day, as he stood before the dense and intimidating forest, Simon bit his lip nervously. Maybe I should turn back while I have the chance, but he strengthened his resolve and stepped forward. No, I already got permission to stay out overnight for this. Turning back now would be a total waste. He paused, reading the warning on a nearby sign. Beware of monsters. There are monsters at Les Hill, too, but I have no idea what kind of creatures are on this sloping island. I'd better be careful. He scanned the area to get his bearings. There was a ravine to the east, and the outer wall of Kien was to the west. Okay, I'm heading in the right direction. Suddenly he was startled by something and quickly ducked behind a bush. Was it a large animal? No, it sounded more like. A pair of glowing red eyes appeared staring right into the brush, letting him know that a monster had already locked onto its target. It lunged toward him. It swiped with its claws in a single devastating motion that forced him backward. Simon was completely caught off guard. So fast, he had to calculate its moves while trying to figure out how to dodge the attack. What kind of monster is this? It's moving too fast for me to see clearly in the dark. After getting a closer look, he realized it was a werewolf. He began to assess the threat, noting that based on its size, it probably wasn't fully grown. Before I came to the Kien Magic Academy, I would have definitely run away. But Simon had already formed a plan. He shouted, "Arise," and commanded his skeletons to attack. The two skeletons gripped their swords, shifting into a battle-ready stance. Simon thought with confidence, but now, I don't need to run anymore. The monster paused for a second, snarling, before launching itself forward with blinding speed. He yelled a warning, "It's getting close," then commanded his skeletons, "Advance." Their slashes cut into the beast, making it howl in pain. Suddenly, Simon clutched his head as a sharp pain shot through it. A skeleton had stabbed clean through the monster's back. Seeing this, he ignored the pain and gave his next order. Right now, the skeletons obeyed instantly, leaping forward to push their blades deeper. "Arise," he yelled. "Pierce it." The skeleton's blade finally broke through its body. The monster let out a horrifying shriek. This was his chance. He rushed forward, knowing this was his opening. Simon raised his sword high and finished the beast off right where it stood. It was over. He slumped to the ground in relief, letting out a long breath. That was way too close. It was only then that he remembered. Come to think of it, this was my first real fight at Kien. It's a good thing I've been practicing how to assemble the rat man's bones. He looked at the bloody corpse before him. If he had encountered a monster from Les Hill, he surely would have fled. But now this whole experience is like something straight from a Manhwa recap. I managed to defeat a werewolf after only 3 days at Kien. This filled Simon with a sense of excitement, wondering just how powerful he would become if he could survive for 3 years here. He then noticed that the rat man's skull had been shattered into several pieces. Wait, this is no time to be thinking about that. I need to clean this place up before other monsters show up. He ran until the scent of blood filled the air. One of his 2 ratmen had sustained too much damage, its body immediately crumbling apart. "Oh no," Simon whispered, gently stroking its head. It was too badly wounded. "You did a great job, my friend," he murmured, then turned to console the remaining one. "If another fight breaks out, we won't stand a chance. We need to be careful." After a short walk, he pushed aside a thicket of bushes and announced, "We've arrived." They stepped into a barren clearing, and Simon was a little taken aback. There was absolutely nothing here. Not even a single weed grew in the soil. He realized something was off. Nothing grows here at all. As soon as the words left his mouth, a grand hall and a lantern materialized out of thin air. There was definitely something hidden below. He and the rat man got to work with a shovel. "It's a good thing I managed to borrow this before leaving the dorms," he thought as each thrust clanged against the earth. With powerful strokes. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed. Simon and his companion knelt down, feeling the ground where they had discovered something hard. It was a stone slab. What in the world? It's made of jet black stone. Could it be some kind of device? After clearing away the remaining dirt, a strange object was fully revealed. Whoa! Simon looked at his hand, a thought crossing his mind. My fist fits perfectly inside that impression. With a hint of skepticism, he reached out his hand. placing it into the circular indent. If this is a magical device, it should react to dark energy, shouldn't it? The moment his hand made contact, a brilliant flash of white light erupted. The light was so bright he had to cry out. Whoa, it's reacting. The ground began to part, revealing a hidden entrance. Incredible. A doorway leading deep into the earth appeared, its depths shrouded in total darkness. It looked like a staircase that stretched down into infinity. A staircase, interesting. Simon's excitement grew, and his Ratman companion holding the lantern seemed just as thrilled. All right, let's head down and investigate. The Ratman took the lead, illuminating the way with its lantern. As Simon descended, he couldn't help but marvel. Wow, what is this place? Are these some kind of ancient ruins? He reached out his hand to touch the wall. The carvings felt strangely familiar. He traced the symbols with his fingers. They were ancient runes. Wait, I can actually read some of this. This has to be ancient ruins. This is exactly the kind of discovery that makes for a great Manhwa recap. With ancient runes all over the walls, it had to be. They soon arrived in an old dusty chamber where thick vines snaked across the walls, giving it a sinister feel, and in the center was some kind of enormous magical apparatus. Suddenly, a noise from his Ratman caught his attention. What is it? Did you find something? He walked over to a stone table and saw a skull resting on it. Without a second thought, he reached out and touched it. Instantly, a sense of unease washed over him. This skull. My knowledge of the undead is limited, but I'm certain of this. Simon lifted the skull in astonishment. This thing is incredibly ancient and radiates a dangerous aura. Why would something so foul be kept here? All of a sudden, a massive pile of bones clattered down from above, startling both Simon and his companion. They cautiously approached to investigate, still shaken. What in the world are all these? He randomly picked up a bone from the jumbled pile and examined it. This looks like the second cervical vertebra. He continued to sort through them. As he gathered more pieces of the skeleton, Simon was intrigued, but also a little nervous. I have no idea how this undead creature will react once it's reawakened. It might even try to harm me, but I still want to try putting it back together. He steeled himself, thinking, this feels like the perfect time to take a risk, something every Magic Academy protagonist must do. He raised his hand, a dark green liquid pooling in his palm, and shouted, "This is it." He slammed his hand down, splashing the fluid onto the skeleton. Instantly, thick black smoke billowed up from the stone floor. The smoke enveloped the skull completely. A bright light flared to life within its eye sockets, and Simon grinned. It's working. He was genuinely surprised with himself. I've actually awakened an undead skeleton. Now, all that was left was to deal with the scattered pile of bones nearby. He made a decision. All right, time to put this thing together. He then painstakingly began to assemble the skeleton. He got right to work on the assembly. It's a good thing I paid attention in my summoning classes. Otherwise, putting this skeleton together would have taken all night. As he worked, he felt a hint of unease. I'm not 100% certain, but its structure is humanoid, so I have a general idea of how the pieces fit. Still, something about this skeleton feels off. He couldn't help but mutter, "Holy smokes, this thing is huge." He then shouted in disbelief, "How are you already standing up, with just 2 legs attached? If I'd known you could do that, I would have attached the arms first." Simon stepped back to get a full view of the partially assembled skeleton. Well, at least when it's all put together, it's going to look pretty awesome. It must be at least 2 meters tall. His train of thought was cut short. Now what am I supposed to do? Just then, a beam of light shot down, directly onto the skeleton's head, and Simon flinched in alarm. He watched as the entire chamber began to tremble. What's happening? The skeleton began to emit a low rattling sound, followed by a sinister chuckle that echoed as the tremors intensified. The unstable footing sent both Simon and his Ratman into a panic. What is going on? Glowing magical seals began to appear on the walls, and the demonic laughter grew louder and clearer. Ancient characters materialized, swirling around the skeleton like a vortex. A voice boomed from it, declaring, at long last I have returned." A dark, menacing aura erupted from its body. Its eyes blazed with an inky black light. A powerful explosion of energy erupted, unleashing a fierce gale that nearly knocked Simon off his feet as it roared in fury. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" It scowled. "You human, was it you who awakened me? State your name at once." Both Simon and the Ratman were so terrified they could barely think, stammering out, "It's Simon Florentia." The skeleton seemed genuinely surprised. "What, you're Florentia?" Unexpectedly, it crossed its arms and declared with a certain flair, "I see you must be a descendant of Richard." The voice was so loud that Simon had to cover his ears, replying with some difficulty, "Descendant sounds a bit distant, but yes, that's correct." Though his ears were ringing, he calmly continued, "Richard is my father's name. I am the son of Richard Florentia." The skeletal figure showed it understood. "I see. Now it all makes sense. It then turned and began to walk away. Your dark energy feels quite familiar. Only Richard could ever have awakened me. Simon simply replied, yeah, all right. The Skull Lord then strode forward, grasping the hilt of a sword entangled in thick roots. Simon couldn't help but ask, excuse me, but who are you? The creature simply drew the massive sword and introduced itself with immense pride. I am Pia, master of the battalion. I once ruled this entire continent alongside your father Richard. Simon was absolutely stunned by this revelation, a key moment in this manhwa recap. His jaw dropped in disbelief. You're my father's undead. Pia raised a bony brow. Now let me ask you, who led you to this place? Simon held out a piece of paper towards the creature. Neptus was the one who told me about this place. Pia let out a sinister chuckle. Ah, so it was her. That makes perfect sense. Suddenly the creature plunged its sword into the ground, thumped its chest, and declared, forge a contract with me, Simon Florentia, and lead the battalion once more. Simon was skeptical. A contract? Pia immediately began listing the benefits. The battalion will move at your command and crush everything that stands in your way. All living beings in this world will kneel at your feet, begging for mercy. It paused for dramatic effect. These were the kind of stakes far beyond any final exam at a magic academy, and the words it spoke truly gave Simon pause, making him reflect. You will walk a bloody path of destruction, and that shall become a part of your destiny. The entire scene felt incredibly ominous, like making a pact with a devil. Now then, son of Richard, it began radiating a terrifying pressure as it stressed. Are you ready to lead the battalion? Simon was completely frozen in his tracks. Before that, I have one thing to ask. Simon began to probe for information. I don't know what use you are, or even what kind of undead you are. And this is the very first time I've ever heard of the battalion. Needless to say, Simon was quite suspicious of the skull creature. Is this battalion you speak of really that powerful? Pia immediately recognized the purpose behind his question. You dare to question the power of the battalion without a hint of fear or doubt? An excellent question indeed, human. It explained further with a dismissive glance at the rat man. Very well, I shall answer your question. My battalion is immensely powerful, powerful enough to annihilate Ken right here, right now. However, its tone then shifted, reminiscing about the past. Your father, the former commander, disbanded the battalion, and I was sealed here. And you, the new master of the battalion, have awakened me. My battalion can once again feel the breath of life. If you reassemble the disbanded forces of the battalion and restore its former glory, then no one on this continent will be able to stand in your way. After a moment of silence, Simon declared with grim determination, all right, I agree to the contract. The moment he agreed, Pia effortlessly lifted him with a single hand. A wise choice, human. Oh. Placing him on a stone altar, it began to explain the steps of the contract. Now, place your hand upon my core. As Simon placed his hand on the orb, Pia warned him, once this contract is sealed, your life will be completely transformed. If you are afraid, there's still time to back out. But Simon didn't hesitate for a second. It's all or nothing. I've got nothing to fear. If you and your comrades were truly my father's army, Simon's expression became more serious than ever, then there is nothing wrong with recruiting you. The Skull Lord was taken aback by his choice of words. Recruiting you, say. At first, you seemed like a calm and polite kid, but deep down, you possess the qualities of a true ruler. It let out a booming laugh. I like your spirit. Richard raised a fine son. It then roared. Then let us begin the contract. A blinding light flared as dark energy began to spread. Just don't die on me, Simon Florentia. Simon's brow furrowed. What he yelled out in surprise. Wait a minute, Pia. What do you mean, don't die? Pia watched as he collapsed onto the stone table. Oops. Pia's voice was laced with sarcasm. Do you really think your master is dead? The rat man shook its head vigorously in denial. Just then, Simon's eyes shot open. What? The creature saw him sit up. Oh ho, you're awake, Simon asked, his voice filled with anxiety. What happened? What about the contract? Pia replied with a look of pure satisfaction. The contract, the pact has been successfully sealed. Go on, feel the changes within your body. Simon, slightly skeptical, focused inward. My core, Pia asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. How does it feel? Your core is larger and more stable now. Correct. Simon let out a sigh of relief as a warm sensation spread through his entire body. Yes, it is. Before this, using dark energy for even a little while would leave me completely drained. But now, my body feels incredibly comfortable, like I'm soaking in a warm bath. Pia's voice held a teasing tone. Well then, congratulations, kid. You've officially become one of the 7 battalion commanders. Elated, Simon cheered. Yes, but, as he tried to stand, his body felt completely powerless. Fia warned, don't overdo it. Your body has just undergone a massive transformation. He brought a hand to his head. My head is throbbing. I guess I'll have to rest here overnight. Fia added, it's going to make you uncomfortable for a little while. Simon suddenly remembered something. Ah, by the way, I have a question. Fia responded casually. Go on, ask away. Simon inquired, what exactly is a battalion? Fia erupted with incredulous anger. You signed a pact with me without even knowing what a battalion is. Simon quickly clamped his hands over his ears. I already told you I didn't know. Fia covered his face in exasperation. This is unbelievable. It feels like I'm stuck in some poorly written manhwa recap, explaining the basic plot to the main character. In the end, he still sat down patiently to elaborate. All right, fine, I'll explain. Before I begin, how much do you actually know about the undead? Simon stated blankly. About as much as a first-year student who hasn't even had their preliminary lessons at the Keen Magic Academy. Fia roared with laughter. A mere freshman who dared to wander all the way out here. You really are Richard's son. He was clearly fascinated by the boy before him. Very well then, I shall explain it in a way that's appropriate for your level of understanding. First, the undead in this world can be broadly divided into 3 categories. Summoned undead, natural undead, and the battalion. He held up his hand to illustrate. To begin, all the undead that necromancers like you command are known as summoned undead. They are created through magic, and will move according to the summoner's orders. Both Simon and the rat-like creature listened with rapt attention. They will disappear after a certain period or when the magic that sustains them expires. Images of various undead appeared. Natural undead are formed without the aid of necromancers or magic. When ordinary people think of the undead, this is the type they imagine. Due to their blind animosity towards the living and their inherently aggressive nature, natural undead are classified by humans as monsters. It looked like Simon was beginning to understand. Aha! Fia clenched his fist for emphasis. And last, but certainly not least, the battalion. You could say that we exist somewhere in the middle, between the summoned and the natural undead. He pointed to the center of his chest. A battalion is like a natural undead, in that we can sustain ourselves with our own core. However, we are also similar to summoned undead, as we will obey the commands of necromancers or higher-ranking undead. Simon's perspective seemed to broaden. I understand now, Fia continued. In this entire world, there are precisely 7 battalion legions. To put it another way, there are only 7 necromancers capable of commanding the battalions. He pointed directly at Simon. And you are now one of those 7. Fia waved his hand to provide an example. Think of it this way. A necromancer will lead a platoon of undead. As their summoning skills increase, the size of their army will also grow. I have seen a battalion fleet before, but they were not very numerous. Simon looked surprised. Is that so? He then voiced his own question. What about the necromancers who graduate from Keen? Surely there must be many high-level necromancers from a top magic academy like Kien, right? Fia affirmed. There are. He then clarified, those high-level necromancers can operate a legion of undead, but it is often highly inefficient. Simon was beginning to grasp the concept. Really? How come? Fia countered with a question. I just told you that all the undead that a necromancer controls are considered the summoned type, didn't I? Simon replied yes. Fia broke it down. Summoned undead move by using the dark energy drawn from their summoner. Fia glanced at the rat and said, both summoning and controlling the undead consumes a vast amount of dark energy and mental fortitude. Therefore, it's obvious that as their numbers grow, the burden placed upon the summoner becomes immense. Simon stroked the rat's head, and it let out a little laugh. Aha. Suddenly he recalled the ghost wolf from his journey here. Ah, speaking of which, one of my skeletons was destroyed on the way over. Was that the reason I felt that pain? As Simon recalled the sharp pang in his head, Fia clarified, yes, that is precisely the reason. He tapped his temple. The connection between summoned undead and their necromancer is very real, causing immense strain on the summoner. Fia let out a sigh. However, the battalion's undead move using their own magic, and what's more, the battalion has no limit. He continued to explain. This allows you to command an infinite number of undead, whether it's 1,000 or even 1 million undead. It makes no difference. Have you ever heard tales of a single necromancer commanding a colossal army of the dead? Simon replied, I have. Fia then asked, well then, that was likely the story of a battalion commander. Whoa, Simon said, his mind reeling. This is like something out of a manhwa recap. So you're telling me I've just become one of only 7 necromancers who can summon an unlimited number of undead? Precisely. Fia sighed again. Tsk. You have no more questions, do you? You have all the information you need, right? Thank you. Fia. After a moment of thought, Simon spoke up. Now that the contract is successfully sealed, whether we like it or not, we're in the same boat. Shouldn't we discuss our plans for the future? Simon agreed. All right, Fia leaned in closer. Both you and I find ourselves in very special circumstances. You mentioned you're a new student at Kien, correct? Simon nodded. That's right. Fia wondered. Are you planning to drop out of Kien? Then Simon absently stroked the rat-like creature. Not right now. It would go against my father's wishes and I still have a lot to learn at the Magic Academy. Fia found his reasoning sound. Good. I agree that Kien has assets you can make use of. Simon then asked. But what about your special circumstance? Fia clarified. To be more precise, it's a situation that makes me and my battalion unique. Simon asked. You mean, because the battalion was disbanded? Fia looked a bit uncomfortable. That's a factor, but there's something much bigger at play. Simon insisted. What is it? Fia's tone became serious. As of right now, my battalion is the common enemy of all necromancers. To put it simply, we are a wanted organization. As soon as he said it, Simon was stunned. We're wanted because of a crime committed by the former commander. Your father? Simon asked in shock. A crime? What kind of crime? He suddenly recalled what his father had told him long ago. I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you sooner, but I cannot enter the territory of the Dressen Kingdom. It's a long story, Simon recounted. Fia, when my father dropped me off, he said he couldn't enter the Dressen Kingdom. Could it be because of? Fia understood. Yes, I believe that's the very reason. Simon pressed further. So what was the crime? Fia hesitated for a moment. It was an unforgivable sin in the world of magic, and my battalion was an accomplice to it. Simon gulped. That sin was betrayal. Fia began to narrate. At the time, the 100-year war between the necromancers and the priests was still raging, and, despite it being the most critical juncture, Richard ordered the battalion to protect the woman he loved. He emphasized. That order was to attack the very necromancers who came to end her life. The scene was pure chaos. Many necromancers were slain by our battalion, so it was only natural they ordered our annihilation. He lowered his voice. And that kill-on-sight order is still in effect, even with the battalion disbanded. This is the reason why we cannot operate out in the open, Simon asked, with a hint of sympathy. In that case, Fia, do you hate my father? Fia just smiled. Hate. Such a weak emotion doesn't exist in the battalion. But he stared intently at Simon and added, of course, if his son were to pull the same damn stunt again, I would be absolutely furious. Simon gave a nervous laugh, and Fia waved his hand dismissively. But forget it. You don't need to feel guilty. That was the will of Richard, your father, and our former commander. Fia shook his head in disgust. That's right, it was the will of that strange bastard. Simon was taken aback. Bastard, Fia said bitterly. Why should I even hide it? He was the biggest, most pathetic scumbag. He made girls cry every single day, infuriated the professors, and skipping class was probably the least of his offenses. Fia sat up straight again. I see now, so that bastard actually has a son. Not even 5 seconds later, he began to panic, grabbing his head and tearing at his hair. Wait a minute, his son. Why did I never even consider that? Huh. You said you were Richard's son, right? Which means? Simon beamed and made the connection for him. Ah yes, your guess is correct. My mother's name is Anna Florentia. Fia let out a horrified shriek. What did you say? He was completely shell-shocked. How repulsive. You're the son of my friend. And my nemesis. He agonized. How could this possibly have happened? Simon cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, just imagine the scene. There. My love dinner is ready. He mimicked, causing Fia to clutch his head in agony. Oh, or would you like to take a bath first? Fia screamed in hopeless despair. Stop it. It's a nightmare. I'm going to have nightmares. You demon, get out of my head. Fia writhed and groaned. Why me? In stark contrast, Simon beamed with joy. I'm very much looking forward to working with you. Fia snapped back full of spite. Don't you dare smile like that woman. You damn brat, defeated. Fia slumped into a corner. Fine, it's not like you get to choose who brings you into this world anyway. Let's get back to the main point. Simon obediently replied, yes sir. Fia raised a hand declaratively. From now on, absorb the knowledge Qianzhen teaches you and get stronger. But don't let a single soul know you command this legion. Simon looked puzzled. Why is that? Fia explained. Because you're Richard's son, and the adults will be completely floored by the connection between you and Richard. He then tapped Simon's forehead insistently. What do you think other necromancers will think when they hear a first year at the Keen Magic Academy actually possesses a legion? Simon immediately understood the implication stronger necromancers would hunt him down. Pia pressed on. Exactly. So, what do you need to do at that point? Simon said, with grim determination. Become stronger. Pia affirmed. Precisely. The little creature then offered some advice. So learn everything you need to at Qianzhen, and the Legion will slowly but surely restore its former glory. Simon nodded, showing he finally understood the gravity of the situation. Pia then beckoned the rat person over. Now, we need a way to control the Legion based on specific situations. I'm going to show you something, so come closer, kid. Simon asked, with a hint of suspicion. All right. What is it? The rat person stood nearby, only to see Pia point directly at his own face. Simon was stunned to see a faint glow emanate from the rat person. You can control my skeleton, Pia boasted. Of course. Right now, we are sharing the same dark energy, so all the undead summoned through your power officially belong to the Legion. He clarified the hierarchy. You are the Legion's supreme commander, and I hold the rank of second in command. However, these undead haven't yet undergone Legion unification. Simon repeated the term, Legion unification. Pia placed his hand on the rat person's head, and its eyes immediately flared with a brilliant light. Exactly. Watch this. Suddenly, its entire body erupted with an overwhelming aura of black energy. It exploded right before Simon's eyes, its rat-like maw gaping open as dark power poured out. Pia explained. This is an undead that has been unified. A brand new rat person fully complete. Simon eyed the creature doubtfully. Really? It doesn't look any different from a moment ago. Pia instructed. Pay close attention. Its eyes now burn with a black flame. To put it simply, this process helps a summoned undead become a fully independent individual. Simon asked in return. If that's the case, does this rat person have a mana core now? Pia confirmed. That's right. Looking at the transformed creature, Simon remarked, I didn't think there was a difference, but I was clearly wrong. I would be caught instantly if I brought this thing to school. Pia frowned and waved a dismissive hand. No, you don't need to unify every single one of your undead, unless it's a being that can persist for a long time. Like me. Your standard summoned undead are far more effective in actual combat. That's just basic knowledge. Pushing the rat person aside, he continued, Now let's put that aside. Just use your normally summoned undead when you're at school as usual. Pia then issued a warning. If your summons expire or are destroyed, bring them to me. I will unify them into the Legion and command them from here. Simon exclaimed, with dawning realization. That would be incredibly effective. Pia had to give him credit. Good. Now you'll gradually become much stronger if you can summon truly exceptional undead individuals. The Legion's overall power will increase as well. Simon bumped his fist against Pia's, saying cheerfully, Right, of course. Glancing at the rat person's tail, Simon noted, By the way, it seems to behave more like an animal now, Pia explained. It shares characteristics with naturally occurring undead. He then added, But you still have command, so it will come to you immediately, if summoned. So how long have you been enrolled at Qianzhen? Simon replied, Only 3 days. Pia nodded, having gotten the information he needed. I see, so it'll be soon, he continued. In a few days, the first-year students at Qianzhen will be assigned their missions. You'll be able to travel to the Isle of Slopes, or even the entire continent, via teleportation. His expression turned unusually serious. When that time comes, I will go with you. That way, you'll have a chance to command the Legion and gather forces scattered across the continent. This is a classic setup in any great Manhwa recap for a massive power-up. Simon asked nonchalantly. You seem to know a lot about Qianzhen, don't you? Pia puffed out his chest and replied, Of course I observed your father's entire life at Qianzhen. I also watched precisely how your father commanded the Legion. He leaned in close, his face alight with interest. Would you like to hear about it? Simon's eyes lit up like stars as he repeated, Yes, I'd love to. He immediately posed his first question. In that case, why do the undead sometimes turn against the one who summoned them? Pia explained. That happens because the summoner lacks a fundamental understanding of the undead. You cannot simply pass judgment on them. Survive on common sense. He stresses that the driving force behind the undead is something he calls infernal conviction. Confused, Florentia asks, Infernal conviction? Pia explains that in human terms, it's the equivalent of a powerful intent. He offers an example. Imagine someone you utterly despise, with a burning rage, and several times a day you constantly wish for their demise. The undead will then lock on to that intent. Florentia is shocked. Wait, so you mean? Pia confirms. Precisely. The undead will hunt that person down and eliminate them even if you're nowhere near. He drives the point home. Even if you stop thinking about them or forget entirely. The undead will remember that hateful intent and pursue them for the rest of its existence. Florentia sighs in disbelief. That's impossible. Fia reminds him again. I will continuously give you warnings. So, there's no need to worry. This will also help you understand many things from the perspective of the undead, a key lesson at any magic academy. Glancing over at the skeletal rat, Florentia breaks out in a cold sweat. Thanks, Fia. That's incredibly helpful. As this Manhwa recap continues, Fia doesn't miss a beat, adding, and while we're on the subject, I'll teach you how to command an undead to attack. He gets to his feet and begins the lesson. First and foremost, the most critical element is your intent. Regardless of the target, you must project my intent. He elaborates with an example. Pretend the wall behind you is your enemy. Fia then shouts for him to get up and try it. Hate that wall with every fiber of your being. Florentia gets into a ready stance. Okay. Fia instructs him in detail. You need to channel all your desire for revenge for your parents onto that wall. It's the one who murdered the person you loved. He urges him on. Channel it into the skeletal rat. Come on. Destroy it. Rip it in two. It is your enemy and absolute demon. The skeletal rat itself is visibly affected by the words. Its bones seem to move with a will of their own, as Fia chants, bathe in its blood. Instantly, it lunges toward the wall. The wall crumbles under the assault. Kill it, kill it. Following Fia's commands, the creature pummels the wall relentlessly. Die, it doesn't deserve to live. Finally, the skeletal rat slams its head into the wall. As a finishing blow, it cannot be allowed to exist. Tear it into a million pieces until it shrieks in agony. Standing nearby, Florentia is genuinely terrified by the display. Fia explains his method. I used rather extreme language so you would clearly understand. But the most crucial part remains your intent. Fia says this while watching the skeletal rats savagely assault the wall. A top-tier necromancer can convey their exact intent even when issuing the most minor commands, and above all, focus on anger, hatred, and murderous intent. He clarifies, those negative emotions are far more potent. He then challenges Florentia. Now try to stop it. You're its master after all. Florentia hesitantly agrees. Okay. He quickly yells. Stop. You can stop now. I said stop. Fia simply stands aside, observing the situation. Stop right now. Despite Florentia's orders, the skeletal rat continues its relentless assault on the wall. He grits his teeth in frustration. Can't you hear what I'm saying? Now genuinely furious, his voice carries a new weight of authority as he bellows, stop. The skeletal rat actually freezes. Florentia seethes. If you ever disobey my command again, I will not let it slide. Standing to the side, Fia is silently impressed. Well, look at that. He just used an absolute command. He can't help but wonder. You're no mere country bumpkin, are you? Just what kind of monster have you brought into existence? Florentia then turns around, his face filled with sorrow, and looks up at Fia. I'm terrible at this, aren't I? I can't even control my own undead. The skeletal rat is grievously damaged, with one arm completely gone and half of its ribcage shattered. But contrary to Florentia's disappointment, Fia offers praise. Not at all. You did very well. Florentia looks up surprised, his eyes widening. But Fia continues. However, on the battlefield, there is no room for failure. So you must practice until you can command the undead. With a single flawless command. Florentia nods in agreement. Understood, Fia. The moment the words leave his lips, his body gives out and he collapses. Fia quickly catches him, holding him up. You were just too tense, Fia notes. And what you just witnessed was rather shocking. Florentia laughs, slumping to the ground. Haha, let me rest for a moment, then I'll head back to Kizan. I'm only allowed to be out for 1 day. Fia remarks. Is that so? And tosses something to the boy. Here, kid. Catch. Florentia raises his hands just in time to grab it. What is this? Even the skeletal rat looks up with curiosity. Florentia opens his palm, revealing a small circular object with a skull emblem that rests perfectly in the center. You'll need a way to contact me when you're back at Kizan, won't you? This is my proxy. With it, you can speak to me whenever you wish. Don't hesitate to call if you ever run into trouble. This spelled trouble. Florentia curiously prodded the tiny skull with her finger and nodded. Yes, thank you for this. As darkness descended, the two of them parted ways. I'll drop by again next week, then Fia said. Very well, I eagerly await to see your new accomplishments in a week's time. Fia bid his farewell, leaving Florentia with the skull ring. As she stared at it, Florentia's brow furrowed. Suddenly, Fia's voice echoed from the tiny object. Ha ha ha, it has been a long while since I've set foot in Kizan. The one speaking is still under student protection, I trust. Is that so? I'm quite eager to see how everything unfolds. Florentia asked. Oh really? Like what? For instance, Faya seemed to raise a spectral eyebrow. For example, the dreadful exam staring you right in the face. Florentia, who had been trying to study, broke out into a cold sweat. The words from the tiny skull on her collar made her entire body tremble. The night before, Kajin Advan lay sick in bed, resting under the covers. Nearby, the hushed strategic discussion between Florentia and Dick Hayu could be heard. All right then, Dick Hayu said. He then took his hand to adjust his glasses, his expression, all business. Let's officially begin this meeting. Florentia replied. I'm all ears, Dick. The only sound was the gentle scratching of a pen on paper, as a hand moved across a colorful chart. First off, this coming Monday, both our morning and afternoon classes are elementary black magic, which includes something truly infamous, the group project. Dick Haiwu spoke with grave seriousness, looking directly at Florentia. Once a group is formed, we're stuck with it for the entire semester. This is without a doubt a matter of survival for us here at the Kizan Magic Academy. First and most importantly, a team must have exactly 4 members like 4 chess pieces arranged in a square, creating a formation for connection, support, and protection. It's even better if each person excels in a different subject. Dick Highwee then crossed his arms, looking up at her. As for me, I'm pretty average across the board, though my black power studies is slightly above par. And you're the master of summoning. Correct. Florentia met his gaze. That's right. Dick High continued. Good. Even with just the 2 of us, we have a decent balance. Let me break it down for you. We are taking a total of 9 subjects. Correct. Theology, human suppression, black power studies, spell creation, summoning for raising mummies and spirits, spiritual power studies, hematology, toxicology, and combat magic. And finally, defensive arts against holy power and elementary black magic. Dick pointed towards a summoning class skeleton. Now, out of all of those, theology, black power studies, and summoning account for the most significant percentage of our final exam score. Therefore, these 3 subjects are known as the 3 core studies of a necromancer. Which means the 2 of us already have 2 of the 3 main subjects covered. Exactly. Dick Hayu exclaimed excitedly. You're skilled in black power studies and I handle summoning. Florentia confirmed. Right, so our top priority is to recruit someone who excels at theology. Florentia then asked him, what about the other members we'll need? Dick circled the remaining subjects on his chart. Spiritual power, hematology, toxicology, and combat magic, which we'll call the minor 4, plus defensive arts against holy power and elementary black magic are all considered minor courses. You can't major in them, so we'll disregard them. Besides, most students who are into combat magic tend to focus exclusively on that one subject. Their grades and everything else are usually abysmal, so we have to write them off. On the other hand, students planning to major in theology are often skilled in defensive arts against holy power. It seems they believe in knowing their enemy. Similarly, hematology shares common principles with toxicology, so many students will study both concurrently. Hearing all of this complex analysis, a staple in any good manhwa recap, made Florentia's face go pale. Do we really have to know all of this? Dick Hayes simply replied, of course. He then grinned, holding up a sheet of paper and pointing to the names written on it. This is why we need to recruit one of the prospects on this list. If one says no, we move to the next. And our main selling point is that our group has the student who ranked first in the special selection exam. You understand? Florentia took the list from his hand, her eyes shining with resolve. Got it? In a moment of shared determination, they both raised their arms. Let's go secure this victory, they cheered. For our team, but just as suddenly, Dick Haiwu slumped over, grabbing his head as his face went deathly pale. Victory, he muttered. He looked up helplessly and asked, why is she times in a first-year classroom? Florentia turned to him and whispered, who is she? His gaze was fixed on the vice principal standing at the podium. That, he whispered, is Rian Olivia. She's the vice principal of Kizan, a walking nightmare who has even expelled third-year students. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the air. Dick. Hi. The boy immediately snapped his mouth shut, pure terror on his face. Rian Olivia, with her hands on her hips, began to walk down from the lecture platform. Well, now, life is just full of surprises, isn't it? If you utter one more word, I will consider it an act of cheating and I will nullify your exam. He slowly managed to stammer out, I'm sorry. The other students in the class were also visibly worried, shooting nervous glances in her direction. I'm sure much like Mr. Highway here, the rest of you are also wondering why I am here. Rian Olivia placed one hand on her hip, leaning against a nearby desk. As As you all know, I've exclusively taught third-year students until now. So, while some of you may think of me as a temporary instructor this semester, I will be officially in charge of Class 1A. I trust you'll strive not to disappoint me with your glaring deficiencies. With that, she turned towards the door. For now, just focus on finishing your exams. The students responded in unison. Yes, ma'am. Dex nervously ran a hand through his hair, his pen hovering uselessly over the paper. He couldn't make sense of a single question. Florentia was just as lost and overwhelmed. He thought grimly. All right. This is the harsh reality of this magic academy. Even though I now command an army of the undead, it doesn't mean that I'll adapt easily to Ken. He shut his eyes, steeling himself. But I can't give up before I've even tried. With renewed determination, he focused on the test, vowing to give it his all until the very last second. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of the test. The professor's voice cut through the silence. I trust you've all performed to the best of your abilities. I will see you again 2 hours after lunch. One by one, the students submitted their papers and filed out of the classroom while the proctors remained observant. You've all worked hard. After gathering the last of the exams, Olivia picked up her grading pen. All right, let the grading begin. The other teachers responded in unison, yes, professor. And so the meticulous task of grading commenced. Meanwhile, Neptys, like a tiny restless white cat, scampered around the room excitedly, weaving between the desks where the faculty were working. As she sidled up to Olivia's table, she was met with a sudden question. And what pleasant wind blew you in here? The question startled Neptys, but she quickly recovered, raising a hand cheerfully. I just came to hang out. As she beamed Olivia's face, a mask of deadly seriousness moved ominously close to hers. Then, with a swift motion, Olivia brought her hand down squarely on the center of Neptys's head, with a painful thud. Do not cause a distraction. She then turned to her 2 assistants. Please continue the rest of this in the official grading room. The male instructor nodded. Of course, Professor. As the 2 departed, Neptys was left nursing her throbbing head in agony. Once they were gone, she clutched her head and wailed dramatically. When I first met you back in the slums, you were such a pure, adorable girl. What happened? Without looking up from her papers, Olivia replied coolly. That pure girl became this version of me, thanks to the daily stress of being constantly overworked. She sighed. Well, since you're already here, you might as well make yourself useful and grade some of these. Neptys gritted her teeth, shooting a glare at her friend. As Olivia flipped to the next exam, her hand suddenly froze, her eyes widening in surprise at what she saw. This student failed nearly all of the basic questions, yet somehow managed to solve the most difficult one. She glanced up at Neptys, who was now grading across from her. Neptys, I have something to ask you. Neptys, resting her cheek in her hand, hummed in response. Her eyes then fell upon the paper. Hey, why are all the names covered? Without sparing a glance, Olivia answered. I covered them to ensure impartial grading. The acting head of the academy added, a name can introduce bias into the scoring process, and I won't allow it. Neptys watched Olivia's pen move relentlessly across the page, feeling a strange sense of pity for the students. It's only the first test of the semester. Don't you think this is a bit much? You're terrifying, you know that. However, Olivia stated gravely, even in a simple test, some very interesting anomalies can appear. For example, the very paper you are currently scribbling all over. Neptys, who had been propping her chin on her hand out of sheer boredom, suddenly widened her eyes and looked down at the paper with new interest. The professor continued, this student correctly answered the second question, regarding the toxicity of certain components, yet failed the simple comparison question that followed. Neptys saw it too, staring in disbelief, utterly speechless. She began waving the exam paper in the air. I see it. This is more baffling than any Manhwa recap. It's just pure, unadulterated foolishness. Now, I'm dying to know who this person is, she exclaimed. But this next paper is the complete opposite. Olivia cut in, her gaze fixed on the new exam before her. This student, she explained, failed nearly every question designed for easy points, and yet they attempted to answer question 20, which was by far the most difficult on the entire test. Neptys gasped in amazement. Are you serious? Olivia held up the paper, evaluating it closely. The formulas that this student used are all fundamentally incorrect. They've applied ancient linguistics to dark matter dynamics and the petrified bone exponential equation to summoning arts, while calculating the decay rate in curse arts. It's all completely wrong. Neptys was baffled that such a combination was even possible. Indeed, Olivia handed the paper to her and continued her analysis. Based on the methodology here, it's almost certain this student hasn't taken any of the prerequisite courses. They're merely combining and extrapolating answers based on what they've learned in the past week's lectures. Neptys took the exam, and after a quick scan, she frowned. Wait, Are they using a summoning formula to answer a question about calculating the flow of dark mana? Could this student possibly believe that magical resistance is directly proportional to dark mana attrition? That appears to be the theory, Olivia replied. But what about the final answer? What about this one? If you apply Terron's theorem, the correct answer is precisely 1.2 million. Dean Olivia stated, tapping the answer key before she continued. However, this student wrote 12.146 on their exam. That specific number was filled in for the answer. Dean Olivia went on clarifying that it was not the correct solution for this question, yet he still managed to deduce a result that was remarkably close. Neptis, I need to ask you something, Dean Olivia said, retrieving the exam paper from a surprised Neptis Arbe. The vice principal spoke as she tore off the sticker concealing the student's name. Why exactly did you assign me to a first-year class, Dean? Olivia demanded with a stern expression. Not just any class, she specified, as the name Simon Florentia became visible, but this specific class, with this particular kid in it. A cryptic smile formed on Neptis's face. She rested her chin on her hands, gave a playful wink, and stuck out her tongue, cooing. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Dean Olivia simply narrowed her eyes at Neptis in silence. In the end, it was the vice principal who relented, sighing as she grumbled to herself. I knew it. She's as sly as a 300-year-old fox. Time flew by at the Magic Academy, and the day finally came for the first semester's exam results to be posted. Students swarmed the bulletin board, all craning their necks to find their scores, as sounds of dismay echoed through the hall. The chatter was incessant. Yes, I got an 85 in theology. Ah, damn it, my hematology score tanked my entire average. Standing in the crowd, Dex couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Wow, they've already graded everything, Simon said, equally surprised. That's seriously fast. Hey, my average is over 80. Another wave of groans rippled through the students. The area remained jammed with people as more students pressed forward to view the results. This is brutal. Should I just switch my major? One student muttered in despair. Let's see here, said another. My score is... A different voice trailed off. There are my grades. Why were so many answers in Combat Magic 5? I knew I shouldn't have changed it. Watching the noisy, chaotic scene unfold, Simon felt too drained to even say a word. Simon Florentia, Theology 40, Hematology 20, Dark Arts 33, Toxicology 20, Summoning 76, Combat Magic 43, Spiritualism 25, Holy Power Resistance 40. Staring at his report card, which showed 7 out of his 8 subjects were below average, Simon's expression grew grim. I thought I was prepared for this, but seeing the results still hurts. Dex clapped a hand on his shoulder, trying his best to find a silver lining in the academic train wreck before them. Hey, but look at your summoning score, it's really high. Getting a grade like that, without even going to class, is seriously impressive. Dex continued, patting his back firmly. And like I told you yesterday, it's better to specialize in one thing. Being a master of one thing is way better than being mediocre at everything. Simon asked hesitantly. You really think so? He reached back to rub his now sore shoulder. What about you? How'd you do? Was it okay? He asked. Dex answered coolly. My highest was Dark Arts with 74. The rest were all between 60 and 70. So my overall average is probably around 70, he concluded. Upon hearing this, Simon stared at him in utter disbelief. You're actually a good student. I feel so betrayed. A single bead of sweat rolled down Dex's temple as he tried to explain. Not really, I just study enough to not get kicked out. As he continued scanning the board, a classic scene in any manhwa recap, he added. By the way, there's a slight problem with our plan. Simon looked at him confused. What's wrong? Dex replied. The scores for the entire student body were posted at the start of the very first class today. Glancing at the scores of some top-ranking students, Dex's voice remained even. Our recruitment plan was only viable before any of this information was released. But now that it's public, everyone can accurately judge their own standing and the standing of others. Dex finished. If we don't get lucky, recruiting even a single person will be incredibly difficult. Simon let out an "oh" of understanding, right as the vice principal's voice cut through the noise. Attention, leaning against the doorframe, Dean announced with a sharp gaze, you have exactly 30 minutes starting now. Check your scores and form a group of 4. The students just stared back at her, completely dumbfounded. The vice principal's voice rang out again, uninterrupted. Barring special circumstances, these groups will remain for the rest of the semester. From this point forward, beginner dark magic will be taught in these groups. There will also be group assignments that can only be completed when all members cooperate, she added. Dex frowned and looked around while Simon still appeared totally bewildered. You will all receive both individual scores and a group score. Of course, points will be deducted for a failure to demonstrate proper teamwork. And it doesn't matter how talented any of you are. Individually, Deanne Olivia's tone became severe. This means you must choose your teammates wisely. Do you understand? The moment she stopped talking, the entire lecture hall exploded with chatter. The hall erupted into a frenzy like a disturbed beehive with calls for members echoing non-stop. Jasmine, is Jasmine here? I'm looking for 3 people skilled in theology and dark arts, with scores of 60 or higher. Can anyone let me join their group? I'm great at spirit studies, another cried out. Hey, with me, our average could be 60. Combat magic, does anyone need an expert in combat magic? Despite the students scrambling around, Simon remained perfectly still, his gaze fixed on the paper in his hands as he mulled over his options. Dick had said they should invite Jamie, our number 1 priority, and Claudia as our number 2. Glancing over at Jamie, he saw she was already being courted by another group. Simon sighed inwardly. Damn it, she's already got a team. His eyes then darted to Rosanto, the 3rd priority, only to see someone else approaching her with an offer. Simon felt powerless. Rosanto and Katarine, the 4th priority, are already on the same team. Watching everyone frantically rush about, Simon felt a surge of helplessness. Okay, just calm down, he told himself. No team has a full 4 members yet. Everyone's just panicking because of the 30-minute time limit. He sprang into action, moving through the crowd while assessing the situation. The most critical need right now was a theology expert, and most teams consisted of about 3 members with average scores. The reporters assigned to the event were still observing everything intently. So what's the best move I can make right now? Simon's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on one side of the room. He walked over to a blue-haired girl, sitting quietly, with her arms crossed. Simon spoke with conviction. Melon Volin, I want to invite you to join our team. The students behind him were flabbergasted, their jaws dropping in shock. Did he just invite Melon? One whispered. She's the only one with an average score over 90. Melon looked him up and down skeptically. That's hilarious. You, the student with special admission, think that's a free pass into the city. That just proves you have powerful connections. And I only trust the numbers I can see with my own eyes, Melon continued coldly. Are you really asking me to join a team with you, a person with an average score of 30? Behind him, Dick clutched his head in despair, as if struck by lightning, but Simon remained surprisingly calm. I noticed you're quite skilled in summoning, he retorted. That's the only score of 80 you have. This bold exchange set off a flurry of whispers among the other students. A 30-pointer inviting a 90-pointer, the nerve. On that guy. You're in the same boat, Simon shot back without hesitation. Melon's brow furrowed, and her voice rose slightly, but my scores are higher than yours. I'm aware, Simon replied, his eyes locked on hers. So, let's make a wager, he declared seriously. 1 month. Give me 1 month and I will surpass you in summoning arts. If I fail, you will leave Kizan. Melon's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Now it was her turn to be panicked. What? Melon slammed the table and shot to her feet, her face a mask of incredulity. You are insane. Take that back right now if you don't want to completely humiliate yourself, Simon responded with unnerving calm. No, I only state things I know I can accomplish. Melon was left speechless. A tense silence hung between them, before she slowly sat back down, her eyes downcast in deep thought. I have to maintain my position as the top of the class this semester, no matter what. The biggest obstacle to that is Hector. An image of his face flashed in her mind. Melon steeled her resolve. I can beat him. In the written exams, but not in practical combat and performance evaluations. To defeat him, I must win this group assignment. Melon tapped her fingers on the table. That means I need someone skilled in summoning arts, the one subject where I'm still weak. Her thoughts drifted to the number 1 special admissions student, Simon Valencia, the one who had defeated Hector despite not even attending the classes. Melon turned her head slightly and sighed. Should I find another student with a summoning score over 80, or should I bet on the special admission student who already beat Hector? This was a classic Magic Academy dilemma. At last, Melon Volin stood up, took a deep breath and asked, the promise you just made, are you certain you will keep your word? Her tone was deadly serious. Simon matched her gravity, replying with absolute confidence. Yes, I'll keep my word no matter what. He then extended his hand toward her. Melon stood with her hands on her hips, staring at the outstretched hand before her. Ultimately, she was willing to take the gamble. She grasped Simon's hand firmly and declared, all right, I'll join your team. In that instant, Dick rushed forward and threw his arms around Simon, cheering ecstatically. Simon, you're an absolute problem solver. How in the world did you convince Melon to join? Melon looked startled. Wait, who are you? Simon simply replied. He's also a member of our team. I did just invite you to join our team's team after all. Simon grinned cheekily and gave her a thumbs up. And don't worry, we have 1 D rank and 1 S rank in theology and dark arts. This whole scene is a wild ride, perfect for a manhwa recap. Melon felt like she had just been thoroughly tricked, covering her face in defeat. Oh, good grief. She pointed at them with a deep frown and conceded, fine, I'll do my best, but I will not forgive you if you dare hold me back. Especially you. The so-called dead weight frowned and grumbled. Dead weight. That's a bit harsh. Don't you think Simon wisely didn't get involved in their little squabble, staying on the sidelines? And let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Over at the Shoe Kitten notice board, the scores were posted: Theology 40, Hematology 60, Dark Arts 70, Toxicology 67 and Summoning 80, Combat Magic 69, Spirit Studies a mere 8, and Defense Against Holy Power at 81. The students were still deep in discussion. You said DS is covered, right? In that case, I'll take responsibility for the theology course, since we need to allocate KDS. Marine Violin turned to Dick High with a serious expression and continued, but first tell me what you scored in Dark Arts. He confidently reeled off the numbers. My average is 70 with Dark Arts, specifically at 74. Hearing this, Melon Violin exclaimed with satisfaction, that's not half bad. Dick Highwoo casually slung an arm around Simon Fentia's shoulders in a friendly manner, raising his other hand to tease the girl in front of them. You're being a little choosy, don't you think? Who should we recruit for our final spot? Just say the word, and I'll go find them for you. Melin Volin looked troubled as she replied, well, I excel at everything, so it's not really. But before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off impatiently. Come on, you have to pick someone. Melon Violin proudly crossed her arms over her chest, reluctantly stating her requirement. If possible, I need someone who can handle hematology. It's time-consuming and involves a lot of complex calculations. After hearing her out, Dick Highwoo immediately flashed a gesture with his fingers, an OK sign, and cheerfully replied, Hematology, you got it. Just wait here. I'll be right back. You two just sit tight and relax. With that, he took off at lightning speed. At this point, in our manhwa recap, seeing Melon Violin and Simon Florentia sitting next to each other, all the other students took notice and began to whisper, are those two in the same group? The special admission student with the top-ranked student in the class. It's totally game over for the rest of us. But another student had a different opinion. I wouldn't be so sure. That special admission kid's scores aren't that impressive for a top magic academy. In the awkward silence, Melon Volin was the first to speak up. Hey. This startled Simon Florentia, who turned to her with a questioning look. She asked, your name is Simon Florentia, right? I've never heard that name before. Where's your family from? Faced with the beautiful girl's direct question, Simon Florentia answered, honestly, I am the heir to the barony in the Buin Kingdom. My family governs the Les Hill region. Buin, you say? I've heard of it. While Melon Volin was lost in thought, Simon took his turn to ask a question. And what about you? What kind of family is the Violins? She turned back to see his earnest expression and said in disbelief, are you being serious right now? Yeah, he replied. She cracked a strained smile and pointed to herself as she explained, I come from a very well-known family with deep roots in the Ivory Tower. Simon's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, the Ivory Tower? You mean the legendary Magic Academy Tower? Melon Violin's tone soured as she replied, that's what it was called, 300 years ago. Simon let out a gasp of astonishment. At the door, another beautiful girl entered, practically glowing with a radiant aura. The students immediately erupted in excited whispers. That's the second-ranked special admission student. She's over here. An embarrassed Melon Violin quickly tried to end the conversation, saying, I'm sorry, but can we just drop it, please? Simon immediately agreed. Sure. The two of them lapsed back into silence. The atmosphere was now thick with awkwardness. Simon silently blamed himself, thinking I probably shouldn't have asked her that, huh? He lowered his head, feeling dejected, and let out a deep sigh. Noble families are so complicated. A moment later, Dick High returned with a huge grin on his face. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. I've brought our new hematology member, just like you wanted. Walking beside him was a timid-looking girl with pink hair. Dick Highwoo gently nudged her forward and announced, behold, a budding hematologist with an outstanding score of 87 in the subject. As she was introduced, Kamara Zusula spoke up shyly. Thank you so much for letting me join your group. My name is Kamibara Zusula, but you can just call me Kami. I promise I'll do my absolute best to help our team succeed. With that, she bowed a perfect 90 degrees to everyone, revealing a pair of peculiar wings on her back. The others couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Whoa, look at those wings, Simon exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Hey, you don't have to be so formal with us. We're all classmates here. Cammy replied hesitantly, yes, but I'm only 16. Dick, however, was incredibly welcoming to their new friend and chimed in. Age is just a number. We even have someone who's 20 years old in our group. Cammy quickly relaxed. Oh, I see. I'll keep that in mind. It was then that Melon spoke up asking, you're an Ursula, aren't you? Are you the one I'm thinking of? Cammy answered truthfully. Yes, from the Ursula family, the great clan of vampires. Upon hearing this, Dick practically yelled in excitement. No way. A noble lady from the Ursula clan of Kananai. Had never even heard of. Melon shot him an annoyed look and cut him off. Hey, keep your voice down. Don't say things like that so loudly, it's not that shocking. Cammy, sitting to the side, stammered. Well, about that is because my mother was a commoner. At this revelation, the group let out a collective gasp, with Dick's disappointment being the most visible. I had no idea. I'm sorry. It's fine. Meanwhile, Simon was lost in thought, putting the pieces together. Asterisk, I see now. She's the illegitimate daughter of a vampire clan. No wonder no one ever speaks of her. She also has asterisk, a complicated family background, just like me. Asterisk. While he was pondering this, Dick decided to break the tension and engage with everyone. He said cheerfully, well, I guess now. It's only fair if I share my story, right? I'm a commoner, the son of a merchant from the White Ox Guild. Cammy exclaimed in shock. What? You mean one of the largest merchant guilds in the kingdom? He continued. To be precise, I'm the third son out of 8. My eldest brother is the heir, so all the family's resources are invested in him. Thanks to that, I'm the son who just has to do whatever my parents tell me to. It's a bit embarrassing, but I'm studying at this magic academy Kian because they think I have a slight talent for black magic. I'm actually on a mission to discover the needs of necromancers and conduct some market research. Hearing this, another student asked, is that the reason you said going to Rogest was more important? Dick replied, exactly. But I'm not just following my father's orders. I plan to graduate from Kian with honors and create a merchant guild under my own name in Rochest. A guild so massive it will force my father to see me in a different light. Dick spoke with a fiery determination, and Simon watched with admiration. Asterisk. So cool times, he thought. Only Melon offered a cold reply. Good luck with that, Dick. Whatever. Just then, a mature-looking upperclassman approached, interrupting them. Well, it looks like this group is getting along, isn't it? Oh, you must be the teaching assistant. The senior student handed them a form and explained carefully. You all are Group 7. Write down the names of your members and the subjects you want to focus on, right here. Yes, sir. He continued. You'll need to choose a group leader as well. The group name isn't important, but a leader is mandatory. Simon happily took the form, saying, yes, sir, I understand completely. Melon, however, quickly snatched the paper and began filling it out. Simon asked her, since you're the key member of the group, do you want to be the leader? Melon replied, with cool confidence. Obviously. Who else would it be? In a flash, the group leader's name was filled in as Melon. When she reached the line for the group name, she asked, next up, what should we call ourselves? In the end, they all agreed on the highly original name, Group 7. The member information sheet was now complete. Melon in theology, Simon in summoning, Dick in dark arts, and Cammy in hemomancy. After submitting the form, they sat in a corner to observe. The students around them were arguing nonstop. One guy was complaining, dude, I want Melon to carry us, but I also want that cute bunny girl. What are you talking about? Since when did you come up with that terrible combination? Besides, both your group and ours only have 2 people each. A girl with platinum hair disagreed, shouting, you only have 2 people specializing in toxicology. We don't want to join this shoddy team. The blonde boy across from her shot back, equally annoyed. What's that supposed to mean? Only 3 people for the dark arts. Are they insane? Look over there, they have 3 necromancers. Are they really planning to form a team like that? All the while, Simon's group sat in silence listening to them bicker. That's the major I'm aiming for, but my grades in other subjects are high too, another protested. Whatever, I'm not joining this group of weirdos. Dick rested his chin on his hand and sighed. Things are getting tense, which isn't surprising. The introductory black magic assessment is based on all 8 disciplines, so having 4 people with different specialties is ideal. This whole setup is a classic part of any Manhwa recap. So if you get too chummy with students in the same major, you'll never be able to recruit anyone else for your group just like them. We were pretty lucky, so. Suddenly, an arrogant girl with curly blonde hair announced, I'll just be choosing one person from your group. Someone nearby reacted with fury. What the hell? If you hadn't poached Lucy from my team, we would have already had 4 people. The platinum-haired girl suddenly stepped forward. Excuse me. The others were completely blindsided by her decision. Huh, you. The platinum-haired girl walked straight up to the group of 3 other girls and said, I plan on majoring in hemomancy, so my specialty won't overlap with any of yours. So, that's okay then. The curly-haired blonde clasped her hands joyfully, replying, Of course it is. Welcome aboard. You're a smart one. Now where is that teaching assistant? Let's get this registered. Watching this scene play out, Simon broke into a cold sweat. That was absolutely vicious. A voice suddenly reminded him, You don't have time to worry about other people. It was Dick, who continued calmly. This sort of thing always happens during the student protection period. If we don't compete fiercely with them, we'll be left behind. And falling behind a Kian means you're done for. Man, why did the word vicious even cross your mind first? Cammy sat, listening in silence, and Melon finally spoke up. This is due to a lack of. They were completely lacking in skill preparation and effort. You have to wonder, what had they been doing for the 4 days since the term began? With scores that low, they should have tried a different approach to find a team. Simon was rendered speechless, unable to add another word. Vice Principal Du Yen, Olivia then appeared on the podium. Her voice cold as she announced, The 30 minutes are over. Will all students who have not yet formed a group, please make your way to the front. A wave of whispers immediately swept through the students below. So, I guess we won't be seeing them in Kizan next week. Are all 3 of them really that pathetic? In that case, a single power spell would probably finish them off. The students shuffled forward, their faces etched with resentment. Du Yen, Olivia's voice cut through the tension. Are you feeling resentful? A difficult beginning does not mean a tragic end. I want you to remember this feeling of outrage and use it to strive harder. There's still hope if you divide the workload for other subjects among yourselves to raise your group's average score. You may return to your seats now. The ungrouped students reluctantly responded in a weary chorus. Yes, Professor. Vice Principal Du Yen. Olivia then began her next announcement. Now that the groups have been finalized, I have an important matter to discuss. Next week, once the student protection period concludes, we will conduct a group competency evaluation during the first class, a classic trial for any prestigious magic academy of basic dark arts. You will be required to battle a monster. Down below, Simon's group listened with bated breath. Behind the vice principal, an image of a truly colossal beast materialized. Du Yen, Olivia's voice echoed through the hall. You will be fighting a Cyclops. The moment she finished speaking, the hall erupted in frantic discussion. A Cyclops, one student asked nervously. With our current skill level, is it even possible for us to defeat one of those? Vice Principal Olivia commanded, Silence. All of you. I will now present the regulations. You and your teammates are to descend into the subterranean dungeon beneath Kizan and subjugate one Cyclops. However, only one student from each team is permitted to engage the Cyclops in direct combat. The other 3 members must remain in a fixed position to support the student who is fighting the monster or to weaken the monster as a form of support. Naturally, debilitating skills such as exhaustion, spells, and blinding hexes are fully permissible. The same goes for blood loss curses from hematology and poisoning techniques from potions class. Combat via summoned creatures is also a valid strategy. However, the direct casting of offensive spells by the support members, including all forms of sorcery, is strictly prohibited. You may consult the provided documents for more detailed guidelines. Hearing this, Dick stroked his chin with a worried expression. Cammy, ever the innocent, simply continued to listen attentively. The designated fighter will be equipped with a protective vest, imbued with a powerful protection charm. Vice Principal Du Yen. Olivia's voice was sharp and clear. We will grade you based on your success in hunting the Cyclops, as well as your completion time, overall stability, the synergy of your teamwork, your creativity, and the perfection of your dark magic. Melon, on the other hand, looked incredibly excited, meticulously jotting down every single rule. Simon's face was a mask of pure determination. She continued, To succeed in defeating the Cyclops, you must maximize your own power before the evaluation begins. This concludes the explanation. Are there any questions? A female student in the crowd excitedly shot to her feet. I'm Jam Victoria, ma'am. Are we going to be fighting a real live Cyclops? Or will this evaluation use Kizan's simulation system to create a virtual battle? Vice Principal Du Yen Olivia responded, her expression unchanging. They are all living, breathing Cyclopes, freshly captured from the Western continent. Your question reminds me of one more thing. Before the evaluation begins, every one of you will be required to sign a life and death waiver. A chilling silence fell over the entire room. She quickly moved on. Any further questions? Another male student shot his hand up, his voice filled with agitation. The names sneer. What happens if we fail? To defeat the Cyclops vice principal, Olivia replied flatly. In the event of failure, your team will receive the lowest possible grade, regardless of any other criteria. Failure can occur under one of 3 conditions. She then began a very detailed enumeration. First, if the designated combatant is rendered unable to continue fighting. Second, if a professor or a guardian official deems the battle unsafe to continue. And third, if any member of the team declares their forfeiture from the examination. This was the kind of high-stakes test you'd see in a thrilling manhwa recap. To fight a real Cyclops, they had to strategize perfectly. Simon sitting below was buzzing with excitement. This is incredible. My heart is pounding in my chest. Cammy, however, was trembling. I'm a little scared, she stammered. Dick asked worriedly, so who's going to be the fighter? Melon immediately spoke up with confidence. I'm the strongest one here, so it'll obviously be me. Simon nodded in agreement. But then a thought struck him, and he asked, but if it's only one student, if it's all about fighting, doesn't that give combat majors a huge advantage in this Magic Academy exam? Cammy seemed to think so too, adding, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. A Cyclops' punch is incredibly powerful, so blocking it with magic would be extremely difficult. Besides, it would drain a massive amount of mana. I figure the best strategy is just to dodge its attacks. But Melon shook her head, saying, no, I actually think it's the other way around. Students in the combat magic track usually opt for physical attacks over magical ones, but think about a Cyclops' hide for a second. Do you really think a physical attack is going to do anything? From the row in front, Dick propped his chin on his hand and added, she's got a point. Cyclops' skin is notoriously tough. Melon continued her analysis. Even if you buff yourself with dark energy, you'll burn through your reserves in no time. Hearing her logic, Cammy had to admit, it made perfect sense. Her eyes widening as she asked, so, do you have a plan to actually defeat it? Melon answered with pure confidence. Naturally. Up at the front, Vice Principal Olivia called out from the podium. It seems there are no further questions. She then laid out the schedule. You have 3 more beginner dark magic classes before the test. In the first class, each group will present their strategy for the hunt. The second class will be a simulated battle to give you some hands-on experience. And the third class, next week, will be the real deal. For the remainder of the period, discuss your strategies with your teammates. If any more questions arise, please stand and ask. Dick, too, was now intrigued and leaned forward, asking, so what's this brilliant strategy you were talking about? Melon began to lay out her plan. Listen up, she said, conjuring a yellow magic circle. She explained, this is fundamental dark magic. With a snap of her fingers, Melon summoned a burst of black fire, which instantly flared to life. This should be more than enough, right? Seeing the display, Dick was completely fired up. Whoa, you already know that incantation. Simon's eyes lit up with admiration. That's incredible, Melon. She pulled her hand back, and the flame vanished. Melon continued enthusiastically. Now let me explain my plan. First, I'll take the Cyclops head on and start incinerating it with my black flames. The 3 of you will support me with incantations. Just hit the Cyclops with a depletion curse to slow it down. While it's weakened, I'll burn it to a crisp. Suddenly, Dick voiced his objection. Hold on a second. Did you forget? Teamwork is part of the grade. This plan makes you the star, but what about us? We'd basically be doing nothing. We'll get a big fat 0 for the teamwork portion. Melon turned her head, her voice chilling as she replied. Well, do you have a better idea then? It was Simon who spoke up next. Melon, can you cast your black flames while simultaneously dodging the Cyclops' attacks? Melon stated confidently. Of course I can. Why do you ask? Dick jumped in with a sarcastic tone. Because we're worried you can't handle it? Obviously. You fell behind and couldn't even get through the valley during our last combat magic class. Remember, the comment clearly flustered Melon. Well, yeah, but if your curse actually works, then I wouldn't have to dodge in the first place. Dick shot up from his seat, shouting back. Hey, curses aren't our specialty. You're the only one from the divinity department in this group. The 2 of them were seconds away from throwing hands. Cammy, sitting beside them frantically, tried to intervene. Oh no, you guys please stop. And just then, everyone froze. Simon, ever the calm one, broke the tension. Okay, how about this? We're allowed to use summons. I'll draw the Cyclops' attention as much as I can. Cammy and Dick, if you can use your majors, you'll provide whatever support you're capable of. He laid out the new plan clearly, just like something out of a manhwa recap. First up, Cammy, what can you do with your expertise in hematology? Cammy gave a small, gentle smile and replied, Hematology is all about studying fluid attack patterns, so I think it's best if I just stick to support incantations. Simon then turned to the last member, Dick. How about you? Dick just sprawled onto his desk with a long sigh and said dejectedly, there's not much I can do either. I guess I'll just practice the depletion curse all week. At that moment, Vice Principal Olivia's voice cut through from the lectern. All right, you have until next class to prepare a 10-minute presentation on your Cyclops attack strategy. It must detail the role of each member and any magical creatures you plan to use. That's all for today, class dismissed. The entire class responded in unison. Thank you, Professor. Dick leaned back, lacing his fingers behind his head as he looked toward Simon, thinking to himself, that's Simon. He's surprisingly sharp sometimes. He smooths over every problem, naturally leads the group, and makes sure to put forward his own point of view. I have to admit, I'm a little jealous. That must be why he's here on a special admission. And just like that, Dick's thoughts began to wander. Rushing up from behind, he threw his arms around Simon and Kami's necks. Hey Simon, I heard today's special at the cafeteria is hamburgers and steak. They're limited edition, you know? What do you say? Then let's hurry. Melon, who was left in the dust, yelled out in frustration. Hey, wait up for me. She was absolutely indignant. Hey, how could you guys be so cruel? And just ditch me like that. You all get hamburgers and steak while I'm left with nothing, the friend retorted. Well, you should have kept up with us. Then I told you they were limited in number. After the lunch rush was over and they returned to class, Melon was still fuming. Man, this is so frustrating. Suddenly, a deep and commanding voice echoed from the lecturer's podium. Now, everyone, please take your seats. The figure on the podium surveyed the students below before asking, which class am I addressing? One student promptly answered, this is Class A, sir. The man nodded. Ah, so it's my first time teaching this section, I see. He was a very old man, his hands trembling with age as he began to introduce himself. My name is Lang Chos. I will be your instructor for potions. Lang Chos was the designated potions professor for all first-year students. He continued. All right, let us begin. Everyone, please open your books to page 1. Now then, the art of potions is not merely a discipline for dealing with toxins. In the audience, however, nearly half the students were already nodding off board with this standard Magic Academy lecture. They groaned. This is so dull. The professor's voice droned on slow and hypnotic like a lullaby. You must learn to combine and organize a myriad of solutions. Lang Chos, however, remained absorbed in his work, continuing his lecture. To produce a wide array of changes, which is the very essence of this field. Yes, so for today, we shall create a low-grade poison in the laboratory. The students looked at each other completely bewildered. To correctly brew this poison, you must measure the ingredients with absolute precision. But before he could even finish his sentence, the professor suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The class erupted in panic, shouting, Professor A. Student quickly suggested, you've pushed yourself too hard, sir. We can handle the practical portion of the lesson. Please, go and rest. But Lang Chos strained, forcing out each word. I must teach. Just then another instructor entered the room, announcing, it's fine, I will take it from here. The frail professor left the podium saying, very well then, my thanks to you. It was revealed that she was Professor Lang's teaching assistant, Francesca Bellman. She clutched a book standing completely still, on the podium for a long moment. Below, a few oblivious students continued to doze. Francesca Bellman's expression grew dark as she stared down at the class, and then she hurled the book. In her hand, directly at a male student's head. The book shot forward like an arrow zipping past Simon's face and creating a small gust of wind. Francesca Bellman then slammed her hand down on the desk with a loud bang, roaring, everyone wake up. She glared at the students below, some with dazed expressions and even drool on their faces, and asked in a rage, how dare you to be so insolent? In the presence of a professor, Class A, terrified, the students below snapped, their heads up their spines instantly, ramrod straight. Francesca Bellman continued her furious tirade. How could you possibly lie sprawled on your desks, sleeping during class? How can you call yourselves students of Cayenne when you are so utterly undisciplined? Francesca Bellman's face was incredibly stern as she reminded them, at the very least, you should not forget common courtesy. Is that clear? The entire class answered in unison. Yes, ma'am. She then began to reintroduce herself. I am Professor Lang's teaching assistant, Francesca Bellman. Today, I will be leading this class in his place. You will be practicing the concoction of a low-grade poison. You may put your books and notes to one side. The moment she spoke, every student's desk was magically furnished with a full set of equipment and chemical reagents. Simon and Rick were both quite curious and began examining some of the strange new tools. The teaching assistant continued. The key to successfully creating a low-grade poison is not the rigid control of variables like quantity or the sequence of ingredients. Rather, it is the brewer's adaptability during the concoction process. Now light the candle beneath your cauldron. Once the water begins to boil, place the salamander and the barley powder from your ingredient packet into the water. Melon suddenly raised her hand to ask a question. "Excuse me, ma'am, how much are we supposed to put in, Francesca?" Bellman answered nonchalantly. "The amount is not important. Just add it until you feel it's right." As soon as she finished, everyone began dumping their ingredients into the water. A chaotic start to this manhwa recap of a potions class. A foul stench was overwhelming, hitting Simon right in the face and making him feel dizzy. "Oh God, that smell is horrendous." Rick, on the other hand, exclaimed with fascination. "Whoa, yours turned green. Mine is blue." Francesca Bellman then announced, "If your cauldron is emitting blue smoke, raise your hand." Rick immediately shot his hand into the air. The assistant explained, "These students will succeed in creating a poison that causes nervous system paralysis." She then asked, "And how many of you have green smoke?" A large number of students raised their hands. "You will create a poison that induces severe headaches and hallucinations. This will be particularly useful for you when confronting mages or necromancers in the future." Hearing this, Simon was completely astonished by the practical and dangerous lesson in this magic academy. Francesca Bellman chimed in, "You won't find this stuff in the books. I was never taught such a versatile technique in my prep classes." "All right, for those of you with green smoke," she announced, "please take off your coats and place them on your chairs. The teaching assistants will bring you more ingredients." Francesca Bellman then moved to stand beside one of the students and instructed in a clear voice, "Now, everyone, you'll notice a thin layer of oil forming on your cauldrons. I need you to take your spoons and skim it off. These plant-based fatty acids will weaken the potion's potency," she explained, "so be sure to remove as much as you can. Once you're done skimming, begin stirring the solution continuously. You'll need to keep stirring until the mixture thickens to a viscous consistency. But be careful, the solution can solidify if the flame is too high, so keep a close eye on the fire below." A student looking a bit panicked shot their hand up. "Professor, my potion has turned yellow. Is that a bad sign?" But Francesca Bellman praised them. "That's excellent. A yellow hue means you've brewed the highest quality version of this particular poison. You could sell a potion of that caliber in a place like Rest." The nearby students gasped in admiration, whispering, "Whoa, that's amazing, so cool." Then another student spoke up. "My potion's smoke just changed from blue to green." Francesca Bellman responded, "It seems the ingredients at the bottom of your cauldron have surfaced, altering the potion's effects." She then turned to her assistants. "Could you please provide this student with some additional ingredients?" Suddenly, Dex leaned in and whispered to Simon, "Hey Simon, I think I finally get why Professor Lang can keep teaching at this magic academy. It's because his teaching assistant is incredibly talented, isn't it?" Simon just nodded in complete agreement. Overhearing their whispers, Francesca Bellman turned and asked, "Is there a problem?" Simon quickly replied, "Oh no, it's nothing at all." A moment later, he carefully transferred the potion he'd just finished into a small, rather eye-catching vial. Dex held up his own vial and suggested, "Simon, do you think we should bring this to our fight against the Cyclops? I think we ought to try every possible advantage we can get." Simon's face lit up. "Ha, I was thinking the exact same thing." But Melon, ever the pragmatist, cut in coldly, "That's a terrible idea. It won't do a thing, you moron. This is a low-grade poison, which means it has no effect on medium to large-sized monsters. Since a Cyclops is a medium-sized monster, this potion will be completely useless." Hearing this, the reality of the situation hit Dex, and he ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "Oh man, it really is useless." But in a classic twist, straight out of a manhwa recap, Simon's eyes suddenly went wide, as if he'd just discovered something incredible. His eyes were fixed on a page in the textbook, as he thought, "This potion, it uses leek mushrooms." Then a seemingly unbelievable memory surfaced in Simon's mind. "It's the same kind my mother used to cook for me." Simon quickly called out, "Hey Melon." She turned towards him asking, "What's up? What is it?" When Melon saw what he was pointing at, she was stunned. A look of excitement crossed her face as she quickly asked Simon, "What page is that?" He calmly replied, "Page 254. The other two members of their group were completely lost, with giant question marks practically floating above their heads. But when Cammy saw what was written on that page, her expression shifted dramatically. "Oh, it's this one." "This one," Melon confirmed. "Simon, I think this will actually work, provided we can successfully brew it." Both Simon and Dex asked in unison, "For real?" She pointed a finger at a line of complex text and explained, "Look here. This particular poison temporarily paralyzes tendons and induces muscle contractions. It's called Nervy. Melon continued excitedly. It's a neurotoxin that weakens the target's muscles. The text says it's effective against small to medium-sized monsters, specifically those at level 3 or higher. If we use this against the Cyclops, we should at least be able to slow it down. Dex whistled in appreciation. That could be really useful for amplifying an exhaustion charm. Melon studied the page intently. Let's see here. Application is either ingestion by the target or direct application to a wound. We can wound the Cyclops first, then just toss the vial of poison onto the injury. Everyone in the group was on board with the plan. Oh, that's it. We can use a summoned creature to inflict the initial wound and then just throw the potion at it, right? That's a great idea. Alright, then let's try brewing it. We can reserve a spot in the laboratory to get access to some cauldrons. The only problem now is the ingredients. Cammy spoke up softly. We can find the simple ingredients like leek mushrooms, slime blood, and silk grapes right here in Kien. But the other 3 ingredients on the list will be difficult to find. Dex clicked his tongue, confidently. Shh. If I head over to Rochester and ask around a bit, I'm sure I can get my hands on all of them. Simon asked, startled. For real, Dex replied with confidence. Of course. Why don't we get on it right away? I'll head to Rochester right after classes. Simon immediately decided to go with him. Family. Oh, right, I can get this one. Which one? He pointed to a picture of a mushroom in the book and replied, this one is a liac mushroom. I've seen them countless times back home. And they have them in Kien too. The group grew curious. They do. Where in the Forbidden Forest? At the mention of this location, the entire group froze in shock, their eyes wide as they stared at him. Dick, flailing his arms in agitation, asked, how do you know that? No, wait a minute. Are you planning to go into the Forbidden Forest? What are you trying to get mixed up in? Simon calmly continued. It's fine, it won't take long. These mushrooms grow near the entrance of the forest. Besides, you took a big risk coming to Rochester. The least I can do is handle this part for the team. Dick was rendered completely speechless. Simon continued with a confident tone. I'll find them as quickly as I can before tomorrow. Cammy cried out in fear. Hey, monsters could attack you in there. Melon then spoke up. I just said it. It's too dangerous. That's exactly why he shouldn't go alone. 2 people are always better than 1. Seeing her point, Simon immediately suggested, all right, let's go together, but we'll get out of there immediately if we run into any danger. Hearing him lay down the law, Melin said with a hint of annoyance, oh please, as if we needed to be told that. Simon quickly divided the tasks among the group with clear instructions. Okay, so Dick will get the slime blood and silk resin. Melon will go grab the basic ingredients and reserve a spot for us in the laboratory. As for Kami and me, we'll go get the liac mushrooms. We'll all meet up at the lab in the evening with all the ingredients. It was a perfect plan and everyone agreed. Sounds good, right? Got it. However, high up in the lecture hall seats, a mysterious cloaked figure was observing Simon's group, making this scene feel like it's straight out of a tense manhwa recap. Only half of his face was visible as he smirked a sinister grin, suggesting he was plotting something. Soon after, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. The students hurried out of the classroom. The mysterious man fell into step behind a blonde-haired male student and called out, hello her. The blonde student, hearing his name, looked back. The mysterious figure continued, I have some useful information for you. Care to listen? By now, night had fallen, and the atmosphere was sinking into a deep silence. Simon and Cammy arrived at the Forbidden Forest. Simon's voice cut through the quiet. All right, we're here. Holding up an oil lamp, he said. Let's grab it quickly and head back. Cammy, the small girl, nodded with excitement. Okay, Simon. A few hours earlier, near a stable, Dick opened a hidden door that led down into a secret tunnel. Explaining to Simon and Cammy, you can take this way. It's a secret tunnel that very few people know about. Dick, who seemed to know the place well, instructed them. The guard near the Forbidden Forest just finished his shift, so he should be gone for a while. But don't let your guard down. You need to hurry. The other 2 nodded. Understood. Thank you. Dick saw them off. All right. See you later. Be careful. Back in the present, Simon noted. You seem really excited. Her face was glowing as she replied, yeah, I love taking walks at night. Simon then remembered her vampire lineage and mused, ah, that's right. Cammy is a vampire, so I guess this is just part of her personality. Simon held the lamp forward to cut through the darkness and broke the silence. So, you like the nighttime? Cammy, walking behind him, nodded and replied, yes, the night is so peaceful and pleasant. Really? Cammy suddenly stopped and said, oh Simon, I'm sorry for bringing this up so late, but thank you for helping me in the combat magic class. She recalled what happened that day. I couldn't climb up on my own. I looked around for someone to help, but everyone just ignored me. I told myself that life in Kien is harsh, so that's just how it is. But then you appeared, the only one. At that moment, Simon's warm hand had reached out, his voice asking Cammy, "Do you need my help?" She still remembered vividly how Simon had extended his hand to help her. Simon replied humbly, "I just did what I was supposed to do." Cammy moved closer to him, her face blushing as she said, "The fact that you do what you're supposed to is what makes you so amazing." Simon felt a swell of pride. "Is that so? I appreciate that." As Simon lifted the lamp in his hand, he suddenly spotted what they were looking for and exclaimed, "Hey, look over there, camelliac mushrooms, it's them. And there are so many," Simon suggested excitedly. "We don't know how many we need, so let's just pick all of them." The two of them worked for a while until they had a basket full of mushrooms. Simon was incredibly satisfied. "Well, that was faster than I thought, right?" Cammy suddenly asked. "By the way, there was something I wanted to ask you. Why did you come to Kien, Simon?" Simon looked up, a bit flustered. "Me," he then answered her honestly. "I guess the initial reason was because of my parents. They never stopped encouraging and cheering me on. Whenever you get too tired, you can always come home. But I know I can do this," Simon thought. "Since coming here, I've started to have my own goals." Simon lifted his chin, filled with pride for his dream. "And after studying the art of summoning, I've become serious about wanting to be a necromancer." Having shared his heartfelt secret, Simon turned the question back to her. "What about you, Cammy?" But before she could answer, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from a distance. "They're close." Simon's reaction was instantaneous, grabbing Cammy's hand to make a run for it. "Quick, hide." The two of them scrambled behind a large boulder as the search party continued their relentless hunt. "It seems they're hiding somewhere around here." "All right, concentrate the search in this area." A large group of people was outside carrying lanterns and accompanied by hunting dogs. Their bodies were completely covered, their faces concealed. Simon recognized them immediately as the Ken guards, a common foe in any Magic Academy manhwa recap. "Guards?" Cammy questioned. Simon explained in a hushed voice. "That's right. They protect the area surrounding Ken, typically managing the forest or hunting monsters. If they catch us, we won't get away even with our student protection status." Upon hearing this, sheer panic washed over Cammy, and her entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Cammy was confused. "I thought the patrol wasn't supposed to be for a while." A dangerous realization dawned on Simon. This had to be an emergency patrol, not a routine one. Did something happen in the Forbidden Forest? By now, Cammy was on the verge of tears, from fear, muttering, "What do we do? What are we supposed to do?" Simon, seeing her terror, calmly placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. "Cammy, look at me. Listen closely, we can get out of this. I have a plan, so please trust me and just do as I say." "You can do this, right?" Cammy replied. "I can do it." As he spoke, Simon rubbed the skull-shaped clasp fastened to the edge of his collar, contacting someone on the other end. "Via, can you hear me?" Somewhere else, the being Simon was calling for, who looked like a living skeleton, responded, "I hear you, kid. What's the trouble?" Simon replied, "I'm in a bit of a jam. I'm afraid our legion might have to make a move." The two seemed to share a silent understanding, with nothing more needing to be said. Back in the Forbidden Forest, Cammy reported Simon, "I've gathered all the stones around here." "Thank you, Cammy. I'm finished over here as well." Simon then confirmed, one last time, "We'll have to make do with what we've got." "Are you ready, Cammy?" Her fear subsiding slightly, answered, "Ready." Simon's gaze hardened with determination as he commanded a skeletal creature. "All right then, go." The mouse-shaped skeleton obediently scurried off. The guards' dogs immediately sensed the movement and began barking furiously. "Over there, half of you. Go after it. The rest of you continue the search." "Understood." The skeleton darted past the guards, its purpose to create a diversion. They spotted it almost instantly. "There's another one. Chase it down and catch it." Seizing the opportunity, Simon once again grabbed Cammy's hand and bolted. "Cammy, run." But the hounds were incredibly sharp, and once again, they turned and barked in Simon and Cammy's direction. Cammy noticed them closing in from behind and screamed, "Simon, the dogs." He calmly instructed Cammy use the blood curse on them. "It'll be fine." Cammy quickly began to cast the spell, and a small pinkish magic circle materialized on her hand. "All right, leave it to me." With that, Cammy spun around, extending her hand with the sigil towards the hounds. The curse spread rapidly, halting the dogs in their tracks. They became dazed and collapsed to the ground, but the commotion alerted the nearby guards. "There they are," someone shouted, ordering, "Capture them." A man with a sharp glint in his eye gave a ruthless command. "They're heading for the forest, loose the arrows." The words had barely left his lips when a volley of arrows shot straight towards the pair. Cammy cried out in panic, "Simon, those are real arrows." What are we going to do? Simon turned back to reassure her. It's all right. They can see our uniforms. He was certain that as employees of Ken, they wouldn't actually harm them. The guards bellowed in anger. Stop right there. Don't run. Simon clenched his fist and muttered, as if you guys would actually stop. In the next instant, an invisible barrier slammed into place behind them, which scared the daylights out of the pursuing guards. What in the world? Be careful, that might be magic, but they didn't give up and continued their search relentlessly. We've lost their trail. They couldn't have gotten far, find them. By this point, Simon and Cammy had run to the edge of a cliff. Ahead of them was nothing but a dead end, with a deep chasm of water below. Surveying their surroundings, Simon asked Cammy, do you remember the leap technique we learned in our combat magic class at the Magic Academy? Do you think you can do it? Cammy, terrified, couldn't even look down. She turned back to face Simon, trembling as she spoke. No way, I can't do it. Simon, you should go on ahead. Tears were streaming down her face, but she forced a smile and continued, I'll be okay. Even if they catch me, I'll never rat you out. Hearing her words, Simon was deeply touched. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he roughly scooped her up into his arms. I'm sorry, he murmured, for putting you through all this. Cammy gasped in surprise. She whispered back. But as Simon charged toward the edge of the cliff, she screamed in pure terror. Wait, Simon, she cried out, but he paid no heed, planting his foot firmly for the jump, and launched himself to the other side. He soared through the air, like a superhero holding the maiden securely in his arms. For a long moment, they hung suspended in the air before landing with perfect, cool precision on the opposite bank. Simon gently called out to Cammy. Slowly, she regained her composure and opened her eyes. Like a true gentleman, Simon knelt and carefully set her down, asking with concern, Cammy, are you all right? She just sat there on the ground, completely still, her eyes wide and dazed, as if her soul had fled her body. When she didn't answer, Simon broke into a nervous sweat. What's wrong? He pressed. Are you injured? Cammy finally managed to choke out her emotions, overwhelming her eye. I really thought I was a goner. Simon looked at the innocent girl before him, utterly speechless. Asterisk. Even after being that terrified, she was still thinking about sacrificing herself times. Cammy suddenly broke into sobs, crying out, Thank you. Thank you for saving me. I was just doing what any friend would do, Simon replied before suggesting, It looks like we've lost the guards. We should head back to the Magic Academy. I think we'll have to take a detour though. Can you walk? Wiping away her tears, Cammy insisted. I can walk. I'm fine. She then looked at Simon with an adoring gaze, emphasizing once more, Thank you so much, Simon. In the stillness of the night, the young pair made their way through the dense, overgrown forest. Cammy, still timid and scared, asked nervously, Are we lost? Simon, ever the calm one, replied, No, I think we're heading in the right direction. But just then, a sound echoed through the trees. In a place this desolate and pitch black, a noise like that is bound to stir the same kind of fear in anyone's heart. Cammy whispered to Simon, Simon, I heard something. He seemed unfazed by it, casually brushing it off. It's probably just night owls. Cammy remained adamant. No, it wasn't. Breaking into a cold sweat, she insisted, That wasn't an owl. It was the sound of people. Only then did the gravity of her words sink in for Simon. You're right, he said. I think it's coming from over there. The two of them crept cautiously toward the source of the noise, but the image that greeted them made their blood run cold. Terrified, Cammy clutched at Simon's sleeve, stammering his name, Simon. Simon, we have to get out of here now. Along with the grisly sight before them, a chilling voice echoed, And just let them go. The scene was too much for Cammy. She let out a choked sob and buried her face in Simon's chest, completely traumatized. Simon could only hold her and try to offer some comfort. As he reassured Cammy, his mind raced. Asterisk. What is this doing here? How are we on Serenity Slope Island? Asterisk. This part of the Manhwa recap gets intense, because the sight that had terrified Cammy so much was a disturbing tableau of a woman tied to a cross, with the severed heads of livestock impaled on pikes below. The entire clearing was thick with the metallic stench of a fresh kill. The voice, that had spoken before, began to chant once more. Annihilate the omnipotent fate. Asterisk. Holy Mother times. Simon thought. Asterisk. What is the purpose of that cross? Asterisk. The voice continued. O Holy Mother, only you and the saints, who bear the glorious halo. Simon then noticed a priest, kneeling below deep in prayer. The man continued his incantation, the glorious halo. And then suddenly, his eyes filled with a menacing light snapped up and locked onto Simon's hiding spot. Startled, Simon panicked, shoving Cammy forward as he screamed, Cammy, run, we have to run. But of course, it was never going to be that easy. A powerful force erupted, blocking their path. Even in this dire situation, Simon kept one arm wrapped protectively around Cammy as he looked toward the cross that was now radiating a sinister dark energy. He questioned aloud, a priest, using dark magic. Yet, in that instant, Simon realized this wasn't just any ordinary priest. This was no intruder on Serenity Slope, this was a traitor to the Ken. The priest then slowly stepped out from the shadows. Cammy, still trembling in fear, pointed out, Simon, that priest, he's using both dark magic and holy power at the same time. Simon replied grimly, I know. That's why he must be a traitor. Those two forces are polar opposites, they shouldn't coexist. With that, he tightened his grip on Cammy's hand. I don't know what's going on here, Simon said, but one thing is certain. He pulled Cammy into a full-blown sprint, ignoring the malevolent presence behind them preparing to strike. He gritted his teeth and added, if we get caught, they'll dispose of us on the spot. Just then, metallic chains, the demonic priest's weapon of choice, whipped past Cammy. Simon saw them coming. Cammy, duck, he screamed, as she dropped the very same chain sliced across Simon's shoulder. A searing pain shot through him, but he clenched his jaw and kept running. Unfortunately, a chain snaked out and wrapped tightly around Cammy's leg, pulling her down. Simon spun around in horror. Cammy. He saw she was caught, her face a mask of terror, as the chains constricted around her. She was being dragged slowly but surely back toward her captor. With a flick of his wrist, the man yanked the chain, sending Cammy flying. He then slammed her against a tree, binding her to it with brutal, merciless force. That monster. The mysterious figure remained silent, its entire body cloaked, hiding its identity completely. It continued to swing its chains, relentlessly pursuing Simon, who was desperately trying to flee for his life. In an instant, the chains swarmed toward him, and he stared at them in a panic. Simon knew running was no longer an option. It was time to counterattack. He materialized a sword that settled firmly in his palm. Simon swung the blade, clashing against the incoming chains, and unleashing a slash of incredible power. For a moment, it seemed like he might fend them off, but his sword snapped in half. The chains, though severed, reconnected themselves within seconds, making the situation far more dire. Just as the chains were about to deal the final blow, Simon swiftly ducked to evade them. Behind his back, his hand was clenched, as if he were secretly chanting an incantation. I grant you permission. Dark energy, he commanded as a ball of black vapor materialized, seized them. With that, he hurled the source of power he had just gathered in his hand. Simon yelled out, "Show your face," but the dark energy he unleashed had no effect on the villain whatsoever. The enemy dodged the attack as effortlessly as if it were a floating feather. In response to Simon's defiance, the cloaked figure began to unleash its own technique. The chains once again rose into the air, levitating ominously. By this point, Simon was already growing exhausted. He got back on his feet, staring at his opponent with a look of disbelief. It was clear that this enemy was on a completely different level of power. His foe's technique looked incredibly formidable, conjuring thousands of holy crosses. The crosses materialized one after another, surrounding the figure. Faced with this overwhelming display of power, Simon could only stand there, frozen in shock, before moving his lips, as if speaking to someone unseen. "I don't think I can handle this one alone, can I?" he murmured. Simon then began to fiddle with a button on his shirt, a strange action that caused the enemy to watch him with confusion. And it seemed that inside that particular button, the one shaped like a human skull, a powerful soul was contained. Just as suspected, that very soul erupted forth with a violent gust of wind, revealing itself as a terrifying dark entity. This skeletal soul spoke its voice, echoing, "Are you all right, kid? You're no match for this one, as you are now." "Stand aside," Simon, panting heavily, replied. "I know," he managed to say. The soul, whose name was Faya, cracked a savage grin. He bellowed, "It's been far too long since I've had a real fight." A deafening explosion then ripped through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Simon quickly ran over to Cammy and lifted her up. He called out in a worried tone, Cammy, are you okay?" She was completely unconscious, unable to respond. Simon breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, she isn't seriously injured. With the girl on his back, he was still able to communicate with the dark soul. "Fia, what's the situation?" Fia responded, "This one's a tough customer. He's incredibly powerful, using just dark energy, probably at the master level." He said this with manic glee. This kind of power scaling is common in a Magic Academy manhwa recap. If only my power wasn't sealed, this would be a different story. While the dark soul was engaged in combat, Simon interjected with an idea. "Fia, I have a plan, and I need you to follow my lead." Upon hearing Simon's plan, Fia let out a delighted wicked laugh. "Haha," he cackled, then replied, "All right, kid, you are Richard's son after all. It's bound to be a clever idea." With that, Fia unleashed his power, creating a massive shockwave. Even from a distance, Simon could see the impact and felt a considerable portion of its force. That way, after them, release the hounds. The sound of barking erupted throughout the forest. Simon, still carrying Cammy, both of them covered in injuries, managed to escape the pursuit of Kyan's guards and the priest. They couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It was a success. Fia stopped chasing the priest and get back here. Fia then emerged from the shadows behind them. So you managed to trick those guards? Huh, I'm proud of you, kid. Simon looked back at Fia and asked, are you all right? Don't worry about me. This is nothing. Besides, that girl over there seems to be in more urgent need of medical attention than I am. Simon let out a soft "oh," remembering that Cammy had been on his back ever since the priest's attack. His companion had taken some serious damage. The protagonist couldn't help but worry about her. Seeing the two struggling, Fia grabbed Simon by the collar and lifted him up, saying, don't worry, I'll help you out. Simon was completely flabbergasted, his jaw dropping in surprise. Huh, I had no idea you could heal injuries. The massive Fia effortlessly lifted Simon and placed him on one shoulder. With his other arm, he cradled the unconscious. Cammy then replied with a great deal of pride, I can't heal, but I can get us out of this forest in an instant. Simon was shocked. But how are you going to do that? Before he could even finish his sentence, Fia took off, giving Simon the ride of his life. He bolted out of the forest at an incredible speed, laughing boisterously as he ran. Wahaha, hold on tight. A trail of white smoke was left in Fia's wake, and poor Simon was left screaming in a mixture of terror and pleas for help. As they neared their destination, Fia finally set Simon and Cammy down. All right, you're walking the rest of the way, Fia said. He then paused, sensing something, as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This is highly suspicious. It feels like this area is saturated with detection magic, and it's looking for me. I don't think we should push any further. With his hair a mess and his body completely worn out, Simon held Cammy in his arms and managed a weak smile. Thank you, Pia. You just saved us. It's true what they say, comparison is the thief of joy. His job done, Pia turned, gave Simon a wave and started to leave, remarking, we just formed a pact, so I couldn't bear the thought of losing you so soon. Losing you. Now, take care. Simon watched him go, calling out, all right, you too. He then looked down at Cammy resting in his arms, her face covered in injuries, and began to wonder. So what's the plan now? He asked himself, deeply concerned. I could retrace our steps to get back, but where can I get Cammy treated? People will definitely ask questions about why she's in this condition. If I take her to the infirmary, we'll be in serious trouble if what happened today gets out. Besides that, Priest might have seen our faces, and now he knows why they turned traitor. Simon's mind was a mess, but then he looked at Cammy, and a firm resolve settled in his eyes. She needed to be treated by someone he could trust. The sign on a nearby door read, Night shift, on duty, please knock. A voice from within responded to his knock, and the door opened to reveal a female assistant on duty. What can I do for you at this hour? She asked, but her casual inquiry quickly shifted to alarm, her face growing pale with shock. Simon realized she was the very same assistant that he had helped with a small problem during the room assignments. Before her now stood two students, filthy and covered in wounds, one of whom was even unconscious. It was a sight that would shock anyone in this magic academy. Simon's voice was tense with worry. Please, you have to help us. The assistant shot up from her chair, panicked. What on earth happened? You know females aren't allowed anywhere near the boys' dormitories. I know, but this is an emergency, Simon pleaded. The assistant stepped closer, her expression puzzled. Wait, she's hurt. You need to take her to the infirmary, not here. I can't do that, Simon replied, his voice strained. It's complicated. I can't go into detail, but I'm begging you to help us. Simon's desperate plea took her by surprise, sparking a bit of curiosity. He bowed his head. Please, I need you to treat her right here. The sheer urgency in his voice and demeanor left her feeling flustered. She looked silently at the two miserable-looking students in front of her, knowing full well this was against regulations. But despite the rules, the assistant let out a long sigh, silently agreeing to his request. Her conscience would eat at her if she turned them away. She pulled back a curtain. All right, lay her down. Over here. I should prioritize her treatment. Simon thanked her profusely. While she was attending to Cammy, the assistant called out to Simon in the waiting area. Simon, what exactly happened here? Most of her injuries are just scrapes and bruises, but this one, it looks like she was slashed by something incredibly sharp. It's a deep and long gash right across her thigh. The assistant had to carefully dab antiseptic onto the wound. She assumed the two must have had a run-in with other students, so she decided to offer some advice. If you're going to fight with other students, you should do it during the designated student protection period. I've learned something from working here. The students at this academy will do absolutely anything to survive, no matter how dirty the method or how much it hurts themselves and others. As he heard this, Simon's hand clenched into a fist. We weren't fighting, he stated firmly. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you any more than that. On the other side of the partition, the assistant was quiet, but she seemed to be somewhat reassured. With her work done, she pulled the curtain aside and stepped out. If that's what you say, then I won't press you. Now I need to see to your wounds. Please roll up your sleeve. Yes, ma'am, Simon complied. She opened her medical kit, which only contained a few basic supplies. She might not know the full story of this manhwa recap, but she knew the student's health was the most important thing right now. You need to be healthy if you want any chance of surviving here at Ket's, she said, reminding him as she bandaged his arm. You understand that, don't you? Simon quietly affirmed that he did. The assistant then added, the young woman's injuries aren't too severe, so I'll have a trusted female student keep an eye on her. Thank you so much, he said, bowing his head sincerely. I will never forget what you've done for us tonight. The assistant looked a little taken aback, her hand clutching her medical kit as she replied, I'm glad I could help. You should get back to your room now. With that, Simon stood up to leave. I'm sorry for bothering you so late. The assistant simply stood there and watched him go. The moment the door clicked shut, she placed her hands on her hips and let out a heavy sigh, musing to herself. I wonder how long a kid like that will last here. It's so rare to find someone with his character at Ket's. Meanwhile, Simon opened the door to his room. Dex, I'm back. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Dex threw his arms around Simon's waist and started sobbing. Simon, completely taken aback by the sudden embrace, was bombarded with frantic questions from Dex. Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? And what about Cammy? Simon simply replied, we're both okay. Easy there. We were chased by the guards and got lost. What about you? Where's Melon? Dick collapsed onto the floor, his eyes welling up as he recounted his ordeal. The guards were after us too, making it tough to sneak back in. They don't usually patrol this late. I already spoke with Melon and told her all about the guards. She suggested we postpone making the potion until tomorrow. Hearing this, Simon looked both reluctant and a little guilty as he asked, really? She must have stayed up late waiting for us. Dick explained that when he met Melon, she had rubbed her chin with a worried expression, adding, she seemed a bit hurt, but she was sympathetic when I told her about the guards, he explained. As he spoke, Simon finished changing out of his grimy uniform and hung it on a rack. Dick then asked, anyway, Cammy made it back to the dorms, right? We should probably get some sleep. Yeah. With that, Dick quickly flipped off the light switch. Simon was already in bed. I'll get the lights. Okay. The room was finally plunged into darkness, but our protagonist couldn't stop thinking about what had happened in the forest. He was worried about Cammy and what she had just experienced. He thought, I'm used to seeing people pray since my mother was a priest, but Cammy looked completely shell-shocked. He made one final decision. Before drifting off, I need to have a serious talk with Cammy tomorrow. Suddenly, a puff of pink smoke appeared, and there before him was Cammy, flashing a radiant smile. Good morning, Simon. Her small bat-like wings fluttered, and her adorable face made him break out in a cold sweat as he grew wary. He asked Cammy, are you all right? Huh? Oh yeah, I'm fine, she replied, fidgeting with her hands and awkwardly adding, last night felt like a dream, didn't it? A dream? Jimon asked, a bit confused. Her large, sparkling eyes and innocent expression made it seem as if nothing had happened at all as Cammy responded. Yeah, we walked together in the dark, picked mushrooms, got chased. Some scary things happened. It was just like a dream. It started out beautifully, but slowly turned into a nightmare. Right? Maybe that's why last night didn't feel real at all. Cammy excitedly recounted the night's events as if they were a fantasy, leaving Simon completely stunned by her answer. Her entire attitude about the incident was unbelievable. He thought, does she think last night was just a dream because it was too traumatic? It's probably easier for her to cope that way than to carry the shock. With that thought, he placed a hand on her shoulder, causing her to blush. Cammy, listen to me. He gripped her shoulder, firmly, speaking seriously about the reality of the situation. That priest escaped the moment he saw the guards. They might have seen my face, but not yours. She just let out a little oh. He continued, don't tell anyone about the dream from last night and just act normal. I'll find out who that priest was. She quickly replied, hey, me too. As she leaned in close, she moved nearer to Simon, her voice firm, I want to help too. This happened to both of us, after all. Simon looked down at Cammy's determined face. She was blushing, but her big round eyes were filled with determination, and her two small fangs made her impossible to refuse. You're not going to leave me out, are you? He stammered. He replied, all right, fine, but there's nothing for you to do right now. When the time comes, I'll ask for your help. Satisfied with his response, she cheerfully said goodbye. Turning to leave, she said, okay, you can count on me, Simon. He scratched his head, flustered. All right, I'll do my best. And just like that, one problem was dealt with. But as we continue this manhwa recap, another problem immediately takes its place. He stared helplessly at the small potted plant in front of him as the teacher's words echoed. In the last exhaustion class, I noticed that far too many students are relying on regulatory devices. So this time, we will learn a simpler curse. Today's lesson will be on the translocation curse. It uses a formula that helps dark energy target an object, forming the foundation for all other curses. Your objective today will be to move the magic circle through the air without using a regulatory device. The professor gestured as he guided the students through the day's lesson at the Magic Academy. The potted plant in front of you will bloom when it absorbs dark energy. Use the translocation curse to make the flower blossom. Zeman clutched the flower pot, staring intently at the seedling. He began to cast the spell, but something flew out of the magic circle and bonked him on the head. Then, with great difficulty, Zeman managed to form a second circle, only for it to become horribly misshapen. With a pop, his circle exploded, the magic reverting to a liquid state and splashing down. Dick, sitting beside him, was filled with concern. He asked Simon, "Simon, you okay?" "Just peachy." But Simon was looking down in frustration, thinking that he had to defeat a Cyclops next week, and yet he couldn't even manage this. Suddenly, a hand in a black glove rested on Simon's shoulder as a calm voice asked, "How are things going?" He glanced over to see Professor Amaga with a radiant smile. The professor asked our protagonist, "Are you able to practice it?" Simon replied politely, "Ah, yes, sir. I've tried, but not yet." The professor could see that Simon was struggling with this. Professor Amaga encouraged him, "Use your core. You lack experience in controlling it, which is why your dark energy isn't stable enough, and the magic circle won't form completely." The professor chuckled, his smile, a mix of indulgence and fatherly warmth, and patted Simon's shoulder. "No one explicitly teaches you how to control your core. Here in Ken, this kind of thing is considered too basic, and besides, everyone's method of control is different." As if grasping a profound philosophy, Simon let out a surprised "Oh." Suddenly, the professor spoke up, "Allow me, if you will." Following those words, Simon was startled to feel a strange sensation overcome his body as the professor's voice echoed in his ear. Curses are often perceived as harmful. As an expert in this field, I find that truly regrettable. Simon questioned, "Professor, what is this?" But the professor cut him off before he could finish. "I am using a sense-altering curse to fully amplify your senses. In this way, curses can be a tool to help lost students at our Magic Academy find their own path. Now, focus completely. Breathe in and hold the ambient mana within your body. We will now activate the mana using your core." Simon closed his eyes and concentrated. Oh, there was one spot where the mana flow was distinctly unusual. The professor's voice was gentle and profound. "Can you feel the difference? Your dark energy is different from everyone else's. Simply thinking about releasing it isn't enough. What you need is to develop your mana circuits. Forget the concepts of changing, converting, or modulating it. Instead, imagine your core as a living creature. You must soothe it to tame it. Wait until the dark energy radiates naturally." Simon looked as if he discovered a fundamental truth, staring wide-eyed at the dark bluish-purple core before him. After this was all done, the professor smiled openly. "Now it's your turn. Don't try to control it by force. Just let everything happen naturally." Simon responded respectfully, "Yes, Professor." Then Simon closed his eyes to feel that bluish-purple core of his. The professor praised and encouraged him. "Very good. You're getting it. Excellent. I will now reduce the sense alteration level to 50%. Here's another tip. Dark energy tends to remember its flow, much like muscle memory in our hands. If the flow is repeated hundreds or thousands of times, the dark energy will begin to repeat the action without your conscious input. This kind of training is a staple in any good manhwa recap, which is why good habits and frequent practice are incredibly important. Then the professor continued, "Now that we've come this far, let's try casting a curse." He looked at Simon reassuringly. "I will assist you, so don't be too anxious." Simon gazed at the solitary plant in the pot, unable to shake his nervousness. Hearing the professor's offer of help did ease his worries, making him feel more secure. The professor leaned close to Simon's ear and said, "Cast the magic circle your way." He obeyed without hesitation. "Yes, sir." Then, Simon tried once more. Meanwhile, the professor watched, offering continuous encouragement and guidance. "Activate it now." And just like that, the purple core suddenly lit up and erupted. The lonely plant in the pot burst into bloom, then exploded into a massive flowering tree, leaving Simon and all the other students completely astonished and startled out of their wits. But the professor just smiled brightly, as if this was exactly what he had expected. The stunned students all asked Professor what just happened. This was precisely what the professor wanted his students to see. "It's magnificent, isn't it?" he said, then turned to Simon. "This is your specialty." Simon, looking as bewildered as a deer in headlights, asked, "Specialty?" The professor continued, "That's right. I merely helped you release your power in a stable manner. You've just witnessed a glimpse of your own potential in the near future. Your dark energy is quite special, Simon Florentia. I hope you will think seriously about it, about the best way to express your talent. What is that path, and how should you proceed to fully utilize this unique dark energy?" Simon, still amazed by his own ability, called out with a question, "Professor, could you give me some feedback on the curse I just cast?" After hearing this, the professor paused to think, then offered a gentle smile, as warm as a spring day. The professor said, "You have an admirable mindset, knowing how to reflect on yourself without being conceited. That's very good. But to be serious for a moment, I think your curse needs more emotion." Simon was confused. "Emotion? You mean like when you give orders to the undead?" Suddenly, the professor's expression shifted. His expression turned terrifying for a moment before he smiled, as if nothing happened, telling Simon, "Yes, exactly like that." The professor then patted Simon's head, explaining that emotion is a key element in dark magic. Simon was completely rattled by his teacher's frightening expression, but he managed to force a smile and say, "Thank you, sir." But inwardly, he was freaking out, wondering what in the world was that. His face just now was seriously creepy. The professor gave one last piece of advice. "And remember what I just told you," before another student raised his hand and called out to Professor Bahin. The professor turned and asked, "What is it?" To which the student replied, "Sir, could you help me out? Making these plants bloom is not easy at all." The professor just chuckled and responded, "Ah, I see. Expecting to be spoon-fed is the mindset of a lazy beginner. Keep trying." The student sat back down in embarrassment, stammering, Yes, I'm sorry." Meanwhile, Simon looked at his own hands with delight, smiling to himself. "My own special ability. I've got it. I need to master this before class ends." Later, during an extracurricular session, Dick, the same student who was just denied help, complained to Cammy. "Hey, Cammy, have you noticed how the professors seem to be weirdly favoring Simon lately?" "Really?" "Yeah, Professor Bahin was just being super nice to him. That must be why today Simon has already mastered curse displacement." Cammy looked over, her expression filled with a mix of doubt and suspicion. "And now look at Professor Hong Peng telling him to suck in his stomach. Don't forget this time." I'm sorry, ma'am. It wasn't just Dick who noticed." "That's wrong." Professor Hong Peng was so enthusiastic it felt like she was giving Simon a private lesson, correcting his posture and form, which even made Simon a bit embarrassed. Hong Peng was meticulously adjusting his stance, even properly aligning his legs. "Yes, ma'am." His two friends just stared, looking as dumbfounded as a pair of geese, watching on. "Now plant your toes firmly on the ground." "Yes, ma'am." Whoosh! Simon took his stance and executed a high hook kick. It was a devastatingly powerful blow. "Good. Very well done." "Really? Yes. But you've only perfected the spin. Your 4 basic forms are still unstable. Your eyes must stay locked on the target, and you also need to utilize your lower back correctly. Additionally, your heel needs to pivot deeper. You're also releasing too much dark energy when you kick." "I'm sorry, I'll be more careful." "Oh no, you're doing great. Simon, you just need more practice." "Thank you, ma'am." "Oh please, with that attitude you dare call yourself a Kien student," another student sneered. "Ha, there you go, sulking again. Just try to get on the professor's good side." "I'm not sulking, I was just wondering. Besides, you've got no room to talk. You're also labeled a troublemaker. Because of that time, you broke the exhaustion curse." Noah's comeback was so direct, it left the other guy completely stunned and frozen in place. "I didn't cause any trouble. Has she said a single word to you today? Let me tell you, she definitely sees you as a troublemaker." Cammy, stuck in the middle, looked 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like she'd seen a ghost. "Come on, stop fighting, you've got it all wrong." "Whatever, I'll just give you a different label then. Do what you want." "Hey Simon. Come teach me." "Me? But you're so good at combat magic. The professor won't come help me, so I have to ask you." "Ah, I get it. Since I have to fight a Cyclops in the proficiency exam, I need you to work with me to improve my speed. We'll both get better scores that way." "You don't have to explain, I'll teach you, don't worry. Let's start with the stances." "Thanks a lot." Hearing that, Simon crouched down to watch. Melon went through a few moves, but her body was completely stiff, her movements jerky and puppet-like. She left everyone speechless at how bad she was. "I see the problem," Simon said. "First off, you're way too stiff. I can tell you lack confidence. Try to relax and get into the most natural pose you can. Okay. Left foot back a little. No, that's too far. Clench your fist lightly and punch forward. No, don't move your feet. And that's the wrong position again. That's right. Channel the dark energy into your waist and hold it there. How can she be this bad? Everyone watching this part of the manhwa recap was horrified, unable to believe someone's skills could be so poor. Then, as she tried to pivot on the ball of her foot, it was just getting more and more hopeless. She had a pretty face, but was absolutely clueless. Like this. No, not like that. It's like when you use your core strength to spin a flag. And when you pivot, you need to place the dark energy behind your thigh. Here no, a little higher. Here no, that's too high, a bit lower. How about here? That's your knee, girl. Dang it. Hey, I'm not undressed, I'm wearing gym pants. Just touch me, go ahead and touch me. The air went completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Her words, touch me, seemed to echo through the training grounds. Why is no one answering? What's going on? Are they dating? Or something? She just told him to touch her. Right there. You channel the dark energy here, Simon said, physically adjusting her form. Then when you pivot, you move it over here. He was genuinely trying to help her with the basics at this magic academy. When you spin, you shift it here. Melon, if you want to clear up this misunderstanding, acting nonchalant is way better than freaking out and denying everything. Alright, now do what I just showed you and give it a try. Okay. Melon then executed a flawless kick. He showed real progress, but couldn't hold the cool pose for more than a second before face-planting. Huh. Are you alright? Even though you fell, you've definitely improved. You've still got a long way to go, but it's a decent start. Oh. It seems he was just teaching Melon some stances. Simon, that last kick was amazing. Could you teach me too? And just like that, all the fangirls came running. What is with this guy? The theme for today's lesson was regeneration. The Scoton's greatest advantage is its incredible restorative power, Aondia announced, and with a single wave of her hand, currents of dark energy surged forward. The students stared their jaws on the floor as she explained. The principle of restoration is not complex at all. Before their very eyes, a fractured skeleton instantly reassembled itself. Even if a Scoton's body is torn apart by immense force, its bones retain a residue of dark energy. As she spoke, the professor demonstrated by snapping one of the Scoton's bones. All you need to do is activate that residual energy and maximize its attractive properties, which will pull the bones back into their original structure. All right, you may begin your practice. And just like that, chaos erupted in the classroom. One group had their Scoton leap at them, while another struggled desperately, as their skeleton merely trembled. Simon, however, was remarkably calm, which prompted Melon to approach him first. Hey, you think you can just stand there looking bored? It only took me 1 minute and 30 seconds to finish. You're surprisingly good at this, but don't get a big head just because you've mastered a simple restoration spell. You haven't forgotten your promise, have you? Of course not. Don't worry, my final score will be higher than yours, whatever it takes. As long as you remember. If I can just solve question 20, I'll have 90 points in this subject for sure. Question 20, in summoning studies, you mean the one from Professor Juanha's test on the final page? That question was a piece of cake. Oh, for sure, absolutely. You could solve it even without taking the preparatory course. So what was your final answer? 12,146. What? How? Hey, tell me how you got that number. Simon, Florentia, what do you think you're doing? The professor had caught them. The color drained from both of their faces. I already restored the skeleton, sir, so I was just reviewing some materials for our next class. Melon's expression darkened. You will stay behind after class ends. Both of their expressions soured even further. I'm sorry, Simon muttered. Soon the classroom was empty. The professor and student sat across from each other. The professor, legs crossed, closed his book, and said coldly, "Follow me. There are very few things in this world I truly detest, and one of them is students who, despite their talent, fail to learn anything from my lessons. Yes, sir. Summon your Scoton." Ah, right away, sir. With a snap of his fingers as slick as Thanos, a shattered Scoton materialized. Now restore it. Right in front of me. Yes, sir. With a series of clicks and clacks, the skeleton pulled itself back together. It seems you truly have a talent for this restoration technique. In that case, I shall teach you a more advanced skill. Sir, I thought you were going to discipline me for being distracted in class. What are you talking about? Haren replied, a cigarette held between his fingers. He gestured dismissively and said in a cool tone, "This is a supplementary lesson. Let me be clear so you don't get the wrong idea. It is a professor's duty to provide additional instruction to students who demonstrate achievements that far surpass the standard curriculum." Simon's eyes began to sparkle, and he clasped his hands together, filled with immense gratitude for Professor Haren. This guy is so cool. And he's such a good person too. Seeing the kid's completely shameless and starstruck expression, Haren sighed in resignation. Just get into position. Don't make me stay here any later than I have to. Simon eagerly replied, yes sir. Before him stood a new skeleton, this one with a horned head clad in iron armor, carrying a massive blade on its back, and draped in a red cape. It also had a source of green energy radiating from between its vertebrae. Simon's eyes lit up as if he'd struck gold, and he excitedly exclaimed, that looks awesome. Haren then raised his hand, directing his magic towards the skeleton, causing it to begin breaking apart. Haren's expression shifted, his gaze filled with a deadly focus as he concentrated his power on the target before him. The segments of bone twitched and rattled, separating into individual pieces under the command of Haren's magic. These bone fragments then levitated, circling in the air in front of him. He continued to lecture Simon, his tone as calm as it was in the classroom. This is an offensive technique that utilizes the principles of regeneration. The moment he finished speaking, the bone fragments launched forward like a volley of arrows. They shot through the air and embedded themselves deep into a nearby tree. Bone Pierce, Haren stated calmly. In stark contrast to his professor's composure, Simon was utterly astonished by what he saw in this Manhwa recap. The only casualty was a poor, unsuspecting squirrel that had been chilling on the tree. It was scared half to death by Haren's demonstration and scurried away for its life. It's hard to say whether Haren had a personal vendetta against squirrels or if this one was just unlucky, but he then gestured downwards, magically commanding the bone fragments to plunge into the ground, completely blocking the poor squirrel's escape route. His tone remained perfectly level as he continued the lesson. And that is a binding technique, also using regeneration, called the bone cage. Life at this magic academy is clearly no joke. Prison. The bones Haren commanded swirled into a cage, trapping the squirrel inside, and as Haren drew out the final syllable of his incantation, a powerful surge of energy erupted. A menacing aura, the kind you'd expect in a climactic manhwa recap, enveloped the area. Haren extended his hand, and the bone fragments flew directly towards him. In an instant, a sturdy layer of armor coated Haren's hand and body, resembling the very skeleton the professor had shown Simon earlier, completely transforming his form. Simon's eyes lit up with the excitement of a child receiving candy. He exclaimed, "That's so cool, it's bone armor." Depending on the Necromancer's skill, a skeleton can become a weapon, a prison, or armor. As he finished speaking, the plating on Haren's arm receded. Soon after, Haren returned to his normal appearance and began to instruct Simon. "All the dark magic techniques I've just demonstrated are applications of reconstruction. Do you understand?" Simon replied promptly. "Yes, sir." Haren crossed his arms. His tone held a hint of approval, but his expression remained cold as he said, "Reconstruction techniques are typically taught to second-year students at this magic academy. Yet you've already mastered the basics. That's precisely why I've selected a few advanced skills to teach you." Overwhelmed with excitement, Simon clenched his fists and profusely thanked Professor Haren. "For now, you will learn the bone pierce skill." Raising one index finger, Haren added, "But first you need to correct a bad habit you have when using reconstruction." Simon repeated quizzically, "Correct a habit. That's right. The key to reconstruction is commanding the skeleton to form where you want it, but your method always centers on the skull. In other words, instead of waiting for the entire skeleton to rebuild from the skull and then move, you must will it to reconstruct at the desired location from the very beginning." Simon looked down at his own hand, where a faint glimmer of magical energy was radiating. He recalled Fia saying something similar and realized he might be able to do it. He could likely use the same method he used to control it before. Simon closed his eyes and clenched his fist, picturing himself at the table and feeling the mana radiating from his body and enveloping the bone fragments. The bones seemed to spring to life, assembling into their original form, a rat. Simon opened his eyes, startled to see it moving, and not too slowly either. "All right, on to the next step," Haren said. "Reconstruction and bone pierce are two distinct skills. The latter is merely an application of restorative force, so it's best to think of them as separate." Haren pointed at the skeleton on the ground, causing it to levitate. "When you reconstruct, get into the habit of angling the bones. This way the sharp ends will pierce your enemy's flesh. If you focus your dark energy to one point on the bone, you can sharpen it into a deadly blade. For bones without sharp points, use them to latch onto your opponent, turning them into restraints to bind your foe." Guided by Simon's mana, the bone fragments wrapped themselves around a tree trunk. He clenched his fist, concentrating his power, and the bones began to tighten their grip. They squeezed relentlessly on the tree, until with a loud crack, the trunk snapped cleanly in two. The pieces fell to the ground in unison, as Simon balled his fists in triumph. He exclaimed excitedly, "I did it." Although Aaron was typically cold and demanding, he couldn't help but offer praise after witnessing Simon's incredibly quick learning ability. Aaron glanced at Simon and said, "Right now, you're merely crushing enemies with bones. However, since you can repurpose a destroyed skeleton as an offensive weapon, this will become your new trump card. Keep practicing so you can use it in actual combat." Simon smiled happily and replied, "Yes, thank you for the advice, Professor." Aaron then suddenly asked, "I heard Professor Dwayne chose a Sun Cyclops for the competency evaluation. Do you intend to fight it yourself?" Simon answered, "No, sir. My teammate, Melon, will be handling that." Aaron inwardly approved of the decision, saying, "A smart move. Focusing on supporting your teammates is also a crucial skill, and there is much to be learned from it. Learn what you can and do your best." Before leaving, Aaron didn't forget to remind Simon, "And remember, this was just a supplementary lesson." "Yes, thank you, Professor. Goodbye, Sir," Simon said, enthusiastically, though Aaron seemed to ignore him and walked straight away. Returning to the classroom, Simon cheerfully pushed the door open. "Sorry I'm late." The moment his classmates saw him, the room erupted into a worried buzz like a disturbed beehive. "Simon, what happened?" "Simon, did he hurt you?" Cammy was extremely anxious about him. Her wings fluttered rapidly, as she said agitatedly, "We're still in the student protection period. How could he be cruel enough to punish you like that?" Despite Simon's attempts to calm them down, the group continued their frantic fussing. Rick, standing nearby, was just as worked up as Cammy and chimed in, adding to the commotion. "I heard the physical punishment at Kizan involves a whip." But Simon insisted it wasn't punishment, just a special training session. Fortunately, for once, everyone was actually listening to him. And truthfully, the bewildered, dumbfounded looks on their faces were quite comical. It was probably because Simon's explanation, when contrasted with the terrifying and erratic nature of Professor Aaron, was just too difficult to believe, so they concluded the punishment had simply shocked him into misremembering. Marin put her hands on her hips, glanced over at Simon, and said, "As long as you're not hurt, that's what matters. Now, come look at this magic potion." Feeling exasperated, Simon replied, "Yeah, okay." He said the words, but inside he was completely fed up with this group of friends. Just moments ago, they were in a panic, worrying about him, and now they had flipped a switch so casually. They were acting so nonchalantly. On the table sat a flask containing a constantly glowing yellow solution. Rick admired their handiwork and said cheerfully, "Excellent, we're making great progress." Marin replied with a voice full of pride, "Of course, it's perfect. I was in charge after all. The water volume, the precise measurement of ingredients, the boiling time, and the impurity removal were all flawless." Marin cheerfully held up 2 fingers, winked, and added, "Just 20 more minutes on low heat, and it'll be done." Hearing this, the others immediately showered her with praise. Cammy, filled with anticipation, prayed, "We've worked so hard, I really hope the results are good." Marin agreed, "Yeah, and we'll finally have something to present in our beginner's dark magic class." Rick suddenly had an idea and said, "Hey, since everyone's here anyway, why don't we use this chance to prepare for tomorrow's presentation?" Night fell, and the moon rose high in the sky, yet the group was still deep in their review session. "All right, let's go over all the predicted questions one last time." "Okay, there are 300 in total, and we have the answers for every single one." Marin then slumped onto the table mumbling, "I'm sure we've got tomorrow in the bag, you guys." Though utterly exhausted, the entire group raised their fists and shouted, "Let's do it." The next day, the evaluation began promptly. When it was Simon's group's turn, Professor Olivia reviewed their draft carefully before speaking calmly. 1 main damage dealer, 1 summoner, and 2 curse specialists. Your group members have different majors, but your roles aren't distinct. This dark magic combination lacks creativity. This tactical analysis is a staple of any great manhwa recap. Furthermore, you've conceived the idea of placing your main damage dealer in a support role. I simply don't understand what Group 7 was thinking. Her cold expression, paired with her harsh critique, made the entire group tremble, thinking to themselves, "I can't believe that out of the 300 questions we prepared, not a single one was relevant." Professor Olivia then continued with a question. "First, I want to hear why you assigned the roles in this manner." Marin then quickly answered, "Yes, Professor. We believe that a clear division of labor would be the most effective. For us, the most important objective is to defeat the Cyclops quickly and efficiently." The professor retorted, "So you're saying these positions constitute your group's optimal formation?" Marin affirmed, "Yes, that's correct." Simon offered a faint smile, clenching his hand behind his back in a show of support, but suddenly, Professor Olivia spoke up. "And what is your opinion on the matter, Simon Fentia?" His expression instantly tensed. The professor clearly wanted a different answer, but they were still technically in the student protection phase. Today's presentation was just to get feedback on our strategy, so there was no need to panic. We just had to focus on showing our teamwork, a classic challenge in a magic academy. With that thought, Simon boldly replied, "First of all, I understand that our group lacks creativity in our combination of dark magic, but more important than creativity is safety. We will hunt the Cyclops more reliably than any other group. In that way, our equivalent power score will compensate for our deficit in creativity points." Professor Olivia gave a slight nod. "If that's what you believe, then very well." Next, Camembert Zusula. Hearing her name, Camembert Zusula jumped slightly, then immediately stood up straight and replied, "Present." The professor posed her question. "You are a hematology student, which means you should be taking on the role of an attacker, yet I see you've assigned that position to a theology student, while you use elemental curses for support. I would like to hear your reasoning on this matter." Upon hearing the question, Camembert Zusula's face went pale, and sweat began to pour down her face as she unconsciously bowed her head, making the rest of the group extremely anxious. "This question is too difficult," Marin Ven thought. "Cammy, don't worry, just answer with confidence. You can do this. Don't give up now." From the side, Simon whispered, "Cammy. Cammy is the Cyclops in potions class." Catching the few keywords of the hint, Camembert Zusula finally answered, "It's because of the special characteristics of the Cyclops." Professor Olivia pushed further. "Characteristics, please elaborate." Cammy replied, "Yes, ma'am. The Cyclops is extremely durable, and blood curses are most effective when paired with physical damage, making it difficult to defeat with blood curses alone. Marin knows how to use dark lightning, a dark elemental spell, so I figured we could burn it alive by a Cyclops using dark lightning. Therefore, I believe malign violin would be better suited for attacking the creature." The answer seemed logical, so Professor Duyen Olivia pressed on with her questioning. "I understand. Let me ask you this then. What if it were a different type of monster? What would you do?" This question was significantly trickier. Camembert Zusula nervously clasped her hands together, her expression a mask of confusion. She stammered, "Well, in that case, if that were the situation," after a moment's thought, she declared, "then I would be the primary damage dealer." Her response sent a wave of stunned silence through the entire hall. Simon and his friends jumped, their eyes widening in shock as they stared at Cam. Did she even realize what she had just said? Realizing her blunder, Cam quickly covered her mouth with her hands as Professor Duyen Olivia cracked a small smile and replied, "I'll be sure to remember that statement." She then turned her gaze to the final student, Dick. Hearing his name, he cheerfully raised his hand, "Present." He thought she was about to ask him a question, but it was just a reminder. "And no talking to your neighbor during class." She then announced, "Group 7 is finished. Next up is Group 8. Please step forward." Dick walked away slightly miffed that he wasn't asked anything. Later in the cafeteria, students gathered in bustling groups, their conversations lively and varied. One lamented, "Can you believe it? We got homework on the very first day." "I know, right? Even after the prep course, this section is still confusing. You know, you could use a different formula for that one." "So what are you drinking?" Meanwhile, at a table near the window, Simon Florentia sat with his chin resting in his hand, clearly waiting for someone. He wondered to himself, when is she going to show up? I absolutely have to see her today. All of a sudden, a commotion erupted by the entrance. "Hey, look over there, isn't that her? It's Lauren B." A girl with a stunning face and a vibrant athletic aura casually flipped her long hair back as she strode in with the confidence of a runway model. Catching the curious stares and hushed whispers from a nearby table, she shot them a sharp glance. "Is there something you'd like to say?" Everyone immediately scattered. The girl walked directly to Simon's table, and as we see in this part of the Manhwa recap, he observed her proud and haughty demeanor, feeling a pang of confusion, and thinking, "It's so strange. Lauren seems to have turned into a completely different person. She's almost intimidating now. Before she entered this magic academy Kaizen, she was so outgoing. I'm sure of it. We used to hang out, go shopping, and grab meals together all the time." Simon Florentia flashed a friendly smile and said, "It's been a while, Lauren." She let out a soft scoff, but then her entire demeanor shifted, her expression softening into something far more charming. Lauren smiled back. "Hey Simon, this is the first time we've met since leaving Lenger Stettin, isn't it? How have you been?" He felt a little awkward and stammered, "Oh, I've been okay." Lauren then presented a letter asking, "By the way, what on earth did you say to the messenger girl?" She took one look at this letter and started shouting, "Oh my gosh, you got the acceptance letter for the academy. I'm so jealous." Simon replied nonchalantly, "All I did was tell her to give it to you." Lauren's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Is that all?" He quickly changed the subject. "That uniform. Looks really good on you. Even better than I imagined. Hearing this, Lauren seemed a bit perplexed and shot back, better than you imagined. What's that supposed to mean? Are you calling me a poser? Simon Florentia quickly backpedaled, flustered. No, that's not what I meant at all. It's just, back in Lengerstetten, you had the look of a professional necromancer. Seeing a necromancer in a school uniform is just a little. He gestured vaguely with his hands, making circles near his head as he asked, You get what I'm saying, right? Seeing him so flustered, Lauren couldn't help but burst out laughing. Don't worry about it. I'm just messing with you. You don't have to be so frantic. Her tone then shifted, becoming serious. So why did you want to meet me, suddenly? Recalling the real reason for their meeting, Simon Florentia quickly replied, There's a traitor here at Kizin. You know Professor Jen Olivia's class, right? The one where we fight the Cyclops. Well, I went into the Forbidden Forest to brew a potion for that assignment. She fell into a thoughtful silence. Seeing her expression, he elaborated. Lauren, I know this might be hard to believe, but Lauren cut him off immediately. I believe you. That cross you saw. Can you describe it to me in detail? What did it look like? Simon nodded. Of course. If I remember correctly, the largest cross was right in the middle, and it had a carving of a woman, and she was entangled in vines. Lauren's expression hardened in an instant. Then, it's obvious. That woman is the goddess Deva, the one and only goddess that the priests of Epnel worship. He muttered the name to himself. Epnel. She explained. It's the holy institute directly overseen by the Pope. Think of it this way, just as Kizan trains necromancers, Epnel is the place that trains priests. To be more specific, their saintess is considered the most powerful among all their holy figures. All of the saintess's disciples are members of Epnel and hold all the power within the organization. Lauren slammed her cup down on the table with a loud crack, then crushed it in her hand, her voice seething with rage. Why in the world would a priest from that damn order dare to set foot in Kizan? Simon, does anyone else know about this besides you? He shook his head. Only me and Cam Bears, the one who went into the Forbidden Forest with me. All right, thank you for telling me. I'll report this to my mother immediately, she replied. Simon thanked her in return. She stood up, her voice urgent, telling me was the right decision. That's a sound judgment. If what you're saying is true, that priest must be a high-ranking cleric with power comparable to a professor, which means every single professor in this magic academy is now a suspect. Lauren puts her hands on her hips, concluding that if they were to consult a professor, that person would likely destroy any evidence and obstruct the investigation. My mother needs to know about this. That way the priest can't interfere, and the investigation will be much broader and more thorough. Simon Florentia smiles. Haha, I'm glad I could help. Lauren Bow replies cheerfully. All right, then let's go. Simon, he looks surprised and asks, go, where her eyes light up with determination. To the Forbidden Forest, there must still be some evidence left at the scene where you saw the priest. Simon nods and quickly stands up. Yeah, okay, let's go check it out. The two of them immediately head out, into the woods. Upon arriving, Simon Florentia stares at the completely empty clearing before him, exclaiming in disbelief. No way, how can there be nothing here? He stands there stunned. I swear this was the place. There was a shrine and a cross mark right here. But now there isn't a single trace of the ritual or that priest. How could this be? Lauren crouches down, touching the ground to inspect it. The fact that there are no traces at all makes it even more suspicious. Simon, according to you, that priest is quite powerful. Even though I didn't witness the fight firsthand, I can guess as much from how they managed to wipe an area this large completely clean. But what shocks me even more is that they embedded a core into their own body just to get into Kizan despite being a servant of a god. Lauren B. says calmly, standing up. Priests consider cores to be a power that opposes God. Hearing this, Simon interrupts. Wait, Lauren, I have a question. She turns her head to listen. What is it? He continues. If you open a core, you can't use divine power as a priest anymore, right? Lauren confirms. That's right. I'm not entirely sure of the mechanism, but that's the price they pay. Simon's curiosity is piqued. The price. She rests her chin on her hand and explains divine power is a strength that stems from faith in a god, while dark energy is the power of a cursed demon. That's what they say, and regardless of their doctrines, the fact that these two forces are in direct opposition is an undeniable truth. She places a hand on Simon's shoulder, her voice turning serious. Thank you for cooperating with Kizan. But as this Manhwa recap is showing, the problem is that priest is extremely difficult to deal with, which puts you in grave danger. We don't know when they might come after you, so you should lay low for a while. Simon immediately refuses. No, I'm fine. I'll just live my life as usual. I don't know if the priest saw my face, and if that person really does come hunting for me, they're bound to leave a trail. What Lauren yells worriedly. Don't be so reckless, Simon. If we have to trade your life for that evidence, then it'll be completely meaningless. This girl sure is hot-headed. Simon places both hands on her shoulders to calm her down. Calm down and listen to me, Lauren. If I take a break from school or do anything out of the ordinary, the priest will start to suspect me. She remains firm, but at least let us assign a guard. He tries to persuade her. If there's a guard, it'll be the same. Having a bodyguard follow me around would make me stand out even more. It would basically be a giant sign that I told Kizen's higher-ups everything I saw that day. And Kizen protecting me would just confirm that I feel threatened. Lauren B. still looks worried. She's about to say more, but Simon stops her. We're dealing with a priest who risked everything to infiltrate Kizen. Like you said, they made the decision to come here, and even opened a core and act, considered a grave sin for priests. Lauren falls into deep thought. Simon's argument certainly has several valid points. He continues, you know as well as I do that fanatics like that are capable of unpredictable actions. Lauren nods in agreement. All right, but you have to promise me one thing, she says in a low voice. If I detect any unusual activity around you, I'm assigning you a guard, even if it means restricting your freedom. Understand? Lauren wags a finger in front of his face, her expression making it clear that no is not an option. Simon Florentia lets out a weary sigh internally and replies, all right, I promise. She adds, and remember you don't need to be a hero for anyone. He agrees. I'll keep that in mind. Lauren glances around one last time and says, okay, we're done here. Let's head back to Kizen. By the time they return to the academy, night has fallen and Lauren waves. See you later, Simon, she says, before heading to her room. He watches her go, thinking to himself, I'm sorry, but I can't just leave the school over this. I'll fall. Or I'll be left behind if I don't attend. He gave a small wave, bidding them farewell. But deep down, Simon was constantly worried, wondering what he would do if he were expelled for his poor grades and lack of skill. What then? He shook his head repeatedly, thinking, that's not an option. If both choices have risks, I'd much rather continue my studies here. Simon gazed up at the vast magic academy before him and marveled, just as Pia had said, there was so much to learn at Kizen. The very next day, the students gathered in force, ready to head to the main hall. Rick Hai Wee exclaimed with excitement, Professor Olivia is really on another level. I heard students usually only get to experience this during the second term, but here, we are getting a sneak peek even before our student protection period has ended. Kamares Usula, looking completely drained, added, I'm so nervous I barely slept at all last night. Just then, a voice echoed through the hall with an announcement. Attention everyone, this is Kizen's official combat simulation system. A blinding flash of light erupted, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The surrounding space warped and shifted, and as their vision cleared, a new sight appeared before them. A towering pillar that radiated a shimmering ethereal light. Avalon is a system unique to Kizen, the only one of its kind on the entire continent. It is capable of generating any magical creature and staging virtual battles. This incredible technology is the result of relocating Halina, an illusionary fortress, right here to Kizen for extensive modification and tuning. Professor Olivia announced, standing in the center of the room. Now that the explanations are out of the way, I'll briefly outline the simulated test. All the rules are identical to the actual exam, and each of you will be allowed to experience a maximum of 3 virtual battles before you engage in the real combat. The simulated Cyclops will only recognize the designated combat member as its enemy. This combatant will be wearing this special vest, which is enchanted with a protective spell. Professor Olivia held up a sleek black vest and continued, when the protective barrier on this vest drops to 0, the training session is over. Concluded. You may then wait in the designated lounge for your next turn. During this simulated battle, your primary goal is to assess the effectiveness of your team's strategy and to visualize how the actual battle will unfold. That is all. Please proceed to your designated waiting rooms. Hearing this, a wave of tension washed over the students. As they were leaving, Simon suddenly heard an announcement from the system. Group 5, we will now mark the positions for your team's support members. Everyone's attention was drawn upwards to a large screen. Cindy is in Group 5 Theology, Dark Arts, Potions, and Spiritism. The combat member is majoring in Spiritism. That team looks quite well balanced. Very well. We will now commence the simulated battle for Group number 5. Cindy and her teammates stepped into the virtual battlefield. Their jaws collectively dropped in amazement at the breathtaking scenery before them. This is incredible. And just as quickly, a colossal beast materialized right in front of Cindy, its realistic presence sending a thrill through the observing students, who were buzzing with excitement. There it is. It's here. All right, let's do this. She expertly twirled her massive scythe and declared with a grin, time to take it down. However, with just a single swipe from the monster, Cyclops Cindy was instantly defeated. Group 5 simulation failed. Time elapsed 1 minute and 16 seconds. Damage dealt 22%. Protection level 0%. Rick High remarked in awe, just a single punch from that Cyclops drained 50% of her protection. We're going to have to apply our buffs much faster than we planned. Chimera Zusula agreed, adding, you're right. Everyone seems on edge. Even though this is only a simulation. Rick turned to Melon. You think you can handle this? Looking a bit flustered, she stammered, what? Oh yeah, I'll be fine. The system's voice then rang out again. Next, Group 3 and Group 7. Please step forward. Simon and Hector Mo rose to their feet. Hector turned to Simon Florentia and asked, I assume you'll be the combatant for Group 7. Simon replied nonchalantly, no, it's Melon Volant. Hector Mo was visibly stunned by this. What? That clueless little princess from the ivory tower, you're actually giving up the spot, just to protect her precious honor. Simon just shrugged. Of course not. It's simply because she's the strongest one on our team. Hector Mo's brow furrowed a look of annoyance crossing his face. Their group proceeded into the arena. The system's voice announced, Group 7, we will now mark the positions for your team's support members. On the floor beneath them, glowing magic circles materialized instantly. Support members, please step into your designated positions. The Cyclops will be unable to perceive you, so you can relax. However, be warned that if you step outside of the circle, you will be immediately disqualified. Camarez, Rick, and Simon each stepped into one of the 3 circles. The teaching assistant then turned to Melon combatant. Are you ready? To begin, she jumped slightly hastily, replying, oh yes, I am. Seeing how tense their teammate was, the rest of the group offered words of encouragement. Melon snapped out of it. Are you sure? You're going to be okay. Don't worry so much, Melon. It's just a simulation, you've got this. She took a deep breath to steady herself and replied, right. Thanks everyone. I'm fine. The system's voice announced, very well. The first simulated battle for Group 7 will now commence. The battlefield materialized around them in an instant. The Cyclops was already there, standing right before them, letting out a low, menacing growl. This Manhwa recap is getting intense. All right. Everyone ready, Melon yelled. You all remember the strategy, right? The group responded in unison. Yeah, of course, Simon thought to himself. Melon seems to be doing fine. I don't need to worry anymore, he thought, confidently surveying the situation. I'll just stick to the plan and focus 100% on my role. His 2 Scotons were poised and ready. Dick and Cammy were also prepared to cast their spells, but in an instant, Melon Volan was struck down by the Cyclops' first blow. For a moment, the entire group was stunned. They stared at their fallen teammate, then cried out in panic. Melon, are you all right? The atmosphere instantly became tense and bleak as a system message appeared. Announcement Group 7's first simulated battle has concluded. Good job executing your initial plan. Crestfallen, the team trudged out of the simulation room. Miss Duyen calmly delivered her evaluation. I was quite impressed that the summoner managed to use Scotons to draw the Cyclops' aggro. Simon replied quietly, thank you, ma'am. However, as a whole, the other members lagged behind. The plan to slow the monster with weakening curses and finish it with dark fire was sound in theory. But I'm sure you all realize now that practical application is another story. Your biggest issue is a fundamental lack of proficiency. You must minimize the number of missed spell casts. That is all. The team chorused, thank you, ma'am, and quickly filed out. Outside, everyone was watching the results on a screen. The monitor, where Group 3 had claimed victory. Hector is on another level. He really defeated it. He beat it on the very first try. Simon read the achievement board aloud. Group 3 simulation successful. Time 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Damage dealt 100%. Protection index 98%. A total score of A rank 98% means he didn't get hit even once. Do we have to be that perfect to get an A rank? Is that even possible? The group muttered full of envy. At that moment, Hector emerged. As he walked past Simon, he flashed a smug grin. Melon suddenly declared, listen up everyone. We have to win the next round for real. And so the second attempt began. The sheer power of the Cyclops was terrifying. Simon directed the team's tactics, observing, it looks like even 2 weakening curses aren't enough to slow it down. Melon, I need you to focus on dodging its attacks, Simon instructed. Me, she asked. Yes, he confirmed. Remember to use the dark energy manipulation we learned in combat magic class. Melon leaped back to dodge an attack, yelling, okay, I'll try. Simon then shouted Cammy, "Forget about making the curses last. The priority is to stack multiple hexes." Simon urged Cammy and Dick to channel all their power into casting. When they felt ready, Dick began to sync his attack, with Cammy aiming straight for the Cyclops' face. Just as they launched their assault, Melon tripped and fell right at the monster's feet. It immediately locked onto her and raised its massive club. Unable to escape, Melon screamed. A system alert flashed. Simulation failed. Time 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Damage dealt 42%. Protection index 0%. Total score E rank. Cammy cried out in frustration. "We were so close. Now we only have one attempt left." Melon Volan sighed in defeat. "I know." Simon, however, stroked his chin thoughtfully before announcing, "All right, everyone listen up. I've figured out a way for us to guarantee a win. The basic plan remains the same. We'll cast the 2 curses, and Melon will use her Dark Flame. However, we've seen that just doubling the weakening curses isn't effective enough. So Cammy and Dick, you two are going to apply 4 layers of the weakening curse using multicasting." Dick balked. "What, I've never even attempted multicasting before," Cammy admitted. "Same here. I'm not saying it's impossible, but will we have enough time to actually do it?" Simon calmly reassured them. "Don't worry, I'll buy as much time as possible with my Scotons. This is our last shot in this Magic Academy trial." "All right then," they agreed. "Let's do it." The 3rd attempt began, and immediately, a Scoton scrambled onto the Cyclops. "Perfect," Simon said. "We'll also use the forest terrain to our advantage. Dick, use your specialization bewitchment now." Dick immediately responded. "Understood." Cammy began casting relentlessly, and after a moment, she announced, "First layer of the weakening curse is complete." Dick followed up. "Mine's done as well." "Get ready for the next phase," Simon commanded. But suddenly the Cyclops swatted the Scoton off, smashing it to pieces. At the same time, Melon reported Dark Flame is 80% complete. Simon remained calm. The 7th Scoton is moving in now. He swiftly commanded the next attack. The Cyclops, holding its club in one hand, was already dealing with another Scoton in its other hand. It seemed confused by the new one crawling up its leg. At that exact moment, the casters reported in. "Simon, we're done." Cammy stood ready, her hands glowing. Her 2 layers of weakening curses were prepared. As the climax of this part of our Manhwa recap, Simon ordered another Scoton to climb up the Cyclops' back, making it squirm in irritation, glancing left and right in confusion. Glancing to his right, he momentarily focused on the rear, letting his guard down against his opponent. Min announced that the black fire was fully charged. Just then, the Cyclops lunged forward, and Simon confirmed it had stepped right into the effective range of the weakening curse. Cammy and Rick immediately attacked with a double layer of the debilitating spell. On the other side, Melon Violent simultaneously unleashed her own black fire. A massive explosion rocked the area. Simon shouted encouragement. "With 4 layers of the weakening curse, you can definitely dodge the Cyclops' attacks." Melon Violent exclaimed. "You want me to dodge on my own?" Simon replied. "No, just follow my lead." "All right, I'll give it a shot." The moment she rose to her toes, Simon suddenly yelled out, "Melon, in front of you!" A thunderous blow came crashing down, but she instantly leaped aside, narrowly avoiding it. Simon shouted again, "Charge forward." The Cyclops immediately gave chase right on her heels. Cammy, positioned on the other side, cast another weakening curse. Simon then instructed Cammy, "Block its line of sight with your bloodline curse." Instantly, from her fingertip, a single drop of blood materialized. A crimson aura rose from it, forming a scarlet ribbon that swiftly wrapped around the Cyclops' head. She cried out, "It's your turn, Simon." He commanded his skeleton to move into position, pulling a chain taut around the Cyclops' neck, causing it to growl and thrash wildly. Simon then called out, "Rick, use a fascination charm to keep the chain from snapping." Rick quickly unleashed the fascination spell. The enraged Cyclops desperately tried to push forward, but was held fast by the enchanted chain. At that very moment, "Simon," roared Melon, "finish it now." She poured all her strength into one final black fire attack, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Why won't you just die?" The Cyclops, taking the full force of the blast, howled in pure agony. The completely exhausted team could only watch as their foe was consumed by the raging inferno. Its colossal body finally collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. A system notification then appeared. Group 7 simulation successful. Time 6 minutes and 46 seconds. Damage dealt 100%. Protection rating 97%. The entire group erupted in cheers. "We did it." Professor Duyen's voice rang out. "Congratulations, Group 7, on subduing the Cyclops. It is highly commendable that you executed a strategy previously thought to be only theoretical and adapted it flawlessly with practical experience." Rick shot a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. Professor Duyen continued her evaluation. However, you all need to improve your long-term combat stamina. You also remain heavily dependent on the Necromancer's abilities. You showed excellent judgment by rapidly multicasting to enhance the curse, but you still made several errors. Remember to practice and refine your dark magic. That is all. The group replied excitedly, yes, thank you, Professor. Everyone else crowded around them with praise. Your team is incredible. Seriously, that was so cool. Melon excitedly ran over, saying with a grin, hey, Simon, you did an amazing job. The whole team was on fire. He replied, thanks. The two shared a satisfying high five. She then asked, isn't multicasting incredibly difficult? Rick answered honestly. To be fair, it was a little chaotic. The group continued to chat cheerfully. Only Hor seemed unhappy, glaring at Simon with a look of pure resentment. With that, the training session at the Magic Academy was finally complete. Professor Duyen said class is dismissed. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. The students responded in unison. Thank you, Professor. The group began to head out together. Melon asked, are we training this weekend as well, Cammy? Agreed. Yeah, I definitely figured out my weaknesses during that simulation. Hearing that, Rick blurted out, hey, for real, Cammy, didn't someone ask you out on a date? Melon glanced over. What was that? But Cammy replied, oh yeah, but I turned him down. I want to train with you guys, so. As she spoke, she looked towards Simon. He smiled softly and said, is that? So Rick suddenly raised a hand and announced seriously, my apologies, but I'll have to sit this one out. I have to attend a conference and rest. Melon said casually, no worries. How about you? She asked Simon. He replied, I'm rather busy tomorrow, but I can make it the day after. Melon's expression soured as she pressed, all right, Rick has to become a merchant, but what's your excuse? Simon answered, honestly, I have private training sessions to catch up on my preparatory studies. Someone in Rogist is teaching me necromancy. It's a crucial plot point for this Manhwa recap. The next day, Simon made his way to Fia's workshop. He called out, I've arrived. Fia was already waiting. Welcome. As Simon stepped inside, he asked, how have you been? I'm sorry to bother you as soon as I get here, but I was hoping you could take a look at my skeleton. Fia eyed the jumbled pile of parts on the floor, asking, in surprise, are you here for training, or are you moving in? Simon laughed. I'm hoping to add a few more skeletons to my legion, so I need a good stock of weapons to hand out. The old man picked up a skull, examining it closely. I understand that, but what in the world did you do to get them in this pathetic state? Simon replied. They were damaged during the simulation test. After a bit of work, Fia announced, all done. Shall we begin our training? Do the ones I just reassembled need time to recover, or will you be using the humanoid skeletons this time? He asked, pointing toward a large crate. Controlling these will be a challenge for a newcomer like you, so pay close attention, Fia said, pulling out 2 humanoid Scotons. Today, I'm going to teach you how to command multiple Scotons at once. First off, how many can you currently control at the same time? Simon answered. 2 is my absolute limit. If I try to handle more than 2, my mind gets jumbled, giving commands becomes nearly impossible, and I get a splitting headache. Fia leaned in reassuringly. Don't worry, the number you can command isn't what's important. It's how well you control them, even if it's just 1 or 2. With that, he arranged the humanoid Scotons into 2 teams, each with 2 units marked by blue and red ribbons on their heads. Once set, Fia shouted, all right, let's battle. I'll only command 2 at once. Come at me, kid, Simon eagerly replied. Yes, sir. He commanded his 2 humanoid Scotons to charge, and the clash of their weapons rang out their fighting power, impressively strong. Good. Very good. Press the attack. Suddenly, the blue unit attacked with its spear. The red unit was ordered to duck and evade, but it wasn't fast enough. After the 2 sides clashed for a while, one of the red Scotons was struck repeatedly, tumbling backward. Simon shouted, that's not fair. Fia, you said you would only use 2 Scotons. Fia shot back. And what do you mean by that? I am only controlling 2 just like you. Simon was astonished. What? But you moved the sword-wielding skeleton first, and only then did you command the spear-wielding one, alternating between them. Seeing Simon's pensive look, Fia chuckled knowingly. It seems you've figured it out. This technique is called cross-operation. You rapidly issue commands back and forth between your Scotons to effectively expand your limited control range. If you can't control multiple units simultaneously, you control them by activating them in quick succession. This was the very core of the strategy. Simon rubbed his chin, muttering, as his 2 Scotons simultaneously clapped hands and slung their arms over each other's shoulders. The realization dawned on him, so that's how it works. Fia exclaimed enthusiastically. My efforts weren't wasted on you. Ha ha ha. Now that you understand, let's put it into practice immediately. Your goal is to master cross-operation. Simon obeyed, understood. Early the following week, the group was lounging on the grass stretching. Dick sighed, I'm so exhausted. Melon replied cheerfully, but everyone has clearly improved, especially you, Simon. Your Scoton control is much better. Cammy agreed, I've noticed that too. Simon asked, really? Melon nodded. You used to only be able to command 2 at once, but now you're up to 3. It must be thanks to your private lessons in Rochester, right? Simon laughed. Ah, that's right. Melon's eyes lit up as she asked, who's teaching you? Who is it, a professional necromancer or someone from Kizan? Kami guessed. That person must be incredibly skilled. Simon answered evasively. It was an introduction from my father. Before he could even finish, the 2 girls chimed in. Really, I want to study with them too. Me too. To have improved that much in just one day. Your master must be a true dark magic prodigy. Fia's voice laughed from the small badge on Simon's collar. Simon thought to himself, Fia, keep your voice down. You're giving me a headache. But Fia only spoke louder. Tell them I'd be more than willing to teach them, provided they die and become soldiers in my legion. Ha ha ha, Simon grumbled in response. That's forbidden here in Kizan. He then tactfully declined. I'm sorry, but he's not really like that in person. He's actually quite busy, so he rarely has time to teach me. The 2 girls looked crestfallen. Melon frowned and said, You're being so stingy. Cammy just looked disappointed. Lying on the grass, Dick began to analyze the situation. Hey, you have to put yourself in Simon's shoes. Of course, he's not going to give up his source. If his grades fall below yours, he'll be kicked out of Kizan. That's not going to happen, he would just tell us. Simon sighed internally. Whatever they can think, what they want. Melon shot to her feet, motivating herself. Fine then. Even without extra lessons, I'll still be better than you. Let's get up. Time to train more and prepare for next week, Simon excited, replied. All right, the next day arrived, and with it the end of the student protection period. This magic academy was about to get real. As the group arrived, Simon stared at the professor and asked worriedly, How many people have gotten the boot today? Dick answered 19. Bahin Amaga, the first-year divinity professor, stood at the podium, his eyes glued to a thick stack of manuscripts. He continuously threw substandard assignments to the floor, shouting, Is this garbage, what you call homework? You are not worthy of being at Kizan. Get out of my sight. The students below looked absolutely mortified, and Dick covered his mouth. So that makes 20. 20 students expelled from Kizan in a single day. This whole situation is like something out of a tense Manhwa recap. Outside on the training grounds, a group of students were running while complaining Professor Bahin. Why on earth? I mean, how could you deduct 10 points from my score, Dick? Completely out of breath. Still couldn't stop grumbling. I'd rather run all day than get my points deducted. With that Professor Hongpeng's combat magic is the absolute best. I love it. Simon shot back with a smirk. Well, maybe you shouldn't have been napping. Dex was already starting to lag behind Melon, as he always does at the start of a session. Noticing Melon was still pushing forward, Simon called out in concern. Don't overdo it, you can. But before he could even finish, Melon suddenly accelerated, surging ahead of the group. Trailing behind a winded Dex grumbled. All right, I know the proficiency assessment is tomorrow, but good grief save me. Simon replied, I know. And suddenly, his mind flashed back to a conversation from the day before. While they were stacking logs, he had asked Cammy, Were you training with Melon yesterday too? Cammy had nodded. Yeah, I was practicing depletion curses, while Melon was doing physical conditioning all day long. Simon repeated, puzzled. Physical conditioning. Melon had taken Simon's words to heart about easily using her dark transformation, but she knew she couldn't rely on his advice alone to dodge a Cyclops' attack. After that, Cammy continued. We studied together until late. The moment training was over, she hit the books. She stayed up studying all night. Stunned, Simon had asked. She didn't sleep at all. That's right, Cammy confirmed. I asked if she was tired, but she said she was fine because she'd taken an awakening potion. Simon thought to himself, Come to think of it, every time I see Melon Vol she's studying. It's admirable, but why is she pushing herself so hard in this magic academy? Just then, Melon, now far ahead, waved them over. Simon, come watch this, emerging from the shadows look. With that, she launched herself into the air, much to the astonishment of the entire group. Dex's eyes went wide. Whoa, holy cow. Melon landed and asked eagerly, How was that? Does it need any work? Simon replied, No, that was actually perfect. A pleased grin spread across her face. Really? Is it really? All that practice for tomorrow wasn't a waste? Then Cammy excitedly clapped Melon on the back. You're amazing, Melon. That was so impressive. How did you improve so much in just a few days? Melon answered confidently. Of course, I've been training for it specifically. Worried she was overexerting herself, Simon gently reminded her, don't push yourself too hard. Melon, we already passed the simulation test, so we'll definitely be able to handle the real thing. She clearly understood his concern, but replied with a carefree smile. I know, but I'm not just aiming to pass. I'm going for first place. No matter what, I'm going to work my tail off to claim the #1 spot. So that was it. That was why she was studying and training so intensely. Simon was about to say something else, but an announcement cut him off. Break time is over. Everyone on your feet. We're running to the next point without stopping. The group quickly set off, completely exhausted by the time they reached the finish line. As we get deeper into this manhwa recap, Professor Hong Peng walks over to Simon. He looked up and greeted her. Oh, hello, Professor. Professor Hong Peng had the build of a true athlete, strong, dynamic, with distinctive tan skin and chestnut hair tied up in a high ponytail. Her incredibly friendly demeanor made her a favorite among the students. Placing her hands on her hips, she asked with a smile, have you been practicing the dark combat skills I taught you? Simon quickly responded. Of course, Professor. I've improved a lot since I first learned them. She observed him closely before giving her assessment. You're right. The flow of your dark energy is much better, and your overall capabilities have been enhanced. You've gotten stronger. Simon beamed really well, of course. Just like you said, I have a natural talent for this subject. Haha. But as they were chatting, someone suddenly called out, Professor, a student's been injured. It seemed a girl had sprained her ankle as reported by the teaching assistant Brad. Professor Hong Peng replied, let me go see. She turned back to Simon, instructing remember to practice continuously to keep improving. Yes, thank you, Professor, he said, then turned to Dex and Cammy. Hey, where's Melon? Cammy quickly answered, I don't know, I'm always at the back of the group, so… Dex, sitting up, chimed in, me neither. Cammy actually came to me asking about Melon. So that means we're all looking for her. How come no one has seen her? Simon scanned the area, looking left and right for any sign of her. He replied, no, I haven't either. Just as he said, that they saw Professor Hong Peng approaching with a grim expression. Someone had just been injured, and as Simon's group looked over, they saw Brad carrying none other than Melon Violi on his back. Her leg was already wrapped in a first aid bandage. Without a moment's delay, they rushed Melon to the infirmary. The group stood in stunned silence as the doctor delivered the news. Miss Melon Viol, your ankle is severely injured. You'll have to wear a brace for a while. You can still attend classes, but you are forbidden from participating in combat training and all physical activities for 1 week. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Melon shot to her feet, hobbling towards the doctor and exclaiming, What? No, I'm fine, it's not that serious. I can still walk. I can still participate in combat classes. But before she could finish, a sharp pain contorted her face, turning it pale. Commerce Ursula rushed to support Melon, her own face etched with deep concern. Seeing her so agitated, the doctor sighed and spoke in a stern voice. Miss Melon Viol, this isn't a recommendation. It's an order. The top priority for students is their well-being. Survival at Kizin is important, but as a doctor, my patient's recovery is my #1 priority. I'm removing your name from any classes requiring strenuous movement. Hearing this, Marin immediately slumped down her face, a mask of sorrow. In a dejected voice, she said, I'm sorry, everyone. Can you just leave me alone for a bit? Knowing this was a massive blow to Marin, the group started to head out. But after just a few steps, Simon turned back. Marin, just blaming yourself like this isn't going to change anything. With her head still bowed, Marin shouted back. Then what do you want me to do? What are we supposed to do about the Cyclops match tomorrow? He replied. We'll figure out another way. Marin screamed. Another way? What other way is there? We spent an entire week painstakingly developing our strategy and magic potions. You know that. Seeing her teammate so distraught pained Cammy, but she didn't know what to say. Marin continued her tirade, her voice cracking. We've only been practicing this formation for a week, and tomorrow we have a live battle with a real deal Cyclops. Are you being sarcastic with me, or what? Fine, it's my fault. You can mock me all you want. It's because of me you got the lowest score on the aptitude test. And eventually, you'll get kicked out of Kizin, and that'll be on me too. I got injured because I was aiming for first place. Seeing her completely lose her composure, Simon frowned and shouted, That's enough. If everyone agrees, then tomorrow, I'll take the combat position for our group. The students were then led to a mysterious dungeon. Upon arriving, everyone was a mixture of awestruck admiration and apprehension, as the atmosphere was incredibly mystical. Dim yellow lights flickered, and green vines snaked around the stone walls. Students began to whisper among themselves. Wow, you have to admit, Nephis is on another level. Seriously? How did they manage to collect so many dungeons and ruins like this? Cammy said in amazement. It was originally a small island. But Dex chimed in. Because Nephis is a collector. It seems she discovered ancient ruins like these and brought them back to the island herself. Cammy asked, surprised. The entire thing? Dex nodded. That's right, she collected all of it. Meanwhile, Marin was still hobbling along on her crutches, each step a heavy effort next to Simon. Cammy watched them for a moment, then turned to Dex, troubled. I feel so bad for them. Dex tried to comfort her, saying, why do you care? This just gives us a bigger advantage, right? As her mood spiraled, Marin overheard the chatter from other students in the class. If a team has an injured member, they're totally screwed, one said, making her feel even worse. Cammy anxiously asked Dex, do you think their group can really do it? Dex replied with conviction, they'll be fine. Just trust Simon. Very quickly, the evaluation for Group 6 was over. The instructor announced, next up, Group 7, please step forward. When everyone saw Marin's silhouette, they immediately started whispering, what's going on? Marin's leg is injured, but she's still the one in the combat role. Is that even allowed? Didn't the doctor forbid her from doing that? It looks like Simon switched to the combat position. Some students scoffed, figuring they were just putting on a show of trying their best until the very end. After all, if they do that, at least they'll get a few participation points. Here was secretly celebrating inside since Group 7 was almost certain to be defeated. Simon, however, reassured his team. It's okay. Even though the situation has changed a bit, it doesn't mean all our hard work has gone down the drain. So let's all stick together and give it our all until the very last second. The instructor then announced, bring in the next Cyclops. It stomped into the arena, a colossal figure with a single blood-red eye, looking absolutely terrifying. And now, the assessment for Group 7 officially began. The instructor reminded them, you don't need to overdo it. If you feel you can't continue, just ask to stop the evaluation. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Yes, Professor. The Cyclops took a step forward, and the ground itself seemed to tremble. The students suddenly felt incredibly small and fragile. The test began. Simon immediately commanded his skeletons, summoning them in their humanoid forms to attack. He attempted to control 3 of them at once to charge the Cyclops. He reminded them, just do exactly what we practiced. The combat position may have changed, but the plan remains the same. The first step is to draw its attention. The skeletons charged forward, hacking away, but in a twist worthy of a classic Manhwa recap, the Cyclops ignored them and targeted Simon directly instead of the skeletons. This was completely different from the simulation. It seemed the situation had completely changed. Dex was stunned. What is this? In the simulation test, it always targeted the skeletons first. But Marin had warned that the simulation and a real battle are very different. It would attack whatever it perceived as the biggest threat first. It seemed it wanted to target Simon from the very beginning, and that was exactly the case. Its blood-red eye was locked dead center on Simon as it swung its massive club right at him. Simon couldn't dodge in time and quickly used his reconstruct command. This Magic Academy challenge was way harder than the simulation. It has now entered the effective range of the exhaustion curse. Rick and Cammy, working in perfect sync, raised their hands to cast the spell, but it seemed to have no effect on the Cyclops. Not at all. The beast remained incredibly powerful and ferocious. Simon quickly thrusted his spear at it but only managed to inflict a minor scratch. He muttered to himself, that was way too close. If I hadn't learned how to control dark energy, I'd have been a goner long ago. Thank you, Professor Hongbang. Lost in thought, Simon let his guard down, and Rick urgently shouted, watch out. Above you, Simon. The Cyclops brought its fist down on him, but it seemed to miss, cracking the ground wide open. Simon thought, just a graze cost me 72% of my stamina. Something's definitely not right here. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, the professor and her teaching assistant were watching the fight on a monitor. The assistant turned to the professor concerned. It seems there's an issue with this particular Cyclops. Its stats are vastly superior to the Cyclops the other teams are facing. This goes beyond a typical Magic Academy challenge. Despite its aggression, it's not cursed. Should we halt the test and bring in a new Cyclops? The professor remained calm, replying, let's wait and see. The assistant hesitated. But this isn't fair at all. The professor stated firmly, fairness is not a primary virtue here at Kien. She then asked, do teaching assistants only choose to fight weaker opponents in real combat situations? Would you abandon a mission if your opponent was far stronger than anticipated? Or if unforeseen circumstances arose? The teaching assistant was speechless, but still tried to explain his point. Well, but this isn't a real battle, it's just an assessment. And these students are still so young. The teaching assistant's anxiety was written all over his face. The professor emphasized again, age is irrelevant. Metrics like tests and scores are not what's important. The most crucial thing is what they learn from this experience. In other words, the fact that they are members of Kian is what truly matters. Just trust in them and wait for the outcome. It's clear they've just realized they need to adapt. Back in the arena, a slightly injured Simon was taking cover behind a large rock. He clutched his arm, muttering, "Something is definitely wrong here." Rick was terrified. How is it still perfectly fine after taking 3 exhaustion curses? What the heck? How many times do we have to hit this thing before it goes down? Simon warned Rick and Cammy. Stop using the curse. It's obviously not effective. Rick questioned him. But we have no other options. You saw it yourself. Every other group succeeded with the exhaustion curse. Marin's eyes widened in disbelief. Honestly, I don't know the reason either, but you've realized it too, haven't you? Simon said. That's why we need to change our attack strategy. The group spoke in unison. How? Simon stood up slowly. Just do whatever you want. Forget all the tactics we came up with. Hearing Simon's voice, the Cyclops turned its bloodshot eye toward him. With that, Simon bravely charged forward to fight it, calling out instructions to his teammates. Just support me in any way you see fit, Cammy responded. Got it, Simon. So I just need to do my best to help you right. As she spoke, Cammy held out her index finger and offered Simon a blood-like substance. Simon, use this. Next, Rick launched a supporting attack. Simon praised him. Perfect timing, Rick. At that moment, Simon focused his efforts on controlling the Scotons. Concentrate. Just like Professor Bahin showed us. Simon reminded himself to recall that specific feeling. All right. Thank you, Professor Bahin. It was as if Simon had a sudden epiphany. He gathered all his strength and stood up to face the Cyclops. Come forth. With his command, a swarm of Scotons charged forward. Simon silently thanked Pia in his mind. Then he roared. All-out attack. The entire swarm descended upon the Cyclops, tearing at it from all sides. Pierced by countless spears, it bellowed in agony, its eye looking as if it might pop out. The rest of the class watched the intense battle from the sidelines, buzzing with commentary. Did they just change their plan? Yeah, their formation's completely different. This is more exciting than any Manhwa recap. He-Ho watched the fight intently, not blinking once, thinking to himself, so this must just be a hasty improvised tactic. Meanwhile, Simon thought, the strategy has changed, but it's not half bad. He suddenly realized, am I missing something? I feel like I can do much better than this. He then recalled Pia's teachings. To control the undead, one needs an unyielding will. A top-tier necromancer, even when performing the most trivial tasks, displays an unshakable resolve. That determination can stem from emotions like rage, hatred, or malice. The more negative the emotion, the greater the power it grants. As this thought crossed his mind, Simon let out a roar. They chanted, take him down, take him down, take him down. All eyes immediately fell on Simon, who focused with immense concentration on that single command. Following his lead, Scoton unleashed a ferocious attack, striking the Cyclops. It was clear the beast was also critically wounded. Simon glanced up at the monster and muttered, it's too late for you now. Meanwhile, Melon began to chant a dark element magic spell. Dark ice ice wall. Instantly, the monster was encased in ice. Melon shouted encouragement. Keep it up. Simon, don't stop now. We're so close to winning. Simon shouted, thank you, Melon and Cammy. All the conditions are met. The Cyclops is completely frozen solid, and now it's your turn. Cammy responded with determination. I've got it. Simon, blood magic, Ursula's hemorrhage. Cammy's face became like a blood doll glowing with a terrifying boiling red energy. Rick quickly ran forward to her side. To catch Cammy, who was clearly drained of her strength, she shouted, it's all up to you now, Simon. He replied confidently. You can count on me, Cammy. As he began his preparations, Simon silently thanked Professor Aaron for the invaluable knowledge he was about to use. He initiated a unique coding command to create a poison, prompting the students watching from the sidelines to exclaim, wow, that's insane. Simon yelled, everyone use the Navia potion now. The team replied in unison. Understood. A vibrant yellow poison immediately materialized, ready to strike. The Cyclops. It's having an effect. Please just go down. Please. Simon desperately prayed. Just fall already. But then, oh no. What is this? It's still able to stand. What in the world is going on? Does this mean that unless we land a finishing blow, all our other attacks are useless? Simon screamed. Rick, throw me the charm. Rick immediately tossed it over to him. Here, catch Simon. Simon grew anxious. His dark energy was gone, meaning the charm's effects would only last for 10 more minutes. He successfully caught the item that Rick had thrown. All right, thanks a lot. But just then, the monster struck, knocking Simon to the ground. He struggled to crawl, thinking, oh, my legs. I can't feel any strength in them. Outside, his classmates were cheering wildly for him. Get up, Simon, you have to win this. Another classmate yelled, Simon, hang in there, don't give up. The proctor monitoring the exam sensed something was amiss. Even the professor hastily stood up to observe the situation more closely. The teaching assistant stammered from behind, Professor, the Cyclops. It's preparing to deliver a crushing blow right on top of Simon. The horrified screams of his friends echoed, ringing out endlessly. Simon, Simon. Left with no other option, Simon had to muster every last bit of his strength to conjure a dark magic circle beneath him, allowing him to jump away just in time. And then, Simon powerfully leaped onto the Cyclops' body, striking at its incredibly thick hide. The beast swung its massive wooden club to counterattack. After that exchange, the monster's life force had dropped, but Simon's own defense stat was down to a critical 7%. Battered and exhausted, this whole Magic Academy battle felt like something out of a wild manhwa recap, as Simon thought, come on, Simon. Ending things like this is hardly befitting of a necromancer. With a final surge of effort, Simon managed to reattach Scoton's arms and commanded it to slash continuously with its greatsword into the Cyclops' body, sending blood flying. At the very moment Simon finally collapsed from exhaustion, the Cyclops was defeated. Its massive body sprawled out on the ground, completely motionless. A system announcement rang out, jolting Simon awake. Group number 7. You have successfully eliminated the Cyclops. We actually did it, Simon thought. Overjoyed, he clenched his fists in victory as Rick jumped on him with a hug. Simon, you actually did it. Melon was equally ecstatic, exclaiming, you did so well. That was absolutely amazing. I'm so proud of you, my friend. You're without a doubt the best. Cammy smiled brightly. Congratulations, you really pulled it off. Melon then shyly added, you did a good job, Simon. I will. Well, let's just say I owe you one. Simon smiled back at her. You did an amazing job too, Melon. The entire group was overjoyed by this hard-earned victory. Simon continued to praise Melon, pointing out that even with an injured leg, she never faltered for a second. Simon, she started, but he just replied, yeah. Before she could continue, the others jumped in to compliment her as well. Melon, you were amazing out there too, someone said. Another added, Melon, I'm sorry about yesterday. Rick chimed in enthusiastically. Yeah, that ice magic was totally awesome. Melon's expression turned serious as she said, hey you guys, let me be serious for just a moment. But the group just started giggling. Oh, did Melon say something just now, haha? After the practical lesson concluded, the entire class gathered to listen to the professor's evaluation. All of you performed well today. First, putting aside scores and results as your professor, I am extremely pleased that no one suffered any major injuries. During this practical evaluation, the entire class replied in unison, thank you, Professor. She then added sternly, however, at a top-tier Magic Academy, like Kizan, results are what matter most. So, let's begin the evaluation, starting with group number 1. Group 1, please come forward. Cindy Vivaci, your spirit power skills were quite impressive, but a strategy that relies solely on one individual and is prone to numerous errors is a justifiable reason for a point deduction. With dejected expressions, the girls responded, thank you, Professor. The professor then moved on. Next, Karen Osara and Iona Kasumi, please join hands. Face each other, students. The two girls looked bewildered. What if there's some kind of friction between you two? You need to sort it out. You managed not to sabotage the group assessment this time, acting like amateurs. But I can't guarantee that won't happen again. I won't meddle in your personal affairs, but you must put an end to this situation. And do it soon. Simon was shocked that the professor even knew about their animosity. It seems she's aware of even the slightest conflicts among her students. Rick was also taken aback. And that's not the only surprise. Simon turned his head and asked, what else is there? Marin coldly stated. Many groups successfully hunted a Cyclops, but only 8 groups passed the simulation test. Now that number has risen to 13. Simon still looked completely lost. Is that really important? Rick chimed in. It means that simply succeeding in defeating a Cyclops isn't the main goal anymore. What truly matters now is achieving a higher score. The professor then continued her evaluations, grading the other groups. She then moved on to Hector's team. The final grade for group number 3 is an A+. Excellent work. Your group clearly defined each member's role and demonstrated outstanding teamwork. Your hunt time was under 4 minutes, the fastest in the class, and you even maintained a stable defense rate above 90%. A buzz of conversation filled the classroom. Does this mean Hector will rank first in the class? With a score like that, it's almost a certainty. The professor addressed Hector directly. I have high expectations for your continued growth. Keep up the great work. Hector beamed, thanking her. And finally, group number 7. You lot were an absolute mess. You took a staggering 13 minutes and 58 seconds, and the defense rate of your fighter was a single-digit number, a mere 7%. Moreover, your reckless behavior was completely out of line with the strategy you had planned. The evaluation for group number 7 is a D. The entire team lowered their heads in disappointment, but as this Manhwa recap will show, the professor suddenly added, "Of course, that's the grade times without times factoring in this special information." At the professor's words, Simon's eyes lit up. She held up a document for the entire class to see. This is the autopsy report for the Cyclops that group number 7 defeated. The class gasped in surprise. An autopsy report. The results revealed that the curses and poisons used to originally capture the Cyclops had caused an unusual side effect. The Cyclops that group number 7 confronted became extremely aggressive and progressively lost control once its restraining curse was broken. In addition to that, its physical abilities were temporarily and significantly amplified. In other words, it was displaying abnormal characteristics due to those side effects. Therefore, the Ken's faculty has determined that the difficulty of group number 7's assessment was on a completely different level from the rest. The classroom erupted in murmurs again. The Ken's faculty, I told you that Cyclops was from group 7 was strange. Marin was equally astonished. The professor continued. Based on the aforementioned autopsy results, the faculty has concluded that the Cyclops defeated by group number 7 will be graded on a higher curve. To put it another way, you were essentially fighting a monster on the level of a red Cyclops. Every single member of Simon's group 7 was utterly stunned. A what now? The professor went on. Therefore, we will be applying a new grading standard to your group in order to be fair. Correct. Hector's face darkened ominously. He had assumed he was the unrivaled top student, but it seems Simon is always the one standing in his way in this magic academy. Allow me to announce the adjusted scores. Marin replied nervously. Yes, ma'am. You utilized elementary dark magic, a feat far exceeding the average skill level of a first-year student here at Ken's, and you played the most critical role in protecting the fighter. Your main weakness lies in the injury you sustained from overtraining and poor self-management. However, despite that, your fighting spirit in the face of your injury was deeply impressive. I am giving you an individual score of 80 points. Upon hearing this, Marin couldn't contain her emotions as tears welled up in her eyes. Next up, DW. You effectively used dark curses at the opportune moments, which greatly smoothed the process of defeating the Cyclops. I am also awarding you a score of 80 points. Rick let out a hearty laugh. Thank you, Professor. Now for Cammy Bears. Ursula, you performed your role as the primary attacker admirably, using hematology to deal significant damage. Causing hemorrhaging of that magnitude is exceptionally rare, even for necromancers who specialize in this field. I'm giving you an individual score of 85 points. Cammy cheerfully thanked the professor. And finally, Simon Fentia. You fulfilled your duties as the fighter exceptionally well. You demonstrated an ability to cope with unexpected variables as well as leadership and care for your teammates. You also proved your physical stamina and dark arts combat capabilities while evading attacks and extending the battle with the Cyclops. You manipulated a summoned creature to meet the hemorrhage condition and also demonstrated various applications of your regeneration skill. But most importantly, you refused to give up right until the very end for taking down the Cyclops. Simply outstanding. I'm giving you a personal score of 100 points. It's a shame there's no grade higher than an A+. The entire class erupted in murmurs. A perfect score was unbelievable. You were amazing. Group 7 hugged each other in celebration, shouting, "We did it. Simon is incredible." A full 100 points. Meanwhile, Hector's friend nervously turned to ask Hira a question. Hector snarled at him, "Shut your mouth before I cut out your tongue." His face was a mask of pure murderous intent, warning everyone else to keep their distance. As for Group 7, they were still over the moon, feeling they had earned their victory. The group of 5 sat around a campfire, raising their cups and cheering loudly. "To our glorious A+, Cambears," Ursula said with surprise. "Oh, I think this is real alcohol." Simon raised an eyebrow and asked, "Huh, for real?" Cammy immediately nodded. "It is." Professor Hongpeng Tunso Cum Las raised her cup with a bright smile, saying, "Don't you worry, I'll be your guardian for tonight." Kizan gave special permission for us to celebrate your achievement. Your incredible performance during the evaluation, she continued. The student protection period has ended, so I'm sure you're all facing a lot of challenges now. But you should know that it's not because the professors dislike you. Divyu and Melon Violin listened intently as Professor Hongpeng said, "So just keep up your current momentum." Understood. Melon Violin and Cambears Ursula replied in unison. "Yes, Professor." Deck then moved closer to her, starting a new conversation with a joking tone. Professor, it's a rare opportunity to sit and have a drink with you like this. May I ask you a question? I'm really dying to know. She agreed cheerfully. Of course. Go ahead and ask, she encouraged. Deck asked casually. This is just a guess of mine, but do you happen to worry about Simon more than the other students? Melon Violin heard this and tried to stop him in a panic. Hey Deck, why would you ask something like that? But Professor Hongpeng admitted candidly. That's right. Professors are human too. We also have students we favor and those we don't. Deck scratched his head flustered. Well, I guess that makes sense. He then raised his cup to break the awkward silence. So, I probably shouldn't have asked that. How about we just forget I said anything and have another drink, huh? Professor Hongpeng replied happily. It's all right, I was only joking. She patted Deck's shoulder and ruffled Simon's hair, smiling gently. I adore all of my students. Hongpeng then changed the subject. Sorry for teasing you all. As an apology, how about I share some good news? Simon asked doubtfully. Good news, the professor announced excitedly. Starting next week, you'll be able to take on missions. That's right. Hearing this, Deck and Melon Violin were absolutely thrilled, while Simon just stared blankly, completely lost. The next morning at the magnificent school, a voice echoed through the halls. Missions are one of the core systems of our magic academy, Kizan. Deck explained as they walked. After the student protection period ends, the mission phase begins. It usually lasts for about 5 days. During this time, we can accept various requests from outside Kizan, he recalled. The jobs previous students had done, like being waiters or performing as stage magicians, and continued. These requests can be miscellaneous chores or part-time jobs. They can also be monster exterminations, bodyguard details taking care of certain problems, or even fighting as a proxy for someone else. As you might expect from a good manhwa recap, the list is endless. Simon looked puzzled. He asked again. Fighting as a proxy, Deck replied. Yep. Requests from active necromancers are also sent directly to the students. Simon murmured. There must be a lot of dangerous requests. So there has to be compensation, right, Deck? Already calculating the potential profits in his head, calmly replied. That's right. Depending on the difficulty and completion of the request, Kizan will grant us evaluation points, and the client will pay us a service fee. Deck said this with a clear excitement in his voice. To earn money for materials here at Kizan. If your major is summoning, this is a golden opportunity to make a fortune. Simon rubbed his chin deep in thought. Deck suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Oh, and there are a few things we can't forget during this phase, he said as they walked. First of all, we have to complete at least one request during the mission period. Simon wondered aloud. What if during that 5-day mission period, every single request we take on ends in failure? Deck patiently explained. Then, you fail the mission phase, simple as that. If a mission fails, you get no money and no points. We'd also have to write an explanation letter. At that point, you're pretty much done for. We could also extend a request past the mission period until it's finished, but I really wouldn't recommend it. As Deck continued to talk nonstop, the scene panned up to the blue sky dotted with drifting clouds. During the extension period, a mission we can't advance to the next grade. It's better to abandon the mission than to ruin your attendance and grades. Hearing this, Simon began to feel a little anxious. The students at our Magic Academy were buzzing in large groups as Dick continued his lecture. You have the freedom to plan things yourself. Some students will take on commissions. They can handle quickly to focus on their studies. Others leave the island to tackle a huge job for a massive score of points and money. Simon immediately asked, so we can plan it any way we want. Dick flashed a wide grin. Yep, you know how Kizan works. As long as you deliver results, you're golden. He suddenly slapped Simon on the shoulder, exclaiming, Oh, look over there, Simon, check that out. A notice had just been posted on the board detailing the mission phases, which were divided by group. White missions located on the sloped island, with 0 chance of conflict with priests. Blue missions within the Dark Alliance, with an extremely low probability of conflict with priests. Red missions within the neutral zone, with a high probability of conflict with priests. Black missions inside the Holy Federation, where a clash with priests is absolutely guaranteed. Dick pointed it out. That explains the envelope colors for the commissions. Take a quick look and pick one that suits your plan. He then added a reminder for Simon O. And one more thing, you can't just pick easy ones. Your commission mission points are entirely based on them. Here at Kizan, besides your academic scores, you also have to watch your mission points. He spoke in a grave tone. If your mission points drop too low, you might be forced into a dangerous commission, for example, an assassination mission. This isn't some simple manhwa recap. The stakes are real. So no matter how daunting a commission seems, you can't afford to delay it for long. An instructor pointed squarely at a student bellowing. You're expelled for having such abysmal grades. The student trembled, stammering. I'm sorry, I'll make up for it immediately. Simon quickly replied. I understand. Procrastinating is a very bad idea. Dick waved as he prepared to head off. All right, then go have a look and make your choice. I'll catch you later, after you've decided. Simon smiled and said, got it. Thanks for giving me the rundown. He wandered around the campus, observing everything and thinking, what should I choose? Another student shoved a request form in his face, shouting, anyone want to go hunt werewolves on the sloped island? It's a job for 2 or 3 people. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated in his mind. Don't even consider it. No matter what. We have to get off this island. Simon pondered for a moment, then muttered, oh, this commission is blue, but it's from Lengerstein. Seems like an easy job. I'll pass. Lengerstein pays way too little, he reasoned. Pia's voice, laced with frustration, chimed in. Our priority must be getting off this continent to gather soldiers for the Legion and restore the glory of the past. Simon projected his thoughts back. Soldiers for the Legion. Are these undead even stronger than you? At this, Pia mentally roared. I am the master of the Legion. No one dares to oppose me. Pia then added a caution. However, some of the generals in the Legion are truly terrifying monsters. Simon asked confused generals. Besides, you are there other undead who hold such a high rank, Pia explained. The Legion consists of several armies of undead and the intelligent undead from ancient times. Command the soldiers under their authority. The pieces began to click into place for Simon. So our objective is to find those ancient undead who once served as generals of the Legion. Pia replied instantly, precisely. Simon asked doubtfully, but where are we even supposed to find these generals? The ancient entity sighed before saying, don't you worry about that. Those lunatics are all monstrously powerful and completely insane. I'd bet my non-existent life they're causing chaos all across this continent. Hearing that, Simon froze, thinking, I see. So that's how it is. Pia told him to remember their personalities and to start scrutinizing the commissions. Simon walked around contemplating. If there were any of Father's undead on the sloped island, Pia would have already told me, so I'll just skip all the on-island missions. He mentally asked, how's it looking, Pia? See anything that stands out? Pia was quick to respond. Nothing. Let's move over to the red missions. Simon silently agreed. Right. Just then, he accidentally bumped into another student and quickly apologized. Oh, my bad. The person he ran into was of all people. It was Hector Moe. He shot a glance at him, his voice low as he called out his name, Simon Florentia. He then questioned with suspicion, are you also headed to the neutral zone? Simon, looking a bit flustered, replied, I was just taking a look. Hector Moe issued a stark warning, a key point in this Manhwa recap, stating, the neutral zone is a chaotic place, completely outside of Kizen's influence. No matter what kind of trouble you get into, Kizen will be unable to find out. Simon frowned, but said nothing. Hector then added in a menacing tone, I hope we run into each other during the mission. Simon hesitated for a moment before calling out, hey Hector. He turned back, a puzzled look on his face. Simon offered a small smile and said, be careful. Hearing this, Hector's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Simon didn't. He stormed off without another word, leaving Hector to grimace in his wake. A confused Fia asked, what's that kid's problem? As he walked on, Simon simply replied, I have no idea either. How about that one? The quest described a village devastated by infected zombies. As Simon stared intently at the red mission board, Fia began to share her thoughts. A plague. That's far too common. Even a simple necromancer could pull that off. Besides, none of these missions align with the skills of our generals. Just then, his eyes locked onto something. A single conspicuous blue paper. He urgently exclaimed, wait kid, what's that? That blue envelope right there, Simon, surprised, replied, oh, I guess someone must have misplaced it. But as he approached the notice, he murmured, no, that's not it. The mission's rank has been updated. This blue paper details a mission to investigate a series of disappearances. The commission rank is D to B, with a reward of 50 gold coins, located in the Anis territory. The details state that multiple young women have vanished, and when they are eventually found, they are nothing but mummified remains. A chilling note adds that the previous person who took this commission has also gone missing. Fia thoughtfully repeated, so they're found as nothing but dried out husks. Hey, kid, let me see the detailed report on this commission now. Simon grabbed the envelope and pulled out a photograph, but the moment he laid eyes on it, he gasped in horror. Good heavens, she's really been turned into a shriveled husk. Fia, on the other hand, let out a delighted laugh. Ha, this is it, kid, this is the one. The photograph depicted a young woman in a white dress who had been completely drained of her life force, leaving nothing but a withered corpse. Fia declared, with absolute certainty, it's definitely her. A bewildered Simon asked her, "Who are you talking about?" Fia's voice dropped to a low, serious tone as he began to explain. An ancient undead leading a brood of spiders. A monstrous, eight-eyed arachnid of terrifying proportions emerging from the pitch-black darkness. The image of dozens of other grotesque spiders swarming around it surfaced in his mind. Beth. At that very moment, in a different location, 2 photographs, showing girls in the same skeletal condition, lay on a desk. This manhwa recap is certainly setting a dark tone, completely devoid of life. A voice inquired, "Are you certain you can resolve this matter?" The young woman in the hooded cloak, her face obscured, replied with calm confidence, "Please do not be concerned. Rescuing the people of this continent from the vile acts of the undead is the divine will of the great goddess." With that, the girl slowly lowered her hood, speaking in a solemn tone. "In the name of the Holy Father and the goddess." The girl, her silver-white hair catching the light, continued evenly. "Ianzila, second-year student of the FNE Holy Institute, will resolve this matter. At any cost." Back at the Magic Academy, Simon stood hesitantly before a large office door, letting out a sharp breath. Finally, he mustered his courage and announced loudly, "Professor, it is Simon Florentia." A stern voice from within, clearly focused on writing with a quill, responded, "Enter." Inside, Dee and Olivia was surrounded by towering mountain-like stacks of books and papers. Without even glancing up, she asked in a cool tone, "Are you here about a mission?" Simon quietly affirmed, "Yes, Professor." She stated flatly, "Let me see it." Simon then cautiously placed the paper on her desk, murmuring, "Yes, here it is." After a mere glance, Dee and Olivia rejected it outright. Find a different commission. A first-year student is not equipped to handle this case. Simon was a bit taken aback, thinking to himself that she rejected him so quickly. He then stated with conviction, "Regardless, I want to take on this commission. I am confident I can resolve it, Professor." Dee and Olivia repeated with a hint of doubt. "Confident." At her words, a rustling sound was heard, which caught Simon by surprise. Dee and Olivia slid the blue paper, now bearing her signature of approval, across the desk, and said calmly, "You must have a reason to utter the word confident before a professor of Keenan. There's no need to convince me." Simon reached out, taking the paper in stunned silence as she continued her admonishment. "You are a member of the Keenan Magic Academy, and what you must do is take full responsibility for the consequences you create." Dee and Olivia added quietly, "I hope you haven't deceived me." Simon, now ecstatic, replied, "Thank you for believing in me." She added as a final reminder, "Be sure to return safely." He smiled back, "Yes, ma'am." Dex was already waiting outside and immediately asked when Simon emerged. So did the professor. "Approve it," Simon replied joyfully. She sure did. Later at the bustling plaza, a familiar voice called out, "Are you seriously going to take that mission? I already told you that finishing an investigation in just 5 days is nearly impossible." Simon replied with genuine appreciation, "Thanks for worrying about me, Melon." Hearing this, Melon immediately blushed and turned away, stammering, "Wha? Who said I was worried about you? It's none of your business." Simon just chuckled. Okay, so where are you off to?" She gave him a playful wink and answered, "A personal protection detail near Lengerstein. It's an easy mission with a high point reward." Simon raised an eyebrow. "But what if you run into bandits, for instance? What would you do then?" In response, Melon lifted her cloak to reveal the crest of the Keenan Academy, puffing out her chest with pride. "I'll just show them this," she declared. "That is, if they're smart enough to know what it means. Would dare to touch a Kizan student." Simon hesitated, saying, "That sounds a little cowardly, doesn't it?" Melon immediately shot back, "Cowardly? Not at all. This is precisely why everyone sends their commissions to Kizan." Simon reluctantly agreed, "I understand." She then turned and ran off, waving goodbye. "Well, I'm off. See you next week." He waved back, calling out a warning, "All right. Try not to get hurt." After seeing Melon off, Simon took a stroll around the school grounds. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Oh!" A beautiful blonde-haired girl sitting on a white bench saw Simon approaching and offered a greeting. "Hello there. We haven't seen each other since the entrance ceremony, have we?" He answered awkwardly. "Oh, that's right. Hello." The girl smiled, her voice gentle. "Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Cern, the official heir of the Ivory Tower, and the second special admission student." Simon sat down across from her and said hesitantly, "I see. I'm Simon Florentia from Les Hill." Upon hearing that, she let out a faint chuckle. Cerna Lynn spoke softly. "I hear you've been taking care of our Melon." Simon was slightly taken aback by her choice of words. She smiled and continued, "She might get angry with you from time to time, but she is actually a very gentle and kind person. Please continue to stay by her side." Simon asked, with suspicion, Why are you telling me this? Cerne feigned surprise. Pardon. His voice turned serious as he said, Melon is a Kizan student just like you. Simon stated firmly, she doesn't need you to shelter her or treat her like a junior. And she doesn't need your concern because she's doing just fine on her own. Cerne remained silent, not offering a reply. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the air. The teleportation device will activate momentarily. Please keep your hands inside the device during operation. Simon pressed his lips together, feeling anxious. Cerne rubbed her chin, smiled sweetly, and said, I understand. Well, then I'll see you later. As soon as she spoke, a brilliant white light enveloped her, causing Cerne's image to gradually fade away. A short while later, in a small town with a sign completely covered in green moss, a weary Simon thought to himself, I'm exhausted. She has such an oppressive aura, like a queen or some high-ranking noble. He scratched his head, muttering, Melon is also from the Ivory Tower, so I get why she's worried. But the way she treats Melon like a subordinate really rubs me the wrong way. Who knew a few words could be so draining? Suddenly, a gleaming suit of iron armor came strutting towards him, and from inside, Fia's frustrated voice boomed, Hey kid, why did you get me such a tiny suit of armor? Damn it, it's way too cramped in here, Simon explained. There was no other choice. That was the last suit they had. Besides, I can't just walk around with you without a disguise, can I? You'd give everyone a heart attack. Hearing this, Fia imagined his own towering, monstrous form following Simon with a menacing expression, terrifying everyone, and he instinctively froze up. Simon pulled a piece of paper from a blue envelope and asked, We've made it to the commission's location. What's the plan now? Fia calmly replied, The most fundamental part of handling any commission is information gathering, and one of the best ways to do that is to meet the client directly. Fia, struggling to walk in the armor, waddled after Simon, adding, The client is the lord of this town, so you could just say you're a student from the Kizan Magic Academy and collect all the information you need. However, if the client still hasn't resolved this issue by now, there must be a good reason. So, let's skip that step for now. He moved to stand beside Simon and continued. The next method is to find the information ourselves. Back when I was on missions with Richard, we did this sort of thing all the time. Fia, speaking like a seasoned veteran, advised. In my experience, this method is usually the fastest. However, we only have 5 days. What if we run out of time? Fia's booming voice echoed through the peaceful town. In that case, we move to the final method. We buy information from the Thieves Guild, also known as the Information Association. Simon pondered this for a moment and replied, That's not a bad idea at all. He made up his mind. All right. First we need to find out if there even is an information association here, Fia suggested. You could always ask an innkeeper or a bartender. Simon was surprised, asking, Oh, really? A bright smile appeared on his face as he said enthusiastically, Then let's get a move on. We don't have much time. A moment later, the two of them stepped into a local inn. The innkeeper greeted them warmly. Welcome, travelers. Simon flipped a gold coin in his hand and said generously, We'll take one. A clean, spacious room, and breakfast for tomorrow. Oh, a loaf of multigrain bread will be fine. The waiter quickly replied, Certainly, sir. Did you want your change? Simon calmly stated, There's no need. Instead, tell me the location of the Bandit Guild. The waiter snatched the coin, his face twisting into a strained smile. He asked suspiciously, May I inquire as to your business here? Simon crossed his arms, feigning an air of pure innocence as he retorted, Is that how you normally treat your customers? He pressed on, Come now. 1 gold coin for the information. From within her helmet, Fia's eyes blazed with a furious blue light. The man sneered. A mere child still wet behind the ears, wants to play at being a grown-up. The waiter was now trembling uncontrollably, stammering in a panic. You want to know where the Bandit Guild is, correct? Fia reached back her hand, slowly closing around the hilt of her sword. Simon slammed his fist on the table, his voice like sharp steel. That's right. And all the information you have about the disappearances. By now, Fia had drawn her sword, its tip aimed squarely at the waiter's face. Both she and Simon growled with menace. Tell me everything, now. A while later, the sky had shifted to the deep hues of twilight. A voice remarked, It's a good thing we decided to press the issue. Fia hurried to keep pace with Simon, praising him. That was a brilliant move, kid. We can finally speed things up. Simon, however, was completely absorbed in the information scrawled in the notebook. Most of the missing were young men, yet only the women had been turned into desiccated mummies. The victims showed no signs of physical assault. Fia offered an explanation. She captures and toys with the men, but she drains the women completely dry because they hold no interest for her. They entered another tavern, and Fia spoke with conviction. This has Ebbets methods. written all over it. I'm positive she's in this town. The pair moved swiftly inside. A man boomed, "Welcome to our establishment." He turned to Simon, asking, "What will you be drinking?" Simon began to fish something out from his coat, saying, I was told you have a special menu." Simon placed a single silver coin on the bar, his voice heavy with implication. "Would you be able to prepare that for me?" The man's reply was placid. "Of course. Allow me to lead you inside." They descended a flight of stone stairs at a deliberate pace, Simon's eyes darting around observing everything. He spotted guards in the cellar below, armed with uniquely crafted bows and arrows. Their guide pushed open the door to a room and stated flatly, "In here, please." Just as they stepped inside, a saccharine voice cooed, "Well, hello, you two." A woman with cascading blonde curls appeared wearing a flashy red dress. The gown was cut with a scandalous daring, and she spoke in a lilting, delicate voice. "To what do I owe the pleasure? What wind has blown such distant travelers to my guild?" Simon stood face to face with Ebet and cut right to the chase. "I'm here to purchase information." Hearing this, her curiosity was piqued. And what kind of information are you looking for?" Seeing his opening, he stated his terms clearly. "I need everything you know about the missing people in this area, the mummified bodies, and any other intel your guild has on this incident." Ebet appeared to consider it, but was clearly weighing her options. "Everything," she mused. After a moment, she asked, "That will be quite costly. I wonder if a student from the Kizen Magic Academy can even afford it." At her words, Simon was visibly taken aback, his expression one of pure childlike bewilderment. Ebet simply laughed. "Don't look so shocked. It was just a simple deduction. The lord of this region is desperate to have this case solved." She didn't pause there, continuing to lay out her reasoning. "He has tasked numerous individuals and organizations with resolving the matter. It stood to reason that Kizen would be among them." Hearing this, Simon's demeanor became deadly serious. Without missing a beat, Ebet continued, "You must have realized it on your way here, but this region isn't very large. Our lord lacks the funds to hire a proper necromancer from the main headquarters. So, his only remaining choice was to rely on students." As she finished, Ebet heaved a deeply bored sigh. With that, Ebet closed the distance between them. "And at this time of year, any student from Kizen is bound to be a complete novice." She leaned in her face just inches from his as she whispered the words. The remark left Simon utterly speechless, unable to form a counter-argument. After a moment to regain his composure, he placed his own hand over hers, replying in a soft tone, "Your deductions are quite impressive. How about I venture a guess of my own?" Simon took her hand, bringing it to the side of his face as he pushed back. "A truly serious incident has occurred, one that has sent shockwaves through the entire region. And as you said, the Lord has surely called upon many for aid." He paused, setting up the next major reveal in this Manhwa recap. "And a majority of those who accepted the quest have already been to this very guild." In response, she just offered a cryptic smile, saying nothing. Seeing that, knowing grin, Simon pressed on. But unfortunately, not a single one of them could solve the case. As he spoke, Simon produced the mission brief. "And as a result, this whole mess ended up in my hands." He finished glancing over at a dazed man nearby. It seemed even the locals were clueless about the details. Simon then recalled the moment he'd overheard two young men whispering. For years, similar incidents had been happening on a loop, making this whole town feel like the setting for a grim manhwa recap, yet no one had even managed to form a coherent theory about the perpetrator's identity, let alone crack the case. After laying it all out, Simon locked eyes with Zebet and voiced the question burning in his mind. "Don't you find this complete lack of information just a little too convenient? It's as if everyone's been tangled up in some masterfully woven lie." In response to his accusation, Zebet simply narrowed her eyes, studying him, her silence heavy with unspoken thoughts. Seeing her refusal to answer, Simon pushed forward relentlessly. "If that's not the case, it forces me to believe the guild in this region is completely incompetent. But something tells me that's not the real story." As he said this, Simon's mind flashed back. She certainly didn't seem incompetent at all. Noticing she was still holding her tongue, Simon reached his other hand behind her head, his voice dropping to a low whisper. "Am I right?" He then tangled his fingers in her hair, pulling her face uncomfortably close to his. "Now, tell me the truth, before I decide to tear this entire place upside down." Seeing the deadly serious look in his eyes, Zebet finally broke her silence. "My apologies," she said with a slight smile, gesturing with her free hand to the wrist he was gripping tightly. "Could you perhaps let go of me first?" Hearing her calm request, he complied instantly. "Fine." Once freed, Zebet regarded him with a serious expression. "If you're that desperate for the truth, I suppose I have no choice. But be warned, the risks that come with this knowledge are yours alone to bear. Do you still want to know?" Without a moment's hesitation, Simon replied, "Absolutely." Seeing his unwavering resolve, Zebet gave him a knowing look. "Very well. Please wait here for just a moment." She then slipped behind a curtain and vanished from sight. The moment she was gone, Simon clutched his chest, letting out a shaky breath of relief. It's not a sure thing yet, but from the sound of it, there's definitely more to uncover here. If we can just figure out where the real Zebet is then. But before he could finish his thought, the knight beside him doubled over, shaking with laughter. What started as a soft chuckle quickly erupted into a full-blown roar of amusement. This bizarre reaction left Simon completely bewildered. "What's so funny?" he demanded. The knight finally looked up, his voice laced with a strange meaning. "At first, I wasn't entirely sure, but now it's painfully obvious. You need to open your eyes and really look." The knight's words made Simon freeze in place. What are you talking about?" Just then from behind them, a stiff, shambling figure slowly emerged. Not only was its gait rigid and unnatural, but its flesh was visibly decaying. The knight's voice was grim as he finally explained. "That woman you were just talking to, is times Zebet." The words had barely left his lips when countless enormous black spiders began skittering out from the shadows. Watching the massive arachnids crawl towards them, Simon could only stare in horror. "Spiders." The knight calmly observed their advance and replied, "They're the spawn of a mummification spider." As the two heroes found themselves swarmed by the grotesque creatures, a chilling voice echoed through the room. "Your resolve is quite impressive, little blacksmith." The voice belonged to Zebet, but her beautiful face was now melting away, revealing a horrifying, decaying visage beneath. "Such a pity," she hissed, "that we won't be seeing each other again." Realizing the situation had gone south, Simon yelled out for Fia. The knight, whose name was just called, drew the massive sword from his back and gave him a reassuring look. "Don't you worry, kid." And with that, Fia unleashed a single devastating swing of his blade, instantly turning the entire swarm of spiders into pulp. After clearing the pests, he bellowed her name. Hearing him call, she clutched her face and feigned surprise. "Oh my, if it isn't you." Now that her cover was blown, Fia pointed his sword at her and demanded, "What kind of twisted game are you playing in a small town like this?" "Zebet." He didn't stop there. Pressing on with a warning, "She's on her way back. Just go home, Zebet. Stop all this madness." At this plea, Zebet covered her face again and let out a theatrical sigh. "Oh dear." Her expression then hardened into one of pure defiance as she flatly refused. As she finished speaking, a dark mist began to swirl and envelop her body. From within the smoke, Zebet's voice echoed, dripping with contempt. "Fia, you always were a fool. You slept through every lesson at the Magic Academy, didn't you?" As if unleashing years of pent-up rage, her voice rose into a piercing shriek. "Richard used us, and then he threw us away like garbage." As Zebet's scream reached its peak, a new wave of spiders dropped from the ceiling. Facing this onslaught, Fia yelled out a single command: "Get down." As the dust and smoke settled, Zebet stared at Fia with pure fury. "After all the humiliation he put us through, you're still loyal to the battalion." In response to her question, Fia casually swatted another spider aside and shot back. "That's foolish talk, Zebet. You've been hanging around scum for so long your own mind has become poisoned." He then proceeded to lay the smackdown on the spider swarm. Fia slammed his sword into the ground, retorting, "The battalion itself is strength and will. How could a general like you be swayed by such petty emotions? How could I not be affected?" Ebet shot back. Her gaze shifted to Simon, who was standing behind Fia, as she slowly continued, "Just because of one woman, Richard led his comrades of 10 years to their deaths." Finishing her sentence, Ebet's voice dripped with venom. "And for that, I despise Richard to my very core." The room suddenly grew darker and more ominous. Realizing he couldn't persuade her, Fia let out a frustrated sigh before lunging forward with his blade. He thrust his sword at her, but she effortlessly blocked it with one of her spider-like appendages. When the blade failed, Fia went in with his bare hands. "Enough. I can't stand your arrogance any longer." Fia extended his hand, and the sword flew back to its master. His voice turned menacing. "How dare you challenge the master of the battalion?" As he spoke, Fia backed away, settling into a combat stance. "Have you forgotten your place?" Ebet was unfazed, raising her hands to manipulate magical threads. However, Fia sliced through the incoming silk with a single clean stroke. "Have you forgotten kneeling at my feet like a dog?" Though her threads were cut, she unleashed another relentless barrage. The entire chamber was quickly enveloped in a web of countless razor-sharp strands. As the threads tore through the room and reduced it to rubble, Ebet's taunting voice echoed, "You talk a big game, but you've grown much weaker, haven't you, Fia?" Looking down at the two struggling beneath her, she sneered, "I bet your seal has started to break recently, hasn't it?" Fia sensed that something was terribly wrong and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Ignoring his question, she turned to leave. "Until we meet again, Fia, and the little brat can." With that, she vanished, and Simon, who had been silent, finally spoke. He uttered a single damning sentence. "This entire intelligence guild is a complete sham." Fia stood up, confirming Simon's suspicion. That's right. For her, manipulating information is as easy as breathing. After speaking, Fia furiously began hacking away at the swarming spiders. Damn it, these wretched insects, there are too many of them. While the two were battling the arachnids, a strange voice rang out. "Well, now you two really are useless." Simon glanced upward to see a young woman standing above, looking down at them with utter contempt. "I was hoping to see two monsters fight to the bitter end, but I guess it wasn't my lucky day." With those words, the girl raised her staff high. "I suppose I should chase after her right after. I finish you both right here and now." As she spoke, the gem on her staff began to glow intensely. In that instant, Simon understood everything. The girl lifted her staff, offering a bright, cheerful farewell. "Take care now, everyone." Then Simon and Fia were completely consumed by a blinding flash of light. After they vanished, the girl put a hand to her brow, searching. "Ah, I already missed that soldier and the boy." However, her whimsical demeanor lasted only a moment before she turned serious again. "All right, time to hunt down that spider fiend." In another corner of the web-filled ruins, Fia's grim voice echoed, "Good heavens, a priestess has already interfered. This is turning into a complete and utter mess." Hearing this, Simon sighed in exasperation. Why do we always end up in these chaotic situations? This is turning into a wild manhwa recap. After venting, Simon voiced the question on his mind. "So how do we find Ebet?" Now faced with this problem, Fia offered some reassurance. "Don't worry, she's still nearby." Fearing Simon wouldn't understand, Fia elaborated. "When she used her power just now, I was able to sense the dark energy radiating from her. I'm currently tracking that energy signature. If we follow this trail of dark energy, we'll find her eventually." Hearing this, Simon felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Well, that's good." As they continued their search, Simon spoke up again. A new question troubled him. "Fia, that priestess from before. She was quite powerful, wasn't she?" Fia considered it for a moment before answering. "At the very least, she's stronger than you." The information made Simon groan with despair. Seeing his dejected state, Fia explained. "Did you notice the white uniform she was wearing beneath that cloak? It suggests she's from Cayenne. She must have been assigned a mission equivalent to one of Cayenne's black missions." Hearing this, it all clicked for Simon, who was also from that magic academy. That meant she had to be a second-year student or higher, not a first-year, since black missions are the most difficult assignments. With this realization, Simon ran his hands through his hair in frustration. "I should file a complaint with the Lord about overlapping mission assignments. This case is far more difficult than a standard blue mission. How am I supposed to resolve this in just 5 days?" Seeing Simon's hopeless expression, Fia decided to drop another bombshell. "Kid, there's something else you need to know, but try not to freak out." He hesitated for a second. Then Fia said it. "Ebet is in love with Richard." The revelation left Simon completely speechless. "Huh." Noticing his stunned look, Fia began to explain. "The undead R.A. Fia explained that the battalion had always yearned for a human commander, and that when Ebet first joined, she developed strong feelings for Richard. But I never imagined her love and hatred for Richard still burned so intensely." This revelation left Simon reeling. "I understand now. So that's why she's been acting so violently." "Exactly. Now you get it," Fia urged. "Let's find Ebet quickly." Simon nodded in agreement. "Right." Just then, his gaze fell upon a large, silky cocoon. "There's someone in there," he exclaimed. Noticing him, a voice from within cried out, "Hey, please cut us free. A giant spider monster tried to eat us. Help." Hearing their desperate plea, Simon rushed forward without hesitation. "I'll have you out of there in a moment." Thank you so much," the person sobbed with relief. As Simon began tearing away, the thick webbing Fia watched with an expression of pure exasperation. "You're far too sentimental to be a necromancer," she grumbled. Unfazed by her complaint, Simon simply asked, "Oh yeah, so what's a proper necromancer supposed to do?" "You would send them all to their final rest," Fia replied coldly, "even those you find useful, and raise them as your loyal skeletons, making them a part of your legion." As he listened, Simon continued his rescue efforts. "Here, use this sword to cut her loose." The man took it gratefully. "Yes, thank you so much." Only then did Simon finally respond to Fia. "You know that sort of thing is forbidden in Cayenne." Unprepared for that answer, Fia pressed on. "Who's going to see? Besides, you're not exactly the type to be tied down by rules, are you? If you were, you never would have entered the Forbidden Forest in the first place." Faced with her logic, Simon grew thoughtful. "You have a point. But Simon glanced at the people he was saving, finishing his thought. I'm just trying to follow what my father taught me. At the mention of his father, Pia's tone shifted. And what lesson did that old fool teach you? Simon answered plainly without a hint of hesitation. He taught me how to avoid becoming a monster. Upon hearing those words, Pia's hand, which was resting on her helmet, froze in place. Simon, oblivious to her sudden stillness, continued explaining, I asked him how I could do that. And he told me that. It's crucial to draw your own line in the sand. For reasons unknown, Pia erupted into a fit of wild, unrestrained laughter. Once she caught her breath, she finally spoke. That sounds exactly like something he would advise, she said, a strange mirth in her voice. Her words left Simon completely baffled. Noticing his confusion, Pia turned away, her tone becoming formal. Never mind. If that is your decision as the commander of the battalion, then I will respect it. They continued on, and this next part of the Manhwa recap is where they finally find their target, a woman sitting with unnerving calm. Looks like you've finally given up on running away, Pia taunted. Ebit shot back instantly. Never. She rose slowly from her seat, a confident smirk on her face. You caught the scent of my dark energy, so I knew you'd follow me to the ends of the earth, wouldn't you? That's why I decided I'd settle things with you right here. But before a battle could erupt, Simon stepped forward and spoke. Ebet, former general of the battalion. Hearing her name and title, she raised a curious eyebrow. Having captured her attention, Simon made his proposal. I'm here to make you an offer. Rejoin the battalion under my command. Ebet let out a scornful laugh. I will never return to the battalion that stabbed me in the back. Besides, she said, stalking closer to where Simon and Pia stood. You're suggesting I take orders from a necromancer like you, a gullible, untrustworthy child, who was only chosen by Pia out of some personal sentiment. In the face of her insults, Simon calmly retorted, Did you just call me untrustworthy? Before she could even answer, Simon delivered the finishing blow. My name is Simon Florentia, son of Richard Florentia and Anna Florentia. The moment she heard those names, Ebet was stunned into absolute silence. Seeing her reaction, Simon pressed his advantage. Ebet, you served under my father. In response, the claws on her hands began to lengthen and sharpen. Stop it, she hissed. Simon ignored her warning, his voice unwavering, so it's only natural that I, his son and the current commander, would bring you back into the fold. Pushed beyond her limit, Ebet let out a piercing shriek. I said stop, but Simon, relentless, kept speaking. This was a pivotal moment in this Magic Academy story. She finally roared, be quiet. Doubling over, she clutched her head, screaming in pure agony. Anna, Anna, that wretched woman, and the traitor who abandoned me. As the words left her lips, countless grotesque spider legs burst from her back. In an instant, the beautiful blonde woman was gone, replaced by her monstrous true form. D-I-I-I-E, she shrieked, her head snapping up to glare at him. Go back to the grave. With a final roar, she lunged directly at Simon. Yet he stood his ground, making no move to dodge or fight back. Just then, Pia materialized before him, sword drawn and ready. Hand. Not bad, kid. To her absolute astonishment, one of her legs was instantly severed from her body. But the assault wasn't over. Several more of her limbs met the same brutal fate. Wounded repeatedly, Bet could only shriek in agony. Witnessing this, Simon's eyes widened. This was his chance. He summoned a spear from his dimensional storage and charged forward, roaring dark energy enhancement. The weapon plunged deep into Bet's shoulder. Pia had already fallen back, leaving Simon to face her alone. Taking advantage of her injuries, Simon slammed her to the ground. He drove the spear deeper into her shoulder, then stood over her, pressing his foot onto her face. This is your final chance, Bet, he threatened, his friendly demeanor completely gone. Are you going to join my side? Or do you want to meet your end right here, right now? Even in her compromised position, Bet remained defiant and refused. Suddenly, an unidentified object came flying toward them, and at that exact moment, Pia lunged forward to intercept the blow for Simon. Despite successfully blocking it, Pia cursed under his breath. Damn it. Then, amidst the chaos, Pia yanked him to safety. Get down, kid. The moment they took cover behind a nearby boulder, a blinding light erupted, flooding the area. As he watched the streams of blue energy weaving through the air, Simon questioned everything he knew. Divine power, he wondered. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. That was a close one. Good thing I made it just in time. The mysterious girl from before had reappeared. Ancient and wicked spirits, and a pesky swarm of spiders. Tossing a glowing stone into the air, she declared, with a smile, today all of you will be eradicated. As the stone descended, the girl unleashed her divine power. Farewell. Faced with this overwhelming force, the swarm of spiders scattered in every direction. Behind the boulder, Simon and Pia quickly strategized. What's the plan, Pia? Let's take out that priestess first. This is the kind of high-stakes action you find in a great Manhwa recap. The suggestion made Simon doubt his chances. Can we even win? We're up against a priestess. But Pia was unfazed. Dealing with holy power is a bit of a hassle, but the priestess herself is pretty weak. You can probably take her down in a single strike. Pia then laid out the plan. I'll set up the attack for you. You just focus on creating a diversion. Got it, Simon agreed. Meanwhile, their target remained oblivious, her attention solely on the wounded Bet. It seems your legs are injured. With a turn of her staff, she offered a chilling reassurance. Don't worry, I'll send you to the netherworld. It will be painless. Enzile raised her staff high and whispered, by this power. She began casting an attack spell aimed at Bet, who was still hiding. My mission. A blade of light shot out from Enzile's staff, heading straight for Bet. Enzile muttered, is complete. The sudden attack left Bet no time to react. Her eyes flew open in terror, but just in time. Simon leaped in front of her, and the blade pierced straight through Simon's chest. Bet was stunned by his selfless act. Why would he do that? She wondered in disbelief. As fragments from the shattered blade rained down, her expression went blank. Why did you? She stammered. Simon was gravely wounded. He clutched the gushing wound and collapsed to his knees, his lifeblood pooling on the ground beneath him. His vision blurred, and his eyes grew heavy. He tried to focus, letting out a pained groan, before the agony became too much, and he finally lost consciousness. Kid Bet cried out in terror. She carried him to safety and built a fire to keep them warm. When Simon groggily opened his eyes, he found a spider right in his face and yelled, ah. Hearing him, Pia anxiously asked, oh, you're awake, kid. Startled, Simon scrambled backward, knocking the spider to the ground. Realizing he was still alive, he asked Pia, what happened with Bet? And the priestess. Pia calmly gestured to the side. They're right over there. Bet was sitting primly, with a wide grin on her face, while the priestess was bound tightly in spider silk. Please, I'm begging you, spare me, she cried, wailing at Simon. Pia turned to explain the situation. While you were out cold, he began, I formed a temporary alliance with Bet to capture her. She's just a junior from the Epnel Magic Academy, so it was pretty easy to subdue. Simon felt a pang of pity for Enzile and said to Pia, hey, can you let her down for a minute? The lord of this territory requested that both Kizan and Epnel handle this matter, so we should at least hear what she has to say. Once freed, she immediately knelt before Simon, sobbing with gratitude. Thank you so much. Thank you for sparing my life, Simon replied coolly. Save your thanks. First, you're going to answer our questions, understood? Are you a student from Epnel? She answered quickly, no, of course not. Standing behind Simon with his hands on his hips, Pia scoffed. She's lying through her teeth. Don't believe a word of it. Simon pointed out. But you're wearing an Epnel uniform. She stammered in her explanation. This is just a counterfeit. He immediately questioned her. A counterfeit uniform. With her eyes welling up in fear, LNZ sputtered. The truth is, I was expelled from Epnel 2 years ago. To be exact, I was kicked out before I even finished my first year. Simon's eyes widened in shock. He looked down at her, bewildered, and asked, then, why are you pretending to be an Epnel student? Clasping her hands together earnestly, she answered. It's because I couldn't accept the reality that I had been expelled, and I had to find some way to make money, because my family isn't well off. That's the reason I've been faking my status at the Epnel Magic Academy. I am so very sorry. After speaking, she hung her head in shame. But Zebet wasn't buying it, crossing her arms with a smirk and sneering. Oh, and you expect me to believe that? You're just making up excuses to get out of your current predicament. With that, she ripped the woman's jacket right open. LNZ cried out in shock. Hey, Zebet held up the torn piece of fabric, examining it. Humph. So, it really is just normal clothing. I heard that Epnel's uniforms are as durable as the ones from Kizan. The frightened girl replied, it's a fake uniform that I sewed myself. Realizing the situation had escalated, Simon offered his cloak to her, saying, I apologize. Please wear this for now. LNZ whispered her thanks as Simon fastened the cloak for her. He then gently asked her, what is your name? She shyly looked up at him and replied, oh, my name is LNZ. All the while, Zebet stood nearby watching the two of them with clear irritation. If you aren't an Epnel student, why did you accept this mission? He continued. The cross-border brokers. They were offering a quest with a very high reward to eliminate an immortal in the Dark Alliance. Ellen clutched the cloak and explained seriously. Just like Kizan, Epnel also offers higher compensation for missions from the Dark Alliance. Simon nodded, now understanding. I see. So, have you met with the Lord of this region? She answered truthfully, yes. I received the mission directly from the Lord. But Simon still seemed to have his doubts. Probing for more information, he asked, do you have any proof? For example, a proposal, or any detailed documents about this mission would be fine? Anything at all. Can you show it to me? Ellen agreed, without a moment's hesitation. Oh, of course. Just a moment, thank you. I just need to. Simon said a bit awkwardly. Seeing Simon and Ellen talking so intimately made Zebet visibly uncomfortable, and a sad expression clouded her face. Why? The image of the two of them reminded her of Simon's parents from long ago, Richard and Anna. They had been just as affectionate in her presence. I really thought I had forgotten all about that, she thought to herself, clenching her fists. After receiving the proof, Simon said, Okay, may I have all of this? If you agree to hand it over, I will take care of everything else from here. He gave her his assurance. Oh, please. Feel free, she replied cheerfully. As he was looking over the documents, Pia appeared behind him asking curiously, Kid, what are you planning to do with all of this? He flipped through the documents slowly and stated calmly, I'm going to meet with the Lord. I need to squeeze every last piece of information I can out of him. Pia suddenly burst into laughter. Muahahaha. Excellent. Excellent. Just like father like son. A weary Simon propped himself up, getting ready to leave. We should go now. Unsure, she called out to him, You're Simon Fentia, right? At that, he and Pia turned around looking at her in surprise. She looked up at him and said slowly, Your offer to join your battalion. I accept. However, I have one condition. Simon raised an eyebrow, waiting. She turned and pointed her finger directly at Ellen. You must end that priestess with your own 2 hands. Zebet's face was a mask of jealousy. Her expression was full of loathing as she made her outrageous demand. The atmosphere instantly became bizarre and suffocating. The girl was utterly terrified, her eyes widening as she recoiled, sweat beading on her skin. Simon looked between the two of them, not believing what he was hearing, and asked with suspicion, You want me to kill her? She gave him a devilish smile, her voice turning icy as she replied, That's right. That is my only condition. Simon sternly called her name Zebet, former general of the Spider Army. He looked down at her and said coldly, Give me one reason why I should get rid of Ellen. She replied at a measured pace. To prove yourself. Zebet placed a hand on her chest, her eyes wide, as she continued, I want to know if you are a master who is truly worthy of my loyalty, or not. But Simon was completely unfazed, stating flatly, What I want to ask is. Then his expression turned grim, and his voice rose. He challenged her, Why exactly should I have to prove my worth to you? Seeing that Simon was refusing her, she was completely flabbergasted. What? He calmly explained, I think you are mistaken. It's true you were once part of my father's battalion, but I'm not my father. I will run my own battalion, by my own decisions, and my own standards. And based on what I've just witnessed, his voice was as hard as steel, so powerful it made Pia sigh and shake her head as if this was just another dramatic Manhwa recap. At Zebet, Simon flatly refused, stating she was unworthy, leaving her staring at him in stunned silence. For an immortal like you to be so consumed by such cruel thoughts, Simon said with disappointment, You're swept away by your own emotions and overlooking what's truly important. He then challenged Zebet. What would killing Ian even prove? Fia watched with his hand on his chin, looking awkwardly between them. Ultimately, this request of yours is just a flimsy justification. You're simply acting on your own whims. Simon bluntly exposed her deepest thoughts. You're just trying to manipulate me into obeying your impulsive and crude desires. Struck to the core, she fell silent, lowering her head in shame. Simon glared at her with contempt and said, I could never trust a creature like you. He stepped closer to her and said sarcastically, My new castle has no need for someone as mentally unstable as you. With that, he turned to leave, saying, Let's go back. Fia and Enya followed, right behind him, replying, All right. Ellen, however, glanced back at Zebet, who was still kneeling there. Halfway, Simon stopped, turning back to say with disgust, I fear we've wasted our precious time here. Everyone was gone, leaving only a devastated Zebet kneeling under the moonlight. As they walked, Fia turned to Simon Florentia and asked, Were you really planning to surrender to her? Simon quickly replied, Oh, not a chance. That was just to establish a powerful bond between us. Simon Florentia lowered his head thoughtfully and explained, Zebet is extremely possessive and often does as she pleases. I have no other choice if I'm to be the one to tame her in the future. Hearing this, Fia looked at Simon skeptically and asked, So getting stabbed by that holy spear was also part of your plan? Simon gave a dangerous smile, then nodded and replied, I'd rather not comment on that. At that moment, Zebet timidly bowed her head and stammered, Sir, I am truly sorry about the earlier attack. Simon Florentia casually replied, It's fine, it wasn't like you were aiming for me. Afterward, the two of them walked alongside, Simon chatting animatedly. Enya, still worried, looked at Simon and asked, Are you sure? The holy spear went right through your chest. Don't necromancers place their cores near their chest if it was damaged? Simon nonchalantly said, It's nothing. I don't think it pierced the core. Fia, however, stood with her hands on her hips, her mind racing in confusion. No, that spear definitely went clean through his core, but how is the kid completely fine? Fia raised her hand, feeling that her own connection with Simon was completely unaffected. It felt miraculous. He wasn't just unscathed. Our contract isn't affected either. Impossible. Could the kid have been so lucky that the spear missed his core? This entire manhwa recap is getting bizarre. Suddenly, Simon Florentia turned back to look at Fia and called out, "Fia, what's wrong? Let's get going." Fia had to set aside her chaotic thoughts. She quickly caught up and said, "Yeah, I'm coming." After walking for a while longer, the three of them finally arrived at the citadel of the Annis territory. The Lord of Annis saw Simon Florentia approaching and hurried out to greet him. "Oh my, what an absolute honor to be able to host such an outstanding guest. I am Count Dumont, the Lord of Annis." Simon quickly returned the greeting and introduced himself. "I am Simon Florentia, a first-year student at the Kirin Magic Academy." After the introductions, Count Dumont quickly led the way for Simon. "You must be tired from your journey, having come from so far away because of my request. I don't know how I can possibly repay you. Please make yourself at home. Rest well, and I will do everything in my power to make your stay as comfortable as possible." Simon replied with a bright, squinty-eyed smile. "I'm not tired at all. I came here using an instant teleportation circle." Hearing this, Count Dumont froze for a second, before stammering, "Aha, I see, as expected of a Kirin student. In that case, please allow me to invite you to dinner." Simon politely declined. "Thank you, my lord, but I would like to discuss your proposal first." Count Dumont tried to sidestep Simon's words, laughing it off. "Haha, that is indeed important, but it has gotten rather late today. I've heard that life at Kirin is very difficult, so why don't you take this chance to get some rest?" The Count then smiled, waved his hand and ordered, "Bring some drinks and food here." But before he could finish, Simon's voice cut in. "That won't be necessary." Simon Florentia looked directly at Count Dumont and stated firmly, "I have an important matter to discuss with you, Count Dumont." Knowing he could no longer evade the topic, Count Dumont sighed, rubbing his smooth bald head as he said, "Oh dear, I apologize for making you travel all this way, but the matter has already been resolved. As a token of my gratitude, since you took the time and trouble to come here, I'll pay for the case, so you can just rest and then be on your way." Hearing this, Simon rested his chin on his hand and replied suspiciously, "That's strange. According to the guild's information, a related incident occurred just this morning, and I can't accept payment without completing the mission. We'll both be in a lot of trouble if Kizan investigates this later." These words made Count Damon's face darken. He angrily gritted his teeth, his hands clenching into fists, but Simon paid no attention to his attitude. He continued, "So just tell me your request, I'll solve it and then I'll leave." Count Damon couldn't restrain himself any longer. He slammed his hand on the table, his eyes blazing with fury, as he stared at Simon and yelled, "I told you to stay, so just stay. Is that a problem? You're from Kizan? But you're only a first-year student yet. You dare to defy me, Count, the lord of this domain. Why make such a big deal? I'm still paying you, aren't I?" Along with Count Damon's roar, soldiers advanced, with their weapons, pointing them directly at Simon, threateningly. Seeing himself surrounded by soldiers, Simon's face darkened, as he spoke slowly. "First you tried to sweet-talk me, and now you're determined to threaten me. You've made up your mind, haven't you?" Angrily, Simon clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "And you're even using soldiers. In that case, I can't just sit back and do nothing." The moment Simon finished speaking, Pia and his army of the undead materialized behind him, making the surrounding air intensely cold. Pia opened her mouth in a wide, eager grin. "Ha ha ha." Looking at the soldiers who were both holding their weapons and scared out of their minds, Pia glared at them and said cheerfully, "Looks like I'll be welcoming quite a few new members to the team today." "Good, very good." Count Damon, upon seeing this scene, was frozen stiff with terror. He collapsed looking at Simon with utter disbelief and stammering, "How? How can a first-year someone straight out of a manhwa recap summon so many undead?" Seeing Pia, with her ridiculously oversized sword, and the army of the undead, every single one of them, with glowing eyes fixed on him, Count Damon was about to wet himself, letting out a terrified cry. Simon looked at him coldly and asked, "Now, do you still wish to continue?" At this point, Count Damon was still clinging to the table, trying to act haughty, as he pointed at Simon and yelled, How dare you? You have no power other than your connection to Kizan. And even as someone from the Magic Academy, you have no right to interfere with the autonomy of a Black Alliance territory. Are you intentionally using force? Without justification, Simon shot back. Without justification. He then signaled for Pia to open her arms. Seeing the girl in Pia's embrace, the old Count Damon cried out in shock. It was Enzile, currently under control, her face blank, her hands bound by Pia. Simon then said to Count Damon, "While we were resolving this case, we captured a priestess from Nilo. She's currently unconscious due to a curse. If we hand her over to Kizan for interrogation, we will surely find plenty of clues." These words from Simon truly made Count Damon's heart leap into his throat, his head covered in cold sweat. Simon then slowly looked at Count Damon and challenged him for the crime of bringing a priestess into Kizan territory. "This place will be wiped off the map for treason. Am I correct?" Terrified Count Damon collapsed, completely crying out in panic. "Oh, no." After that, he voluntarily bowed low before Simon and said, "I'm sorry, I had to resolve this case at any cost." So, it wasn't just Count Damon, all the soldiers present also dropped to their knees. They bowed their heads in fear. The Count continued, "My people are living in fear, so I wanted to handle this as quickly as possible, no matter the cost. I will take full responsibility. Please spare the people." Simon then asked, "Why would you try to cover this up if you're so concerned for this domain?" At this, Count Damon stammered his explanation. "It's because our business situation has finally stabilized and the Crown Prince will soon be visiting us. But if these horrific incidents keep happening, then that visit will be." The Count only had to say that much for Simon to guess the situation, nodding. As he finished the thought, "The visit will be postponed and your business will fail again." Count Damon looked at Simon anxiously and replied, "Yes, that's right. That's why I colluded with the News Association and blocked all sources of information. I tried to handle it to the best of my ability. I even tried to contact Kizan and all the mercenary groups, but the situation showed no signs of improving until 3 months ago. That's why I became anxious and contacted Nilo through a broker. Of course, I didn't know a priestess would actually arrive." Hearing the word priestess, Pia was startled and looked at the girl, realizing that the catatonic person in her arms was a priestess, and scowled with an irritated look. Simon, momentarily startled, forced an awkward laugh and replied, "I see." Count Damon then slammed his forehead to the floor, pleading, "So please spare them and punish me alone." Simon gazed down at the Count and said with a slight smile, "All right, I've heard your side of the story." Then he crossed his arms, pondered for a moment, and declared, "This territory is a crucial strategic point, being the closest to the sacred society. I would hate to see such a vital location destroyed. Besides, I've personally grown quite fond of this town." A stunned Count Damon lifted his head, asking, "What are you saying?" Simon Florentia quickly clarified, "I will do everything in my power to ensure this incident remains confidential and doesn't negatively impact your domain." Upon hearing this, both Count Damon and his soldiers were overcome with relief, stammering in disbelief. "Truly, you'd really do that?" Simon gave them a bright smile and a wink, gesturing to reassure them. Of course, he assured the Count. "However, there's a small price to pay." Overjoyed as if he'd struck gold, Count Damon hastily agreed. "Yes, of course, no matter the cost, I will prepare the funds." Just then a soldier burst into the room, reporting urgently to the Count, "My lord, we have a situation. A horde of the undead is surrounding the building." The news sent a chill down the spines of both Simon and Count Damon. A short while later, Count Damon, Simon, and Pia stood atop the city wall, looking out at the scene below. A massive swarm of spiders was crawling towards them. The Count asked in a panic, Where did they all come from?" Simon simply murmured to himself, "Spiders, huh?" He then turned and clapped a reassuring hand on Count Damon's shoulder, saying coolly, "Relax. Open the gate. I'm going out there to take a look," which caused the terrified Count to leap up and object. "What? That's far too dangerous." Simon just smirked confidently and replied, "It's fine. I may be a first-year student at the Magic Academy, but I am still a necromancer." At that very moment, someone else was gazing up at Simon's position on the wall. After descending from the gate, Simon Florentia walked towards the swarm of spiders and called out, "Why have you come here, Elizabeth?" A woman looked at him with a dead serious expression and declared, "Simon Florentia, son of the late Commander Richard Florentia. I wish to pledge my service to you." Simon was completely stunned by her words. Elizabeth then suddenly dropped to one knee, placing a clenched fist over her heart as she closed her eyes. "Therefore, I ask for the opportunity to join your legion and to be put to the test." After Simon accepted Elizabeth's proposition, he immediately laid out his terms. "Elizabeth, I have a few conditions if you wish to join my battalion. First, you are forbidden from killing humans without my explicit permission. If you need to drain life essence, you will hunt monsters." Meanwhile, Count Damon was gathering the townspeople. He announced to the crowd, "Kefin sent us a necromancer. Thanks to him, the terrible misfortunes that have plagued our town have finally been resolved." He then joyfully roared, "Now all that's left is to prepare a grand welcome for the Crown Prince." In response, the people erupted in thunderous cheers. Simon, watching from a high vantage point, continued laying out his terms. Second, you are not to harm any of my close companions in any way whatsoever. And third, Simon Florentia turned back to face her directly. He looked straight into Elizabeth's eyes and delivered his final condition. You will obey my every command, no matter the cost. Elizabeth gazed at the imperious young man before her and sighed internally. Ah, here I am again, willingly walking right back into the fire. This contract is so restrictive and binding. There's nothing but hardship waiting for me down this path. An image then flashed through her mind. It was Simon unhesitatingly leaping forward to block a fatal blow meant for her. A faint smile touched her lips as she made a silent vow. But I would undoubtedly make the same choice, if I were given the chance all over again. Elizabeth bowed her head respectfully, her hand on her chest, as she swore an oath. I can endure anything, my lord, so long as I can be by your side. You may bind me in any way you see fit. My body and soul belong entirely to you. Pia, who was standing behind them, saw the look of utter adoration on Elizabeth's face. She shook her head in exasperation, thinking, wow, she is down bad for him. As this intense scene for our Manhwa recap unfolds, Elizabeth stated her own condition. I offer this absolute loyalty in exchange for just one thing. Simon asked curiously. And what is it that you want? Suddenly, Elizabeth lifted her head, her face flushed with a vibrant rosy glow, as she looked at Simon and said with deep sincerity, your love. Then, as if she could no longer contain herself, she lunged forward, grabbing Simon's hand and pleading, I'll do anything you ask of me. I'm not trying to pressure you. Just continue to treat me with the same kindness you've already shown me. Simon replied hesitantly, I understand, while internally he was screaming, it's great that she's willing to serve me, but this is just way too intense. Elizabeth was ecstatic to hear his answer, and without a second thought she pulled Simon's hand forward, pressing it firmly against her ample chest. She then beamed at him and asked, so, shall we seal our contract now? Startled by the sudden and intimate contact, Simon stammered, wait a minute, you're standing a little too close. All right. Then Simon squeezed his eyes shut, fumbling to place his hand on Zebet's chest. Okay, it's done. He then began to form the contract with Zebet. Looking at Simon's blushing face and tightly shut eyes, Zebet thought with a quiet joy, how can he be so adorable? Once the contract was sealed, Fia turned with a smile. Welcome back to battalion. Zebet, still mesmerized by his own hand, and struggling to adjust, replied, it's been a long time since I've been bound by a contract. He then suddenly shot a pouty, judgmental look at Fia. But you're really weak, Fia. You've gotten weaker. It's because you're influenced by the commander. Those words were like sharp arrows piercing Simon's fragile pride. Zebet then closed his eyes, placing a hand on his chest, and feeling the dark energy. He sighed in contentment. But this dark energy warms me and calms my mind. Hearing this, a flustered Simon shouted, let's go, Ellen is waiting for us. At that, Zebet quickly sidled up to him, asking, Commander, did I wound you? If so, I shall soothe your injured heart. Simon, completely horrified, yelled back, that's not necessary. Just then, Ellen spotted Simon approaching and called out happily, oh, are you finished with your discussion? Simon smiled in return. Yeah, thank you. Beaming from the thanks, Ellen asked like a blooming flower, hey, how was my acting? It seems like everyone bought it completely. Simon agreed, it was perfect. Look at this. Inventory item in his hand, from which Simon then pulled out a wooden chest filled with several sacks of gold. Simon exclaimed, wow, you really squeezed a lot of money out of them? Fia, however, glanced at the gold and scoffed dismissively. What do you mean a lot? This is way less than I expected. Ellen clicked her tongue and reluctantly argued back. No way, 500 gold coins is 10 times the original reward. Simon pulled out a small pouch of gold, handing it over to Ellen. Here, this is your share. Hearing the satisfying jingle of coins, Ellen's eyes went wide as she pointed to herself in disbelief. For me, Simon held the pouch out, saying cheerfully, yeah, don't you have a family to support? Take this and go take care of them. As Ellen clutched the money pouch, her voice trembled with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. Thank you so much. I will never forget your kindness. Simon waved it off with a smile. It's nothing. So are you planning to head back to the Holy Order? Ellen blushed, then announced with a determined voice. I'm planning to return to a place called Loeron. If you ever get a chance to visit the Holy Order, please come find me. I'll show you the way. Simon immediately replied, really, thank you. He then put on a very fake smile and joked, I just hope the next time we meet it won't be on the battlefield. His words left Ellen utterly speechless as she pouted, you're so cold. As Simon cheerfully waved goodbye, Fia turned to him and asked, you not only let a priest go, but you gave her money too. Why? Simon casually explained, well, when I advanced to higher levels at the Kizan Magic Academy, I'll have to take on some pretty dark missions, So, having a connection I can potentially leverage seems like a pretty smart idea. At this, Fia could only let out a surprised "oh" while resting his hand on his chin. Simon continued, "And if I give her a little money, she becomes a perfect ally, doesn't she?" Fia immediately caught on. "And you bought her trust with that money?" Simon nodded, then asked with a hint of disbelief, "Yes, I thought you'd understand, Fia." Meanwhile, Zebet looked over at Simon with an expression of pure godlike worship, exclaiming, "Commander, you are the absolute best." Fia, however, was starting to feel a bit twisted up inside. "Oh dear. Looking at what you've done, I'm not sure if you're a good person or a bad one." Simon lowered his head, his eyes holding a universe of unspoken thoughts. He said, "Is that really necessary? One half of my blood is that of a priest. I don't want to hate someone just because they're a priest. And there's no reason to. So measuring things like that is useless. All I need to do is get what I need." This is the kind of deep moral dilemma that makes for a great manhwa recap. Hearing this rather profound reasoning, both Fia and Zebet stared at Simon with wide eyes. Fia, slightly taken aback, said, "I see. It's going to take me a considerable amount of time to figure out what kind of person you are." In response, Simon simply offered a soft, meaningful smile. Fia then asked, "Now that the mission is complete, shall we head back?" Simon shook his head. "No, there's still plenty of time. I think I'll do a little training before we return. It's difficult to use Battalion's full power at the Magic Academy of Kizan." Fia nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea. In that case, let's have you learn from Zebet this time." This suggestion left both Simon and Zebet completely astonished. Simon repeated, "From Zebet." It was then that Zebet suddenly understood. "Oh, you mean my kids," he said, glancing at the little spiders, sneakily crawling closer. "That's a great idea. Since you're my new master and commander, you should learn how to control these little ones." Zebet steps forward confidently and says, "In that case, I will teach you the basics of commanding undead spiders." Upon hearing this, Simon immediately turns his head, his eyes sparkling with pure excitement as he exclaims, "A new skill, awesome." Zebet begins to explain. The primary ability of the undead spiders is their silk. It's a skill for both restraint and mobility. Zebet points to the spiders crawling on the ground and says, "Now then, Commander, have the spiders shoot their silk at a tree." Simon closes his eyes and uses his thoughts to command the spider silk. Instantly, two of the spiders spray a torrent of white silk that latches firmly onto the tree trunk. Zebet says with satisfaction, "Excellent." Then, she continues her guidance. You can either restrain the opponent and prevent them from moving, or move faster than them and use your poisonous fangs to strike. These two techniques are the two most fundamental skills related to commanding undead spiders. Simon nods enthusiastically, replying, "I understand." Zebet says, "In that case." But before she can finish her sentence, from behind them, a rustling sound emerges. Turning around, Zebet sees two orcs and says cheerfully, "We have targets over there. Would you like to test these new skills on those orcs?" Simon quickly agrees. "Let's do it." The spiders stealthily crawl up the tree branches, then Simon shouts, "Fire." Instantly, the two spiders unleash a spray of silk that entangles the creatures, causing them to roar in panic. Seizing this opportunity, Simon yells, "Jump." Receiving the command, the spiders immediately leap forward, straight towards the orcs. Simon gives another order, "Keep firing." The spiders unleash a massive volley of silk, completely cocooning the orcs and leaving them unable to retaliate. At that moment, the little spiders swiftly pounce onto the bodies and faces of the orcs, then sink their fangs deep into their flesh, causing them to scream in agony before collapsing to the ground. Simon cheers with excitement, shouting, "Success." Beside him, Zebet claps her hands repeatedly, praising him. "That was incredible. Your control is amazing, even though this is only your first time." Simon replies modestly, "They're just basic skills, that's all." Suddenly the growl of more orcs echoes nearby. Hearing this, Zebet clicks her tongue and says, "Oh, dear, it seems there's an orc nest nearby." Zebet leans in close to Simon, winking playfully at him, before saying, "I think this is the perfect opportunity to showcase the skills of the Spider Legion. Do you want to show them the true power of our spider army?" Simon thinks for a moment, then smiles brightly, and replies, "With an opportunity like this, we should probably do something worthy of those 500 gold coins, shouldn't we?" After agreeing to an all-out attack, Simon and Florentia spring into action as he commands Fia, "Handle the boss at your 1 o'clock. Zebet, use your undead spiders to block every escape route." Following Simon's commands, Fia charges in to slaughter the orcs and attack their leader. The spiders spray silk to obstruct the orcs and cut off their retreat. This whole sequence is a perfect manhwa recap of a commander's first battle leading the legion, reading the battlefield, predicting the enemy's moves, and striking decisively to seize victory. Simon clenches his fist in excitement, a grin spreading across his face as he thinks, so this is what it feels like to be a leader. This is the true meaning of becoming a necromancer. Zebet smiles brightly again, applauding Simon's victory. We won thanks to your brilliant leadership, Commander. Simon laughs and replies humbly, I hardly did anything. It was all thanks to you and Fia. But as soon as he says that, Zebet reacts as if struck by lightning, jumping up in shock. With her wide, sparkling eyes, Zebet excitedly grabs Simon's hands and asks, Sir, what? What did you just call me? Simon replies awkwardly. It was. Huh, did I say something wrong? She immediately cries out in pure bliss, her whole body trembling as she gasps, Oh, you've given me a nickname. I feel like the happiest person in the entire world. Simon's face darkens as he stands there, sighing internally. I just shortened her name because it's too long. But she seems so happy, I guess I don't need to tell her the truth. At that moment, Fia suddenly speaks up. All right, kid, now it's your turn. Fia gestures toward the messy pile of orc corpses and says, Turn every last one of them into skeletons. Fia was already lost in the vision of having his own undead orc legion. Oh, the sheer exhilarating joy of it made him want to scream. Fia exclaimed in delight. With this many orcs, our legion will grow so much stronger. However, hold on a minute. Simon meekly raises his hand from the corner, asking for permission to speak. Wait, Fia, you've forgotten one important thing. I haven't learned the dark magic to reanimate corpses yet. That's taught at the Magic Academy in the higher level classes. This statement completely shatters Fia's dream, making him die a little inside. Fia is in agony. He collapses, clutching his head in utter disappointment. Oh, come on, I mean you're still just in the first tier, right? Zebet said quickly. Don't be so bummed out, Fia. Now we can sell these bodies for some extra coin, which gives me an idea, Commander. Simon beamed and asked, Okay, what is it? Zebet gave a playful wink as she shared her thought. It would be a total waste to just dispose of these ORCs. So why don't we send a letter to the Lord and offer to sell them? After Simon penned the letter, he promptly received a reply. In the letter, Count Doimon stated that the orcs had undoubtedly been devastating the local crops. As the Lord of Annis, he was making it an official request and would grant Simon a reward. Furthermore, the Count promised to send the reward money along with the payment for the sale from the transaction shortly. Fia, currently being squished between Zebet and a horde of spiders in the subspace, chimed in, Ah, I see. That's definitely good news. But how much farther do we have to go before we get to the ruins? Fia, unable to bear it any longer, glanced around the dark, cramped space. She whined. It's way too claustrophobic in here. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice called out Simon. The voice belonged to none other than Cammy Bears. The moment she spotted Simon, she joyfully waved and shouted, Simon, I'm so glad to see you're safe. Simon returned the greeting. Cammy Bears stepped closer, her face flushing as she said shyly, I was really worried when I heard you had accepted such a difficult mission. Simon replied with a polite smile, I was just lucky. He then asked, Are you heading somewhere? Cammy Bears chirped. I am. I'm on my way to the library. I'm supposed to study with Melon today at our Magic Academy. Want to come along? Inside the subspace, Fia's face instantly soured, her lips twisting into a deep frown of annoyance. Outside, Simon and Cammy Bears continued their lively chat. Simon politely declined her invitation, saying, Maybe next time. Right now, I have somewhere I need to be. Cammy Bears responded cheerfully. Okay, see you tomorrow then. Simon waved back. See you tomorrow. At that moment, Zebet suddenly materialized behind him, and with a piercing ice-cold glare, and a voice that sounded like it clawed its way up from the abyss, she demanded, Commander, who was that girl? The question nearly scared the soul right out of Simon's body. He yelped in shock. Ah, you startled me, Simon, then turned to explain. She's just a classmate. However, it was clear this answer did nothing to satisfy Zebet. A vein pulsed on her furious face as her death glare intensified. For someone who is just a classmate, she was giving you a rather provocative look. Of course, I remember my oath, so I won't lay a hand on her. I'll just be quiet and wait at the ruins with Fia, but I'm still absolutely seething over that girl. Simon felt a chill run down his spine and didn't dare utter another word. Okay, I'm just glad you remember your oath. Then, in a complete 180, Zebet adopted a shy demeanor and whispered, And I am merely your humble subordinate. Commander, you are free to command me as you wish. Hearing that, Simon gave a resigned wave of his hand. Oh, okay then. In that case, could you please go back to the subspace? I know this area is secluded, but people could still walk by. Zebet countered. If that's the issue, then why don't I just do this? With a quick spin and a soft pop, her intimidating Spider Queen form vanished, replaced in an instant by the form of a beautiful and adorable girl wearing a Kien uniform. Zebet beamed with excitement, giving a little twirl for Simon. So how do I look? A perfect Keen student, right? Simon just sighed in exasperation. You're wearing spider silk, not actual clothes. Right, Zebet replied instantly. It's the highest quality you know. If you have any errands inside or outside of Keen, just summon me. This whole situation was starting to feel like a wild Manhwa recap, and Simon panicked. What? How could I possibly do that? I heard that a place like Keen is surrounded by layers of surveillance spells. Zebet just wagged a finger with a casual smile. Don't you worry, Commander. She placed a hand on her chest, radiating confidence. I can not only alter my appearance, but I also possess a unique stealth skill that can bypass all of that surveillance magic. Simon's eyes widened in amazement. Zebet continued. And of course, my Spider Legion are specialists in ambushing enemies, so you can always deploy them in my place during an emergency. This news delighted Simon. Fia, on the other hand, was not delighted at all. She was currently suffering with spiders crawling all over her in a subspace barely bigger than a nostril. Outside, Simon was still contemplating Zebet's potential, thinking it was a great decision to recruit her into the Legion. She's going to be, which is incredibly useful in many situations. Zebet gave Simon a mischievous look and said, if you don't care for this appearance, how about this one? Then with another poof, Zebet was gone. The person standing before Simon had transformed into Cammy. A startled Simon exclaimed, you look exactly like Cammy. You can impersonate others too. Instead of answering right away, Zebet cleared her throat dramatically. Ahem. After careful preparation, she turned to Simon and shouted in Cammy's voice. Simon, I'm so glad to see you're safe. Zebet then leaped forward, clinging to Simon's arm and cooing. I was so worried when I heard you took on a difficult mission. Simon was both embarrassed and weirded out, a situation straight out of a Magic Academy story. He yelled, it's not just the identical appearance, your voice is a perfect match for hers. Enough of that, I can clearly see how incredible your skills are. But Zebet didn't stop, pressing even closer to Simon and saying, but I'm afraid Simon might be hurt. I have to check for any injuries with my own two hands. Simon's face turned beet red as he stammered, stop. Just stop it. Change back to your original form right now. Zebet, however, playfully refused to change back, continuing to tease him. How is it? You can experience all sorts of pleasures with this skill of mine. I truly hope that day comes soon. Simon, completely exasperated, shouted, I told you I don't need those kinds of pleasures. While these two were busy with their playful banter, Fia had finally lost his patience. He roared, for goodness sake, stop the idle chatter, and hurry up and get us to the ruins already. You blockheads, the screeching of these spiders is driving me insane. Only then did Simon remember their mission, quickly replying, that's right. I almost forgot about you, Fia. Simon turned to Zebet and said, let's get a move on. She finally got serious and replied, understood. The three of them walked a little further and soon arrived at the ruins. Fia cracked his rattling joints and declared, finally, we've arrived. Simon looked around and said, so I guess we should do a little house cleaning, huh? Simon turned to Zebet and asked, we currently have about 30 undead spiders, correct? She replied, yes. At that moment, the skeleton, soldiers, and undead spiders started to get acquainted, while Fia pointed at Simon and scolded. So now, we only have two ways to increase our forces. Either increase the number of undead spiders, or you need to learn the necromancy skill immediately. As we continue this Manhwa recap, it's clear the choice is one or the other, which was already giving Simon a headache. He turned to Zebet for help. First off, how do you get more spiders? Do we need to leave the continent to capture them? Zebet heard this and replied with a deadpan expression, not at all. I am the Spider Queen, so I just need to lay more eggs. Upon hearing this, Simon was just like, what in the world is going on? He quickly looked back and asked again, what? Zebet beamed and answered, I just need to lay more eggs. Then, acting shyly, she slowly began to lift her dress, saying, if you're curious, you're always welcome to witness it. Simon, a mix of terrified and mortified, quickly spun away, screaming in panic. No, I definitely do not need to see that. Zebet persisted, still lifting her dress. But it's truly a rare opportunity. Simon shrieked. Why would anyone ever want to watch something like that? Seeing the two of them go back and forth, Fia clicked his teeth from the sidelines, commenting, Zebet is a bit too provocative for a kid his age. Don't you all think? Immediately, the skeleton and spider minions nodded their heads vigorously in agreement. After a moment to calm down, Simon finally said, anyway, so you'll be birthing more spiders. Just saying it made his head ache. And what else do we need? Suddenly, A thought struck Simon and he turned to ask, "Hey, I have a question." Zebed replied innocently, "Yes." Commander Simon looked at her seriously and hesitated before asking, "I was wondering, could you also transform into a clergyman?" Surprised by the question, Zebed asked back, "You mean a priest?" Simon nodded. "Yes. It's about what just happened not long ago in this forest." Zebed nodded in understanding. "I see, so that's why you want me to disguise myself as a priest?" Simon asked, "Can you do it?" Zebed became pensive for a moment before answering, "I can, but I think we should send the undead spiders in first. No matter how perfect my disguise is, it will be useless if the opponent is a genuine priest." This confused Simon, who asked, "Why is that? Is there a problem?" Zebed explained, "Those who wield holy power have special skills that can quickly detect the undead. Even if I can conceal the fact that I'm not, but using holy power would be impossible without them detecting me." Simon countered, "You don't have to worry about that. The priest infiltrated by carrying a core inside his body." "A core?" Stunned and unable to believe her ears, she asked again. "With a core?" Zebed immediately deduced. "I don't know what his purpose is, but his determination must be immense." Pia also chimed in. "Not only that, his ability to wield dark energy is nearly on par with the professor's. A professor at this magic academy." Zebed considered this. "Well, with a core inside him, he won't be able to use holy power. I'm guessing he's also lost the ability to detect the undead. If that's the case, I think I have a plan. I'll release my spiders to monitor the forest and personally investigate the high priest's appearance and behavior. If my undead spiders locate the priest, they'll report to you immediately." "Excellent," Commander Simon praised. "Very good." Zebed met Simon's gaze and vowed, "Please leave this matter to me." Simon smiled and said, "All right, I'm counting on you." Later, Simon observed his classmates chatting away, thinking, "Everyone seems much happier than before. Is it because of the mission? It's been almost a whole week since we were all together." Then, on an impulse, Simon called out loudly, "Melon!" The sudden shout startled Melon Volin. The girls around her giggled teasingly. "Good luck with that," which made Melon snap back. "Hey, knock it off." Meanwhile, Simon was completely clueless about what was happening. As Melon approached, he greeted her. "Long time no see, Melon." She simply sighed and said, "You really have no shame, do you?" making Simon blank in confusion. "Huh." Melon stared at his dumbfounded face, paused, then added, "Ah, wait. Maybe you're just incredibly dense." This left Simon stammering, "Is something wrong?" Melon clicked her tongue and shoved a cute pink box toward him, saying, "Teach, whatever, just take this." Simon's face lit up with joy. "Whoa, for me." As she sat down, Melon huffed, "It's only because we're in the same group, so don't get the wrong idea." Simon nodded, but then asked, "Okay, but why the sudden cake?" He looked at her curiously and added, "It's not my birthday today." Melon shot back, "It's cake gifting day. Don't you know anything?" Simon just looked puzzled. What's that? Melon looked like she was losing her mind. "It's the day girls give cakes to guys." Simon stammered. "Oh, right. Thank you. You're really thoughtful." At his words, her cheeks flushed pink, but she quickly crossed her arms and put on a proud front. "It's not that. I just felt sorry for you, figuring if I didn't give you one, you and Dick wouldn't get a single cake." But just as she finished her sentence, a line of girls approached Simon with cakes, smiling. "Hi, Simon. This is a lemon cake. Please accept it. I brought a black tea cake. Thanks for all your help in the combat magic class." Simon smiled back warmly. "Thanks, everyone. I was happy to help you all. These look delicious. I'll dig in later." The girls shyly replied, "Oh, of course," before leaving. After they were gone, Melon glared at Simon from the side, snarking, I guess you're more popular than I thought. But it seems everyone just comes to thank you." "Huh?" Just then a crystal-clear voice called out, "Simon." The newcomer was the adorable Cammy Bears, carrying a cake box nearly as big as she was. Cammy looked at Simon with a bright smile. "Good morning, Simon." She struggled to place the massive box on his desk and said sheepishly, Thank you so much for always taking care of me. I hope that we can continue to be good friends for the rest of the semester." After she finished, Cammy bowed deeply and shouted, "Please accept this," which made Simon call out her name in a panic. Both he and Melon stared, completely stunned by the sheer size of the box Cammy had brought. Melon gasped, "Whoa, did you make this yourself? That's amazing." Cammy Bears quickly waved her hands, stammering, "No, not at all. How could I? I bought it at rest." She bowed her head and hastily explained, I only added the decorations on top. Honestly, this whole situation is playing out like the perfect Manhwa recap." Watching Cammy, Simon felt a surge of emotion, thinking, "It might just be cake gifting day, but she put so much effort into this for me." He stood up and called, "Hey, Cammy," then pulled out his handkerchief and stepped closer to her. He gently wiped away a smudge of frosting from her cheek, saying softly, "You've got a little something right here." That one simple act was enough to make Cammy's face flush as red as a tomato. She became so flustered that she started spouting gibberish. Then, in a moment of pure panic, she shoved the cake box right into Simon's face, yelling, "Thank you, Simon." Immediately after, Cammy bolted out of the classroom like a lightning bolt, leaving Simon calling after her, and Dick, who had just walked in, staring in absolute shock. At the door, Simon watched Cambers's dramatic exit and was utterly baffled. With a red, swollen mark on his cheek from the cake box, he muttered in pain. What in the world is wrong with him? Only Melon seemed to grasp what was happening, pressing a hand to her forehead with a deep sigh. "Oh, for goodness sake." Curious, Simon turned to her and asked, "He'll be back before class starts, right?" Melon replied with a lazy drawl, "Probably." Just then Dick strode over and called out, "Hey, is this seat taken?" Simon smiled and raised a hand. "It's all yours, come on over." He then added, "No wonder everyone's so worked up. It's not just because they haven't seen each other in a week. It's also because of the gift day." A mischievous grin spread across Melon's face as she turned to Simon. "You know, thanks to gift day, we've got a pretty interesting sight over there. Have you seen it?" Simon looked back, completely puzzled. "An interesting sight? What are you talking about?" Melon pointed a triumphant laugh, escaping her. "Just look over there. The party hat says, 'Happy Birthday,' but it's covered in heart patterns. And of course, who's wearing it? None other than Hector, looking like he's about to throw a punch. A hilarious contrast to the pile of adorable gifts next to him." Simon winced in sympathy. "Oh wow, that must be rough for him." But Dick and Melon saw it differently. They shared a sly grin and said in unison, "He totally deserves it." Suddenly Melon swiveled back to Simon with a pointed look. "Okay, Simon, be honest. You had no idea today was gift day, did you?" The question made Simon jump, completely caught off guard. He glanced at Melon sheepishly and asked, "Was it that obvious?" Melon sighed. "A little. Look, don't forget you're at a prestigious magic academy now. I know you're from the countryside and aren't used to this stuff, but you really should try to keep up with the current events and trends here. Our team will understand, but other people won't be so forgiving. The competition here is fierce, and they won't miss a single chance to drag you down." Simon nodded. "Thanks for the advice." He then asked curiously, "So, are there other days like this?" Melon, "If there's a day for girls to give gifts to guys, there must be one for guys to give them back, right?" Melon nodded with a grin. "Of course. Next up is Jewelry Day." Simon's face went blank, as his mind filled with images of sparkling, ridiculously expensive diamonds and gems. "That's not fair at all," Simon blurted out in horror, which made Melon burst out laughing. She quickly explained, "Obviously, you don't have to give real gemstones." Still chuckling, Melon playfully slapped Simon's shoulder. "Toy accessories or a cheap ring are perfectly fine. But hey, I'm not going to stop you if you want to get me some real jewelry." She finished, her face frozen in mock seriousness, leaving Simon utterly bewildered. She then shot him a playful wink and added enthusiastically, "I'm really looking forward to it, Simon." All Simon could do was scream internally, "This is so unfair." A short while later, class began. Professor Jane Olivia stood at the podium, her expression stern, as she announced, "I've received reports that all students from Class A have returned safely to Kian. As your supervising professor, I am quite satisfied." Professor Jane picked up a piece of chalk and continued, "I will begin with the first announcement. Starting this week, you will all undergo combat evaluations." This piqued Simon's curiosity. Combat evaluations. Beside him, however, Dick had already gone pale. Professor Jane's voice continued steady and unwavering. "The evaluation will be held throughout the first semester. The rules are simple. You will fight one-on-one against other first-year students. All 14 classes here at Kian will be your opponents. Winners will move up a tier, while losers will be demoted. The tiers are structured with the top, middle, and bottom, holding 30% of students each, while the lowest tier will contain the remaining 10%. The tiers will be reset once a week, and your movement depends entirely on your wins and losses, with each tier having a different point value. You can earn or lose points depending on the battle. For example, the number of points you lose from a defeat in a higher tier is far greater than the points you'd gain from a victory in a lower one. In other words, you should challenge opponents with the goal of advancing at all costs, and any student remaining in the bottom tier by the end of the first semester will be expelled." This bombshell sent a wave of shocked whispers through the classroom. Olivia continued, her voice cutting through the noise. 10% of students will be expelled in the first semester and another 10% in the second. You must start thinking about how to survive with every trick you have up your sleeve. As both the vice principal of Keen and the supervising professor for Class A, I believe I have done my utmost for you. Our class is the only one that has experienced the Avalon training and a real battle against Cyclops. I cannot imagine a class more capable than the one I'm instructing. This whole setup is like the ultimate manhwa recap of survival. Despite being the vice principal, I took on the role of instructor for a first-year class, because I have faith that none of you will disappoint me. As soon as she finished speaking, Dick suddenly shot to his feet, jumped up, stomped onto a desk, and raised his fist, bellowing, "Don't you worry, Professor Diane. We'll do our absolute best to make you proud." Melon, completely startled, quickly tried to intervene. "Are you insane? Get down from there," she hissed. But Rick didn't hear a word, hyped up as if he'd chugged a gallon of energy drinks, whooping and hollering uncontrollably. "Let's go, Class A. Let's do this." This whole spectacle left even Simon stunned. Melon, meanwhile, buried her face in her hands, absolutely mortified by the secondhand embarrassment. Seeing this, Professor Diane sighed and called out Rick. He immediately snapped to attention. "Yes, Professor," to which she deadpanned. "You're the one I'm most worried about." Her words instantly deflated all of Rick's bravado. He froze on the spot, letting out a cry of anguish. Professor Diane then stood before the students in the training hall with a serious expression. She posed a question. "I have a question for all of you. Can anyone tell me the difference between the monster battles we've practiced and the one-on-one duels we're facing now?" Liam eagerly raised his hand to answer. "I can. Professor, against monsters, we formulated a single plan and attacked them. But in this battle, our opponent can also strategize." The professor nodded slightly. "Correct. Any other ideas?" Hector also raised his hand enthusiastically. "Unlike fighting monsters, our use of dark magic will be limited in personal combat." The professor prompted him. "Can you elaborate on that?" All eyes turned to Hector, who glanced at the other students as he began to explain. "Skills that require long casting times are easily telegraphed or are slow to execute, as well as trap-style magic circles set on the ground will rarely be effective in one-on-one combat. Therefore, their use will be restricted. It's the same for..." He continued his tone, making it clear he was targeting a specific person. Simon grew a bit anxious, realizing Hector was clearly aiming his comments at him. In the same vein, Hector elaborated the summoning skills taught in necromancy will also prove ineffective in personal duels. Standing behind Simon, Rick scoffed, clearly annoyed by Hector's long-winded answer. The strategy to defeat a summoner is all too obvious. And unlike monsters with low intelligence, a human opponent can simply dodge the summoned creatures and attack the summoner directly. Professor Diane seemed satisfied with the answer. "Excellent." The professor reiterated. "He's mentioned the most critical point. As Hector said, some specializations in this magic academy will struggle to achieve good results. However, there are skills that might not seem optimal for dueling, but they can still become formidable weapons depending on how you use them. The charms that Rick often uses are a perfect example." Rick pointed at himself in surprise as he was mentioned. As everyone's gaze shifted to him, Professor Diane began her explanation. "If you simply approach an opponent using charms, you'll have an easy time against a combat magic major. Since they need to get in close to fight, you can easily land a direct hit. But if you're up against a hemomancy major who specializes in long-range attacks, you'll be defeated in an instant." Rick pictured himself easily taking down a combat magic student, then imagined himself cowering behind a rock to dodge attacks from a hemomancy student. He muttered to himself, "I wouldn't even be able to get close to her." The professor then offered some advice. "You'll achieve good results if you recognize your own strengths and weaknesses, and then learn how to compensate for those shortcomings." The point finally clicked for everyone. A hemomancy major, for example, should prepare countermeasures against close combat students. Professor Diane announced, "All right, now you will all begin individual practice. Take this time to review your own strengths. Remember to wear your protective gear for sparring. As you train, think about what type of dark mage is most effective in one-on-one combat. You can ask the teaching assistant for help," she said, gesturing to a young woman with long brown hair, a black headband, and green eyes. "All right, then let's begin, Rick." Melon and Cammy, now in their protective gear, huddled together to discuss their strategy. "Okay, so I'll start with a volley of dark arrows," Melon suggested. "Sounds good," Rick agreed. Nearby, another group was analyzing a magic circle drawn on paper. "We should adjust this part here," one said, as the other made the change with a quill. While everyone was engrossed in their group discussions and preparations, Simon sat alone in a corner, hugging his knees as he watched them lost in deep thought. Just like Hector said, summoning is at a huge disadvantage in a duel, he mused. This part of the manhwa recap really highlights the challenge. How am I supposed to get a high score using my specialty? Our protagonist then considered his options. I could easily win if I used battalion, but I can't just unleash that in class. So the only thing I can use is... He could summon 3 skeletons, but they were incredibly slow, making it nearly impossible for them to keep up with a human speed. Simon pictured the weak skeletons he could conjure. He leaned his head back against the wooden wall and sighed, feeling more defeated with each thought, when suddenly a voice spoke up. "Oh, it looks like you have a lot on your mind." It was the teaching assistant. Simon hadn't even noticed her approach. She offered a warm smile, saying, "Haha, if you're struggling with something, feel free to ask me. I've been at Kin's Academy for almost 2 years now, so I might be able to help." Simon sat up. His interest piqued. "Oh, I was just worrying about how to fight in a one-on-one battle. My major is summoning." The TA raised a hand and advised, "In my experience, it's always better to try something out than to just sit and think about it." Our protagonist was taken aback, replying, "Right." A protective vest was tossed towards him. "Give it a try," the TA encouraged. Simon caught it with both hands. The teaching assistant gave Simon a wink. "I'll be your opponent. You know how the barrier gauge works, right?" Simon put on the vest and walked towards her. "Yes, Professor Duyen explained it to us before." The TA nodded. "Good. Then you don't have to worry. I'll only use first-level black magic. Are you ready?" she asked. Our hero clenched his fists as his skeleton stood ready. "Yes, I'm ready." The TA smiled and opened her palm. Tiny blue particles of magic began to appear, forming into shimmering magic circles. "Then come at me." The 3 skeletons charged towards the TA as she shouted, "Fire!" Shards of dark matter were drawn towards her as black arrows materialized from the spell circles. "That's Dark Arrow." Simon instantly recognized the spell. "That's right. It's a skill most first-level students at this magic academy use for long-range combat. You must have been paying close attention in black magic class, huh?" the TA said, sounding pleased. Meanwhile, the dark arrows were still materializing. Simon thought to himself, she's really only using skills that a first-level magic student can use, while simultaneously giving his skeletons an order. "You two move forward and protect the other one." The front skeleton used its own body to block the incoming dark arrows. The sound of cracking and shattering bones echoed through the room as the remaining skeleton charged the TA. She looked slightly surprised. "You can control all 3 at once." The teaching assistant then focused her mana into her fist, remarking, "For a first-level student, you're pretty good." She launched an incredibly powerful punch directly into the skeleton, and it shattered into pieces as a slight smile crossed her lips. The skeleton crumbled into fragments, leaving Simon stunned into silence. The TA proceeded to conjure another magic circle, asking, "Do you really have time to be so surprised?" Like that, a wind stirred, and a stream of dark energy emerged from the magic circle, wrapping around Simon. He didn't understand what was happening until a wave of fatigue washed over him. It was a debilitating curse. No wonder she's a T, Simon realized. Even though she's only using basic skills, I can still tell she's incredibly experienced. The TA slowly approached Simon, who had collapsed to one knee under the curse's effect. "Now that I've eliminated your creatures, and even cast a debilitating curse on the summoner himself," she said, with a triumphant laugh, focusing magic into her hand for a finishing blow. "This is a perfect opportunity to take you down." But in that very instant, Simon saw his chance. He channeled magic into his leg, raised it high, and launched a powerful kick straight at the TA. She quickly registered the incoming attack, but was clearly caught off guard. "He's not defending." A massive boom erupted in the training room, sending a shockwave, rippling towards the other students and startling them all. "He's attacking," the TA thought in disbelief. Simon was just as confused. I'm sure I kicked. So why does it feel like I didn't hit anything?" The dust began to settle, revealing that the TA was now a good distance away from him. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said, while Simon was still trying to process what had just happened. "I said I'd only use basic black magic, but I accidentally used Spiritix. Let's stop the match here, okay?" A magic circle was still glowing on her hand as she laughed awkwardly and scratched her head. Simon, equally flustered, replied, Yes, thank you. Imagine getting taken out by a first year. That's insane," the TA thought to herself. "If I hadn't used Spiritix, this Manhwa recap would have had a very different ending for me." A bit embarrassed, she cleared her throat and spoke slowly. "First, let me explain why we had this sparring match." The TA continued. "People like you, who don't fully understand their own power, often find their answers when they're pushed to their absolute limits. It's about what you rely on in the most critical and dangerous moments." And with that, something seemed to click for Simon. Logically, you started out with summoning magic. But the second you felt pressured, you instantly switched to combat magic without a second thought. Not only that, but you also enhanced your body for close-quarters combat when you deployed the Scoton Horde. "Correct," the assistant instructor explained, crossing her arms. "Even though you had no way of knowing whether I planned to fight you from a distance or up close, you still instinctively prepared for a brawl." Am I wrong? Simon, looking flustered, replied. No, you're right. She patted Simon's shoulder with a smile. You don't need to make a decision right away, but you definitely shouldn't give up on it when you have this much talent and skill. You still have plenty of time, so just think it over carefully. If it were me, I'd choose combat magic, she advised. Good luck. Yes, thank you, Simon replied, but his mind was still a whirlwind of confusion. He recalled Hector's words, how summoning skills were completely useless in one-on-one duels. Then the teaching assistant's words echoed, logically you started with summoning, but when you felt pressured, you instinctively switched to combat magic. He was left wondering, was it really so difficult to fight using only summoning in this magic academy? Just then, a piece of protective gear was thrown skidding across the floor towards him. Simon Fentia, a voice called out, cutting through the noise of the training hall. Put it on. We're sparring. Melon's voice rang out from a corner of the room, though not directed at Simon. Nearby, a student watched her practice with a worried expression. Why? Can't you land a single hit on me? For your information, I'm just going easy on you. Melon taunted her sparring partner. Who are you kidding? I'm only using basic charms, and you can't even move an inch. Ditch turned away in embarrassment. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the hall, and Melon whipped her head around wondering, what in the world was that? Through a thin cloud of dust, Melon saw Simon talking with the teaching assistant. Whoa, that sound. I didn't even realize he was fighting the teaching assistant. It looks like they're finished. Do you think he won? Her partner asked. I'm not sure. I couldn't see the barrier gauge clearly. Simon bowed his head respectfully to the assistant. He let out a sigh. He probably lost. TSK beating a TA is nearly impossible, Melon thought watching him from afar. Then, in a scene straight out of a classic manhwa recap, Melon noticed Hector heading for Simon, clearly intending to challenge him. Her hands immediately balled into fists as she turned towards them. Ditch watched with apprehension. Simon Florentia. Hector called out our protagonist's name, throwing a protective jacket at him, and issuing a challenge. Put it on. Let's spar. For a moment, Simon was at a loss for words, as another jacket was thrown in Hector's direction, accompanied by an annoyed voice. Why don't you go pick a fight somewhere else? Simon turned away nonchalantly, leaving behind a single comment, I'm not in the mood. Hector furiously gritted his teeth. You bastard! Melon suddenly stepped between Simon and Hector, telling Hector to stop. This is none of your business, Hector snarled at her. That's what you think, Melon retorted. What do you think you're doing? You're acting like a child. If you keep bullying people like this, I'll report you to the professor. Melon threatened sharply. From a distance, Ditch and Cammy watched her with admiration. A sinister smirk spread across Hector's face. Ah, so you're just a replacement for Sun. Fury washed over Melon. She clenched her fists, and her expression darkened. Cammy grew worried for her friend, while Ditch shouted, How dare you say that? Other students also tried to intervene. Hey, Hector, stop it. I know you're upset, but that's going too far. Melon remained silent, as a crimson circle of dark fire magic began to form over her right hand, her hair whipping around as waves of magic energy flowed out. She angrily gritted her teeth. Melon, stop, Simon shouted, reaching out toward the magic circle she was casting. A young man with white hair stepped forward asking, What's going on here? Ditch and Cammy turned and realized it was the teaching assistant. Immediately, Melon bowed her head towards the TA in apology. It's nothing, sir. I'm sorry for the disturbance. A bit away, Simon had managed to grab Melon's hand. Ditch muttered angrily, Humph, that scumbag. He always pretends to be so well behaved in front of the teaching assistants and professors. Melon paid him no mind, simply saying, Let's go. A scolding voice then cut in. Honestly, you two consider this a warning. You nearly did the one thing that Professor Duyen absolutely hates. Melon lowered her face in shame. Yes, I'm sorry, Melon mumbled, still furious but forcing herself to contain it. Then get back to your training. Yeah, Ditch replied with an annoyed look. Damn, that jerk is so frustrating. He should know there are some things you just don't say right. Cammy walked over to check on her. Melon, are you okay? Melon looked flustered. Yeah, sorry, I just lost my cool for a moment. Simon appeared to disagree. Hey Melon, you. She cut him off before he could finish. By the way, Simon, my hand. When exactly were you planning on letting it go? It was only then that Simon realized with embarrassment that he was still holding Melon's hand. Melon raised a hand to her head and said, Sorry, I was in such a rush. Still, you're completely insane. She worriedly took Simon's hand, which was now red and covered in scratches. Turning it over and over, she chided. Why would you grab a black flame magic circle with your bare hands? Just look at this, you've burned yourself. Only then did Simon realize his hand was injured. Melon turned to their two friends and announced, Cammy ditch. I'm taking him to the infirmary. They exchanged goodbyes. See you later. Catch you later. Over at the infirmary, Simon was sitting on a medical bed, while Melon sat on a wooden chair beside him carefully, wrapping a bandage around her friend's hand. Melon asked with curiosity, a moment ago, you grabbed my hand. Why did you do that? Simon answered, in a calm, deliberate tone. TSK, you would have been in big trouble if the teaching assistant found out you were about to use magic. And even though Hector was wearing protective gear, he wasn't wearing it properly, Simon explained. Melon lowered her head in thought, her hands still busy with the bandages on Simon's hand. She recalled what Hector had just said, remembering her own flash of anger, when he claimed she was just a substitute for Simon. Simon elaborated, I don't get it, but that's something he shouldn't have said to you, right? An awkward silence hung between the two of them. Melon started to explain about that earlier. But Simon interrupted her with a bright smile and thanked her. She looked at him slightly surprised and confused. Simon seemed to understand her question. You stepped in to stop Hector from picking a fight with me. His face lit up as he placed a hand on his chest. You almost got into a brawl with him, but I stopped you, so let's just call it even. Okay, embarrassed. Melon squeezed her hands between her knees, her toes touching. Oh my gosh, that is your biggest problem. Simon looked taken aback. What is Melon shot up so fast? She knocked over her chair. A startled Simon leaned back as she exclaimed loudly, You're just too nice, you know that. You're so nice it's annoying. However, she then placed her hands on a slightly intimidated Simon's shoulders. But that's not going to work this time. Simon was confused. Huh? What do you mean, Melon? Leaned in close, her face flushed, as she gripped both of his shoulders. I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully. Simon still had no clue what was happening. Melon enunciated every single word. Thank you, Simon. The air around them seemed to fill with blooming flowers as Melon shone with a dazzling brilliance. Immediately after she bolted out of the room, leaving Simon completely stunned. He barely had time to raise a hand, unable to even call out her full name. The door slammed shut, and a voice from his collar startled him. Good grief. Listening to you two talk is making me speechless. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I swear. It was Fia. He gave her a light squeeze and muttered, Be quiet. Elsewhere in the Magic Academy, Simon met up with Cammy. What do you think spiritology is all about? I'm not really sure either. Simon had asked, but Cammy had no answer. The two sat dejectedly on a long red bench. Cammy asked with concern, Are you okay? What on earth happened with the reserve team in spiritology class? Was the professor lecturing too fast? Simon gave a wry smile. No, but it was painful. Painful in a way I could have never imagined. Hearing this, Ditch looked just as bewildered. Unimaginable. Simon continued. The spiritology professor only really teaches us once we can sense spirits right, and we're stuck on the reserve team until we manage to do it. He recalled the spiritology professor who had the head of a wolf shouting at the top of his lungs for spiritology class, You must feel the spirits. The students below meekly responded in agreement. Professor, no matter how hard I try, I just can't sense any spirits, one student said, raising a hand helplessly. The professor roared back. Just feel them. The spiritology professor then began flailing around, performing a series of bizarre movements that terrified the students, forcing Simon to cover Cammy's eyes. The instructor's voice boomed. Just feel it. Don't tell yourselves you can't do it. Just feel it. You all lack motivation. So try harder. Pour all of your energy and your hearts into the ritual dance. Like this, and this, and this. Simon and Cammy shuddered at the horrifying memory as Simon held Cammy, who had buried her face in her hands, with her head bowed. But that whole feeling the spirit process was just so. Cammy groaned. Honestly, I never want to see that dance again. My time at this magic academy has been so humiliating. Simon patted her back, consolingly. Cammy, you survived. Meanwhile, Ditch and Melon looked on completely bewildered. Simon asked them, So what exactly did you guys learn in the training squad? Attack spells, obviously, Melon replied. All the professors have been focusing on combat since the evaluation battle is coming up, the kind of training you'd expect to see in a proper manhwa recap. Hearing this, Simon and Cammy just clasped their hands together in utter despair, praying fervently. Please, oh please, Dick watched his two friends offering helpless comfort, but hematology didn't require soul sensing, like spiritology class, making for a very different lesson in this manhwa recap. So surely she could learn something useful here, right? An elderly professor with white hair and a matching goatee wearing a black hat approached with one hand behind his back and the other leaning on a cane. Beside him were two teaching assistants, one male and one female in uniform. The professor announced, Everyone gather round. We will begin the lesson shortly. A few students recognized him. Ah, it's Professor Silas. The aged professor placed both hands on his cane, standing solemnly before the students. My apologies, a personal matter has made our class start late. Since we're behind schedule, I intend to pick up the pace. Cammy listened with rapt attention. He began by explaining that hematology is a form of dark magic that uses blood as a medium, a classic subject at any proper magic academy, of vampires or werewolves. But contrary to popular belief, hematology has a rich, long history because blood possesses the greatest compatibility with dark energy. He then presented the class tool, a needle injected into the arm, connected by a transparent tube to a brown button in the palm, all secured with straps and adhesive tape. Before we begin the practical portion, I should note that novices often struggle with drawing blood, which is why we will be using this support toolkit. We will proceed once everyone has equipped their device. Professor Silas then conjured an orb in his hand, one part dark blue and the other red, separate yet intertwined as he instructed. Dark energy and blood are quite similar, and necromancers can mix them together to produce a variety of magical reactions. In other words, for a necromancer, to not use blood is a tremendous waste as it would otherwise consume your energy. However, blood can also become the fastest and most powerful weapon at your disposal. Cammy's face lit up with excitement at his words, her eyes shining brightly, and she clasped her hands together. Simon suddenly remembered times. Of course, Cammy is a vampire. Asterisk. The professor then declared, "Today, we will explore the properties and characteristics of blood and practice using blood bullets in actual combat." Cammy's excitement instantly vanished. She was completely thrown by the words, actual combat. After a short while, it was Cammy's turn. Next, row 2. Get ready, the professor instructed. Cammy trembled slightly with anxiety, her wings flaring up as she stammered in response. Yes. From below, Simon offered his support. Cammy, you've got this. Though nervous, Cammy heard his encouragement. In the distance, Dick and Melon were cheering enthusiastically. She took a sharp breath, her hands still clenched, her face etched with worry, but she was calmer than before. She was ready. Over at the firing range, a voice called out, "Last one in row 6. Fire times, bang." Asterisk. Blood morphed into a bullet rocketing toward the target and striking dead center. The results came in, blood type AP, 5 penetration diameter of 45 millimeters. Along with the first 3 more targets were pierced through, and the main target was left warped from the force of the shot. Professor Silas, holding a small vial, slowly dripped the blood onto a strange liquid in his hand. Blood of the AP5 type has a contractile property when it encounters dark energy. It can condense that energy to its absolute limit, creating superb piercing power. Actually, it's better suited for constructive purposes rather than destructive ones. He added another drop, and the liquid began to dissolve from its spherical shape, showing why it's so useful for amplifying dark energy and forming magic circles. Professor Silas looked at the student before him and said, "Go get an AP5 nameplate from the teaching assistant and return." Dick High watched Professor Silas. "Yes, Professor. From now on, you all must wear these nameplates before coming to class," the professor explained. Silas held up a blue nameplate, which featured a logo and the name in the center. "All right, next group please line up with row 1 at the front." Cammy Bearzusula clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes fixed forward with hesitation. But then, Cammy Bearzusula was ready. Behind her, Dick Highwoo and Melon Volan cheered her on. Simon smiled at her, proud of his fellow Usula family member. She was a vampire after all. Cammy raised her left arm, getting into position and staring ahead. The professor looked at Cammy and gave the command fire. Using her right hand to steady her left, Cammy mimicked a firing motion. She shouted, "Fire," and the drop of blood turned bullet shot forward. A massive explosion erupted. Asterisk, boom, times. The world before Cammy's eyes was engulfed in flames. Dick Highwoo and Melon Volan could only stare their jaws agape at the scene. The results were shocking. Blood type KP1. Penetration diameter immeasurable. Florentia gazed at the aftermath in absolute awe. 4 targets had been completely obliterated. The scene opens with an explosion. "Wow, that's a vampire for you," one student remarked, watching Cammy in awe. "There's no competing with a member of the Usula house. I'm honestly jealous of her bloodline." So that's KP1 blood, which has explosive properties when combined with dark energy. In terms of sheer offensive power, it's known as the strongest blood type in existence, and it's a trait exclusive to vampires. The entire class stared at Cammy with expressions of pure shock and admiration, causing her to blush shyly and clasp her hands together. Professor Silas observed Cammy with a satisfied look. "It seems we'll be seeing a lot more of each other from now on." Upon hearing this, Cammy Bears was absolutely ecstatic. Cammy beamed her face alight with pure excitement. Yes, thank you, Professor. She then turned to Dick, Hay, and Melon, looking completely fulfilled. Did you guys see that, Melon? Dick. Both of them gave her a cheerful thumbs up. You did great. That was incredible. Just then, Professor Silas's voice rang out across the training grounds again. Next up, rows 3 and 4. Get ready, yes, sir. Fire. Simon simply smiled. The professor continued. All right, next row 6. On my mark. Simon looked towards the professor, raising his left hand. Yes, sir. Row 6. Simon. Florentia, ready to fire. Simon aimed his left hand forward, locking onto the target as his fingers formed a glowing magic circle. From it a stream of blue energy erupted, launching a bullet forward at incredible speed. Asterisk flash times. The projectile flew for a moment, and then suddenly vanished into thin air. It was gone like a gust of wind, leaving everyone completely baffled. There was no impact, no sound. It was as if Simon had just shot at nothing, which left the other students watching in utter confusion. Huh? What just happened? Did his dark magic make the bullet disappear? Simon himself wore a completely helpless expression. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, it just reappeared in front of the target." The bullet materialized out of nowhere, slamming directly into the center of the board. Asterisk, boom times. A massive explosion followed, shattering the target into 1,000,000 pieces. This kind of reveal is what makes a good manhwa recap. Simon glanced at the teaching assistant, who was staring at her clipboard in disbelief. This is an unknown blood type. It's completely new. 2 targets in the front and 2 on the left have been struck. The score for its piercing power is immeasurable. The 2 adjacent targets, despite not being the primary aim, were also half destroyed from the collateral damage of that single shot. A blood bullet that fans out upon impact. I've never encountered this type before, the professor stated, so I cannot explain its properties yet. We will discuss your blood type in the next class. Now, Group 7, get ready. Florentia was still flustered and confused. Ah, yes, sir. The assistant approached Simon with an awkward smile. I don't have a nameplate for your type. I'll have a new one made for you by next class. Is that all right? Florentia just nodded. Yes, thank you. Hey Simon, what was that? A new type that's so cool? Cammy exclaimed, staring at him with pure admiration. Simon just scratched his head, completely bewildered. I'm not sure either. I've never even heard of it. Dick Hay voiced the group's thoughts. It looks pretty awesome and definitely makes you stand out. But doesn't that also mean there's no training guide for your specific case? Melon Violin added, resting her chin on her hand as her gaze fixed ahead. Even though all magic is based on hematology, there are different training methods tailored to each blood type. You're right, there's no match between any of us. Even among the 4 of us, Dick Hay eagerly explained. And in hematology at this magic academy, the professor sets the general direction, while the teaching assistants are meant to provide specific tips for each individual type. If there are 60 types in one class, they'd need 60 assistants. It seemed Simon was finally grasping the situation. Oh, so that's why. There are so many TAs. He looked at his friends, a worried expression on his face. So, what's going to happen to me? Melon and the others fell into a thoughtful silence. That is a good question. The image of Florentia's incredible shot replayed in Professor Silas's mind. Yes, I'm fairly certain of it now. Professor Silas paced hand on his chin, lost in thought within his private book-filled study. Simon Florentia's unique trait is replication. The instant his blood makes contact with dark energy, the energy absorbs it. And in turn, the dark energy that consumed his blood amplifies in both volume and destructive power. That moment when the blood bullet appeared to disappear was actually the darkness itself absorbing the blood, rendering the projectile completely invisible. That explains how Simon fired the bullet, and it suddenly vanished from sight. And once it reaches its destination, the resulting damage is catastrophic. He recalled how the single projectile had utterly demolished multiple targets. Professor Silas thought to himself, how fascinating. His mind began racing with calculations, picturing both Cammy and Simon. The powerful blood of a pure vampire like Cammy bears Usula, devours energy, dark magic, to increase its volume. However, Simon Florentia's blood does the opposite. It actually strengthens the dark energy. This phenomenon is definitely worth a thorough investigation. Now I see. He mused, his fingers drumming lightly on the desk. I finally understand why you've invested so much in Simon Florentia. Suddenly, the image of Bahin Amaga flashed through his mind. Professor Silas set his teacup down. What brings you all the way here, Bahin? Amaga replied. I'm here to make you a proposition. Professor Silas looked surprised. A proposition, he asked. Bahin smirked with a devilish grin. Indeed. I have a half-vampire student in the Class A I'm responsible for. but surprisingly this student is actually considering a specialization in curse studies. Bahin Amaga chuckled. Truth be told, the kid does have some talent for curses, but their scores were actually higher in hematology on both the recent exam and the entrance test. Plus, they have a natural advantage in that field coming from a family of vampires, Bahin Amaga said, glancing toward Professor Silas, who was seated at his desk. So what exactly are you getting at? Professor Silas asked, holding his teacup and taking a sip. Bahin Amaga pressed on, I'll do my best to persuade the student to specialize in hematology. I'm willing to bet they'd become an invaluable assistant to you in the future. Professor Silas placed his cup back on the table, and the atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy. He fixed Bahin Amaga with an icy stare, his brow furrowing. Still as arrogant as you were back in your student days, aren't you? He said. I'm aware you're part of the Crows now, but don't you dare underestimate me. The professor warned him sharply. Bahin Amaga held up his hands, a placating smile on his face. My apologies if my words were a bit blunt. I only wish to help you as one of your former pupils. It's a shame, really. If only you hadn't abandoned your hematology studies at the beginning of the second semester. The professor added with a sigh of regret. My tea has gone cold. Bahin then made his true request. Professor Silas, I only ask for one thing. Bahin Amaga's expression shifted dramatically, his hand placed over his heart. His face was a mask of ambition, as he urged the professor to give up on recruiting Simon Florentia from Class A. Professor Silas recalled their conversation and sighed. Bahin was playing this dead serious, all for his own benefit. I should have seen it sooner, he thought. He told me to back off from a student who planned to specialize in summoning, not even hematology. He's trying to snatch a prodigy like Simon right from under my nose, isn't he? Just then, a teaching assistant entered with a cup of coffee. Professor, here is your coffee. He turned to her, still holding his teacup, and said with grave seriousness, Thank you. Go to my office at once and prepare the registration for my new research project. Of course, Professor. What will the subject be? A new blood type, he declared. So you're planning to research Simon Florencia's blood, she asked. Precisely. And I must act quickly before he's snatched away by someone else. Professor Silas shot up from his chair, slamming his hand on the desk. For now, we'll tentatively call this new blood type SM1. Inform all the teaching assistants immediately. We are officially entering the war to recruit Simon Florentia. Professor Silas's expression was grim, more determined than ever before. This whole situation is a classic Magic Academy power struggle. Meanwhile, in the Catarology lecture hall, Professor Bahin stood at the podium with a teasing smirk. My, you all look so troubled. I take it the upcoming combat evaluation has you all stressed out. He crossed his arms and continued, I understand completely. As a graduate of Cayenne myself, I know that having to face your own classmates in battle can be incredibly nerve-wracking. So, allow me to teach you a few little tricks to get ahead. The entire class murmured in excitement, leaning in to listen intently. I'm going to show this class how to incapacitate an opponent, quickly and safely. Bahin held up 2 fingers. I'll be splitting the class into 2 groups. For those of you who have already decided to use dark magic during the evaluation, you'll need an additional support curse. I will teach you the slowing hex. This is a curse you can cast with remarkable speed. Now for those who primarily use curses, and for those of you who are still undecided about using dark magic, I will teach you my improved version of the paralysis jinx. I personally developed it. I redesigned both of these curses myself, so you won't be able to learn them anywhere else. The students were visibly astonished by this revelation from Professor Bahin. He smiled broadly and explained the details. The slowing hex drains the strength from a specific part of the body, such as the legs. To limit your opponent's movement, you can cast this curse much faster and easier than a full exhaustion curse. My new paralysis jinx might have a lower overall effect compared to the standard spell, but I've modified it specifically for practical combat, meaning its casting speed is significantly faster than the original. Now, what are you waiting for? Line up and choose the skill you want to learn. Of course, his true focus was entirely on Simon, a key piece in this whole Manhwa recap. He thought to himself, now, Simon Florentia, for a genius like you, what subject is the most suitable? As is often the case in a magic academy, setting a crucial choice was at hand, and Bahin watched with an expectant look, eagerly awaiting Simon's decision. Theology is the optimal way to harness your dark energy. You want to use summoning as your main skill in the competition. You need to forget that ridiculous plan immediately and choose theology. Just hurry up and decide. But contrary to Bahin's high hopes, Simon chose the slow curse. The professor's eyes widened in utter disappointment. You've chosen theology as your supplementary magic again. Teaching assistant Kiko stepped up beside him with a reminder. Professor Bahin, you're making that face again. At that moment, Bahin's expression was one of pure rage. He forced a gentle tone, saying, "Oh my, I suppose I lost my composure for a moment." He rubbed his head and sighed. "Thank you." Kiko replied calmly, "It was nothing, sir. This is simply my job. Besides, you should probably begin the lesson now." Bahin then gave a new order telling all the teaching assistants to head over to the new paralysis section, declaring, "I will teach slow myself." This sudden decision left even Keko bewildered. "Excuse me, sir, but last week you specifically said you would personally teach paralysis." Bahin casually replied, "I've changed my mind." Kiko broke into a nervous sweat and exclaimed, "Professor, all the teaching assistants have prepared the materials for slow." Some even lost sleep. Doing so, Bahin, however, seemed completely unconcerned. He just mumbled 2 words, "Is that so?" Keko angrily clenched her fists, knowing that nothing she could say would make him reconsider. She gave a slight nod and replied, "Yes, sir." Kiko then turned around and instructed the other assistants. "All right, everyone, gather around. Scrap all the lesson plans for the slow curse and prepare to teach the new paralysis module." Everyone was stunned by the announcement. What one of them said clearly irritated. "But Keko, we spent the entire last week preparing materials exclusively for slow." Kiko tried her best to placate the group. "This isn't exactly the first time he's changed his mind on a whim like this. Let's just hurry and get to work." She then lowered her gaze, saying helplessly, "Even if we tried to convince him, he's not the type of person who would listen, is he? I'll handle the lecture. So all of you just get ready to provide support." As she spoke, Kiko's eyes darted in one direction as she thought, "I bet the professor only changed his mind because of that kid." Keko let out a long sigh. "This is going to get complicated for both of us." Meanwhile, Bahin calmly stepped before the students and asked, "Is everyone present?" "Yes, Professor," they replied in unison. Bahin then began his lecture. "Excellent. Since you've all chosen theology as a supplementary skill, learning it thoroughly will greatly benefit you. Curses are the most effective form of dark magic for buying time to complete your primary incantations." A student then raised their hand. "Professor, may I ask a question? Which type of magic requires the most time to cast?" Bahin praised the inquiry. "Ah, seeking to know both yourself and your enemy. That's an excellent attitude. As for dark magic with long casting times, the first that comes to mind would be summoning spells in general." At that moment, Simon, sitting alone on a bench, looked up at the sky in deep contemplation before contacting Fia through the badge pinned to his chest. He confessed his inner turmoil. "Fia, does a Legion commander have to major in summoning?" The voice on the other end replied, "You seem to be thinking very deeply, but now I understand why." "No, there is no such rule," Fia elaborated. "If you choose another specialization, you can still command the Legion yourself. How you choose to command the Legion is entirely up to you, and we will respect your wishes." Fia then pressed further. "What's wrong? Were you hoping I would try to stop you?" Simon rubbed the back of his head sheepishly and admitted, "Yeah, to be honest, maybe a little." He anxiously wrung his hands together, his worry palpable. "Everyone says summoning is weak and outdated, a classic setup you see in almost every Manhwa recap. Even Professor Aaron, who teaches summoning, agrees." Suddenly, Fia appeared before him in a colossal form. "Are you going to abandon summoning?" Fia asked. In response, Simon was silent for a moment before clenching his fists with determination and saying in a firm voice, "No." Hearing this, Fia was immensely pleased and let out a hearty laugh. "That's it. That feeling you have right now is what your heart truly desires. As for what's currently troubling you, that seems to be about something else entirely." A confused Simon asked, "Something else?" Fia explained patiently. "That's right. Instead of agonizing over whether to quit or continue with summoning, your real anguish comes from your desire to win the upcoming combat evaluation using times-only summoning. Isn't that what's really bothering you?" It seemed Fia's words had struck a nerve, causing Simon to exclaim in shock, "Wow, I really can't hide anything from you. Fia, am I being an idiot? Especially when there are so many better ways to win, yet I'm fixated on using summoning." Fia simply asked, "Why do you think that way?" Leaning back on the bench, Simon continued to confide, It's just so frustrating. All my friends and professors keep telling me that summoning takes too much time and requires support. They all say it's weak, and honestly, I'm sick to death of hearing it. I'm completely fed up. It's not even my major, but seeing the art of summoning treated with such disrespect just gets under my skin." It was as if Fia could read his very thoughts and said, "But you've always prioritized efficiency in your choices. That core belief is now clashing with your feelings." And that's what's making this so difficult for you, isn't it? Finally, feeling understood, Simon looked up and replied with a relieved smile. Exactly. Fia then posed a challenging question. So, after all this deliberation, what have you decided just then? A gust of wind swept through Simon's hair, revealing a face now alight with unwavering determination. This time, he declared, I'm going to follow my heart. He closed his eyes, savoring the resolution he had just reached. Just imagine it, Fia. When everyone has dismissed it, I'll be the one to use summoning to achieve victory. Right in front of all of them. Snapping out of his reverie, Simon asked, Don't you think that would feel absolutely incredible? Fia let out a hearty approving laugh. Yes, that's the spirit. To willingly walk a path that others are too afraid to tread. That choice in itself is exceptionally special and valuable. Remember that, kid. Fia reminded Simon. You are the commander I have chosen. Pay no mind to the limits set by fools. Just do whatever you desire. Simon rose to his feet, his posture filled with newfound pride, and replied, Right, Fia. His face was a mask of pure confidence as he declared, For this upcoming combat assessment, I will compete using only the art of summoning. The scene shifts to another room where the furious voice of a man echoes relentlessly. Why? Why can't you see that everything I've done was all for you? The room is in complete disarray, and the voice continues to rant. Why would he let such a monumental talent wither away on summoning? The voice belongs to Professor Bahin, who is seething with rage and resentment. Why is this happening? At that moment, Kiko enters the room calmly and asks, Are you finished with your tantrum, Professor Bahin? With a lifeless gaze, he slowly looks up. Bahin appears to be a completely different person, a far cry from the elegant professor his students see in the classroom. He twists his neck with a sickening crack, his voice laced with frustration. I just don't get it. Does he not realize he's on track to become the next Haren? If he continues down this path, he's wasting his potential on an archaic low-tier magic like summoning. Bahin slams his fist on the table. No matter how much he excels in that field, he'll only end up a washed-up failure like Haren. He's the most brilliant student this magic academy has ever seen, a prodigy with unparalleled talent. Bahin's gaze falls upon a photograph on his desk, a picture of him and Simon. This whole situation is a key point in our Manhwa recap, from a time when the two were close, and his irritation deepens. And look at how he's treating Kizan now. As he says this, Bahin's eyes turn chillingly cold, a malevolence simmering within them. He violently flips the photograph face down on the desk, his rage escalating. It's absolutely pathetic. I can't bear it any longer. These brilliant talents determined to throw themselves away and sink to the bottom. I refuse to stand idly by and watch this happen. Only I can guide Simon to his proper place. Only I can polish this rough gemstone into the most radiant jewel the world has ever seen. Standing nearby, Keko sighs in resignation. Professor, why can't you just be honest for once? Bahin lets out a crazed laugh. Honest, you say? Very well. Heh heh heh. He turns a cunning glint in his eyes. I want him. I want him to be mine. I want Simon Palencia to be mine, no matter the cost. I would gladly offer up my very soul for him. I will make that talent of his flourish, by any means necessary. Seeing the unhinged man before her, Keiko thinks to herself, here we go again. He's spouting the same nonsense, trying to create the next Neptus. I will devote all of my talent, my effort, my very life to help him reach the divine threshold, and in return all I ask is that he revere me as his one and only master, so that when people ask how he achieved such greatness, he will reply, it was all thanks to my teacher, Professor Bahin. Bahin is completely lost in his own delusions of grandeur, a look of immense satisfaction spreading across his face. Ah, just the thought of it is exhilarating. Kiko, looking fed up, begins to leave. Well, I'll leave you to it then. But Professor Bahin swiftly grabs her by the arm. Keko. He then takes her chin in his hand and says with an arrogant smirk, I'm the kind of man who wants to have it all. Keiko's expression is one of pure disgust. Bahin, completely ignoring her discomfort, leans in close and whispers, just like how I have you. Keko wastes no time in stomping hard on Bahin's foot, retorting sharply, That's harassment, Professor Bahin. He yelps in pain, still as charmless as ever. At all. Even back in my school days, I wouldn't have wanted an heir who's so relentlessly serious. With a sarcastic tone, Keheko retorted, Ha! I thought you wanted Simon Palencia to inherit your legacy. Bahin, with a wild grin, replied, Oh, absolutely not. Simon Palencia is destined to go far beyond me. A talent on par with Neptus himself. He spread his arms wide, humbly stating, I only need to be his respected teacher. Is it not a joyous thing to have such an outstanding student, and you still consider my desire to be vulgar? Keheko nonchalantly pushed up her glasses, thinking to herself that his desperate craving to teach is what's truly vulgar. At this point, Ba-hen, having sobered up a bit, countered. You just love twisting my words, don't you? Ah, I have an idea. Kaheko sighed, exasperated. What is it this time? Simon Palencia is currently quite pleased with his summoning magic, which isn't surprising considering his recent training successes. And that's precisely the problem. What he needs to experience right now is a devastating failure. Only then will he finally recognize the problem and reconsider the proper path. Hearing this, Kaheko wholeheartedly agreed. That's the most sensible thing you've said all day. So, you want a genius to get a taste of failure. Naturally, Ba-hen said with a sinister grin. And for me, that's as easy as pie. The next day, Dick told Simon, this week, we don't have any summoning classes at all. I heard Professor Aaron is on leave. A lot of professors are practicing summoning magic, so the class schedule will probably change quite a bit. Simon, who was engrossed in a book, replied nonchalantly, understood. He then added with a disappointed sigh, that's a shame. I wanted to learn a few more things before the evaluation. Dick agreed. Yeah, you're a summoner, so you could really use Professor Aaron's advice. As the two of them walked past the notice board, they saw someone posting new announcements. Dick, with his sharp eyes, yelled out, Hey Simon, the combat evaluation matchup board is up. Dick silently prayed, just let me avoid the monsters, please. Meanwhile, Simon was searching for his class, Class A. Ah, here it is. The notice board read clearly. Arena 2 Round 1 Match 12 Class A's Simon Palencia versus Class G's Haren Cook. Simon was completely taken aback. Haren Cook from Class G. I'm also up against someone named Lycanthorpe, also from Class G. You don't know them. Dick placed both hands behind his head and continued, I don't know much. But since both our opponents are from Class G, let me look into what their skills are. Simon felt a bit guilty. Sorry for letting you handle everything. It's no big deal. What are friends for? Simon replied cheerfully. Thanks, Dick. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of magic this Haren Cook guy uses. The school day ended way too early. Suddenly, Dick stopped in his tracks, holding up a hand to stop him. Hold on, Simon. Don't tell me you're planning to train by yourself after school. Hearing his friend's question startled Simon. How did you know? Dick replied frankly, it's pretty obvious. You're the guy who always loves being in class, yet now you're wishing it would end early. What's the point of training when the number of people at this magic academy, who can even stand up to your spells, can be counted on one hand? Simon modestly replied. Don't say that I'm not planning on using combat magic much. This time. Then what are you going to use? Simon answered casually. Summoning magic, of course. Dick stared at him bewildered before demanding, Here, pick a finger. Dick held out 2 fingers in front of Simon, waiting for him to choose. Seeing Simon hesitate, Dick pointed an annoyed finger and said, Don't you forget what I told you. You have to fight with combat magic. Dick then jeered. How was my melon impression? The words had barely left his mouth when Melon appeared from behind and smacked him with a brick to the head. He screamed out in agony. That hurts, Melon. Drop dead, you idiot. Before long, dusk had settled. Simon was dressed in inconspicuous clothing, with a hood. He looked around and marveled, Rochester is so quiet at night. It's been a while since I was last here. Maybe I should check out that summoning shop Dick mentioned. This could be a great part of our next Manhwa recap. He said it might not be as useful as a professor's lecture, but that it would be helpful for the evaluation. Thanks, Dick. Simon then stepped into a shop, whose exterior was decorated with a few very menacing-looking dry skeletons. A man at the front desk asked politely, Welcome. What can I help you find? I'm looking for a skeleton archer. The man was clearly astonished to hear this. A skeleton archer. You look like you're only a first-year student. Have you already studied that far? They are notoriously difficult to summon. Simon replied calmly, Yes, I'd like to give it a try. After hearing this, the man turned to leave saying, That's good spirit. You must already know that besides archers, there are plenty of other roles, right? Simon asked, his voice filled with excitement. Yes, there are mages and knights as well. That's right. You seem to know your stuff. The shopkeeper pulled out a few books and added, They're named according to their role, so the simplest names are usually the best. So why did you decide on the archer class? Simon gave a slight wry smile. Ah well, it's based on personal experience. I tried giving a bow to a Scoton I own, and its performance was absolutely dreadful. Haha, the man chuckled. That's because each Scoton only excels in its designated role. He then presented an impressively cool Scoton and advised the boy. This is a Sapiro Scoton, a very reliable choice for beginners in the archer class, and a classic pick for anyone starting their journey in a magic academy. And my personal recommendation is the Scoton from the Vanilla brand. Have you heard of it? It's been properly tempered, its joints move far more smoothly than competing brands, and its magic circle is meticulously crafted by Duckcock. Plus, the company offers an excellent warranty. Simon listened intently, his curiosity piqued. It must be incredibly expensive then. The shopkeeper's brow furrowed. He pressed on. Each box is only 30 gold coins. You should get a vanilla right now, kid. It might seem pricey, but you truly get what you pay for. The man relentlessly pushed his sales pitch. Even if it gets damaged, you can still salvage the remaining parts for reuse. So you should buy one now. If you salvage it 3 times, that's equivalent to getting 90 gold coins in value back. From there, the effective cost drops to just 27, then 24, then 22 gold coins. Ah, but this one was crafted by an unknown necromancer, so it might only fetch 20 gold coins. It all depends on whether you know how to use it properly. The sales pitch was so intense that Simon caved and immediately sealed the deal. I'll take 3 vanilla sets. Thank you for your business. Oh, and there was one other thing I was looking for. Of course, anything you need. Later, when Fia found out, she immediately began to scold him. You are so wasteful, spending money like that. Simon quickly tried to explain himself. But I genuinely need these, he insisted. Fia threw her hands up in surrender. Fine, if that's your decision, I won't say any more. Just make sure you don't waste them and put them to good use, understand? Simon obediently agreed. Yes, yes. Just then, his eyes caught sight of someone in the distance, and he froze on the spot. Fia asked, puzzled, what is it, kid? Is that a friend of yours? Simon looked uneasy at the person he had just spotted, but he replied, no, not just a friend. That's Professor Bahin. Now, as we continue this manhwa recap, the perspective shifts dramatically. Elsewhere, a man covered in tattoos was just waking up. A voice echoed around him. Are you awake? The voice belonged to none other than Professor Bahin, who declared with immense satisfaction. The procedure was a perfect success. As the tattooed man sat up, Bahin continued. How do you feel, Haren Cook? Haren Cook clenched his fist and said, I feel an incredible energy surging within me. He answered with an incredibly sinister smile. Bahin nonchalantly stated, excellent. You can now return to Cayenne and resume your normal life, but you must not let anyone see those tattoos. Once the competition begins, they will vanish automatically, so you only need to be cautious until then. And don't you worry about the inspections for forbidden substances. They won't be detected. This curse will last for about 2 months. Hearing this, Haren grew ecstatic, turning his arm over to admire the intricate tattoos. Haren Cook asked with a hint of curiosity, Professor, why are you helping me? Bahin simply chuckled and replied, my reasons are irrelevant. You just need to handle the little task I've assigned you. Haren asked in return, you mean defeating Simon Florentia, the #1 special admission student in Class A? The professor confirmed, precisely. Even though he got in through a special admission, you have no reason to fear him. The power you now possess far surpasses his. Haren Cook clenched his fist and channeled his energy, causing a strange, shadowy arm to appear from behind his back, striking the iron bed he had just been lying on with a powerful blow. In an instant, the bed was cleaved in 2. Haren Cook exclaimed in utter astonishment. My dark energy is so much vaster and more potent than before. Thank you so much, Professor Bahin. I will never forget what you have done for me. Since you consider Simon Florentia such a thorn in your side, should I just eliminate him and make it look like an accident? Bahin straightened up, casually dusting off his shoulder before speaking in a low voice. He replied, eliminate him. Don't do anything so useless. You will do exactly as I've instructed. If anything goes wrong, you and your entire family will not be granted a peaceful end. Oh no, even after you pass on, I will ensure your souls are steeped in eternal agony. Bahin stepped menacingly close to Haren Cook, staring directly into the young man's eyes. His threat was delivered with a chilling coldness. Terrified Haren Cook collapsed to the floor and stammered, I'll remember. Internally, Bahin scoffed at the boy's audacity when he wasn't even worthy of being my contingency plan. I take no pleasure in resorting to such methods, he thought, but there is no other choice. One day, I will apologize to you, Simon. But, listen, Simon, if you ever learn the truth about this in the future, you will end up thanking me for the decision I've made. I am certain of it. With that final thought, Bahin strode out of the room. Night had fallen, the moon hung high and bright in the utterly silent sky. Rick pushed the door open to find Simon unboxing a crate, letting out a small gasp. He then asked, You're back? Didn't the guards catch you? Simon replied, It was a close call, I almost got nabbed. Rick looked puzzled. Then why are you out here instead of back in your room? I seriously thought you were busted this time. I even finished my shower, and you still weren't back. Simon glanced at Rick, thinking he'd likely just changed clothes, rather than actually washing up. He then answered, I'm out here to assemble a Scoton for the next evaluation at our magic academy. This time, I bought a Scoton Archer. The moment he heard Scoton Archer, Rick's excitement took over as he rushed closer, asking, "For real? What brand is it?" Simon replied, "It's from Vanilla." Rick gasped in awe. "That's so cool." "Whoa, it's even a Sapiro Scoton," Simon grinned. "Let me awaken the Scoton first." Rick picked up the product's packaging and examined it closely, suddenly, exclaiming, "Whoa, Simon, hold on. It says here you need to create a flow circulation on the magic circle." Simon stared blankly and asked, "What's flow circulation?" Rick guessed. "I think it's a magic circle creation skill from Necromancy class, which we haven't even learned yet," he mumbled to himself. Where did the textbook go? Ah, here it is. Flow circulation, flow circulation. Two girls walking by saw the pair huddled together in concentration. Curious, they whispered to each other. "What are they doing?" "They're assembling a Scoton." Simon meanwhile flipped through the book and finally found a page with the info. "Oh, so this is it. The circulation of dark energy observing the Black Sunday. I think I can do this." Rick waited excitedly. "Really? Then let's get started." Simon focused intently on studying the theory. Circulation isn't transformation. If it's about flow, it's like the movement of an arm. If you repeat the flow hundreds of thousands of times, then the dark energy will automatically mimic your actions without conscious thought. Professor Bahan once said, "Dark mana has a tendency to remember its flow. So create a central point and then just observe. Let the dark energy memorize the flow on its own." Simon began to channel his mana, and a faint aura appeared, drifting up from his hand. "The dark energy will flow automatically without my intervention." He then channeled that aura into the Scoton's head. A soft ping sound rang out, announcing flow circulation on the magic circle successful. Seeing the Scoton's eyes light up brightly, Rick couldn't hide his utter admiration. "Whoa, how? How did you manage that just by looking at the book?" Simon replied, "It's because I already know a similar skill." Rick reached out and touched the Scoton's head, exclaiming, "It's working." He then picked up the instruction sheet and read it carefully. "It says here, it can take a while to tame a Scoton. Maybe about 2 days. Think you can manage that?" Simon sighed. "No, I don't have that kind of time to wait. I'm assembling it right now." He looked at the two-horned skull on the table and said cheerfully, "Just wait a little longer. I'll give you a body as fast as I can." Rick couldn't stay awake, so he grabbed a blanket and fell into a deep sleep on the sofa. Simon worked meticulously through the night, until finally, it was complete. He breathed a sigh of relief. "It's done." The Scoton immediately started turning left and right, then dancing around in a circle. Simon smiled and said, "How do you feel? Is your movement stable?" "All right, I get it. You don't have to dance that much." Once he was sure everything was fine, he tossed the weapon to the Scoton. "Good then. Catch this," he commanded. "Aim for that tree." The Scoton deftly caught the bough, knocked an arrow, and took aim with intense focus. Simon prompted, "Now fire." The arrow flew with a whoosh and struck the tree trunk with perfect accuracy. Simon cheered ecstatically. Yes, it's a success. By then dawn had broken, and it was time for class. Because he hadn't slept all night, Simon looked completely exhausted, collapsing onto his desk the moment he arrived. Cammy and Melon asked with concern, "Hey, are you all right?" He mumbled in response, "I just didn't get enough sleep." Just then, Rick ran in his voice, filled with panic. "Simon, you're in big trouble. You're preparing the Scoton Archer for the combat evaluation, right?" Simon slowly lifted his head and whispered, "Yeah, that's right." Melon thought to herself, he already prepared a Scoton Archer. But her thoughts were cut short when Rick said, "I think you need to scrap that plan." Simon shot up from his seat asking urgently, "Huh? Why?" Rick replied with a grave expression, "Because it's going to be the worst possible matchup. Your opponent is Haren Cook, son of the Necromancer family, the infamous one from the Bwin Kingdom, and the dark magic he uses is called the Black Hand." As we continue this manhwa recap, hearing Rick's explanation made Melon grow pensive, a member of the Necromancer family. And he uses a form of dark magic we've never even heard of? It must be a unique spell exclusive to his family. That spell supposedly manifests something like hands made of dark energy that sprout from his back, and apparently, they're extremely effective against long-range attacks, to the point where they can even deflect energy arrows. Dark energy with absolute ease. This means it's highly likely that the arrows from a Scoton Archer will be completely useless against him, seeing as they only use standard projectiles. After hearing her explanation, Simon felt a wave of serious concern wash over him. Was all his effort about to go down the drain? Melon continued, "But that doesn't mean he's unbeatable. I've heard that while maintaining his dark hand, he's incapable of casting any other dark magic spells." Cammy's eyes lit up. "If that's true, then the strategy you should use is crystal clear." The theologian agreed. "Exactly. Honestly, you could probably win just by spamming weakening spells. You just need to keep your distance and stack multiple layers of the curse to secure an easy victory. With that said, she turned to Simon. But I thought you were determined to use summoning magic for this. He replied softly, I am. Simon pressed a hand to his forehead, lost in thought. Asterisk. What should I do? How can I possibly pull this off times? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Simon exclaimed, Oh, I just thought of a pretty brilliant idea. And with that, he threw himself back into his work. Several days passed in a blur, and seeing this, Melon turned to Rick with a worried expression. Hey, is he going to be okay? You're his roommate, you have to get him to stop. Kami added anxiously. Rick, he's been at this for days. At this rate, he's going to work himself into an early grave, Rick shouted in frustration. Do you two think I've just been standing here watching and haven't tried anything? He's completely in the zone. He won't listen to a single thing I say. Simon was hunched over his research, muttering like a man possessed, so exhausted that he was practically drooling. Rick shivered. I'm scared to death for him myself. All right, Kami asked fearfully. Are we just going to leave him like that? Melon snapped. Of course not. There are only a few days left until the evaluation. He can't afford to burn himself out. The other students in the cafeteria were startled by Melon's sharp tone. She strode over to his side and shouted, Hey, Simon. He stopped writing, lifting his haggard zombie-like face to reply. Huh. Oh, it's you, Melon. Seeing his awful complexion, she exclaimed, Hey, you're going to make yourself seriously ill like this. The combat evaluation is obviously important, but you have to take care of your health too. Simon quickly replied, Oh, thanks. But can we please talk about this later? But Melon suddenly grabbed his chin and ordered, Open your mouth. Simon just stared back with a completely bewildered expression. She held out a pill and said, This is an energy pill. I use them too. Don't chew it. Just swallow it down with water. You need to at least survive until the evaluation starts. Understand? Of course, this pill isn't a cure-all, so you can't get reliant on it. Simon immediately took it. All right, thank you. But, could I have 2 more? After swallowing it, he held out his hand asking for more. Melon grumbled. I literally just told you not to get reliant on it, as she gave Simon's cheek a painful pinch. Rick then gently asked, Simon, why don't you go speak with Professor Aaron? I know you're researching a new type of dark magic for this Manhwa recap, but if you're this stuck, wouldn't it be better to ask someone for help? Simon rubbed his sore cheek, whispering, You said Professor Aaron wasn't in his office. Rick's face lit up as if just remembering. Oh, that's right, I did say that, but he's scheduled to be back this afternoon. Rick held up a small piece of paper showing the schedule, smiling triumphantly. Professor Aaron, who was still very young, walked down the hallway, only to see Simon Florentia waiting patiently outside his door. Simon quickly ran up to greet him. Professor Aaron, there's something I desperately need to ask you. Aaron replied flatly, I'm sorry, but my office hours are over for the day. Simon froze. He had been waiting here for a very long time. Seeing the look on his student's face, the professor let out a small chuckle. I'm only joking. Come on in. As Simon stepped into the professor's office, he was awestruck by the sheer volume of books piled high in the room, and next to them stood an enormous model of a skeleton. Simon glanced around and muttered softly, So this is Professor Aaron's office. The professor said, You can sit wherever you'd like. Simon was about to sit down on the sofa when he suddenly noticed a zombie model sprawled across it. The professor continued, So, what was it you wanted to ask me? Simon got straight to the point. I want to know how I can win the combat evaluation using only summoning magic. Aaron poured him a glass of water and said, Why would you attempt something so pointless? I'm aware that you're showing incredible talent in combat magic and your other subjects at this magic academy. I don't understand why you're making things so difficult for yourself, especially when there's an incredibly obvious and much easier path for you to pass this evaluation.